hearing. Today we'll be hearing on testimonies on Department of Public Health, Department of Developmental Services, Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, Psychiatric Security Review Board, and the Department of Veteran Affairs. Before I start, I want to thank the team that has been doing this with us all week and has done, last 2 weeks, and has done a fabulous job, starting with Susan Keene, who is the administrator, Ben McShee as a co-host, Liz Gillette as a co-host, Taylor Hyde as a co-host. Those are the people that make it possible for you to make your testimony. Those are the people that make sure you get into the right boxes in the appropriate times. And those are the people that are making sure that your testimonies are also on, if you submitted them, are on our website. So if anytime you have a chance, make sure that you let people know that the team in Appropriations did a fantastic job. So I just want to say that right now.
Madam Chair, I don't want to leave out Ben McShee. Did you say Ben?
Yes, I did.
Okay, good. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Goodbye.
That's all right. That's all right. Go have some water. So I want to thank everybody for coming. Before I start, I want to let everybody know that the whole purpose of our public hearings is to hear from the public, not from the legislators, but from the public. And because this day is probably the largest attendees that we've had in any of our public hearings, it makes it very, very clear that we have to make sure that we move through the agenda with clarity and formal presentation, because we have 274 people who want to present their voices today. And we want to hear all 274 people. So we say that to say that there will be 3 minutes per speaker. We will make sure that we hear you, but we have to, after 3 minutes, terminate, because that's 822 minutes of testimony that we will be hearing. And we want to hear from all people. That means that it will be 13 hours of us doing it. So there will be all the members, different members of the subcommittee will be participating in co-hosting it. And I think that is fantastic, because you'll have a variety of different people all participating in listening to what you have to say. So thank you with that. And I want to ask everybody, please adhere to the 3-minute rule so that we can make sure that we get to bed before our next meeting at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So with that, I'm going to start with the first person, Tara Lope. Good morning, or good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, ranking members, Mayana France, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Tara Volpe. I am the Director of Community Outreach for Connecticut Against Gun Violence. I'm testifying in support of the $3.6 million included in the governor's budget adjustment bill for the Department of Public Health to fund gun violence prevention programs. Over the last 3 years, I've spent a lot of time listening to community members talk about their experiences living in areas where the threat of daily gun violence is ongoing and real. I have heard the deep concerns of parents about the safety of their children. I have heard the anger that is rooted in generations of absolute heartbreak because of the epidemic of violence that exists in these communities for decades. And not enough gets done about it, especially from the prevention side. I have heard the haunting wails of mothers who have lost children. And I have heard the stories of children who in the middle of the night watch out their windows as first responders arrive at crime scenes to investigate until an ambulance can come to remove the deceased gunshot victim from the concrete and drive them away, leaving the bloodstains behind for the children to walk by in the morning. And when people tell me these stories and they say that their state and country they feel their state and country have forgotten about them, I believe them, because what I have come to understand is when you live in unaddressed daily gun violence, you cannot unsee, unexperience, or unfeel the inaction around you. 118 people were murdered by guns in Connecticut cities last year. That is a slow mass shooting. Gun deaths in Connecticut happen at this rate every year. It is time for the slow mass killing of Black, Brown, and Indigenous people to matter to all of us. That is why, although I am grateful for the $3.5 million proposed by the governor, which would be divided up over 2 years for multiple cities, I feel strongly that the proposed funding is not enough. The issue of community gun violence deserves the same action and urgency as the COVID response because it too is a public health crisis. Additionally, evidence-based gun violence prevention and intervention programs work. Furthermore, in addition to the $6.3 billion in ARPA funding that Connecticut received, Connecticut has its own surplus of $2 billion. There is money there. Beyond the ethical responsibility Connecticut has to those impacted by this issue, Gifford's Law tells us that Connecticut gun violence costs its taxpayers between $60 and $90 million annually. Allocating a real investment in prevention upfront is ethically and fiscally the right thing to do. I would also like to see funding go to an Office of Community Gun Violence Prevention, which would not only provide grant funding to community prevention and intervention organizations, but for the first time in Connecticut history, such an office would create a coordinated effort to reduce community gun violence in Connecticut. It's time for Connecticut to prioritize this issue and the people that it impacts. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you, Tara. Thank you for your testimony and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
You too. Lee Graham? No. Okay, Joyce Lewis? Let's see, Matthew? Number 4? Matthew, number 4? No?
Hello, no, I'm here.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you for allowing me to speak before you today. It's a pleasure. I'm here to speak in support of the $3.5 million allocated for gun violence prevention groups and advocate that that be expanded into a form of Office of Gun Violence, as Tara had previously stated. I want to start by reading some names. I will not give the full names for the sake of privacy, but Randall, age 3, James, age 25, Tylon, age 25, Charles, age 38, and Tashawn, age 18, Timothy, age 19, are just some of the over 100 Connecticut residents that were murdered with a gun in 2021. That reflects a massive increase prior to the pandemic. And over half of those deaths occurred in our 5 largest cities. For a long time, Connecticut has prided itself as a national beacon of gun violence prevention triumph. But for far too long, we forget these communities and the reality of tragedy that continues in their daily lives. We cannot claim that spot any further without sending more money to those communities and to the programs that have fought in those communities for decades and that work. For years, men and women have been placing themselves directly in harm's way in order to curtail gun violence, standing on street corners when they think violence may erupt and talking people down from tragedy, choosing to talk rather than act. It's time the state of Connecticut gets their back and funds them and helps expand those programs. If we want to continue our claim as a role model in the gun violence prevention effort, we have to further fund those programs and create an Office of Gun Violence Prevention here in Connecticut. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Thank you, and have a great day. Thank you. Number 5, Anastasia Highlander. Number 5. No.
Hello.
Hello. There we are. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I hope everyone is well.
Go right ahead.
So, evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the committee. Again, I would like to introduce myself as Anastasia Helliger. I live in Hartford and I work as a direct support staff for Sunrise Northeast and Network. I come before you today to ask that you properly fund group homes so that group home workers like myself can finally have the benefits that we deserve. I've worked in this field for the last 6 years and I love my work because I'm able to empower and advocate for those unable to do so for themselves. I work with individuals who need help with everyday basics, personal and emotional needs. This is important work and I am very proud of what I do. With this said, I do feel frustrated by the low wages and poor benefits offered in this field. We work incredibly hard to care for our individuals, which oftentimes means working overtime and sacrificing time with our families. This job can be very dangerous as well, considering the behavioral population we care for. To work as hard as we do, then receive the compensation we receive is a slap in the face. Ultimately, the wages and benefits in place for those in this field prevents us from maintaining a sustainable life for ourselves and our family, and prevents us from making this job into a career. With a livable wage, we'd be able to attract additional staff, which would reduce the amount of mandated overtime and burnout we experience. A livable wage would also be able to allow group home workers to make ends meet without having to work overtime and giving us more time with our families. Furthermore, quality benefit like this, like a pension and affordable health insurance, would be life-changing for group home workers. With a pension, we can finally have a hope to one day retire instead of working until we die, which is a reality for many of us. Affordable healthcare would give us so much peace of mind. Right now, an injury or serious illness means financial ruin for many of us. With affordable health insurance, we can rest a little easier at night knowing we are covered. Throughout the pandemic, group home workers were called essential healthcare workers and heroes. It was a beautiful sentiment, but we do not want to be called heroes. All we want is to be able to be respected as professional caregivers and to have wages and benefits that reflect that. Please do the right thing and allocate the funding for group home services so my coworkers and I can finally have a pension and affordable insurance. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for taking the time to testify for this very important cause for you. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you.
Next we have Mark Isaac.
I'm here. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, sir. Go right ahead.
Senator Austin, Representative Walker, ranking members Minor and France, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Martin Isaac, and I live in Trumbull, Connecticut. I'm a board member with Connecticut Against Gun Violence, and I'm here today to speak in support of Connecticut Against Gun Violence's Connecticut initiative to reduce community gun violence. Specifically, I'm testifying in support of the $3.6 million included in the governor's budget adjustment bill for the Department of Public Health to fund gun violence prevention programs. Over the years, this legislative body has passed strong gun laws to protect the populace, and it's worked. As ranked by the Giffords organization, Connecticut is ranked 3rd in their gun safety index and 45th for gun deaths rates per capita. That is not a surprise. Strong gun laws have always meant lower death rates. And while on a comparative basis, that sounds good, last year, gun homicides in our state were the highest in 25 years, nearly double the level in 2018, and this brutal carnage demands a response. The primary issue we need to address is the violence in our cities. It's horrific. It does not often make the news, but day after day, month after month, our city residents are terrorized by shootings and death. The sad fact is, it does not have to be this way. Years ago, we did not understand how to stop violence in our cities. Carnage was unanswered because seemingly there were no answers. That is not where we stand today. Connecticut needs to invest in intervention and prevention mechanisms, evidence-based programs with a proven record of success. These programs work because they are aimed at individuals at high risk of perpetrating or being victims of gun violence in high violence communities. We need to have the will to put resources and structure in place to put these solutions to work here in Connecticut. Many of you in this room are familiar with one of these programs, Project Longevity. The good news is that there are additional programs that are even more effective. Hospital-based violence intervention and violence interrupters have proven track records of reducing gun violence. We have a moral calling to act. I understand this is a budget discussion. Financially, it is equally compelling. It's estimated that gun violence of all kinds costs Connecticut taxpayers between $60 and $90 million annually and carries a yearly societal cost of up to $1.2 billion. Every dollar invested in saving lives saves money too. It is time Connecticut puts into place an evidence-based mechanism to deploy resources to save lives. I urge the legislature to create an Office of Gun Violence Prevention in the Department of Public Health and to commit to permanently funding this initiative. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony and have a great day. Next, we have Mark Donald.
I'm here, Representative Walker.
Good. Go right ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. First, I want to thank you all for the ability to listen to almost 300 people over the next several hours. It's a struggle for me to make it 3 minutes. And you're going to hear a ton of facts and a lot of stuff from people who are much smarter than me. But you know what I am here to advocate for is the stuff that we know that's coming to us, the stuff that we know that's happened in the last 2 years. We've already heard a lot about gun violence, and we know that the investment there will pay dividends, both monetarily and savings to a community that feels more safe. We know that it will save money in our hospitals and our systems, and in that those going to the hospital for a gunshot wound are 3 times as likely to return to the hospital. And because we have such amazing hospitals in the state of Connecticut, especially in regards to trauma and gunshot trauma, they're likely to stay alive. So all the investment that we do in credible messengers type systems, and forgive me, I forgot to identify my affiliation here, is I'm executive director of RIASAP based in Bridgeport. And we deal a lot with gun violence, group violence, diversionary programs, restorative practices, as well as capacity building around education and mental health. And we know those issues are going to come to a head as well very soon. The Surgeon General of the United States has already identified children's mental health, and more articles coming out. Those are going to be issues that we have to face. And the more our community is educated, the more our community is prepared to work with these young people, and we treat mental health like physical health in establishing mindfulness practices and self-care for our young people, as well as people older who might be just as gray or grayer than I am, is the key. So for me, as I sit before you as number 7 of 274, it's asking to invest in our communities so that the cost benefits are huge, but the life benefits are even more. And that we're investing in our youth, we're investing in our communities, we're getting better equipped to deal with these issues on a community level, so that we're not doing the acute services, we're not looking for the clinicians, we're not asking our ERs to save young people from gun violence, but we're investing in programs that work, show promise of working. We heard the statistics across Connecticut with gun violence are skyrocketing. In Bridgeport, homicides are down 10%, gunshot wounds are down 20%. And I would like to know why, right? How are we looking at evidence-based programs? And I know our Street Safe team does a great job. However, that's not the only reason.
Mark, can you sum up for me, please?
Absolutely. And just very quickly, our brothers and sisters in Hartford and New Haven are doing a great job to keep it down as well. So for me, it's just asking for that investment that's going to pay off dividends in life, as well as state fiscal dollars. So thank you very much for your time, and good luck with the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next is Sarah Lombardo, number 8, Sarah Lombardo. I know I saw. There we go. Okay. Good afternoon.
Hi. All right. I
Hi.
had a check.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Representative Walker, Senator Austin, if you're here, and other members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Sarah Lombardo. As I always say, I went to UConn, enjoyed Rep. Walker. She spoke to one of our political advocacy classes one time, and I always enjoy our connection when I come back here and make you smile. I'm at Teamworks, Clubhouse of Reliance Health. I vote for people that support our members in mental health. First, thank you to Kathy Austin, if she's here. If not, that's okay. But thank you to her for Christmas caroling with us. She went to one of our residentials with us and we caroled on the steps. She made the members smile, and during COVID, don't we know everyone could use a little smile now and then, right? So just to tell you about Teamworks, it's a great place where members make friends, spiritual growth, social growth happens, they relax with peers. And our new thing is smoothie with a movie. They watched Shallow Hal the other day and loved it and drank a nice smoothie. When you have friends, you have more fun in your life, places to go, people to see. Just think about your own friends. How much do they add to your life? Right? Also think about if you had been misunderstood your whole life because you had this illness, you didn't know what it was, your family didn't know what it was, people ostracized you because you were different. Well, members come to Teamworks and they find people just like them. They can relate, they can go to groups, they can go to Inner Peace, a group I used to do. I'm gonna bring it back in the spring. Talking about spiritual life, talk about the recovery, be it mental illness or addiction. And mental illness recovery, people don't know about. It's when you find meaning in your life after struggling with something you didn't understand for your whole life. It's about having skills that Teamworks teaches. It's about going out on outings to the museums, to the art museums, to the Native American museums, to the ball field, to the expos, all this stuff Teamworks offers for its members to become productive members of the society, including job skills. I'm just kind of going off all the 10, 13 type testimonies I sent in to you guys of people that are not speaking right now, just to give you an overview of what you're going to be reading. There are upwards of 200 members at Teamworks, and they all love it. They miss Teamworks right now because we can't be up and running the way we usually are. And they don't feel so alone. They love it. Some of these groups, besides the Inner Peace, anger management, and that came up time and time again as I'm typing them out, they've learned to express their anger in a healthy way instead of isolating and suicide or what have you, self-harm, and going to the ER and going to the hospitals that you taxpayers are paying for. Instead, people are becoming, as I said, productive members of society, and the state of Connecticut getting jobs and bringing in revenue.
Sarah, can you wrap up, please? Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
Oh, sure. Just a little statistics on this. The cost of living has jumped to 7% this year. We are thankful for the 4% you've given, because of the 2017 5% DMIS budget cut. Employees are still behind 1%. Moreover, because of the annual rates of inflation and not receiving any COLA in the past 15 years, there's a 22 to 28% deficit in pay. As a result,
Thank you, Sarah.
okay.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Thank
Sorry
you,
to
and
go
thank you
over.
thank you for your testimony. Have a great day.
Okay. All
Madam
right.
Chair,
Yes.
one moment, please, just a little bit of housekeeping. If for those who are waiting in the attendees section, if you do not accept our promotion to panelists, you're not going to be able to speak. So you'll get a little prompt from us that says we'd like to move you over. You'll have to hit accept so you can have your turn to speak. I think Joyce just did. Number 3, Joyce is in now too. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I'm going to go to Barbara and then go up to Joyce. So Barbara is here, correct? Barbara Albert? Yep. Okay. Barbara, you go next, and then we'll go to Joyce right after that. Thank you very much. Barbara, unmute yourself.
Sorry, that would help.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Appropriation Committee. Also to everyone else, my name is Barbara Albert, Hartford Renner, registered voter. I'm a human rights advocate and activist with Keep the Promise Coalition, Expand Services to Save Lives Coalition, still a peace activist. I'm on Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security disability. My multiple medical challenges include exacerbated neurological and psychiatric challenges from having COVID. PTSD and decades of trauma, everything exacerbated. This is my testimony concerning the DMIS budget. I respectfully ask that there be expanded services to save lives, expanding services to make sure no human being gets left out. With the exception of CLRP, thankfully, I've been able to receive support and legal help. At least I have a roof over my head and help with other legal issues. Please fund CLRP. More human beings are in need. As for the mental health part of DEMIS, I've been requesting extra help for over a year. Rejections, no callbacks, and being sent incorrect email addresses, etc. No help for me. Lived experience. I am a human being in decomp. I qualify for help. My illness is telling me that there's not any more asking for help left in me. I don't recommend isolation with major depression. I've been constantly in overwhelm, all alone in my trauma, as it said. My speech is back in little kiddom. I'm still doing breathing exercises, have illnesses that tell me I don't deserve. Sadly, I'm not alone. Am not non-compliant. I still believe there's no justifications for making access to basic human needs more challenging, especially to those of us who are most in need. Being treated like a social pariah, persona non grata, where's being treated humanely? No matter what kind of wrapper we come in or what age we are or how much money we have or not. I'm familiar with society's merciless, judgmental ignorance and non-empathetic messages concerning those of us with brain health challenges. I'm a human being, no better than, no worse than anyone else, adapting, adjusting, and or failing to, and at times stumbling on to whatever might be next. I'm finding things to do, however, constantly isolated, not really talking with anyone, for me often becomes paralyzing, useless nothingness. I do not feel hope. Again, I'm respectfully requesting expanding services to save lives for all human beings, that there will be no one left out now or ever. Healing needs to be all-inclusive, appropriate, qualified, and healing for all. Thank you for listening. Respectfully, Barbara Albert, human being.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you for your passionate speech, and we hear you. We hear you. Thank you. Have a good day. Next is Joyce Lewis. Oh, Madam, wait, just one second. Madam Administrator, do you need to speak?
No, I was just waving to my friend Barbara. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you. All right.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Joyce Lewis, the Executive Vice President of Key Human Services, a statewide organization providing services and supports to individuals with disabilities across the lifespan. Our agency is based in Wethersfield, and I live in South Windsor. Key provides a combination of community-based individual and residential supports in more than 40 towns in all 8 counties in Connecticut as a provider for DDS, DCF, and DSS. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about the state budget and its impact on the work that we do. I want to thank you for your support to provide a living wage to our staff and to invest in the future of nonprofits. The crisis continues. So I ask you to continue your commitment to our work with additional funding this year. It's been another year filled with unexpected challenges arising at every turn, ranging from fiscal shortfalls to pandemic surges to a catastrophic staffing shortage. Let me give you a window into our world. The beginning of the fiscal year brought a significant wage increase for our DSPs. Wonderful news, right? Right. But the funding is so specific that some staff receive 10% raises, while others that have been committed to the individuals that we support for more than 20 years receive 3%. What message does that send to our staff? Wage compression is real and devalues the dedicated work of so many amazing people. Last year's funding was not in the form of a COLA and did not allow us to address long unfunded issues in the agency. Please consider a COLA for DDS providers with the wage funding this year. Staff shortages are everywhere. And while we can relate, the intensity of our staff shortages are in the cataclysmic range. Our agency has a 25% vacancy rate and has had for months on end. What service providers are experiencing threatens the health and safety of the individuals that we support, as well as our staff. Every day is a struggle to meet staffing needs. Every day, people work 16 hours a day for who knows how many days in a row. Every day, staff get frozen in, managers get called in, people scramble to cover shifts. The people we support get less attention, less activities, and less connection with their community because there aren't enough staff, because the staff are exhausted, because it's beyond a catastrophic shortage. Overtime is outrageous. Individuals are home for times we're not funded, whether due to day program closures or quarantines, or even their own exposures and illnesses. Over the last year, inflation rose by almost 6%, surpassing the COLA in this year's budget. Costs are through the roof. Too much, and yet there was more. Surges of COVID swept through our agency with 20 to 30 staff out per week, while whole houses experienced Omicron, affecting both staff and individuals, resulting in intense staffing concerns, overtime, and incentive pay costs, reminiscent of Delta last December and January. Please take action to support the nonprofits that are underfunded, overwhelmed, and hanging on by a thread. Increase funding by the additional 8% for fiscal year 23. And please support Governor Lamont's proposals from the American Rescue Plan. Thank you for your time and consideration and everything that you do.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and have a great day. Thank you.
too.
Wendy Mill, number 10.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, go right ahead.
Greetings, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and all committee members. I come before you today to ask for your continued commitment for one of Connecticut's greatest assets, our youth. My name is Wendy Mill, and I'm a lifelong nutmegger, spouse to one, mother of two, and an ally to more than 730,000 youth who reside within our borders. My work as a program coordinator for the Governor's Prevention Partnership allows me to work with state and local partners, and perhaps more precisely, work alongside our youth to help keep all of our young people safe from the threats facing them today, including substance use and rising mental health concerns. These issues erode tomorrow's community leaders' social, emotional, and mental well-being. Prevention begins with youth. Youth advocacy can and must play an integral role in our global prevention initiatives. A growing body of research points to the efficacy of youth participation as agents of community change in decreasing rates of alcohol, tobacco, other drug use, and other risky behaviors among our youth. In short, youth respond to youth. One of our primary responsibilities as prevention facilitators is to support our young leaders with the knowledge, expertise, resources, and appropriate platforms to carry out this critical work. The Partnership's Youth Advisory Board is a state consortium of young they're young prevention advocates, and it's supported by DEMAS and local coalitions. The group regularly convenes throughout the year to support youth actively involved in community prevention work. Youth have an opportunity to network with like-minded young people, collaborate on overarching prevention initiatives, and develop their professional skills through advanced training in prevention, leadership, and advocacy. In turn, these young people are better equipped to support local prevention initiatives, such as educational campaigns, training regarding youth asset building, mental health, or reducing risky behaviors among their peers. The E3 Encourage, Empower, Engage program is a school-based peer-to-peer initiative on underage drinking and substance abuse that promotes healthy decision-making through a 12-module educational curriculum on character development and leadership opportunities. This data-informed program is led by youth for youth in high school. Students are supported with the guidance of an advisor. Since 2016, the E3 program has been hosted in 16 schools and has trained over 250 peer leaders statewide. Outcome measurements have demonstrated favorable program impact in reducing participants' risky behaviors following the program. I thank you for your support of the prevention initiatives provided through the Governor's Prevention Partnership, DEMAS, and our community partners, and ask for your continued funding so that together we can continue to give rise to our youth voices and build a healthier Connecticut for tomorrow's younger people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Next, we have Kelly Julson, Mangillo, Kelly,
Hi, Representative Walker. It's good to see you.
yeah,
And good afternoon, other committee members, Senator Austin, Senator Minor. I am here today, like my colleague before me, Wendy, to advocate for the maximum support possible for the prevention infrastructure here in the state of Connecticut. I am the co-president of the Governor's Prevention Partnership. We are a statewide nonprofit organization that builds capacity to prevent underage drinking and substance use and build strategic alliances to promote the overall well-being of Connecticut's future workforce. Mentoring is also a part of our core work as it is a protective factor. Prevention has sometimes seemed insurmountable, but we certainly have seen over the last few years how effective prevention has been. DEMAS has done a tremendous job of amplifying these prevention efforts across its agencies and across sectors to serve the most number of people with fidelity. And prevention is possible, and prevention is only possible with you. And I'd just like us to take, for example, our work that we're doing at the Governor's Prevention Partnership to focus on preventing underage drinking and substance use. Research shows that even simple conversations with the young people in our lives around substance use can actually prevent them from taking part in underage drinking or substance abuse later. These conversations can be very simple. It doesn't have to be any sort of big emblematic sit down. It can be something as simple as having a cup of ice cream or driving a car and having a conversation about what substance, your feelings in regards to substance use. And it's actually more effective to have many conversations instead of one big conversation. And here at the partnership, we have provided the tools to be able to have these conversations after the very unfortunate losses that we had here in Connecticut earlier this year around with the overdose of fentanyl. We had some of these sessions for parents on how to talk to the young people in your life about substances and specifically how to prevent them from taking part of them in the future. I've had these own conversations with my children. My 4-year-old, one time I was giving her fruit snacks. She said to me that she was taking her pills. And I said, what do you mean you're taking your pills? And, this was a conversation that certainly caught me off guard, especially with someone at such a young age, but it also provided that teachable moment to talk about we only put things into our bodies, healthy things into our bodies. We certainly only take medication that's been prescribed for us. And so it's that lifelong learning. And I could have floundered. I could have panicked. I did panic a little bit. But because I've sat through these sessions and had the tools that our organization provides, I felt like I could really talk to her. And we want to be able to do that for you, for your constituents, for your communities. We do offer sessions on drugs and alcohol, also vaping, cannabis, and how to process traumatic events. We're here to be a partner. We're here to amplify prevention efforts. I know that there's many of the organizations that we work with today are here and testifying. We're all in this together and certainly want to do the most that we can to make sure that our young people are served well. And we thank you for your continued support for Connecticut's youth and for our future.
thank you, Kelly. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your work.
Take care.
Next, Roxana Lovett. Number 12, Roxana Lovett. I thought I saw her. Okay. Then we'll go to, I see Roxana here. Roxana, are you having a hard time getting on? Okay, well.
Unmute. Is that helpful now?
Yeah, that's much better.
Does that work? Great.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Senator Osteen, Representative Walker, and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Roxana Yovette. I've worked as a psychiatrist for Southwest Connecticut Mental Health Systems for the last 21 years. I work in the outpatient department at FS Du Bois and serve as an after-hours physician for the inpatient unit as well. In the time that I've worked for this agency, I've seen our services shrink and the mental health crisis expand. The population we serve consists mostly of those who have not been adequately served by not-for-profit providers. They are those who lack natural supports and those whose illness has deprived them of insight, initiative, and resources. They come to us from hospitals after several admissions or from outpatient centers that cannot provide the intensive level of care needed to address the severity of their symptoms. And these are the symptoms that lead to homelessness, legal involvement, and early mortality. To serve this population, we have to engage them by being available. Often those who don't acknowledge they even have a mental illness will come to us because we've been a consistent source of support. If we don't have time to form a rapport, we can't adequately treat them. Clinicians with high caseloads can't provide sufficient attention to individuals to properly engage them or prevent decompensation. Psychiatrists with high caseloads are in a position of having to prioritize seeing those whose presentation is more troublesome, and often at the expense of individuals whose suffering is less noticeable. Psychiatrists have to depend more on the dwindling number of therapists and case managers to inform us of our client's status. Every aspect of care is being adversely affected by the dearth of clinicians in our system. The non-for-profit agencies have a choice not to accept our clients. They have required them to be healthy enough to keep an appointment and attend appointments regularly. Many of our clients have had to return to our system after being referred out because they decompensated in the community. As our services shrink in the public sector, the problems grow. It is imperative, and I plead with you, that this committee fill the 800 existing staffing vacancies across DEMIS and refill a potential 500 upcoming retirements in order to provide a strong public sector foundation for our mental health systems in Connecticut. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and we'll read your testimony to get those numbers correct. Thank you and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Linda Iovana, I believe number 13. Linda?
Yes, I'm here.
There we
Hi,
go.
how are you? Good
Okay.
afternoon, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on the state budget. My name is Linda Iovana, and I'm the CEO of CCARC Inc. in New Britain. We're a private provider of services for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We employ 270 people throughout central Connecticut and provide residential, day, employment, and vocational services for over 200. Across the state, private providers are facing similar fates, with families waiting for services, uncontrollable turnover and the staffing crisis, closing or restricting programs, and creating waiting lists for people, particularly who need one-to-one services. I'm aware of the significant efforts made by legislators last year that resulted in a 4% increase. Thank you for that. The 4% was a lifeline, and it was the start of an effort to fix our nonprofit system. It is essential that the long-term commitment be honored and that an additional 8% as a rate increase be allocated to nonprofits this budget session. Though COVID numbers are subsiding, our programs have not recovered. New issues have emerged or have been compounded, like our inability to attract and retain staff owing to the comparatively low wages for demanding, highly regulated work. Our efforts to get people back into their work, to volunteer sites and active in the community require dedicated, reliable staff. It also requires things like dependable transportation and functional operating systems to support the entity. Funding needs to be allocated to nonprofits in a way that allows the nonprofit to address all crisis issues and to lessen the management compression issue as well. I had a manager in my office last fall who very politely asked me if she could carry over her vacation time. And as I questioned her about the need for that, tears began to stream down her cheeks. She'd been consistently working more than 80 hours a week as an exempt manager, making less than $40,000 a year because of staffing shortages. She told me about her 3-year-old son at home and that she wasn't able to spend much time with him. I was at a loss for how to better help her, and it was heart-wrenching to watch. People should not have to choose between a job they love that brings them a sense of satisfaction and knowledge that they're making a positive difference in the world and being able to make a competitive wage. We also need to maintain our systems and property. The nonprofit grant is crucial for many nonprofits to be able to complete upgrades and capital improvements. We need upgrades in technology, financial systems, cell phone plans, and training systems. We have not had a rate increase to aid in these kinds of expenses. We have numerous examples of capital improvements that need completion, operational increases in expenses, and this doesn't even touch on the recent issue with inflation. I understand there are many competing budgetary needs. When you negotiate and vote on the budget, please put people first and fund an 8% increase to nonprofits. Thank you for your time and consideration. I appreciate it.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Thank you, and have a great day.
You as well.
Number 14, Denise King. I know you're here. I saw you. Yep, Denise.
There we go.
There
Are
we
we
go.
good
I hear
now?
you. Do I
Thank
see
you.
you? Do I see you? Can I see you?
I'm here. I don't know how to do that.
Okay. That's okay. Well, as long as we can hear you, that's important. Go right ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Representative Walker, Senator Austin, members of the Appropriations Committee, and thank you for hearing my testimony. My name's Denise King, and I'm from Lebanon, Connecticut. My husband and I are legal guardians of our grandson, Matthew, who has a developmental disability. He is currently living his best life in a residential setting with supports from Horizons, his outstanding private provider in South Windham. My husband and I are also members of CTDDS Families First, a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping families with loved ones in the IDD community. We are asking for more funding for DDS for the private providers. Caring for people with IDD in group homes, in job coaching, or in day services is a tough, demanding job. Due to the pandemic, difficulties of the job, low wages, and other reasons, people are leaving this workforce. It has become increasingly difficult to find and retain caregivers. The situation has become dire. Caring for someone with a developmental disability is a profession and a vocation. Funding for proper training, living wages, and benefits needs to be a priority so that private providers can attract and keep caregivers. People like my grandson in the IDD community contribute so much to society. Please keep the progress going. Please provide more funding for the private providers. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, Denise, and thank you for your testimony. And I wish you well with your family. Thank you. Next, we have Jennifer Brown. Jennifer, don't go off camera, Jennifer. Come back. Okay.
I'm truly sorry.
That's okay.
Good afternoon, Senator Alston, Representative Walker, and members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Brown, and I've been a group home worker for 25 years. I'm also a delegate and an e-board member at 1199. And I work at 3 union group homes, jobs. While I work, I can barely make ends meet. I give up every holiday to be with my individuals that I serve, often foregoing being with my own family. I was so happy. I mean, I was really happy when the legislators passed this money and they did the right thing, passed the money to the individuals for the group homes. I was one of those striking Sunrise workers. We were out for almost 3 months, trying to make sure that management passed the money and the funding that we fought hard for. And you guys helped us to win. At Sunrise Northeast, I would have to pay almost $6,000 a month to get insurance. At another one of my jobs, the cost was over $700. At all of my jobs, I only got 1 raise in 15 years, and it took a fight. With the money that was released, we were able to get the best, and I mean the best raise that I've seen in 15 years. We were able to get health insurance that we can really start to afford. We have I have so many individuals, so many coworkers who have no health insurance, who are sick, and we work every day, no matter what. But let me say, I'm standing here before you again today to ask you to please pass on the additional $40 million to meet the changes the group home workers like myself desperately need, and to continue to fund our services. We were working very hard to do good every day, and we appreciate all the money you allocated last year. And we are asking that the legislator give us a little bit more so that we can start making the changes that we need to revive our industry. Because right now, everywhere is working short. Right now, everywhere you have people that's doing like 16, 18 hours. They're working, they're overworked. And that's only because, number one, the money that we need. You know, we work hard. We work hard. I love my job. I raised my 4 children with my job. I love what I do, but we need to get what we deserve. And $16.50, we need more. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you very much, and have a great day. Thanks for coming to testify.
All right.
Bye-bye. Next, Ethan Rodriguez. Ethan Rodriguez. Okay. Chris McNoby. Chris, yep, there you are, number 17. Good morning. I mean, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Representative Walker and Senator Austin and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Chris McNabo. I'm founder and CEO of Horizons, one of the private nonprofit agencies providing essential services statewide to our citizens with developmental disabilities. This is our 43rd year. Thank you for the work you've done to begin the process of raising wages and professionalizing the services we provide. Our agency supports over 1,600 people statewide annually. Our staff are among the 117,000 professional staff that make up 12% of Connecticut's workforce. Here's an update on the current state of operations at Horizons. We now have 53 open positions at Horizons. That represents over 25% of our workforce. We have never had so many vacancies. We've had to close some of our services, and we no longer provide services 5 days a week to those who require intensive supports because we don't have the staff. We've lost 18 of our leadership staff since July of 2021 to take jobs that pay more. I can't replace the institutional knowledge they had with a new hire. We've lost 2 registered nurses and cannot find replacements. So people who require nursing supports are not able to attend some of our programs. The amount of overtime the staff in our supported living program work is unsustainable for their mental health. Heating, fuel costs have doubled, groceries have gone up 3.5%, gas for our agency vehicles continues to rise. All services we buy, like snow plowing, repairs, phone services, and internet, have gone up. We receive at least 4 to 6 calls a week from families who would like our services. We cannot expand because we don't have the staff. Our doors were open during COVID, and that came at great risk to our staff and people we support. We pressed on because we are essential to our residents. Many of our staff are on Husky insurance, receive energy assistance and food stamps because in spite of working full-time, they still cannot afford the basics. We need at least an 8% increase in addition to the promised 4% in July of 22. Please release the $25 million in bond funds for the nonprofit support grants. The rainy day fund is fully funded with $3.1 billion. The pension liability has been paid down by $1.6 billion and more payments will be made. Our state continues to experience a very strong growth in revenue stream. What if you or your family members needed our services and we weren't there? We provide the services all of your constituents rely on: medical, residential, and healthcare. We operate businesses. We're not charities. Finally, please support the 2 proposals by the governor using ARPA funds for DDS, the $5 million for infrastructure improvements for public and privately owned camps, and the $5 million for leisure opportunities as the state emerges from the pandemic. I cannot fundraise for wages. We really need your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Did you submit your testimony to? Thank you very much. I saw some people wanted to see, so thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Dr. Lagarde?
Yes. Hi,
Good afternoon.
hi, Representative Walker. So Representative Walker, Senator Austin, Representative Abercrombie, members of the Appropriations Committee. First, thank you for listening to me again. But if nothing else, I'm tenacious. So here I am, I'm back. My name is Dr. Sue Lagarde. I'm the CEO at Fairhaven Community Healthcare in New Haven, a federally qualified health center that cares for over 31,000 primarily minority and low-income individuals. So there are many positive initiatives that have been put forward by the governor. However, I want to spend my limited time today to make sure that the committee is aware of issues that are not being addressed in this budget. The community health centers in Connecticut have been asking the state to adjust reimbursement rates for many years. Many of you on this call have heard my ranting on this. I've personally been appealing for this help for over 6 years. In the majority of cases, the state has repeatedly denied these requests despite clear federal statutory language that supports them. The end result is that for most of the health centers, mine certainly included, there's been virtually no increase in rates for over 20 years beyond the nominal annual MEI or Medicare Economic Index, which averages around 1.4, 1.5% annually. Over these 20 years, many new services have been introduced at health centers. Things such as podiatry, dermatology, more recently, remote patient monitoring, not to mention significant and costly technology upgrades. Every year, we submit a Medicaid cost report per state requirements, which document the amount lost on every single health center visit, yet nothing changes. Couple this lack of reasonable rates with the fact that many health centers care for a significant percentage of uninsured individuals, and you can see how this is a big problem. At my health center last year, roughly 20% of our over 30,000 patients were uninsured and uninsurable due to their immigration status. Last year, my health center alone cared for over 1,360 uninsured kids. The combination of inadequate rates coupled with significant uninsured population make it extremely difficult to operate efficiently, and even more importantly, impacts our ability to provide high quality care to all who seek our help. So in conclusion, I want to give a shout out for many of the programs being forwarded today. However, I also need to plead that attention be paid to the challenges facing health centers in Connecticut due to inadequate Medicaid rates coupled with significant uninsured populations. Thank you all for your time and attention.
Thank you, Dr. Lagarde, for your tenacity and always showing up. We don't have any more public hearings, so this is your last one. Thank you.
But there are other public hearings.
Yes. Well, this one here, thank you very much. We hear you. Thank you. I'm going to go back. I saw Ethan. Ethan is here. Ethan?
Yes, thank you.
Go right ahead.
Hi, hello to the committee members. Hello to Representative Porter, my former representative. I just moved a couple blocks down and no longer, but nice to see you. I'm here to advocate for the governor's proposal to support the use of additional state money to fund programs to reduce gun violence. And I'm also here to advocate that the proposal go a little bit further and create an Office of Community Gun Violence Prevention. In the proposal is additional money to be spent on public health study and interventions, tracing illegal guns, gun buybacks, and further funding for Project Longevity. I think these are all really excellent things. As you probably all know and have heard by now, gun violence is really kind of hitting us in epidemic level proportions along with the COVID-19 pandemic. We made such progress in the previous decade to reduce gun violence in places like New Haven, where I live. And a lot of that progress has just been wiped out in the past 2 years. In 2020, the homicide rate went up 50% in New Haven. In 2021, we were up another 25%. And these, like, you'll hear these numbers probably a lot today. They're not just numbers, these are family members who have lost their sons, siblings, children without parents. And this is the entire community living in fear. The effects are far reaching, and they're not just personal, they're social, they're economic. It's an issue that must be looked at and treated and prevented as a public health issue. And when I'm talking about funding an Office of Gun Violence Prevention, it's because a lot of the funding that's been proposed is for the law enforcement side of things, which I think is helpful and I do appreciate and support. But there are also, gun violence is such a multifaceted issue. And I just want to talk for a minute about my own experience with gun violence, just as an example of the different types of gun violence that can occur. The first time I knew a classmate, someone my own age, to die, this was at the age of 13, one of my classmates, Taylor, was shot to death by his own brother in a hunting accident. So he never came back to school. We never saw him again. When I was 22, I was biking across the country, and I was in a movie theater in Aurora, Colorado, where a man opened fire on the crowd. My best friend and another friend who we were visiting were both injured. They had life-threatening injuries, and thankfully, they are luckily alive today. When I was 24, I shared a house with a roommate who had some definite undiagnosed mental health issues, and he also had a concealed carry permit. So every time there was a conflict between us, which was frequent because he had some kind of obsessive compulsive disorder and some kind of paranoia going on, every time there was a conflict, it just carried the risk of escalation. And there was a lot of fear in that house among myself, my roommates, and him. And there was really no good way for us to separate ourselves from that until it kind of reached a head. And there was an argument, and he shoved a friend of mine, a female friend, to the floor. Someone stepped between them, and he put a hand on his gun, and we were half a second away from that.
Ethan, I'm going to have to ask you to sum up a little bit.
Certainly. So my point is, gun violence is multifaceted, and it deserves a multifaceted approach. And I think the state needs to bite the bullet and fund, sorry for the reference, but and fund this as an ongoing Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I like the pun. I thought it was fun. Now I'm going to hand over to Senator Austin, where she'll pick up for the next hour. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Representative Walker. Up now, we have Mickey Herbst.
Hi, Senator.
The floor is yours.
Representative Austin, I'm sorry, and Senator Austin, Representative Walker. Let me give you a little anecdotal story. My name is Mickey Herbst. I live in Westport. My daughter Jenna is 45 years old. She has multiple disabilities, uses a wheelchair, nonverbal, incontinent, requires a lot of hands-on care. But having said all that, she has had for the last 20 years a fabulous life, living in her own apartment, funded by an individualized budget, supported by the DDS. And would that could continue forever, it would be wonderful. But her parents are getting older, including me, and finding it more difficult to not only manage it, but step in the cases where a caregiver can't come in. She has one particular caregiver who's been in her life for over 40 years, was a babysitter for all our children back in the 70s. And that woman herself has some health issues. She works with Jenna from Friday afternoon at 3 o'clock until Sunday morning at 10 o'clock. That's a shift that you just can't replace. She takes Jenna to all the high school games, and Jenna's out in the community. She does everything. She also has very elderly parents who require a lot of care, and she's also their caregiver. We are a heartbeat away from her not being able to do it. And if she wasn't able to do it, we'd be in crisis mode. We've been looking into possibly moving her into one of the many vacancies at the local agency called STAR, who is affiliated with the ARC of Connecticut. And STAR has vacancies that would be appropriate for Jenna, but they don't have staff that could safely handle her in addition to the current residents in those homes. The challenge of the shortage of staff is enormous, scary, and threatens to destabilize the whole system. I personally don't have a solution short-term, long-term, but short-term to attract the kinds of quality workers, because this is not easy work and requires a lot of thought and caring. And the only way you're going to attract people into this field is to pay them more. It is simple. There is no way competing with the Walmarts and the Amazons that people are going to be attracted to that field. So I implore you, and through this testimony, I've listened to all the people in front of me and all the different needs, and I have enormous respect for this committee and the decisions that you guys have to make. It's mind-boggling that you do it with the care that you do it and the dedication. So I appreciate it as a citizen of Connecticut. But you have to consider that the private sector that supports people with IDD is fragile as it's never been before. And when you consider all the different things that you have to fund, please raise the consideration of funding for the private sector so they can pay these people who work enormously hard more money so that they can adequately staff the programs and residences for people with IDD. And I thank you so much for doing what you do and hearing my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herbst. Appreciate it. Up next is Deanna Hagan.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Diana Hagan. I'm a registered voter in Thailand, social worker manager for Intercommunities Common Ground Social Rehabilitation Club, and a vice chair for Keep the Promise Coalition. It's good to see some friendly faces on this call. Again, we are meeting again. Just to let you know, I recorded a 5-minute video with 19 members, but I figured for the sake of time, I would just speak because they have elected for me to speak for them in this testimony. We are in a public health crisis in mental health. Every time you watch or read the news, you hear of the need for mental health and community supports interventions. I've seen wait lists of people in need, and the community nonprofits who provide those services and supports aren't even mentioned in the governor's budget, and it's just sad. I just can't see how that's possible. Nonprofit workers and providers have been on the front lines. We never closed. We worked virtually for a while. We worked in the parks. We worked, everywhere, alongside with healthcare workers, making sure everybody stayed safe throughout this entire pandemic. I am witness to the miracles that can happen for people when supports are in place during normal times. And the transformation can be really amazing. But I'm also witness to someone with a bachelor's degree in human services being on the same lines for energy assistance and food assistance. They're working to help, but they're trying to work for just to maintain themselves as well. I'm witness to the costs that are rising to provide these services, and now we might even have a war in Europe. I'm also witness as a grad student, I'm witness to the low enrollment in schools of social work. Every nonprofit in the state is finding it hard to hire and retrain and retain people in this field of work with no cost of living increases in human service wages in over 15 years. 15 years. I appreciate the few moves in housing and human services that are being recognized by the governor's budget, but with such low numbers in resources, it seems like crumbs to what the state actually needs at this time. I hope to move you to action, not only to vote for the necessary funding to sustain communities in recovery from this pandemic, but to also champion it to the rest of the legislature and to our governor. Our requests have gone unfulfilled for just too long, and there's more and more need every day. There is an opportunity for our leaders like yourselves in this state to transition our communities from trauma, loss, grief, and fear to ones of wellness and resilience, which can be achieved to the betterment of our entire society. Nonprofit professionals like those in social work and human services are the only ones trained to do this work. Instead of undervaluing them, we need to start supporting them so that they can lift up the communities all over the state. Please increase the funding for nonprofits and housing that is recommended by people much smarter than me. Look at those numbers. They're scary, but please pay attention to them and help the governor to understand how important it is that he revises his current budget. Thank you for listening to our collective testimony. And remember, there are 19 people that are listed on Susan Keene's, that I sent to Susan Keene that are stand behind this testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deanna. Up next is Pam Kelly.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the committee. My name is Pam Kelly, and I work as a community living specialist at the Caring Community in Colchester. I come before you today to ask that you fund group home services so group home workers like me can have a pension and health insurance like we deserve. I've been working in group homes for the last 23 years. As a community living specialist, I pass medications, cook, clean, and generally take care of my individuals. In addition to these responsibilities, I'm also an advocate for them. I enjoy this work because of the relationships I've formed. I truly care for and want what's best for them. However, this job can also be very challenging. We deal with perpetual low staffing, which puts a lot of stress on the staff we do have. I say perpetual because we have really high turnover. So even when we do hire someone new, they don't always stay, so it's not a permanent fix. Some of the major factors contributing to our low staffing is the poor pay and lack of benefits we receive. Group home workers like me struggle to make ends meet because of the wages we make. I work 2 jobs to support my family. Our family medical plan is so expensive, most people don't even take it. I don't have a pension and worry about how I'll make ends meet when I retire. My union contract was just recently settled, and when I told my wife I was going to get a pension and that my family medical wasn't going to cost $7,000 a year, I cried because of what that was going to mean for my family. Now I find out there's not enough money to fund it. So why would someone take a job in a group home doing backbreaking work for poverty wages and no benefits? The answer is they wouldn't. With additional funding for group home services, caretakers like me can make a livable wage that helps us to get by while still having time for our own families. Additional funding means we can have a pension to fall back on when we're able to retire and have affordable health insurance for our families. These improvements will help to address the short staffing crisis in group homes by making it easier to attract talented professionals to do the work. Last session, this legislative body appropriated funding to make these improvements and address the glaring issues in group homes. That was a great step in the right direction. It's time we finished what we started last session and appropriate the full $47.5 million for group home services so workers like me can have a pension and affordable health insurance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pam. Appreciate it. Up next is Paul Bacchiacco.
Hi, it's actually pronounced Bokikio, but I know I get to common.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries at all. But thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Again, my name is Paul Bokikio, and I work at the Kennedy Center. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the state budget. I've been employed with the Kennedy Center, by the Kennedy Center for 6 months, and it's my truth that this is the most amazing experience I've had in my 32 years of work experience. Being able to make a difference in the lives of those who have a disability has truly given me purpose. I am the manager of 2 day programs named Project Prestige and Project Victory. My team and I create a 6-hour workday experience for our individuals that includes morning meetings, reviewing what day, date, month, and year we are currently in, and including, but not limited to, sensory music, books, puzzles, games, arts and crafts, etc. My team and I assist our individuals with toileting throughout their day and make sure they are comfortable during their time at day program. The individuals bring their lunch to day program. They enjoy snacks throughout their day and program experience. My team and I also take our individuals out in the community. Events like shopping, coffee, hockey games, baseball games, movies, etc. I want to thank you, first and foremost, for the 4% cost of living adjustment for our community nonprofits that you fought to include in the last year's budget. I am here to ask you to honor the long-term plan to address underfunding of community nonprofits and increase funding this year by an additional $461 million, or 8% in total for year 23. This funding is needed now more than ever. Without it, we risk destabilizing our state's community service delivery system, which has been upended by the pressures of COVID-19 and an exponential increase in the need for our service and our communities. At the same time, we're facing unprecedented challenges, recruiting and retaining staff of all skill levels and salaries. Unfortunately, like most nonprofit organizations in the state of Connecticut, the organization cannot pay staff the due salaries warranted for the dedication and selfless work we do daily. Human services are now in competitions. Like was just mentioned, I heard briefly from I'll piggyback what Mr. Mickey Hurt said. Human services are now in competition with companies like Amazon and Walmart that require no specialized training or paying more and offering more hiring incentives. Clinical staff are being lured away by lucrative offers from school districts and telehealth companies across the state. The Alliance found that 18%, nearly 1 in 5 nonprofit jobs are vacant right now. 1 in 5 nonprofit jobs are vacant right now. At a recent town hall meeting by the Kennedy Center, it was brought to my attention of the many attempts the Kennedy Center has made to detail the need for financial support from the state before and throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. Unfortunately, the lack of support has affected the organization's ability to fill essential positions. Positions affect the number of individuals we can place in our programs. I'm baffled, in fact, baffled at the fact. As essential workers who take care of the
Excuse me, Paul, you have to wrap it up, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Pleasure. As disabled members of our community have not been included in receiving financial support in the new relief fund. I would greatly appreciate your support and welcome the opportunity to share my experience, strength, and hope with our state's legislative leaders or any support you think could help nonprofit organizations like the Kennedy Center. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Appreciate your testimony. Up
Madam
next is
Chair, before we go to the next speaker, we have had Quan Jenkins in the waiting room. I think it could possibly be a matter of the promotion to panelist not being accepted. So Quan, if you would like to speak before the committee, you need to please accept the invitation to be promoted to a panelist. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Up next is Jennifer Korowitz. Oh, wait a minute, Jennifer, hold on. Quan Jenkins. Can you hear me, Quan Jenkins?
Yes, I can hear you.
It's your turn. You got 3 minutes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Senator Olsten, Representative Walker, and the committee. My name is Quan Jenkins. I represent Sound Community Services. I work for them in Southeast Connecticut. I've come to you on behalf of my employees. We come to you because the work that we do at Sound Community Services, we are very underpaid. We're asking for the governor and the state to increase funding. We get $15.37 an hour to do the work that we do. The work that we do, we work with men and women that have severe mental illness and also addiction. We also worked during the height of the pandemic with no pay increase for $15.37 to the point that we also had a fellow employee who even died from COVID. We went to work every day without complaining, with just doing our job. You know, I love the work that I do. I got into the human service field because I wanted to be an agent of change. With better funding, it allows us as employees to not have to work 2 and 3 jobs just to support our family. It also allows us to give our 100% wholeheartedly to our client base. We have men and women who are in dire need of our services. But sometimes it's hard to give 100% because a lot of times, excuse me, as Sound Community, we have a lack of employees. We have frequently, just recently, we had a lot of employees that just left the agency due to better paying jobs because, unfortunately, we getting $15.37 an hour and case managers make about $17 an hour. And that's with a bachelor's degree. We have a very high turnover rate as of right now, very short. We have men and women working close to almost 200 hours every 2 weeks just to make ends meet. So, I come to you to plead to, the state that, the human service field is one of those fields that that's overlooked, and for the quality of life that we do for the people, we're just asking for better funding. I did have something prepared, but I just felt that I would come from the heart. And lastly, my agency, we have an award called the Donna Millette Fridge Award. I don't know if anyone's familiar with her, but she was an employee that worked for Sound Community who was killed in the field of work for helping a client. I was one of the recipients of her award last year, and I take great pride in that award. But the fact that we put our lives on the line each and every day to do a job that we love, we just asking for the governor just to take a look at it and better, just better pay, better benefits, because a lot of us also work without a pension. So we're working with an undetermined future. So lastly, I just say I thank you guys for hearing me, and we just ask that the state just take care of us that work in this field.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jenkins. Have a nice day.
You too. Thank you.
Up next is Jennifer Korowitz.
Yes. Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Jen Korowitz. I live in Naugatuck, Connecticut. I'm a registered voter. I'm addressing HR 5037, the Dartmouth budget. I have many disabilities ranging from mental illnesses to physical disabilities to learning disabilities. And to function in my community, I take part in many services, including community centers, community health centers, 211, mobile crisis, police, town social workers, probate judges, EMS, psych ERs, psych inpatient, hospitals, visiting nurse services, public transportation, and food pantries, just to name a few of the services I utilize. In the past 6 months, I just moved to a house in Naugatuck that I was able to purchase with my husband, and I'm incredibly grateful for this house. It wasn't without the help of a probate judge, a conservator, a social worker, police, a whole bunch of other people who got involved, including mobile crisis. I lived in 6 months ago, I lived in Westport, Connecticut with abusive family members. Me and my husband were, we weren't abusive to each other, but other family members were abusive to us. So abusive, they wanted to sell our belongings, kick us out on the street. This is at the height of the pandemic and all through the pandemic. We were told we were practically homeless if we hadn't had the roof over our head that was provided by the family. But we weren't even allowed to use the kitchen most days. It was awful. And as a woman who has physical disabilities and can't drive to stores or work because of them, and mental problems that include suicide as a active symptom that keeps me going to ERs a lot and in psych hospitals a lot over the past 4.5 years, it really became problematic to be in abusive households, where the abuse was aimed at me. And all the people in the community who helped me out, the mobile crisis, the EMS, the police, even the probate judge, they were so fundamental in helping me stay safe and stable during that time. And when the Dartmouth budget comes to play, it really affects these people, these roles they have in the community. Because
Jennifer, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but could you wrap up, please?
Yes. If their budget is cut, they won't be able to provide the services they provided me. So I really hope you don't cut their budget so they can continue to do the great work they did for me and help others, so others can get out of the situation I was in and avoid situations like I was in and get housing like I did, because they were such great workers and they touched my heart, and I owe them a great debt. And I just wanted to just give them a shout out and also ask you not to cut the budget, but expand it so that other towns can have the work that I had done. And that's just my wish. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate it. Up next is Emily Morrison. Emily.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Minor, Representative France, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Emily Morrison. I'm a Putnam resident, and I'm Director of Development at United Services. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the state budget. United Services is the local mental health authority for 21 towns in northeastern Connecticut. We're a nonprofit organization providing more than 30 programs to our community, including outpatient mental health, substance abuse treatment, family programs, and crisis services. I want to thank you for the 4% cost of living adjustment for community nonprofits that you fought to include in this last year's budget. I'm here today to ask you to honor the long-term plan to address underfunding of community nonprofits and fund services by $461 million over 5 years, or an additional 8% in fiscal year 2023. Demand for United Services programs has never been higher, as I'm sure it's not a surprise to any of you. We have programs that are operating between 100 and 200% increase in clients seen just over last year, and some programs are operating at a more than 500% increase in services provided last year. At the same time, our staff have been working for 2 years with a community in crisis. Compounding these stressors is the low salaries that our underfunded state contracts have forced our agency to provide. As an agency, we're currently operating at about a 25% vacancy rate, as is most, if not all, of the other nonprofit community service providers. Low wages are the major cause. Vacancies lead to high caseloads for our remaining staff and additional stress at an already stressful job. It also leads to a longer wait for services for our clients and interruptions in services as they have to transition to a new provider. Right now, our clients, the adults struggling in our region, are not in a position to be able to wait for services and transitioning to services and interruptions in their services is frankly dangerous to them right now. The governor's proposed budget for the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services does not provide support to existing services and programs that are struggling and frankly failing to keep up with the demand. It's not an opinion, it's a fact. We urge the Appropriations Committee to fight for funding for these programs by implementing the 8% funding increase. The increases for crisis services are important, and we appreciate those. But without an increase in funding for outpatient services, we do not have enough resources to help individuals as they come out of crisis. Without access to outpatient treatment, individuals will remain in a cycle of crisis, continuing to use emergency department resources, or worse, police department resources. Community nonprofit programs keep individuals out of the hospital or inpatient system and even out of jail. They support individuals in living and working independently in the community, and they're critical for our community's mental health. Please help us address the surge in individuals experiencing mental health crises with increases in fundings to community nonprofits. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to go back to Laura Lynn Lewis. Laura Lynn. There you go. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin. I see Representative Abercrombie, Representative Dillon, Representative McCarty, and others. I don't see Senator Minor on here. It's nice to see all of you. Thank you for this opportunity to address you. For years, we've been here in front of you, and for far too many years, we've talked about deficits. And for the first time, we're actually seeing a surplus. And, you know, we've made the noise and we've shown up, and we're always at the back end of the budgets. And you've heard one speaker after another talking about the shortage in workers. This is not a surprise to you. It is absolutely vital that we codify annual increases. Senator Austin, I think you mentioned putting it into state statute, that future legislators would not be on the hook to do it, but it would certainly encourage them to do it. You know, we see legislators come and go, and that's really hard for those of us that do this advocacy, to build relationships, to have your understanding, and then either you don't run again or you don't get elected again, and that puts us further behind. So we're really looking at two different things. One, the lack of workers, the shortage in workers, and then the legislators, the constant turnover in the legislature for us. You get it. I was so pleased this morning to hear the questions by Representative Dillon, Representative McCarty, Representative Abercrombie, Representative Dathan, and certainly you, Senator Austin, and Representative Walker of the commissioner. It is absolutely heartening to see the difference that we've made in the last number of years just by the questions that were asked of the commissioner. That is progress. We cannot thank you enough for your time and the efforts that you put in on our behalf. But we are really seeing a crisis right now. And if there's anything that you can do, as I said, to put it in statute, that would go a long way. We need to start making this a profession for these workers who do this back-breaking work. I cannot underscore that enough. And one last comment I wanted to make, Senator Austin, you asked the commissioner this morning about Southbury. We need more options for housing. We don't want to go back to the old days of institutionalization, but there's land there, there's buildings there. We need to repurpose some of the things that we have if it is financially doable. And I'm saying this because many of you are here and you're listening, and I can't talk to you in halls because of where we are with this Omicron right now, but I would be there in person, as you know. And it's nice to see all of you. Thank you for all that you do for us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Laura Lynn. It's nice seeing you. We miss all of you too. So thank you so much. Up next is Mary Etter. Mary, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all of the members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Mary Etter, and I work at the Bristol Adult Resource Center, otherwise known as BARC. In addition, I serve as a board member for March Inc. of Manchester. I appreciate this opportunity to provide testimony on the state budget. BARC has been providing services for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities for 65 years as of this year. We have day programs, residential homes, and a respite recreation program. We currently provide supports to 140 people in our day programs and 37 in our residential programs. March Inc. of Manchester provides residential programs, including 24-hour supports and in-home supports for adults with developmental disabilities. At the very start of the pandemic, we were forced to close our day programs. At that time, it was for 2 weeks. However, 4 months later, when we finally were able to reopen, we were unable to provide the supports we wanted to provide because of our staffing issues. So many of the individuals that we have in our day programs require one-to-one supports, and we just didn't have the staffing to be able to do that. We in Human Services are now in competition with organizations like Walmart, Amazon, but also even some of the fast food restaurants that are paying more than we do for people with no specialized training. Our clinical staff are especially difficult to find because they're getting offers from the hospitals and from nursing homes that include incentives that we're unable to pay. Across the state, the Alliance found that 18% of nonprofit jobs are vacant right now. At BARC, we're at approximately 20% right now. Vacant positions in our day program mean that we cannot support as many individuals as we would otherwise be able to. Vacant positions in our residential programs mean that our current staff are overworked and exhausted. It's a pace that just cannot continue. We struggle to hire new employees, particularly LPNs and RNs. At one of our homes, we have a vacant bed that we would like to fill, and we're unable to fill it with someone who would fit so beautifully in with that home, but we just don't have the nursing staff to be able to support him. And it's not a question of the state wanting to provide the funding, it's a question of finding the people to fill the positions. The increase in this year's budget, while very much appreciated, has been quickly absorbed by rising costs. It seems that the cost of literally everything has increased. Health and other insurances, vehicle expenses, utilities, just everything is more expensive. I just would like to end my testimony by adding that BARC has a longstanding practice of promoting from within where possible. But the funding that has been provided limits the increase for those among the above the minimum pay, and it doesn't help to incent people to apply for these internal promotions. There has to be a meaningful increase in hourly pay to account for the additional responsibilities. And we haven't heard yet what our share of the benefits
Mary,
pool is.
can you wrap up, please?
Certainly, thank you. Or even we don't know what that share is. We can't increase our benefits in any meaningful way. Thank you very much for this opportunity to address the committee. I very much appreciate all of your support in the past, and I look forward to your support in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Appreciate that. Up next is James Gardner. Mr. Gardner? Floor is yours.
Okay, can I talk now?
You can.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Gene. I've been through a lot in my life. I came a long way. My mom wasn't able to keep me at home because of my behavior. I'm learning how to be a grown man and not have outbursts. I'm also learning to have responsibility. Part of growing up is taking care of yourself. That's why I'm talking to you today. I have lived in lockdown hospital. I lived at Dungarvan, and then I moved to Mosaic. I love my house, I love my staff, and they're very nice, and they teach us a lot. I'm here to talk to you today. Thank you for the budget increase last year, but it can do way better. This budget helps me survive, and it should be doing more. Hold on, I gotta go really fast. I think we should have more budget money to do more activities in the community once the virus is over. I know some things don't cost money, but we should have more to be able to do things like Lake Compound and Six Flags would be lots of fun, but there isn't enough money. I think that with more money, we could do a lot more, like teaching me how to be a responsible adult. We could go more places and do more things and learn more. I think that my staff deserve $100 per hour. I was very, very scared when I had COVID-19. You hear about people dying from COVID, and I was very scared. And my staff helped me through it, and they kept me safe. Hold on, I got a couple more. Hold on, give me a second. Made sure I wasn't lying in bed all day, and I'm here because of them. I know staff have masks and gowns, but I don't think that the state is giving enough money for this. I have a lot of staff leave to go to work at places that pay more. They love working with me, and I love them, but they couldn't survive on what they made, and they couldn't pass up making more money. More money would help me to live. It would give me a better quality of life. Right now, I'm doing good, but I don't make enough money to be able to do what I want to do. I have dreams to live by myself one day, but right now isn't not a good idea because I don't have the money to survive on that. I have one more page. I need help sometimes. When I was a kid, I had so many services, but now as an adult, I'm seeing less and less from the state. I know adults have to take care of themselves, but some people with disability need help. Why did I have more services when I was a kid than I do now? If I had more services, I could continue to grow, to learn, and one day achieve my dream of living on my own. Wouldn't that save the state some money? Thank you for letting me talk today.
So thank you very much. You did a really nice job, and we're really glad that you're healthy. Have a nice day, James.
You
Up next,
too.
you too. Up next is Susan Brousseau. Susan, you have the floor. Susan, there you go.
My apologies. Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Susan Brousseau. I am the Chief Financial Officer at Edelbrook Behavioral and Developmental Services. I'm a CPA with more than 35 years experience in the private sector, working with both for-profit and nonprofit businesses. I live in Houghton, Hebron. At Edelbrook, we provide education and residential services to children and young adults with autism spectrum disorder and IDD. Many of the individuals we serve are finally able to leave a hospital setting when they're placed with Edelbrook. Our students and residents may require 1-to-1 or 2-to-1 staffing for safety reasons. Some of our residents are nonverbal. This level of services is our area of expertise, and it is our mission. Based on my experience as a CPA, community nonprofits are treated differently than for-profit businesses when it comes to being paid for services performed. Over the years, this has resulted in detrimental funding policies. Through fiscal 2021, community nonprofits were required to return any surplus from their programs for the year to the state, rather than being allowed to maintain a cash reserve, purchase needed capital improvements, or invest in new programs. This has resulted in community nonprofits struggling financially year after year in ways that for-profit businesses would find unsustainable and frankly, unacceptable as a state vendor. Community nonprofits prior to fiscal 22 did not receive a COLA from the state for 14 years. Again, a for-profit vendor who was not mission-driven, that's important, would have given up long ago. Okay, but I got some really good news, guys. That was my downer. Here's the good news. About a year ago, you approved a 4% COLA for community nonprofits, and I am so appreciative. And now, I respectfully ask you to honor the long-term plan to address 14 years of underfunding of community nonprofits and increase this funding this year by an additional $461 million, or 8% in total for fiscal year 23. Why are these increases so important now? Human service organizations like Edelbrook are in competition for staff with companies like Amazon and, dare I say it, Target, that require no specialized training. They're paying more than we can, and they're offering hiring incentives. Frankly, the work at Amazon and Target requires far less responsibility than working to support the welfare of Connecticut's most vulnerable citizens. Every week, we lose staff to these types of low skill but higher paying positions. And over the last year, inflation rose by almost 6%, surpassing the 4% COLA in the current year's budget. We feel this pressure every single day. I feel it particularly in my role as CFO. An 8% COLA that allows community nonprofits to spend the funds as they determine best suits their mission and the population they serve, especially after so many years without a COLA, would go such a long way in bringing financial sustainability to the community nonprofits, as well as fairness when compared to for-profit businesses. Thank you very much for your attention today.
Thank you very much, Susan. We appreciate it. Up next is Roger Stikelether. Roger, you have the floor, sir. Roger?
Yes.
There you go, sir. The floor is yours. You've got to unmute yourself. Mr. Stikelether, you have to unmute yourself.
I'm here. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I am Roger Stikelether. Our daughter Shannon is intellectually disabled and has had a wonderful independent life at Vista Life Innovations for over 24 years. I am very scared, however, that due to the underfunding of DDS in-home supports known as IHS services, Vista will need to discontinue her services for fiscal year 2023, and my daughter and approximately 60 other Vista members will be without an appropriate long-time service provider and home. I'm requesting the Appropriations Committee submit in the budget adjustment bill funding to bring the DDS in-home support rate to a level that is comparable to other services and also covers service delivery costs. Our daughter Shannon needs a lot of help in her daily life and receives in-home supports funded by Connecticut DDS. These are in and out of the home services. These in and out of home services enable her independence and are delivered by Vista. They consist of numerous forms of in-person life skills support for day-to-day life decisions such as shopping lists, appropriate social interactions, bus schedules, safe kitchen and household practices, and many more activities. Importantly, these services allow Shannon to live independently and not require possible other more restrictive services or 24/7 group home services, which would not only be more restrictive and less appropriate for her, but 2 to 3 times more costly per person compared to the current DDS in-home supports service costs. Shannon has thrived at Vista for 24 years, lives in a family purchased house with 3 other disabled Vista members for almost 20 years, and these roommates are like sisters to her and to each other. She has worked at her job for 10 years and uses public transportation for shopping, banking, and other necessary services, and has many friends in the community. We are very proud of her. She has a rich, diverse life, and the Vista community is the only life she has ever known as an adult. Vista cannot sustain the significant financial gap between the cost of providing these services and the state DDS reimbursement. Vista costs are approximately $52 per service hour as compared to DDS reimbursement of $34 per hour. As a Vista board member and chair of the audit committee, I'm very familiar with this dire in-home support financial situation. Loss of Vista services would be life-threatening, life-altering, and devastating for Shannon and the other members and their aging families, possibly requiring relocation, losing their home, job, and longtime friends. Many of these individuals would require placement to more restrictive, less appropriate 24/7 support group homes at a much greater cost to the state. Other organizations are also having financial deficits with in-home support and are considering discontinuing these services. I respectfully request that DDS reimbursement for in-home support be increased to needed levels effective fiscal year 2023. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stikelether. You have a nice day. Thanks for coming. Up next is James Curry. Mr. Curry.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Bishop James Curry. I'm a resident of New Haven, and I'm a co-founder and chief blacksmith of Swords to Plowshares Northeast, a 501c3 organization that works with towns and cities across the state to organize gun buybacks and then to transform those weapons of potential harm into gardening tools, instruments of hope and nurture. We give these tools away to community gardens, schools, and youth violence interruption programs. I'm testifying in support of the $3.6 million included in the governor's budget adjustment for the Department of Public Health to fund gun violence prevention programs. At Swords to Plowshares Northeast, we encourage people to voluntarily give up the guns that are a danger in their homes. We also encourage people to invite us to bring the forge to their communities so that they can see for themselves the repurposing of guns. We are a mobile organization and can augment almost any other approach to gun violence prevention. I'm here today to speak to a multi-pronged, collaborative, and experiential approach to gun violence prevention. I want to underscore the need for coordination, research, and support at the state level. The work and outreach of volunteer organizations like ours will be enhanced by a staffed program through the Department of Public Health. We are an educational outreach that spans our cities and towns. The guns that are transformed into garden tools become evidence that we need not stay bound to the violence of guns in our society. The process of transformation not only creates tools, it gives power and hope to people who have been harmed greatly by guns in their communities. We believe that starting with this funding, the Department of Public Health can be an information clearinghouse and source of coordination and support for nimble and innovative community-centered anti-violence programs. This funding will help explore new strategies to invite people in our communities to turn away from gun violence and change the very nature of their neighborhoods. I commend our governor for proposing funding for community gun violence prevention programs, but I also want to urge the legislature to do more. Now's the time to create an Office of Gun Violence Prevention in the Department of Public Health and to commit the state to more substantial levels of funding to build on and support the work already happening here in Connecticut. Thank you for listening to this testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Curry. Appreciate you coming in. Up next is Pam Fields. Pam Fields, Ms. Fields, you have the.
Hi, I'm right here.
Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Abrams, and Representative Abercrombie. And the members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Pam Fields, and I'm the CEO at Midstate ARC. Midstate ARC is a nonprofit in Meriden, Connecticut, this year celebrating our 70th year. We have made a commitment to people with intellectual disabilities to support them as they live and interact within their respective communities. Myself, my board of directors, and my staff are very grateful to you at the legislature for graciously providing this year's increase for community nonprofits, bringing the starting salary for our DSPs up to $17.25. This is the closest they have been to a living wage. A living wage for a family of 4 is $21.86. And as excited as we are for these great increases for our DSP staff over the past 2 years, it has caused compression issues for the rest of the employees. And as I'm sure you are aware, all providers are being drastically impacted by the staff shortages over the past several years. Our agency currently has over 60 open positions that we are working furiously to fill. We currently fill them with overtime and temp staff as we desperately search for professional, committed people to join our agency in providing high-quality staff to people with intellectual disabilities. Due to these staffing shortages, we have put on hold providing services to anyone that has complex needs that could place a further strain on our fragile staffing situation. And I know we are not the only provider that has made that decision. I'm not sure you are aware, but our staff worked throughout COVID-19 and not from home, putting themselves and their families in possible danger in order to keep people with intellectual disabilities safe. During this time, we had multiple staff decide that the work they were asked to do at the salary they were paid was not worth it, and they chose to leave the field. Our staff are now exhausted, overwhelmed, and barely holding on. Unfortunately, we are still in competition with companies that require no special training and are paying more and offering more hiring incentives. Additionally, we have only received a 2% increase in our room and board rates to cover expenses like food, heat, and property taxes. These costs have increased. Food increased 3.5%, which I can't believe it's that low. I thought it was more than that. Heat 6%, and the cost for upkeep and repairs is over 15% if you can even get materials. And to add one more issue to this long list, we have an additional challenge of managing the high stress levels that our staff are experiencing that have a negative impact on how they provide services. I'm here this afternoon and this evening to ask you to continue to support private providers by addressing our chronic underfunding and increase funding this year by 8%. Without it, we risk further destabilizing our current service delivery.
I'm sorry. You have to wrap it up.
That was my last sentence.
Oh, very good. Thank you, Pam. Thank you for your
You're
testimony.
welcome.
Up next is Megan Fountain. Megan, you have the floor. Megan? Megan Fountain, I see you on here, but I don't see you.
Hello, good afternoon.
you
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
I'm interpreting for Juana Valle. That's so is she a panelist? Juana Valle, V-A-L-L-E.
Taylor?
I don't see her on here. I'm scanning quickly. I don't see her.
She is 46
Do you see her now?
with yeah.
Okay. She's I think she's number 260 something, and her name is Juana, Juana.
So
Valle, V-A-L-L-E.
So you're translating for someone.
Taylor,
Yes.
the sheet indicates that.
I'm
If you
sorry.
If you look on number 46, you will see Juana's name with Megan. But Megan, I don't think Juana's come in yet.
Okay.
So we'll come back. So when we see Juana, we'll come back.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you for your patience.
All right, so next up is Elizabeth Weeblin. Elizabeth? There you go, Elizabeth. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Alston, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Liz Weeblin, and I'm the CEO of Key Human Services. For 32 years, Key Human Services has been assisting people with intellectual and developmental disabilities in finding home, health, friends, and work and presence in the community. The Alliance has been a tremendous partner and advocate for all the nonprofits across the state. They've provided you with reports, polls, and white papers about the state of the nonprofits in Connecticut. So I'm not going to take my 3 minutes reiterating the stats that they've already provided to you. This morning, Representative Dillon, you asked about the number of residents that are still at Southbury. He continues to strive to help those at the Southbury Training School successfully reintegrate into the community. We're slated to open a new home this summer. Unfortunately, we are currently at a 25% vacancy rate. Our employees are burning out as quickly as we're able to hire them. And we are struggling as to whether or not we will actually be able to help these 3 gentlemen reintegrate into the community this summer as we had promised. So far this week, I've received phone calls from 3 different families that are trying to find residential services for their loved ones. These aren't people like the ones you've heard on the call today that are already in service with DDS and just waiting for us as nonprofits to be able to staff a home to provide them with a place to live. These are families that are just beginning the process. I can guide them through the process, but they always ask that question of, how long do you think it's going to take? And I always tell them, it depends. Every situation is unique. But once you're approved, you'll be put on the wait list. And their question is, so how long is the wait list? And when I tell a family that the wait list is approximately 2,000 people deep, they're devastated. They're trying to plan, they're trying to make arrangements for a loved one. And to hear that you are number 2,000 in line is devastating. If we think we're frustrated waiting and being number 272 on the list for today for speaking, imagine being number 2,000 and waiting for services for your loved one. This year, we've heard about doctors and nurses that are exhausted after 2 years of COVID because their hospitals are overrun. They don't get a break. Demand just keeps coming. They're short-staffed and they're burning out. The nonprofits in Connecticut have been dealing with the same crisis since 2007. The demand for our services continues to increase. The unfunded mandates continue to be added to our plate, and our infrastructure is strained. We in the nonprofit sector are exhausted, and just like our doctors and nurses and hospital staff. And we're not exhausted from the pandemic, although that clearly hasn't helped things. We're exhausted because of lack of funding since 2007. The human service infrastructure is crumbling, and we're in crisis. We're in this position due to the decisions made by previous governors and legislative bodies. I'm asking you, what are your priorities, and what are you and this legislator willing to do? What do you want your legacy to be? In this time of surplus, are you willing to take the basics right now? Even though it may not be flashy, are you willing to invest in fixing up the nonprofit infrastructure that supports the most vulnerable residents? Can I get done?
All set, Elizabeth? Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Appreciate it. I'm actually turning it over to Representative Dillon, who will be doing this for the next hour. And Representative Dillon, you do have one that goes back to number 36, and that is Helen McClendon first. Helen and Representative Dillon, you are managing this, and Helen, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Helen.
Yeah, good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony today on House Bill 5037. I am here to discuss the important investment through the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services to support efforts to end homelessness in Connecticut. My name is Helen McAlinden, President and CEO of Homes with Hope, which is a Westport-based organisation dedicated to preventing and ending homelessness in Fairfield County. I live and vote in Fairfield, Connecticut. I have worked with the most vulnerable in need of housing and DEMA services for almost 2 decades. I have seen firsthand how important it is for the most vulnerable we serve to have intensive case management services like those services that are offered through DEMAs. I am advocating today that you support this important request to increase funding to support the homeless, and this is a recipe for success. Housing the homeless individuals and families will not work without services. This money is needed for the people that we serve through the 211 coordinated access network system, from the time they come to that system until they're housed and after they're housed. Without this service money, we will see more and more people on our streets, and none of us want to see that. I respectfully request that the committee support the proposals and expansions from the Governor's budget for the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, as outlined by the Partnership for Strong Communities. There are advocates. Since the onset of COVID-19, the frontline staff have decompressed shelters, held vaccine clinics, quickly matched individuals and families to housing, and much more. Our frontline workers keep the community safe, save lives, and save the state money. They are our true heroes through this COVID and as we continue to work forward. I am encouraged by the legislators' increase to nonprofit funding in both fiscal year 22 and 23. However, a significant funding gap remains amongst homeless housing service organizations. Connecticut must address this gap by supporting the Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance long-term plan to restore at least $461 million to community nonprofits, which includes housing and homeless service providers, and also providing the additional $13.34 million in fiscal year 23 to provide homeless and housing service organizations funding to adequately provide wages, benefits, and professional development for frontline workers, increase rent and utility costs, and better access to technology. These investments for our housing and service provider contracts administered by the state would account for the rate of inflation since 2016. Imagine that length of time and we haven't been funded properly. This funding would allow Connecticut's homeless response system to work as it's designed. It's designed very well, but we haven't the funding to keep it going, to respond to people's housing emergencies and allow housing and homeless service providers to hire and retain staff. And only today, I learned that one of our valuable case managers has given notice to go to work for the state. It's really hard, as you heard it from other people before me, and you'll hear it again and again, for us nonprofits to retain good staff. We have the best of staff, but they leave because they're not able to live in Fairfield County or throughout the state on nonprofit wages. And as others continue to say, please fund our request to increase funding for nonprofit providers so that we don't see our workers leave nonstop and not be able to live within this industry. They're going work into all different jobs in different industries because they can't do what their passion is, to work with the homeless. So I'm sorry, I'm sad to say this, but it's heartbreaking to see that we're not able to continue to keep these good workers in our system. And please listen to what I have to say and others today. And thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to this committee for the opportunity to present my testimony and for your hard work. It's a long day for you, and thank you very much for listening to me. And just one last thing, thank you, Susan, for getting me back on the queue. I apologize that I had the wrong link. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll make sure I've got my bearings here, but I believe next up is Nicole Reynolds. Nicole?
I'm here. Good afternoon, members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Nicole Reynolds. I am a resident of Norwich and an employee at Reliance Health, a nonprofit community health agency in Norwich. It would not be fair to say that community nonprofits have seen a less than 1% increase in funding since 2007. Last year, we were granted a 4% increase assigned to wages. This 4% increase, while appreciated, barely makes up for the 5% cut from the budget in 2017 and is far from a final solution. Even with the minimally proposed increases to the DEMAS budget, nonprofit human service providers continue to be inadequately funded. With inflation reaching over 7% this year alone, the cost to do business is threatening the sustainability of many nonprofit programs. Reliance Health operates 3 residential homes on state property. We pay rent to the state of Connecticut on these 3 properties, where we also provide residential care to 21 individuals. When we last renewed our leases on these properties in 2015, the state raised our rent by 14%. Our budget had not been adjusted to account for any rent increases. In fact, at that time, our budget had not been increased in 8 years. The state is supposed to be a resource, working with nonprofits to provide the highest quality of care for the residents of Connecticut. The action of denying nonprofit budget increases and then raising nonprofit rents clearly and consciously takes money away from service provision. This is not sustainable. Budget reductions, flat funding, and minimal percentage increase do not support a 14% increase in rent or 7% increase in inflation. The budgets we have been given do not support the cost of managing facilities, and they do not support the very people they are structured to care for. As we wait to renew our leases at these 3 state properties this year, we can't help but wonder, will the state provide fair compensation to meet the expected raise in rents? If not, what will we cut to ensure we can continue to provide the care to 21 individuals in these homes? It is time to invest in the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. The cost to do business in Connecticut has significantly increased. As a result, there needs to be, at minimum, an 8% increase in the DEMAS budget. As we move away from the pandemic, the need for mental health and substance abuse treatment will continue to grow. But without increased funding, the programs who provide care will cease to exist. This does not improve quality of life for the residents of Connecticut. Now is the time to invest in substantial improvements and enhancements to the behavioral health system, demonstrating a commitment to mental health, to community health. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Next up, Andrew Woods.
Yes. Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Good afternoon, Co-Chair Osteen and Co-Chair Walker, Senator Walker, Senator Osteen, Representative Walker, and ranking members Minor, France, and the entire Appropriations Committee. My name is Andrew Woods, and I'm the Executive Director of Hartford Communities That Care and the Director of the Statewide Hospital Violence Intervention Program Collaborative, or CTHVIP. Today, I'm testifying on behalf of allocating funds that have been set aside for violence prevention services through the Department of Public Health. The Connecticut HVIP Collaborative consists of a partnership of frontline community-based agencies that operate out of Bridgeport, Hartford, and New Haven, and level 1 trauma centers in each of those cities, including partnerships with Connecticut Hospital Association, Giffords Law Center, and the Health Alliance for Violence Intervention. The Connecticut HVIP Collaborative was formed just before the pandemic in 2019, when lawmakers, including many of you on this committee and others, gathered for a forum led by our agency, Hartford Communities That Care, to address the ongoing public health crisis of community gun violence. With a statewide effort, we have the ability now to share best practices, form cohorts, and strengthen and expand the net of evidence-based violence intervention services in Connecticut. Through our collaboration, we have established working groups in the areas of policy, frontline, and research and evaluation, modeled after our national partners in the way that they operate. We are now implementing client tracking software, case management software, that will allow for the continuity of data collection across the state in order to track and respond appropriately to trends in violence and to provide support for those who are impacted. Our collaborative was also instrumental in working with many of you to pass landmark legislation like HB 5677 and 21 that allowed for Medicaid funding for violence prevention professionals, we being the first in the state, first in the nation to actually pass such measures. This potential funding from the Department of Public Health to directly support community violence intervention and prevention services, and specifically to support the Connecticut HVIP Collaborative, is critical for the sustainability of our work. Victims of violence in Connecticut deserve comprehensive care and services needed to prevent further injury. As an executive leader of the Connecticut HVIP Collaborative, I fully support this funding and I applaud the General Assembly for their unanimous and historic passage of HB 5677. And I look forward to working to the ongoing work of serving and preventing violence and serving victims in our state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Next up, Ebony McLeese. Ebony?
On mute. Hello, can you hear me? I'm sorry, I was having some trouble unmuting. Hello?
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, I have apologies. Thank you. Afternoon, Senator Alston, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Ebony McLeese, and I am a resident of New Haven, teacher at Wilbercross High School, legislative coordinator for the state of Connecticut on behalf of Amnesty International USA, and a member of the Connecticut Coalition Against Gun Violence. We all want to live free from fear of gun violence. We all want our loved ones and communities to be safe. This is a human rights crisis, and we must act together. The sheer volume of people killed or injured each year in the U.S. by gun violence is staggering. In 2017, firearms caused an average of 108 deaths every day, and over 133,000 more individuals suffered non-fatal gun violence injuries. Per capita, this is significantly higher than any other industrialized country. Gun violence prevention is more important than ever in 2021 and 2022 as the COVID pandemic continues to exacerbate gun violence. And after a year of increased gun sales, increased calls to suicide, and domestic violence hotlines, and an increase in nationwide shootings, now is the time to act. The state of Connecticut has a responsibility to take steps that work towards the safety of its residents, protecting residents from others who are presently unfit to possess a firearm and those that do not have it at all. While it is admirable, the $3.6 million, it is important that we move forward and look to the future. The creation of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention down the line will continue to provide added support for community-based projects and to continue to provide oversight and assistance needed to tackle this human rights issue, where the work can be focused, targeted, tracked by individuals who are given the task to do so. It is my hope that moving forward, that the General Assembly can push this issue and continue to provide the added support. Once again, thank you for listening to my testimony and have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Terrence Thompson. Brenda Sandone Pitt. Leslie Phelps. Sue Caplet.
Hello. Hello to the legislators. Thank you so much for letting me add my voice to the budget process. I work at Reliance Health in Norwich, Connecticut, a nonprofit that gives mental health services to people and has been in business for 45 years. I'm also a registered voter and I live in the town of Lebanon. I think my main theme today is how much private nonprofits need annualized funding increases in the as COLAs. We need them to our whole budget. I am the property manager At Reliance Health, we have 18 buildings. Many of them are very old. They're in Norwich, and some of them are 100 years old or older. They need constant maintenance, large items, roofs, drain pipes have to be replaced, plumbing, snow plowing, mowing, everything you can imagine to take care of buildings. But we have not had a COLA in 14 years. And so I ask you, how do you pay for services that have increased when we're operating on a 2007 budget? In our own homes, we can't afford, we see things increase and we have to pay them. But what do you do when you have no funding increases? You have no raises in any way. So my theme, the point that I really want to make is how much nonprofits are in desperate need of annualized COLAs that will help our entire budget, not just salaries. Now, salaries are important. Healthcare benefits go up all the time, healthcare costs, but we need COLAs that we can spread across the whole budget for property, for IT, for everything that we need. So just taking this year with a 7% inflation, we would need $910,000 just to keep up with inflation, which is 7% of our budget. And so you can see how big the gap is, how much is needed. And I would like to just say that we are passed over every year and we don't understand why. We talk about it often and how we just feel like nobody's listening and we feel discouraged. It's not just our bottom line that is hurt, it's our morale. We feel discouraged and disheartened that people are not listening to how great this need is. So I thank you for being able to add my voice. I hope that you will please support the 8% increase that is so needed just to bring us up to par. But then beyond that, annualized COLAs for all nonprofits. It's desperately needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Excuse me. Oh, golly, excuse me. So for a little bit of housekeeping, we have a few people, we're still trying to unmute number 46. We'll let you know when we are able to accomplish that. So for number 46, please try to unmute yourself. I believe that number 49 and numbers 49 and 56 are ready to testify as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 49. I'll look up here.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair. This is Ben Shaken. I am going to share my screen and play a video of Roseanne's testimony. Hopefully this works. And
Ben, are you representing Roseanne Rafala?
I am, and I'm playing a pre-recorded video that Madam Administrator and I had arranged this ahead of time. So let me try this now.
Good. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Roseanne Rafala, and I am the Residential Director at Southeastern Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence, also known as SCAD. I oversee 144 beds in our agency, and it has been incredibly difficult to manage the challenges of COVID over the last couple of years, and especially in the last couple of months. Since December 2021, we have had 101 clients test positive through our residential programs, along with 2/3 of our entire staff. This was extremely difficult on our COVID positive clients who had to leave treatment to be transported to hotels for 10 days. When the number of COVID positive clients became too high, we had to open a COVID unit on the grounds. This proved to be very difficult because I had to convince our lowest paid staff to work in this building around the clock for many, many days. A couple weeks ago, everyone in my entire admissions department, including the assistant director, was positive for COVID. I spent the entire week fielding calls and working on admissions while also overseeing the COVID unit and assuring clients were getting the clinical treatment they needed. I have been short-staffed throughout this entire pandemic, and I don't see any relief in sight. So the biggest problem I am faced with is the inability to fill clinical positions. We have to have the ability to offer competitive pay to obtain qualified clinicians. I have lost several candidates due to not being able to offer competitive salaries. And without qualified clinicians, our clients suffer. Examples of other positions that have been difficult to fill are an assistant manager position, which was open 6 months, clinical positions in both the residential treatment program and the halfway houses, as well as support staff who are with the clients around the clock. Since COVID, hiring has become extremely difficult. The support staff pay is low, and because of that, many of them have to work 2 to 3 jobs. We have received very few applicants for all of the above referenced positions. The staff we do have are overwhelmed and exhausted. Due to the staff shortage, many of them have worked 40 plus hours throughout this pandemic because we do not close. We need your help so that we can hire staff who can properly provide the necessary quality treatment our clients deserve. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. If I understand, Madam Administrator, is Susie Craig up next?
Please. So is Susie 56? I'm sorry. I'm doing 3 things at once. I'm sorry.
I'm ready.
Okay. There's Susie. Yes, Susie's up. Great. Thank you, Susie.
Sure thing. Thank you, Rep and members of the Appropriations Committee. It's great to see everyone in this fast and furious session. I'm Susie Craig. I'm Chief Strategy Officer for Mental Health Connecticut. Mental Health Connecticut is a nonprofit, recovery-oriented, person-centered, evidence-based organization. We've been around for 114 years. I do want to say that our President and CEO, Luis Perez, who many of you know really well, who is also the chair of the board of the Alliance, the Voice of Community Nonprofits as well, is not able to make it today, and that's not just because he got number 263 in the ride. He is unfortunately unable to make it due to COVID. And he asked me to share that specifically because he wanted you to know that that's the only reason he's not able to testify today. You know, and it got me thinking that, you know, 2 years ago, I probably wouldn't have said that. I probably would have said something else because there was a weird mystique around COVID. But look at how we're talking about it now, and look at how we're talking about mental health. The fact that in 2 years, things have shifted from, you know, the conversation around, you know, please find the money, right? Help us fund this, and this. Now the conversation has shifted to, okay, we have money on the table. It's time to shore up that funding, get us to the place, the baseline of where we need to be, because we've been chronically underfunded for so many years. We need to get to that place so that we can create a full whole health approach, a system of care that will really set us up for success for the decades to come. So we're urging you to increase funding, implement the Alliance's proposal for a $461 million increase over 5 years. We're going to see more and more fallout from pandemic fatigue, right? We're going to go from a physical illness pandemic into a mental health pandemic. We all know what it's been talked about. What's also been talked about is, you know, the chronic exhaustion from our workers, the cost of living that needs to be invested in. All of those things are really important for us to set up a long-term strategy around behavioral health. The 3 main things that Mental Health Connecticut is focused on in this session is a focus on prevention and intervention. Setting ourselves up with programs that really focus on early detection, improving long-term health outcomes from the get-go for ensuring that folks are able to identify what's going on early. And I see an emphasis on children's mental health and youth, which is fantastic. That's definitely where we need to be. Everyone knows all of that emphasis will help us lower healthcare costs. It'll remove barriers. It'll allow folks to get what they need to be healthy, and also allow this system really work the way it needs to work. Health equity also needs to be a priority. Removing those barriers, understanding cultural bias, working across systems, making sure that health equity is a part of an approach, especially within the social determinants of health, is a part of building a system of care. And finally, a little category I like to call finish what we started. And that is things that Mental Health Connecticut was helped to move forward last session and sessions prior, around peer support, around mental health parity. Getting those things done are things that we need to shore up so that we can then create a new strategy and a vision for behavioral health.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rep. I appreciate it.
Okay. And we moved around a little on the schedule, so I want to make sure that we're fair to everyone. Did Katrina Sylvester ever get seen? No. Or connect? No. Okay. I'm looking at the Melissa Dema.
So Representative Dillon, just
Yes.
to give a little bit, the next one up on a number that is in your waiting room is number 58. Brenda Sandone Pitt, if you want to.
Oh, that's terrific. Thank you. Yes, she wasn't responsive before. Thank you very much. Next up is Brenda Sandone Pitt. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brenda Sandone Pitt, and good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm a head nurse with one of Connecticut's mobile crisis teams. I'm here today to speak to the need to allocate funding and fill the hundreds of vacant positions within DEMIS. By doing that, we will be able to expand mental health services in the state and save lives. Mobile Crisis is a service to the community that addresses gaps in services for people in need who might otherwise fall through the cracks of the mental health system. As a team of trained clinicians, we identify and intervene on individual needs that are often lamented only after a tragic event has occurred. Unlike most services that require a person seeking help to come into an office or a hospital in the midst of an extreme emotional turmoil, ambivalence, and fear, we literally and figuratively meet the client where they are at in order to overcome barriers to receiving care. We work with community stakeholders of all kinds to efficiently coordinate resources, provide education and support in order to avoid unnecessary use of the emergency services or to ensure safety via more intensive evaluation needed. Since the beginning of the pandemic, calls to Mobile Crisis have increased substantially in volume. Many providers have worked either entirely or largely via telehealth, leaving them to rely on mental health, on Mobile Crisis or our crisis intervention team for in-person assessments when their risk issues require immediate attention. But Mobile Crisis is not one and done service. In order for Mobile Crisis to work successfully, we must also be surrounded by the expansion of others, just as important mental health services like young adult services, inpatient addiction services, and re-entry case managers. As the demand for these services continues to climb, it is important that we meet the need by expanding these services and the many other mental health services that we so urgently need. We must ensure that staffing vacancies are filled and additional positions are created and filled to ensure the capacity of DEMIS services. When we are able to address crisis in real time, we not only save lives, We save the state money by preventing hospitalizations or worse. Thank you for your interest in supporting the work my colleagues and I do, and I hope that you can support us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Melissa Dema.
Madam Chair, I believe 47 is in the room. Sonia?
Do we see you, Sonia?
You just need to unmute yourself.
Okay, hello.
Oh, great. Hi, Sonia. I'm glad you're here.
Thank you. So I'm just going to be following up behind what Brenda Sansone said as well. Good afternoon, Senator Osteen, Representative Walker, and members of the committee. My name is Sandra Morton. I am a licensed clinical social worker in the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. I work in mobile crisis as well as a trained clinician at the Capital Region Mental Health Center in Hartford, where we help people who are experiencing mental health emergencies. Mobile crisis services are a collaborative intervention providing the most effective strategy for responding to mental health emergencies, preventing suicides and overdose deaths, and reducing ER visits. We are the workers who provide the safety net for the most disadvantaged people with severe and prolonged mental illness, often complicated by substance abuse. In Hartford and across Connecticut, we disproportionately serve people of color. I'm here today to ask that you allocate $6 million in funding to DEMIS's Mobile Crisis Unit. Over many years, and especially the last 10, chronic underfunding has cut our services to the bone, leaving huge gaps in coverage on nights and weekends. As a result, mental health emergencies are often handled by the police, not trained in mental health professionals like us. We need to expand mobile crisis services now more than ever. The pandemic and the huge mental health crisis that it has created have exposed the cracks in our safety net, cracks that our members and our clients have known about for a long time. At Capital Region, the number of calls we receive from the police has tripled since the start of the pandemic. One Saturday while I was working, my coworker responded to a 211 call from a woman experiencing an emergency. She had overdosed. My coworker knew the woman and her specific needs, so she was able to react quickly. If the woman had called later on during the night and got the answering machine, she would have died. It was only because my experienced coworker was on shift to take the call that a precious life was saved and not lost. This year, we must expand mobile crisis services. It's the difference between life and death. We have the resources to fund universal, comprehensive mobile crisis services statewide. And as 1199 members, we are demanding this as a matter of justice for the people that have been left behind in our society. We are demanding this as a matter of racial justice because the majority of the individuals we serve in mobile crisis are Black and brown. It's not a coincidence that these cuts have been made to a service that primarily assists working class communities and communities of color in particular. This problem is systemic and you have the ability to change that. Please fund DEMIS's mobile crisis units across the state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next up, Paul Heather Renee.
Yep, Heather Renee, thank you. So thank you, Senator Osteen, Representative Walker, and other representatives and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Heather Renee Paul, and I am the Development Director for Reliance Health, a nonprofit mental health agency in Norwich. I have worked at Reliance Health for the past 12 years, and I love the important work that we do. But I have seen firsthand the major effect our small nonprofit budgets have on our services and our clients. Therefore, I strongly support House Bill 5037. My testimony is going to come from the perspective of unfunded mandates and the unrealistic expectations the state of Connecticut asks of agencies such as ours with no financial support or increases in return. Recently, Reliance Health and many other nonprofits in the state have been asked to focus more on client face-to-face services, specifically in one area called targeted case management. These services are submitted through our electronic health record and generate money from the federal government through Medicaid to Connecticut. These services are crucial for our clients, but we, the nonprofits, are not receiving the revenue back directly that we are personally generating. Instead, the money goes into the Connecticut General Fund. So let's look at it this way. You are a waitress, you received $100 in tips for the work that you did, but instead of you going home with that $100, your boss keeps the money. So how is that fair? Not being appropriately compensated for tangible work is offensive and it's unethical. I should go on to highlight that our electronic records also come with a hefty cost. It costs $175,000 annually to maintain the system with required upgrades as needed. This year, our upgrade will cost us $45,000. Without increased funding, we are forced to continually go to the drawing board and figure out how we can use our small budgets to pay for our services and our essentials. We should not have to do the creativity dance year after year to provide high quality services for the people who need us. I know you might be exhausted from hearing that the nonprofit sector is underfunded, and so am I. But how do we express what we need in a way for change to actually happen? I know there will always be competing priorities to consider, but I cannot accept that certain priorities are continually compensated before the nonprofit sector is. For 10 years, the nonprofit sector was flat funded with a 5% budget cut in 2017. And most recently, 4% increase in 2021. Thank you. However, that does not make us whole. This translates to the state giving little to no emphasis on a person's life and the services that help them. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for your time today. Thank you for allowing me to testify. And if I have one recommendation for you in Zoom for the timer, instead of having a timer, maybe having a warning button on someone's phone that they can press, or a little warning bell or buzzer, that could be helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And sorry, I got your name backwards.
That's okay. It happens all the time.
Okay.
Have a good day. Thank you.
Okay.
Representative, if I may, I'm so
Yes.
sorry. We got a couple people. I see 62 is back in. And then for the folks that are waiting and attendees, if you do not accept the promotion to be moved over to a panelist, we're unable to let you speak. So that's to 57, 61, and 63. We're waiting for you to respond so we can move you over.
Okay.
So I see 62 is in right now. If she could just unmute.
Hi, thank you, Madam Clerk and Madam Chair. This is Ben Shaken again. I'm going to share another video. Hopefully I can fix the technology issues we had last time. Let's try this way.
My name is Katrina Sylvester. I am one of the Associate Directors of Supported Living, and I've been here for 15 years. My typical duties in my role are mentoring my house managers and overseeing the 32 plus people that we support in their homes and apartments. The biggest difference now with what I do now than what I did 18 months ago or so would be the amount of time I'm spending on the actual schedule providing direct supports. Part of my job responsibility has always been, me having to go in and support people that have special needs, which I've always loved, which is why I stay with this agency and this job. But due to COVID and our staffing crisis, I've had to be present a lot more because we just don't have anybody there to do the supports. It's been very challenging to retain staff for a number of reasons. One, most obviously, is the pay. Two, the hours. We're asking some of our support coaches to work a lot more hours because we don't have the staff, which they're doing because they care about what they're doing. And we desperately need MedCert people, but we've lost a lot more people than we've gained, and it takes a long time to get MedCert. You have to know the people we're supporting, and then you have to go through a 40-hour class with the state, and then you have to do a site-specific training. It's just a long process, and the turnover, the time it takes to get those med cards back, it's been a really long time. So we've lost staff that were MedCert, so we don't have anybody else who's MedCert. So a lot of times I'm coming in to pass those meds too. along with my other coworkers and associate directors, they're also doing that job as well. And that means just driving in for like an hour just to pass meds. That take us 15 minutes, but we're driving in for an hour just to pass a 15-minute med because none of our staff can do it. Very dedicated to my job, and I love the people I support. And I'm here a lot, and I want to be here a lot. But I think more so the last 18 months, it's the unpredictability of it. Sometimes I don't know when I know I'm working during the day. I know sometimes I had to pick up shifts, but it's been more and more that I have to pick up more shifts later in the evenings or overnights or early mornings. So my family not knowing when I'm going to be working, that's their hardest thing. And that's hard when you have young kids who are busy, but we don't work for a charity. This is real work, and everybody that's working here is doing real work. And some people would love to make this their life job. They just need to be paid more for that job. We need at least an 8% increase to the DDS budget from our legislators. Thank you.
Thank you. Juliana?
Hi.
Hi, you're up.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Juliana Guerrero. I'm a 16-year girl in grade 11 from New Bern. I've lived in New Bern my whole life, and since I was a little girl, I wanted to make a change in the world. I'm a part of National Honor Society and peer mediation in my school, and I also play soccer and track. I started volunteering for Omar MacDo, a youth advocate, in 5th grade because I was determined to help my community. Now, I'm in New Bern Youth Prevention Council. Our group works to prevent the misuse of drugs and substance in the local youth. Throughout our websites and other platforms, we advertise events, flyers, and many more things we do. We explain to the youth that drugs and substance aren't good and that's something that will affect your health in the future. Youth need to talk more to their peers about the long-term effects of drugs and substance. As a part of this group, I feel like I can make a positive change in my community and hopefully one day change the world. I go to a CREC/magnet school, and it stands for Leading the Pathway to a Career-Focused Educational Opportunity. I feel very lucky to be able to go to a school that makes me achieve goals and has high standards. Like many schools, we have problems with substance. I see a lot of things in my school, like smoking in the bathroom, at lunch, and even sometimes in classrooms. This is not unique for my school. At a magnet school, the 7th grader brought 40 bags of fentanyl and overdose on school grounds. A lot of my family members struggled with addiction, and I don't want to try something that can end up killing me just because I wanted to be cool. Last month, 5 members of my youth prevention and I went to the largest annual press conference in the country, CADCA, which was held in Washington, D.C. I met so many people and learned a lot about prevention, including the ways to talk effectively to my peers and about prevention issues. We had the best time, and I hope I can return in the years to come. Now I'm making a change in Connecticut. I'm asking you to continue the funding prevention organizations in the state, including DMHAS, the Government Prevention Partnership, a group like New Britain Youth Prevention. With your help, can continue letting kids know the effects that substance have on their lives and build a healthier Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Next up is Deb Blake. I believe I saw you.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Representative Dillon and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Deborah Lake. I am the Director of Program Planning and Implementation at the Governor's Prevention Partnership. Our organization is a statewide youth prevention organization focused on supporting parents, providers, and communities with the best strategies and resources so that young people in Connecticut can thrive. I'm here today to support prevention work through the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. As a member of a young child and aunt to 2 preteens, prevention is essential beyond my work. Supporting and encouraging our young people, educating them to make positive choices for their health and mental well-being, and feeling confident enough to do that as a parent, that is our work in prevention. Our young people face so many challenges, including seeing the normalization of alcohol use in the home, seeing stories on their social media feeds about the easy ways to connect with those who can provide illegal substances, and feeling that the risk of using isn't that big of a deal will make a significant impact on our young people. Our data shows that young people who learn about the risk of substance use from caring adults are 50% less likely to misuse any substance. Our organization works with caring adults and influential young people to spread this message throughout the state. One of the highlights of this year was when we collaborated with Charter Oak Boxing Academy to host a series of 3 workshops for the athletes and their parents to talk about prevention. The workshops created a time and a space for real, honest conversations about what was happening at school and in the community. The youth got to show off to their parents about what they know, and the parents could support healthy choices. Everyone involved learned something and felt good about making positive decisions for themselves and their family. We have the opportunity to commit resources to support our young people in reducing and preventing substance use. Having peers as prevention messengers and empowering caring adults to have difficult conversations with the young people in their lives makes a difference. The prevention work done by our organization and the many other statewide and local organizations supported by DEMIS is a critical way to ensure the continued health and success of Connecticut's young people. Thank you so much for your time today, and good luck with the rest of the testimony.
Thanks so much for being here. And next up, Lorraine Shea, I believe I saw you there.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Great.
Good afternoon, or almost evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and all of the members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Lorraine Shea, and I'm the President and CEO of Easter Seals of Greater Waterbury. We serve the Greater Waterbury community. We also are in the areas of Southbury, Meriden, and Norwich. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the state budget. Easter Seals has been a qualified provider for the Department of Developmental Services for over 30 years. Our dedicated and talented staff provide day support programming, in-home community-based supports, transitional and employment programming to developmentally disabled adults. I do want to thank you for the 4% increase that you included in the budget last year. After years and years of flat funding and decreased funding, that gave us just a smidge of breathing room. We are back this year to continue our fight and to talk to you about our plight and to ask you to consider an 8% increase this year so that we can continue to get out from under the underfunding. You know, right now, my organization, like many others who are testifying tonight, are having unprecedented challenges recruiting and retaining staff at all levels. We're having difficulty with direct support professionals as well as professional level master's prepared staff. We just cannot compete with the private sector right now. We just cannot. I'm thrilled that in the Naugatuck Waterbury line, we're going to have an Amazon new warehouse there with over 1,000 jobs, but at the same time, Easter Seals is dreading that because it will really drain our workforce. We just can't compete. Right now in our organization, we have 35 open positions across the organizations. And, you know, we just cannot provide the needed staff to provide the one-to-one coaching and home care that is required when someone's in the community, excuse me. And right now we're really struggling to bring back anybody who has a medical need because we cannot find a nurse. Nursing staff is difficult to hire or contract with. The increase in last year's budget was helpful, but it was aimed toward salaries, and it certainly did not make up for the inflation that we are now seeing as we've come out on the other side of this pandemic. We have a fleet of over 20 vehicles that we use to transport individuals throughout our community for employment and community activities. And just the rising cost of gas alone has impacted how we have to operate. Also, to add insult to injury, we had 11 of our vehicles vandalized in our parking lot when their catalytic converters were stolen. There is no budget line item to replace catalytic converters that get stolen out of vehicles that transport disabled individuals. And, you know, Add that the increasing costs of employee benefits, which in our organization is a minimum of 8% this year. I could go on and on. I know you've heard this story over and over again, but only 5 months into the fiscal year, and we're already operating at almost a $400,000 loss. The group home settlement last year, it did provide us with 11.6% entry-level staff increase, but it only provided 3% for everybody else. So like I said, direct service support professionals are working side by sides with professionally prepared, master's prepared therapists, and their salaries are not very different. And again, last year you dedicated a pool of dollars to enhance the employee benefits, but to this date, none of that funding has been distributed to nonprofit providers. My understanding is that the need is higher than the amount, and so those dollars have yet to be distributed. The job before you is not easy. I realize that, and I certainly appreciate it. But please consider our request to commit to continued increases in funding for the DDS budget for fiscal year 23. Our employees stepped up big time during this pandemic, providing care when the environment was extremely uncertain and many times scary. Please consider this as you deliberate on this year's budget. And thank you all, every one of you, for what you do for our state. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much for being here. We're going to loop back for a minute to Melissa Dema, who I believe is here now. Is that true?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Minor, Representative France, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Melissa Dema, Division Director of Clinical Services with United Services. United Services is the local mental health authority for 21 towns in northeastern Connecticut. We're a nonprofit organization providing more than 30 programs to our community, including outpatient mental health, substance abuse treatment, family programs, and crisis services. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the state budget. I want to thank you for the 4% cost of living adjustment for community nonprofits that you fought to include in last year's budget. I'm here to ask you to honor the long-term plan to address underfunding of community nonprofits and fund services by $461 million over 5 years, or an additional 8% in fiscal year 2023. Demand for United Services programs has never been higher. Our staff have now been working for 2 years with a community in crisis. The impacts of the pandemic on the mental health cannot be overstated. Compounding the stresses, the low salaries our underfunded state contracts have forced our agency to provide. As an agency, we are currently operating at about a 25% vacancy rate, as is most, if not all, of other nonprofit service providers. Low wages are the major cause. Vacancies lead to higher caseloads for our remaining staff and increased stress in an already stressful job. It also leads to a longer wait services for our clients. The governor's proposed budget for the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services does not provide support to existing programs and programs that are struggling to keep open with the demand. We urge the Appropriations Committee to fight for funding for these programs by implementing the 8% funding increase. Please help us to help the adults struggling in our area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Jordan Fairchild.
Hello, hi. Thank you, Representative Dillon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Jordan Fairchild. I'm the coordinator and community organizer for Keep the Promise Coalition, a grassroots coalition of advocates with lived experience of mental health, addiction, and co-occurring conditions. I'm here to testify regarding the budget adjustments for HEAPS. I'm encouraged by many of the investments in mental health, including funding for discharges from state psychiatric hospitals, expanding wraparound services for supportive housing, and expanding mobile crisis teams. These will help people to access mental health services within their communities. I'm also glad to see funding to introduce mental health peer supports in hospitals, as well as funding for forensic respite beds and diversity training. However, much of the funding to support these proposals is temporary. Lawmakers, advocates, and the general public are right to recognize the severity of our mental health emergency, but this problem can't be addressed without allocating lasting funds to support a comprehensive mental health system in the long term. The warning signs of this crisis appeared long before it began, and without a continued commitment to funding mental health, we're liable to repeat it. I'm also concerned about the line item for private nonprofits, which deliver the bulk of home and community-based services in our state. This budget does not address the severe underfunding of these community nonprofits, which are stretched thin from years of underfunding. To address our current mental health crisis, we need well-funded community nonprofits. Our current approach to mental health is to wait for the system to fail people and then rely on our hospital system, jails, and homeless shelters to absorb the shock of this crisis. In my view, our current crisis would be best addressed by investing in approaches with a preventative effect, rather than approaches such as hospitalization, which merely react to crises. To solve the problem and save lives, we can't continue down this path. Last spring, one of my closest friends experienced a mental health crisis. Unlike many people in his position, he did the right thing. He checked himself into a hospital. Yet almost a year later, he's seen little to no meaningful difference in his recovery, and he's experienced further crisis episodes. I feel that he would be in a much better position today if he had the option to stay at a peer-run respite rather than a hospital. Peer-run respite is a preventative model of crisis care, which can reach people in crisis before hospitalization becomes necessary, and has demonstrated success in at least 14 other states at de-escalating and preventing additional crises later on, thus avoiding the significant costs associated with inpatient psych and emergency hospitalization. They provide person-centered care in community-based settings in warm, home-like environments, whereas inpatient hospitalization removes people from their communities and does not seek to prevent further crises. I've attached a one-page fact sheet regarding peer-run respite to my written testimony, which I'd encourage you all to look at. Thank you so much for hearing my testimony today and for your work to address the current mental health crisis.
Thank you very much. Is Susan Myers here? No?
She is here. She just needs to unmute.
Oh, yes. You were lost and I thought you were found.
I am found. Hello.
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead. And after you speak, I'm going to yield to Representative Bobby Gibson, who's here with us today. Thank you so much for being here.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much for your time, everybody. My name is Susan Myers. I live in West Hartford, Connecticut, and I present this testimony as a mom and an aunt to those who started smoking early in high school and who are now addicted to tobacco, as in nicotine. As a taxpayer, I am ashamed of what the state of Connecticut has done, or rather not done, over the past 20 years in the funding of tobacco control programs. I know that Connecticut has the second highest tax levied on tobacco products in the country, a point of pride for me. But merely raising the tax on tobacco products is not enough. The state needs to fund tobacco control programs, that is, education and cessation programs. There is a financial benefit to the state by doing so. Tobacco use is a financial burden on all Connecticut taxpayers. In Connecticut, the 2021 cost of healthcare directly caused by smoking was $2.03 billion. By funding tobacco control programs, we will decrease the number of smokers and therefore reduce healthcare costs driven by tobacco use. From a revenue perspective in 2021, Connecticut was $473.2 million richer due to taxes realized on the sale of tobacco products, as well as the annual payment from the Tobacco Settlement Fund. For those of you who are not aware of the Tobacco Settlement Fund, I invite you to find out more. Connecticut has been receiving funds since the year 2000. In 2021, Connecticut received $114.5 million and is anticipated to receive another $126.2 million in 2022. The amount from the Tobacco Settlement Fund varies slightly from year to year. Of note, Connecticut has not used any of the Tobacco Settlement Fund for tobacco control cessation programs since 2016. This fact should embarrass us all. Connecticut should never rank last, and yet we do. We are 50th due to the poor record of what we spend on tobacco control programs. From 2008 to 2018, Connecticut spent an average of $3 million per year on tobacco control programs. But the bottom ranking is due to $0 funded in 2021, and it's been zero funding since 2017. I offer a couple of additional data points for your consideration. The CDC recommends that the state of Connecticut spend $32 million on tobacco control each year. It is estimated that the tobacco industry spends $55.9 million, or spent $55.9 million in 2021 marketing their products here in Connecticut. So my ask is that we adequately fund tobacco control programs in Connecticut starting in 2022 and for years to come. I support the ask from the American Heart Association, the American Cancer Society, Cancer Action Network, the American Lung Association, and the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids for $12 million annually in tobacco control funding programs. I believe that $1 million per month is an easy ask and easily funded out of tobacco taxes and the Tobacco Settlement Fund. While we can and should do more, funding $12 million would be a welcome start. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for coming. Over to Representative Gibson.
Thank you, Representative Dillon. You did an outstanding job. So according to my records, Madam Administrator, are we on 68 or are we on 71?
If Susan isn't there, I do believe 69, Diane is available.
Okay, Diane Manning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I am Diane Manning, President and CEO of United Services, Inc. United Services is the local mental health authority for the 21 towns in northeastern Connecticut. We're a nonprofit organization providing more than 30 programs to our community, including outpatient mental health, substance abuse treatment, family programs, and crisis services. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the state budget. I want to thank you for the 4% cost of living adjustment for community nonprofits that you fought to include in last year's budget. I'm here to tell you, to ask you to honor the long-term plan to address underfunding of community nonprofits and fund services by $461 million over 5 years, or an additional 8% in fiscal year 2023. Our staff have now been working for 2 years with a community in crisis. The impacts of the pandemic on mental health cannot be overstated. We've been providing services since 1964, but we have never seen the need for our services like we've experienced over the last 2 years. Our clients need therapy and their medications for mental health and opioid treatment, case management so that they can get food and other supplies and learn community living skills, have access to safe housing and employment supports. As the pandemic has continued, we've seen the need for crisis response increase dramatically. In the last fiscal year, our adult outpatient clinics provided services to 22% more individuals than in 2020. That growth has now exceeded 30%. But the big story is that our crisis response services provided services to 122% more individuals than in the prior year, and the services we provided increased by 534%. Most of the increases related to individuals who have had no prior contact with the mental health system and who are experiencing anxiety, depression, and other symptoms related to isolation and disruption of their normal lives. We don't see this trend changing much over the next few years. Last year, the legislature provided a 4% increase for most of our state contracts. Meanwhile, the staff we rely on to provide services is dealing with the same concerns as our clients. Their children are in and out of school and they need childcare to come to work. They have huge caseloads as some staff leave for better paying, lower stress jobs, and they feel unappreciated because their clients can earn more than them. Our turnover has never been so high and the number of applicants so low when they see what we can pay for these high stress jobs. We appreciate the additional funding this year, but we will continue to have staff turnover and no way to continue to respond to community need if more funding does not come to us through our state contracts. We cannot raise our prices like gas stations or grocery stores or landlords, but our staff must deal with those costs just like our agencies do every day. When times were tough in the state budget, we heard there was no money for us. Now there is a healthy state budget, and it's time to spend some of those funds on the heroes who've been working in our agencies, especially for the last 2 years. The governor's proposed budget for the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services does not provide support to existing services and programs.
Please summarize.
That are struggling to keep up with the demand. We urge the Appropriations Committee to fight for funding for these programs by implementing an 8% funding increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Great job. Next on the list, we have number 70, Jordan Fairchild.
Representative Jordan already spoke.
Okay. Thank you for that, Representative. Can we have number 71, Lisa Bates?
Thank you very much, Representative, and greetings, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to testify today. I am Lisa Tepper Bates. I'm President and CEO of United Way of Connecticut, and I'm here to speak in favor of HB 5037's proposed measure to increase funding through DEMAS for mobile mental health crisis teams across our state to ensure 24/7 coverage of this service and to add post-crisis case management services. In 2021, 211 of Connecticut handled 125,000 crisis calls. That's 40% of all calls that we handled. 94% of the callers, I'm glad to tell you, did report that their state of crisis diminished while talking with one of our trained crisis contact specialists. For the 2,500 callers, however, who did need more intensive resources, we were able to provide warm transfer to one of the state's mobile crisis teams of trained mental health professionals. And I'm very proud to tell you that in less than 1% of crisis calls did we need to escalate to 911 for active rescue or medical emergency response. At present, mobile crisis is not available 24 hours a day across our state. When this assistance does not exist, there is no other alternative that we can turn to other than 911 for immediate in-person help. Our partners in policing, and we're proud to work very closely with them across the state, but they will agree that when law enforcement is not at issue, mobile crisis response is the right path to respond appropriately and effectively. Mobile crisis support makes available where and when needed the personnel with the right skill sets to de-escalate conflict, to address a mental health crisis, and to get the Connecticut resident who is in crisis to the right support quickly. The governor proposed a commitment of $9.2 million in additional funds through DEMAS to provide the 24/7 mobile crisis coverage across the state, and United Way of Connecticut strongly endorses this item as a needed and smart investment in our mental health infrastructure. I also want to thank you for the 4% cost of living adjustment for community nonprofits. And I want to join the voices of others you've heard from already today and will continue to hear from, asking that you do provide the 8% additional in fiscal 2023. Through our services at 211, we handled over 6 million inquiries from Connecticut residents last year. And we often referred those residents in need of services to nonprofit service providers. We understand how very important these providers are in the fabric of our communities. And without the requested additional resources, we do believe that we risk destabilizing our state's community service delivery system, which has already been so stressed by the pandemic. Thank you for your time and your attention. And I would, of course, be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Perfect, Lisa. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Lori Orend.
Yes, hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the committee. My name is Lori Orend, and I'm a supervising clinician at Southeastern Mental Health Authority. I've been working in state service for 20 years, and I'm really proud of the work we do at Southeastern Mental Health. For the past 10 years, I have enjoyed my job providing psychotherapy to clients and providing supervision and support to the social workers of Options. Options is the outpatient unit of SMA. We provide medication management, nursing services, clinical support, and psychotherapy to approximately 265 clients. I and those I work with, we take pride in providing high-quality services to those we serve. Over the years, I have seen the negative impact of client care. I have seen the negative impact on client care of DEMIS's lengthy hiring process. I have seen it take 6 to 8 months to refill positions. This has led to a disruption of services for clients and to increased caseloads for staff who remain. More recently, caseloads have ballooned as we experience hiring delays, recruitment issues, and in some departments, staff retention issues. Currently, some staff feel they are simply putting out fires, and some, including me, work in fear that something bad will happen to a client because we're unable to provide the level of services and high quality care that clients need. My current fear in Options is that because of high caseloads, a client who is quietly struggling in isolation may slip through the cracks and, God forbid, make a suicide attempt or complete a suicide because no one noticed that they had not been engaged and no one did a necessary outreach to them. We want to be able to provide the highest quality of care to the most marginalized people in our state. Some of the clients we serve get turned away from private sector providers for missing appointments or because private sector providers need certain insurances for billing. These clients need care and they need providers who can build consistent therapeutic relationships. I'm here to respectfully request that you immediately authorize filling 800 vacancies that currently exist across the DEMIS system. We need your help. Thank you very much for your time. It's an honor.
Thank you, Lori. Great job.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. You're welcome. So next, we're going to take a break from the numbers, and we're going to go back to number 44, Ms. Deborah Davis. Deborah, are you there?
Deborah's calling in through a phone. She's going to have to press *6 to unmute herself.
Deborah, *6 to unmute.
Yes, I am.
Good job, Deborah. I understand you've been going through a lot trying to log on.
Oh my goodness, yes. But thank you so much.
Perseverance pays off.
Yes, yes. It's. Can you hear me clearly now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. This is a great opportunity because I am representing Mothers United Against Violence in the Hartford area, but obviously we've done work throughout the state. So over 20 years now, we have been working in the gun violence intervention and prevention arena. And if you know what I know with regards to gun violence, which has really at its highest peak across the country, whether it's the school shootings, whether it's just over really the top in a lot of the urban settings as well. But our work on the ground level and at the front end, I would say, has been unbelievable. And the many lives that we've touched and provided the support for over the years has really been just really supportive for our families. So I'm here representing the many families that have not been able, to have their voices heard. So my echo is, hear our voices. We are the underserved. We are the group and the groups across the state that have not been funded the way that they should be in order to provide the kind of services and at the level that we should be to really meet the demand of what's going on across the country, well alone, of course, in our state. And so one of the primary reasons why I absolutely wanted to speak, I wanted to speak for those voices that could not have been heard. I am a mother. I lost my son in 2010, and I have just as much compassion and I have just as much I'm driven by the mission of making certain that people can hear from the mothers in the underserved area that we matter as well. And we want to be heard. We want to be able to provide that support and intervention and prevention for our families across the state. And I think more importantly, because we have been so totally underserved in terms of being able to access funding, being able to understand because there's so much going on. Our limited capabilities has really put us behind the 8 ball. And so my voice is for the thousands of mothers in this state and the underserved communities that have not been heard. And our echo is, please, we support the gun violence, the gun violence bill that has the opportunity to support agencies like ours. That is so important because we want to be able to provide the support that we need to for our communities and for our families as well. And then, of course, we want to make certain that there's that voice at the table from our perspective. And I think this is where we can begin to help with the healing, to help with some of the retaliation across the cities, and then, of course, across the board. So I know for a fact that this is
Deborah, please summarize.
Okay, yes, 2 minutes. Thank you so much. And so we thank you so much for hosting this. And we also want to, thank the governor for his intentional appropriation for the gun violence intervention and prevention area. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Deborah. Great job. Next, we have number 73, Audrey Patterson.
Okay, did I unmute myself?
Hey, Audrey, how are you?
I'm good. Okay. Good evening, Senator Austin and Representative Walker and all members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Audrey Patterson. I live in Vernon, Connecticut, and I am a direct support staff at Network Inc. and Whole Life Incorporated. I come before you today to ask you to allocate funding for the group home services so group home workers like myself can have pension and health insurance. I have worked for Network Inc. and Whole Life Incorporated for 32 years. I will soon be turning 64 and I'm proud of it. Thank you, Jesus. And I have been a direct support staff for those years, and I love my job. I do a lot for the individuals that I work with. I provide medical care, such as doing vital signs, wound care, CPR, first aid when needed. I care for people in hospice. I care for people that are COVID stricken. I have to care for G-tubes. I have to administer medications. I take my individuals to doctor's appointments. I have to make sure prescriptions are filled and medications are in their homes. And I do it proudly and willingly because I know it makes a difference in their life. I transport them to engage in outdoor activities. I take them shopping. I love what I do, and I do it because it's for those who can't do it for themselves. The services I provide, they're for everyone. We all need what we provide. We all need food, shelter, medical care, and love. This is what allows us to live. The population of people that I care for, they can't do half these things for themselves. They rely on people like me and my coworkers to have a life. The things you do that are simple for you, getting out of bed, scratching your head, walking across the floor, brushing your teeth, combing your hair, Well, this is a task for some of the people I care for. And without services, they wouldn't even be able to do them. Adequate staffing has always been essential. Unfortunately, often we are working short-staffed. And when you work and overwork your staff, inadequate staffing burns your staff out,
Audrey, please summarize.
causing them to error and causing them to become tired and frustrated. Understaffing is the largest problem to poor wages and benefits. So I'm asking you to please put funding in the group home services so that we can have quality staff and quality services so that we can continue to do the work we do. At my age, I need medical insurance. I need to be able to know I can retire. And I can't do that if there's not adequate funding for me to do that. I need to be able to take care of myself and stay alive too.
Ms. Audrey, please
If I
wrap
can't
up.
afford my insurance, what can I do? So please put funding in the group home services. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Audrey, for your passionate testimony. Next, we have Jacob Moore. Jacob Moore, are you there? Okay, perhaps we can come back to Jacob. I see Yesenia LeBron, are you ready? Okay, Ms. LeBron.
Thank you, Representative Gibson and Appropriation Committee for allowing me to speak today. My name is Yesenia LeBron. I work as a peer support specialist for the Integrated Care Program at New Reach. As someone who once experienced homelessness, I am happy to be part of an agency that once helped me years ago. My work is very dear to me. I have been meeting with clients despite the pandemic, taking extra precaution, but I am still present and I show up. I am graciously asking the Appropriation Committee of their full support for the Reaching Home campaign agenda to fund the front line, specifically with an additional $13.34 million, 5.6 of which out of the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services budget. As a peer, I am able to connect with the women on a different level. Despite the aggression of the pandemic, the agency has been attentive to my mental health and physical well-being. Although I am present and able to continue to work effectively, how effective would it be for the women we serve to lose the support they receive? If they lost their lifeline to services, it will be detrimental. For some, it is the only support they have, and it will be complicated to navigate the services alone. If they aren't familiar with navigating services, it will be nearly impossible, as many of the women have said. The population we serve have trauma and trust issues. And if they lose someone they have been working with, it would affect them greatly because they don't embrace an abrupt change, and neither do I. My clients rely on me and I rely on my job. If my therapist were to change every 3 months, or if my supervisor were to up and leave, I wouldn't feel comfortable. This is the same for the people we serve. The frontline services we provide is crucial to the community and the clients. I am living paycheck to paycheck, paying my bills in installments because it doesn't cover co-payments, gas, and medication. Although I work full-time, I struggle with buying nutritious food and paying for education, but my clients will never know because I make myself present and available for them. I don't receive any assistance, and I must maintain a vehicle to meet my clients because as a frontline worker, I meet them where they are. Although I love what I do, I have been looking for a part-time job, but my mental health and physical ailments would be impacted greatly, as I should not have to work 2 jobs to support myself. It would be great to be compensated for the commitment that is given. We work in the field, we face the pandemic 5 days a week and head on. We want to make homelessness rare, brief, and one time. Can you just imagine how nice that would be? But could it be possible if we had no one to assist with making this happen? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Outstanding job. Next, we have Ms. Christy Scott. Ms. Christy Scott. Okay, perhaps we can come back to Ms. Scott. Do we have Kristen Peterson? Number 77, Kristen Peterson. Okay. Number 79, Adrian Benjamin.
Hello, I just have to mute my dog for a minute here with a special treat, sorry.
No problem.
She's pretty loud. Hi, I'm Adrienne Benjamin. I live in New Britain. I really appreciate this opportunity. Many of you, I'm here for regarding the DDS budget. And obviously you've heard a lot about that. I'm gonna show you a picture of my girl. This is my Zoe, and many of you have met her over the years coming to Advocate. She has intellectual disability and autism on the very severe end and is totally nonverbal, so I do my best to be her voice. Last year, we became an emergency. Previously, she's 25 years old, and previously my husband and I took care of her, and she had a day program, and that was going quite well, but he got very ill quickly and died in December 2020. Okay, I'm not gonna cry. And so my family went from being pretty stable to a true, oh my God, emergency. And I have to thank DDS and HARC, the agency HARC, nonprofit, for their intense efforts to come up very quickly with the right placement for her for residential services, because I could not take care of her by myself. She's quite challenging, like a toddler in a 25-year-old body. So they found a group home run by HARC fairly close to where I live, and it's just been an incredible gift to our family. She's pretty happy there. It's not perfect, of course, because what is? But now I'm up close and personal to the world of group homes, and I visit 3 times a week. And of course, what I'm really here to talk about is not her personal situation as much as the budget. The financial realities for nonprofits are very tough, especially regarding wages for direct service professionals. And I really appreciated hearing from Ms. Patterson a few minutes ago, because she reminds me so much of the wonderful people that take care of Zoe. Loving, patient, committed, incredible. And they deserve more money. Many of them are working second jobs. Many of them leave for a better job with tears in their eyes sometimes. I mean, I've had to say goodbye to some of Zoe's caregivers who got jobs that paid more. So it indicates that even though there have been some raises, their pay is just still too low. The world has changed. I mean, McDonald's pays $18. It's just hard to fathom, but the reality is they're not making enough money, and they are the heart of these programs. The direct service professionals are the heart and the blood of the group homes and the day programs. So Connecticut needs to do better by them. Even more dire, I'm sorry to say, is the nursing crisis at the DDS nonprofits. I realize the nursing crisis is nationwide, and I know that the Appropriations Committee doesn't have any magical juju that they can make more nurses appear. But perhaps they could get the wages raised for these nurses, because now nurses can go to a hospital and make 100 grand a year plus a bonus. And I know that we can't compete with the hospital. I understand that. But there's also agencies that are paying 80,000 when ours is paying 60. And you can't really blame someone who, I'd love to work here, but I could make $20,000 3 blocks away. $20,000 more 3 blocks away. So this is really a crisis that something has to be done about it.
Adrienne, can you please summarize?
Yes. Lastly is the fact that, my daughter lives in all these group homes or homes, and just like your home and my home, the microwave breaks, the ceiling leaks, the vans need new struts or whatever they're called, and there's no funding. There doesn't seem to be funding for that kind of repair and upkeep of the group homes. And I think that's a longstanding problem. And I don't know all the technicalities. Uh-oh, sorry. My dog says it's time for me to go.
The dog has it right.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's good to see Representative McCarty. I think I see Peter Tertiak, my New Britain buddy, Senator Austin, and I've got to go because she's too loud. I'm sorry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adrienne. Great job.
Bye.
Next, we have number 80, Stan Sobey. Hi, Stan. Unmute yourself.
Thank you, Representative. And good late afternoon, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to House Bill 5037. I am Stan Sobey, Vice President for Public Policy and External Affairs at Oak Hill. Having submitted testimony in the interest of time and in deference to the next speaker, I will limit my remarks. Now in our third COVID year, our employees, part of the 15% of all Connecticut workers employed by nonprofits, have gone well above and beyond in spite of years of inequity in how they have been treated in past budgets. The work are essential, although they're not always recognized as essential. Employees do is life-sustaining. Yet compensation for this work is too often compared and indexed to minimum wage work, and it is not. Caregivers need a livable wage so that they can care for their own families. Program leaders, nurses, clinicians, and support staff also need to be fairly compensated to keep them in this field. And then there are the non-staffing costs: heat, electricity, gasoline, all of which have risen tremendously recently. Thank you for your past support with last year's 4% increase. Going forward, I respectfully ask that you honor the long-term plan to address the underfunding of community nonprofits by increasing funding this year an additional 8%, recognizing the current high rate of inflation, indexing Medicaid rate increases to inflation to ensure that state funding will keep pace with increased costs in the future, and funding the nonprofit grant program for infrastructure improvements, resiliency, and sustainability, which I would think would qualify for federal funding that's been sent to the state. I've also submitted as testimony a short video that represents just a number of the people of Oak Hill who could not be present today. Please keep them in mind as you deliberate and vote on the fiscal year 23 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Stan, for your testimony. We will now go back to number 76. I see you, Ms. Scott. You're here. How are you? Christine Scott.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. And see me?
We can see you as well.
Okay. I was having a little trouble there. Hi, I'm Christy Scott. I'm the CEO of Perception Programs. We're a behavioral health agency and we serve Willimantic, Danielson area. Every year I seem to come and testify and we ask for more money and more increases. After listening to all of this testimony, you could probably tell that the nonprofit agencies really need your help at this time. We are truly in a crisis. Just this week, and this wasn't even, I'm ad-libbing from my testimony because Wyndham has been in a spike alert 2 times this week. A spike alert means that there's been over 3 overdoses in a 24-hour period of time. So we've had 2 spike alerts this week. We need more funding to hire more staff, to help more people, to save lives. And that's really the bottom line. I have 4 case manager positions open that I have not been able to hire for because people are not taking those low wages at this time. So we need the increases. The 4% we thank you for, but we need 8% to get a competitive market. Our people do incredible work out in the field saving lives. We have 231 people on our wait list in our outpatient services. In outpatient, we provide mental health and substance use and medically assisted treatment for people with substance use disorders. Again, this month, I've had to go to 3 root cause analysis because people have died, 2 overdoses and 1 suicide. I don't know if that's related to our wait list or not. Everyone was getting great care, but people are dying. There's an opioid crisis and we can't hire staff. We are down 6 clinicians right now. And literally that means people aren't being seen. So this is the time. Please support the 8% this year and then over the next 5 years, the 461 million. And I will conclude with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Thank you very much. Next, we'll go to number 81, Barry Simon.
So thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker.
members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Barry Simon. I'm the president of Oak Hill. We're funded by DDS, DMIS, DCF, and the Department of Education. Medicaid services are our primary service. You have my written testimony, so I'm going to make some highlights and then answer any questions you might have. Oak Hill is a specialty healthcare and special education agency. Normally, we employ 1,700 professionals. We're currently at 1,500 because of the challenge in hiring. We're one of the unionized agencies that endured a strike. Madam Chairs, I thank you for your public support of us as an industry. And you know, we have been ravaged by the pandemic. Our employees have gone above and beyond, and we are demoralized by years of neglect and inequity in how we've been treated over the decades of past budgets and the governor's proposed budget adjustment. The increase in this year's budget, while very appreciated, does not cover the rising cost of doing business, nor the increase needed to attract and keep our professional staff, such as our RNs, OTs, PTs, behaviorists, teachers, social workers, and managers. Many positions needed 15 to 20% increases just to stay at the low end of market rates. We deliver the state's core services, yet we're forced to operate on repeated historical underfunding. While the state sits on a massive $5.6 billion with a B surplus, derived in part from the federal Medicaid bump from our HCBS services. The pandemic exacerbated the impact of inadequate funding for such things as providing hazard pay for our essential workers on front lines, dealing with unfunded mandates, staff coverage issues, creating telehealth services, and purchasing necessary computers. The settlement that was micromanaged by the state, in which we were not consulted, calls for a minimum wage in DDS funding programs to rise to $17.25 an hour. Not quite a livable wage, but one that I fully support. However, it only provides a 3% raise for the other staff as of July 1, 2022. We're facing unprecedented challenges recruiting and retaining staff, and our skilled staff deserve these salaries. The wage compression created by this micromanagement of the DDS union settlement and going on 17 years of no increases of administrative and general costs associated with running our agencies leaves us nothing for technology, gas, oil, electricity, human resources. The last time we received anything more for A&G, gas was $1.67 a gallon and the iPhone had not been invented. The governor's budget does not propose any adjustments to this funding. So we are here today asking you to please honor the long-term proposal of funding us for the $461 million, or an 8% true COLA on our contracts in total of fiscal year 23, and index Medicaid rates to increase with inflation. So the solution really is for you to look at different ways of doing this. I've been coming back here for 30 years since Bill Dyson and Bob Gennario sat in the appropriations chairs. So it's business in Connecticut. So in summary, I thank you for your consideration of these important issues, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barry. Thank you. Next, we'll have number 82, Jay Tullen.
Pardon me, Representative. Susan, you got it.
No, you got it. Go ahead.
All right. Number 80 is here, Stan Sobey.
Okay. No, we did Stan already.
Did we?
Unless Stan wants to go a second time.
I thought.
We did. Stan spoke. We enjoyed Stan. The issue, Taylor, that you have is Mr. Tulin.
I got my wires crossed.
That's all right. So Mr. Tulin, Jay Tulin, you are in the waiting room as an attendee. In order for you to speak, you're going to have to accept our invitation to promote you to panelist. So if you would do that for us, please, then we can promote you to the other room, so to speak, in Zoom, and you'll be able to address the committee.
Maybe we should go to 84 and then come back to 82.
Yeah, so Mr. Tulin, I've just sent you again a request to promote you to panelist, and if you would accept that, then we can move you over, and you're right, Representative Walker, we should probably move on until we can get this resolved.
Well, next we would have number 83, I believe, Andrew Feinstein. Okay, Andrew may not be there as well. Then I guess we are at 84, Madam Walker, Representative Walker. Carrie Jaffe. Carrie Jaffe. Okay, number 85, Cynthia Williams.
Hello?
Carrie?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Carrie.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. My name is Carrie Jaffe. I work at an agency called ARI of Connecticut as clinical manager. ARI of Connecticut services adults with developmental disabilities with recreational, residential, and vocational services. I have been at ARI for 30 years and in the field for 40 years. I have 2 master's degrees, one in social work and one in special education, as well as additional training in applied behavior analysis. I will recount from my own personal experience why I believe the need for additional funding to private providers is long overdue. However, I ask you to magnify the same issues and concerns that I am raising as they apply to so many others. I presently have an annual salary that is some $35,000 to $40,000 less than someone with equal experience, responsibilities, and education working in the public sector, such as with the Department of Developmental Services. I received one raise of 1% back in 2011 and recently a 3% raise this past year. Those have been the only increases in my base salary since 2009 or 13 years ago. Some 10 years ago, the agency was no longer able to contribute to our pension. At the same time, the inflation rate since 2009 has raised the cost of living by about 25% over those 13 years. My real wages, therefore, over the past 13 years reflects an actual loss of real income by about 20%. This is at the same time as my caseload and responsibilities have increased. Magnify that issue to all who are working with private providers across all spectrums of work responsibility being underpaid. Magnify that with challenges that providers are asked to work with that often include individuals with very significant behavior issues and physical disabilities. Issues that can include serious aggression, self-abuse, and psychotic behavior. At my agency, 60% of the people we serve within our residential services are prescribed psychotropic medications and have significant psychiatric diagnosis. Yet our direct care staff have wages, even with recent increases, that are either equal or only marginally higher than entry-level positions such as in supermarkets or fast food outlets. Most direct care staff must work at 2 jobs to make a livable income. The issue goes beyond wages. Lack of increases in administrative and general rates for over 15 years has had a devastating effect on agencies like mine in the ability to provide services to the people we serve. So do you wonder why there's staff shortages? Do you wonder why there continues to be a high number of cases of allegations of abuse and neglect?
Carrie, please come around.
Yeah, I'm almost done.
Okay.
Do you wonder why so many issues seem to be recycled year after year? To those listening, would you accept this? I'm asking, would you accept this? Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Thank you very much. Now we're at number 85, Cynthia Williams. Cynthia Williams. Okay. Number 86, Joseph Cynthia.
Yes, thank you, Representative.
Hi,
Representative Gibson. My name is Joseph Cynthia. I'm a registered voter from Waterbury, Connecticut. I'm a client of the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, and I receive a lot of help from Mental Health Connecticut. I'm a member of KTP. I advocate for myself and for others like me in a marginalized community that, quite frankly, doesn't get enough of the attention that we should get from not just our representatives, but from the media and society in general. I myself have had issues with mental health since I was 17, and I know a lot about the struggles and the stigma that's associated with it. I would like to thank all of you for the 4% that you increased for the cost of living for the people at Mental Health Connecticut and others that have addressed you today. I would like to ask you to increase that so that it at least keeps up with inflation, which I believe is at 7 or 8% right now. I think all of you could probably use a cost of living increase yourself, because you probably haven't had a raise in about 20 years or so. But I think that Mental Health Connecticut and others like the agencies that you've seen, they need the money to hire more people, to address the needs of the people that are in this marginalized community that require the assistance. Private funds just don't go far enough in supporting these nonprofits. And charities like United Way do help, but they can't do it all by themselves. The governor is sitting on a rainy day fund, and I think with the virus crisis that we've been going through, that this is definitely a rainy day that you could use this rainy day fund for. It would do a world of good to increase funding for mental health in times of crisis like this, when so many people, even people who haven't had mental health problems before, are experiencing mental health issues now because of all of the isolation and things that they've had to go through in the time that we've had with this COVID thing. And it's hopefully is beginning to wind down, but I think we're going to see a mental health crisis after this virus because of all of the isolation and all of the people that have been going through all the things people have been going through with this virus. You, our representatives, are in a position to help. Please be there for us. We've been supporting people who support us. I'm a registered voter, and I'm trying to get people in this community politically active so that we can address some of these important issues. And I just would like to thank my representatives, Representative Geraldo Reyes Jr., who you probably know is he's helped us a lot here at Mental Health Connecticut, and Senator Joan Hartley has been helpful for us as well. She's come out to a lot of our issues and a lot of our days where we've been trying to increase our funding and increase our visibility.
Please summarize.
Yes, I would please just ask you to increase the funding so that we can continue to address these issues for a community that's been underserved and marginalized for so long. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joseph. Next, we have number 89, Liberty, forgive me if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, Liberty Pellerin.
Mr. Chairman, this is Ben Shaken again. I'm sharing Liberty's video right now.
Hi, Ben.
Hello, everyone. My name is Liberty Pellerin, and I am the Human Resources Coordinator at the Southeastern Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependency, also known as SCAD, located in Lebanon, Connecticut. First, I would like to say thank you to the Appropriations Committee for this opportunity to share, and I regret that I was not able to attend live with all of you today due to my conflicting work schedule. I am currently a 20-year-old college student pursuing my nursing degree. In 2 years' time, I will be stepping foot into the healthcare world and being an essential part of the ship that keeps our nonprofits afloat. I would love to say that I plan on staying at SCAD once I receive my degree, but I fear this may not be possible due to not being offered a livable wage in the nonprofit sector. The future workers of our healthcare systems are facing the same exact dilemma that I am. There is a fire in our hearts to fight the good fight, to take place in the fulfilling, altruistic, life-saving mission our nonprofit offers. However, being driven by the mission is no longer enough. The future workers of not only our healthcare systems, but of our state in general, are losing out on their passions in order to survive. At the beginning of last year, just in the month of January, we at SCAD witnessed a growth rate of negative 2.9% and a turnover rate of 11.9%, just in the month of January. These numbers aren't because employees stopped caring. These numbers aren't because employees weren't devoted to their work anymore. These numbers are because employees had no choice. Working in human resources, I see the nationwide staffing shortage every single day. I post jobs, and I watch those jobs sit for months with no activity. And I also see us lose valuable people who help to save lives. And ultimately, that's what it comes down to, helping save lives. Without our employees being offered a livable wage, without funding to our programs, this affects the care and treatment that we are able to offer the populations we serve. Funding for mental health services is not just a moral implication, but also a fiscally responsible consideration. This funding motivates rehabilitation. It provides our populations with the guidance and care they need in order to be a productive taxpayer. It redirects these dollars to second chances rather than prisons. Our clients deserve quality care. Our employees deserve to fight the good fight. And we all deserve a livable wage. I strongly urge the committee to recognize the exhaustion that our nonprofits are facing, a struggle that has not swayed for our employees nor our clients. Please consider an 8% funding increase to our programs. We all deserve a fighting chance. I greatly appreciate those who have fought and continue to fight for us forgotten nonprofits. Please back us in our request for funding. Thank you all for your time.
Very good. Bill, tell Liberty that she did a great job. I see number 88, Joseph Drexler. You're here with us, sir?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Minor, and Representative France, and all the members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Joseph Drexler, and I'm the Executive Director of Residential Management Services. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the state budget. RMS is celebrating its 40th anniversary as a provider of supports to people with intellectual disabilities this year. We operate 43 24-hour residential programs and also support people living on their own or with their families through our individualized home supports and day services. I'm worried that we won't get to our 50th anniversary. The last 2 years have been incredible. The past 2 years have been beyond any previous experience in my 40 years combined experience in the nonprofit sector and DDS. 2 years ago, COVID came, and the vast majority of our employees stepped up to the challenge, putting their health and possibly even their lives at risk so people with disabilities would be supported during the pandemic. Thankfully, we did not have any employees die, though several were hospitalized with severe symptoms. We survived the crisis, but things did not get better for human services. People were reluctant to enter this field and put themselves at risk. As people began to re-enter the workforce, demands of our field steered people away to other jobs that paid as well or better and did not require hands-on personal care and managing behaviors and becoming medication certified and all the other high-level tasks that our employees must do. Human services are now in competition with Amazon, Walmart, and McDonald's, and we're losing clinical staff as well. We're now starting to face challenges because some of our veteran staff are just wearing down. They've been working so many extra hours, not by choice, but because they knew that somebody had to work the hours because the people had to be cared for. We can't reduce our hours like other businesses. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, we have to be providing services. It'll be snowing tomorrow. Most people will be at home, but not my employees. My employees will have to go through the snow and get there. Now, that's a challenge they're used to. What they're not used to is 2 years of not having enough employees to work the shifts. My employees are spouses and friends, mothers and fathers, sons and daughters. The stress of the continued staff shortage is entirely different than the intermittent, isolated issues that we've experienced forever in human services. I've seen people reduce to tears, people I never saw that emotional before because of the ongoing stress of working shifts and not seeing any light at the end of the tunnel. This is also impacting the people we support. Obviously, it's not good for the people in our homes to have staff that are so tired working and struggling to have the energy for the individuals. But it's also impacting all our decisions when we receive referrals from DDS. In the past, our question was, can we effectively support the person? Now we ask, does it require additional staffing? And if the answer is yes, we summarily dismiss serving the person. I just don't have the staff, even if we think we could support them well.
Joseph, please summarize.
Yep. We're down about 100 employees and 20% of our workforce. It really is a crisis. It's without action by the legislature, there will be human services that will not make it through this. We're going to work our tail off to not be that agency, but things just can't go on as they are. You've been a great help to us the past couple of years, and we need you to step up and help us again. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you very much. My time is winding down. Let's see if we can get maybe two more in. We have number 90, Jill Holmes Brown, you're up, and number 91, Monica Rudinsky, you're on deck. So Jill Holmes Brown.
Good evening. Thank you for that. And thank you for your time this evening. I come before you, Senator Austin. I see Representative Gibson, Nolan, and others in the Hollywood squares here. It's hard to tell, but I thank you. I'm here to advocate for school-based health centers. I hope you have my written testimony in front of you. I won't read the whole thing. For those of you that know, school-based health centers provide invaluable services, and there are so many communities that need and want them. There has been a workforce task group that has looked at communities that we could increase funding for school-based health centers in many areas. School-based health centers have been doing this in the state for many, many years, and we do it well. And I know that there's been a lot of talk about increased funding for schools and things like that. And I just would advocate that, not all school-based health centers look the same. Some have medical, dental, behavioral health. Some just have behavioral health. And that's the beauty part, is communities can get together and decide, but it's a tried and true model, and what we do works. I miss the days of coming to the Capitol. The last time I was there, I came with some students from one of my magnet schools, and having them speak makes such an impact to really hear their stories. So rather than go on and on, let me read to you. One of my students prepared this for me to share with you this evening. I've been seeing the school-based health center social worker for about 3 months. I love going to her because she makes me feel like I have a safe place to go and someone safe to talk to. I also love that she does her best to fit me into her busy schedule. I would talk to her for hours if I could. She has helped me by letting me release some of these things that have been on my mind and succeed in school. She has given me tips on how to handle my anger and has helped me through my grieving process. The school-based health center social worker is the only person that I can confide in. And I think that everyone should be able to find somebody like that. And I think that's exactly what sums it up, is students need a confidential, safe place where they can get the mental health that they need. So I urge you to look at the static line item for school-based health centers, and I urge you to increase that line item so that we can have more school-based health centers around the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe, very much. Thank you. So my hour has come to an end, and it was a pleasure to hear everyone who testified. And I have to turn it over now to the youngest member of the state legislature, Representative Felipe. Okay. So
Sorry,
there you go, Representative.
What number are we on?
Representative, we are on number 91.
All right.
The show is
And
yours.
I'll call number 91, Monica Rudsky. Okay. I just got a text from our clerk that number 74 has joined us. So we'll go back a bit to Jacob Moore. Jacob, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Floor is yours, sir.
All right, so I guess my main concern with giving staff more opportunities and more funding is it's just not sustainable right now to get a full-time job in this field. I mean, it seems like some employers make it increasingly difficult to do so. And one second, I'm finding my statement really quickly. Okay. So I've personally had to look for work outside of my current position. And it's genuinely upsetting when I've had to, just because when I started in this field, I knew I wanted to make a career of it, and seeing that I can't with this company, or at least that it's very difficult to, is heartbreaking. And I've tried pursuing a state job working for DDS, and I was hired about 6 months ago, but I've yet to hear from anybody regarding my status. So not only does the company I work for make it difficult to find full-time and stable positions in this field, but also the state makes it nearly impossible. And mind you, I've applied over 4 years to the state over and over again. So I think creating more stable and appealing positions would make it so I, along with many others, wouldn't have to leave the individuals we've grown to love and care for like they're our own family in pursuit of living comfortably for ourselves. And I think that's just about it.
Thank you, Jacob. We appreciate you joining us today.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Next, I see 92, Kristen Song. Are you here? Then I will move on to 93, Kathleen Meaden.
Yes, hello, thank you. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm here to discuss the important investment through the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services to support the efforts to end homelessness in Connecticut. My name is Kathleen Meaden. I work for Columbus House in New Haven, Connecticut, and I live in Meriden, Connecticut. I've worked for over 30 years in the human services field. My experience has included working as a substance abuse counselor in a treatment facility, as a housing case manager for DCF-involved families, as a director of reentry housing program for individuals leaving our institutions, and as a director of housing for individuals in the homeless system. In all these areas, there's one common issue that affects everyone, and that is a lack of housing. We live in a society that accepts that it is inhumane to have someone starve. We could not imagine refusing a person water or air or clothing, but for some reason, we think that housing is something that a person must earn. Housing is as necessary to survival as food, water, air, and clothing. It's a basic human need. We must begin to treat it as a human right. All our society's problems are exacerbated by homelessness. Every problem, from mental health to substance use to criminal justice to unemployment to overwhelmed hospitals, is directly impacted by a lack of housing. If there's only one thing that we can do, housing should be at the top of that list. Unlike some of the more complicated social issues of today, like mental health, substance use, or even criminal justice issues, homelessness has a very simple solution. Housing is the solution to homelessness. Let me say that again. Housing is the solution to homelessness. It really is that simple. I want you to close your eyes and imagine this scene for just a moment. A 35-year-old woman walks into your office. She's crying, begging because she has no place to sleep tonight. She needs you to help her. She's afraid to be on the streets alone, has nowhere to go and no one to turn to. In your town, there is 100 shelter beds and all of them are full. There's also 150 people on the shelter wait list. You must tell her that aside from putting her on the wait list and getting her connected with an outreach worker, there's nothing you can do for her tonight. This is not a made-up story. It is one that is being repeated every day across Connecticut. We are unable to meet the most basic need of housing for the residents of Connecticut. We can do better. We must do better. So I beg of you to support the investment in the homeless system in the Demas budget. I thank you for your time and for your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen, for joining us and for your testimony. Before I call on number 94, just a bit of housekeeping. I'll do this a couple of times while I'm sharing. When I go like this and put my hand up 3 times, that just means you have 15 seconds left, so I don't have to interrupt you while you're giving your testimony. Just remember to summarize when I do that. Number 94, Jonathan Perlow, you're up.
Thank you very much. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Ranking Members Minor and France, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Jonathan Perlow. I'm Director of Communications for Connecticut Against Gun Violence. I'm testifying in favor of Governor Lamont's ARPA allocation of $3.6 million to fund community gun violence prevention programs. We also support his proposal to have a Department of Public Health create a statewide strategy for community violence prevention. While Connecticut has a gun death rate 56% lower than the national average, we still have an unacceptably high rate of gun homicide. Gun homicide last year reached a 25-year high, nearly double what it was in 2018. These killings disproportionately victimize Black and Brown communities. But we're at a turning point where there's broad consensus that more needs to be spent on anti-violence programs to complement our strong gun laws and law enforcement efforts. The governor's proposal is a good start, but we believe the legislature needs to invest more and ensure there is dedicated staff in DPH to support the effort. DPH simply can't address this public health crisis without a commitment to hire professionals who have the time and expertise to craft an appropriate public health response and who can secure funding, establish grant-making criteria, provide technical assistance, measure results, and ensure accountability. That's why CAGV and more than 50 partners in our Connecticut initiative to prevent community gun violence have called on the state to create an Office of Gun Violence Prevention within DPH. With the potential for significant funding from the federal government, it's important the state has the capacity to secure its fair share. This shouldn't be an ad hoc short-term endeavor. It requires dedicated staff. The case for action is strong. Around the nation and here, programs have proven track records of reducing interpersonal gun violence using prevention, intervention, and aftercare approaches. Connecticut has the resources to provide funding beyond the governor's proposal. The state's projected budget surplus exceeds $2 billion. If the state can afford more than $300 million in tax cuts as proposed by the governor, it should be able to afford more than $3.6 million from the $6 billion of ARPA grants to the state. Although saving lives is reason enough to invest in anti-violence programs, it's also a fiscally prudent strategy. According to Everytown and Giffords, it's estimated that gun violence costs Connecticut taxpayers between $60 and $90 million annually. A different study estimated that law enforcement and healthcare costs of a single gun homicide are about $500,000, largely borne by taxpayers. States across the country are investing in the organizational infrastructure to fund, implement, and support violence prevention programs. So should we. We welcome the governor's allocation, but given the magnitude of the crisis, more needs to be spent. Thank you for considering my testimony and your work to make all communities in Connecticut safe from gun violence.
Thank you for joining us, Jonathan.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have number 95, Lisa Harding.
Hi, my name's Lisa Jordan. I live in Torrington, Connecticut. I have been the Vice President of Person-Centered Connections at Marrakesh. I've been there for over 20 years. My position is an unfunded position at Marrakesh, and it really only exists because Marrakesh believes that no one should be turned away from trying to get help. So basically, I get all the phone calls from families and individuals that are in need of help and have no idea how to go about getting it. I work with them and help them navigate systems and try to find creative ways to get their needs met. I personally believe by not addressing the funding needs of the IDD population, that the state is condoning elderly abuse. I work with so many families who suffer abuse at the hands of their loved ones to only be told that there's no money to help them. People that have been majorly hurt to just a minor injury, but it's still elderly abuse. And there's also people on the autism spectrum who fall through the cracks. Right now, I'm working with a mom who's over 70 and has cancer. She has a son who has autism and acquired brain injury. And he was living in a residential care facility. And because of a shortage of staffing, they haven't been able to provide his meds on time to give him the structure that he needs. So he had a behavioral outburst and was hospitalized. The residential care home refused to take him back. At this point, he's been in a private room in the hospital for 5 weeks. And we have exhausted all the Medicaid waivers, applied for all of them, been denied, and we're still trying to find another residential care home that'll take him. But this is a mom whose kid falls through the cracks. He would do best in like a DDS funded group home, but he doesn't qualify. So we still need to address that. I really appreciate the funding that was given last year to increase our direct support professionals. There's no one who works harder in this whole field than our direct support professionals. And it was great that they were able to get an increase. But what bothered me the most is that we were told through DDS how that funding was supposed to be spent. It didn't consider other things that go on within the running of our agency: compression wages, cost of oil, cost of food, cost of, insurances. Everything has gone up. We really need you to support the increase of an 8% COLA in the 2015. As a taxpayer, it really just galls me that the state brags about having a rainy day fund when the most vulnerable people and the people that support them in this community have been in a drought since 2007. So please step up and support the nonprofits with the 8% increase before this drought becomes a desert wasteland. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa. I see next we have Representative Stephen Meskers, but I do not see him on this call. Rep. Meskers, are you here? All right, moving on. We will go to number 97, Chelsea Ross.
Thank you. Good evening, distinguished members of the committee. Chelsea Ross, Deputy Director for the Partnership for Strong Communities. We're dedicated to ensuring everyone in Connecticut has a safe, stable home, affordable to them, in an equitable community of their choice. And we serve as the backbone organization for both statewide campaigns, Reaching Home and Home Connecticut. The partnership strongly supports the governor's proposal to fund the DMIS Housing Supports and Services line at $23.4 million and his proposed use of $2.8 million of ARPA for wraparound supportive housing services through 2025. These are critical to our progress toward making homelessness rare, brief, and one time. And as many of you know, Connecticut has achieved some great strides in addressing homelessness. In the last 10 years, the number of people in the homeless response system has decreased by 57%. And while we've made significant progress, there's still a ways to go. We've submitted expansive written testimony from our Executive Director, Kylie Goslin. You've heard from Reaching Home partners like Jasenia and Kathleen, and we'll hear from several more this evening, that we join in respectfully requesting the committee make 2 additional investments at DMIS necessary to solve homelessness. We're asking you to support an increase in the Housing Supports and Services line at DMIS of $2.25 million in fiscal year 23 to provide critical supportive services to highly vulnerable individuals and families with persistent obstacles to maintaining their housing stability. Supportive housing is the most effective housing model to end homelessness. And while the time-limited ARPA funding proposed by the governor is impactful, supportive services for folks experiencing housing instability are an ongoing need and require longer-term investment by the state. We know that ending homelessness requires investment in services, but you've also heard about the people and infrastructure that support our most vulnerable residents and the systematic underfunding of frontline organizations that provide shelter, outreach, diversion, rapid rehousing, and supportive housing have really reached a break point. Partners share with us that rising costs and level funding are making it extremely difficult to hire and retain qualified staff. And those who make up our front lines are disproportionately people of color, receiving low wages and often relying on social safety net systems themselves. We're requesting you remedy this underfunding by supporting the Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance 8% request, as well as provide a $13.34 million increase for housing and homeless providers in fiscal year 23. 5.26 million of that within DEMIS's housing supports and services line. This is necessary to adequately fund the frontline organizations and workers that keep people out of costly institutional settings, save the state money, and most importantly, save lives. Thank you for considering my testimony. Thank you for your commitment to the thousands of housing unstable individuals and families that DEMIS works to serve, and housing is a human right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is number 98, Alexis Lathrop. Did I say that right?
Thank you. It's Lathrop, but that's okay. So good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and the members of the committee. My name is Alexis Lathrop, and I'm a direct support staff at Network Inc. I have worked at Network for 3 years, and I've been in this field for a total of 6. I love this work because I have a passion for helping people. I love being able to give the individuals that we serve the best possible life they can through my service. I currently work in the day program, so for 6 hours a day, I help 6 to 7 individuals learn, create, and have fun with activities. We also try to meet and exceed goals that are set for them that will allow them to live like anyone else, even if it's as simple as unzipping a lunchbox or just feeding themselves. As many people in this field know, every accomplishment is a pretty big step. I just don't understand why we are paid so little for the work that we do. In public settings, strangers will tell me, "I don't know how you do it," or "It takes a strong, selfless person to do that job." And yet, when it comes time to support us through our pay or affordable benefits, we have to fight with our bosses for every extra cent we get. We appreciate that you had recognized our need last year when you set aside funding for our wages and benefits. However, we are back this year to ask that you fund that benefit fund that you had set aside last year. Because the need for benefits is so high in this sector, especially now with inflation and everything with the pandemic, we still need about $40 million to be able to maintain the commitment you made. The additional funding can help to impact the mental and emotional strain that the job can have by allowing us to not have to worry about our healthcare costs or what we will do when we retire. Our pay is so low at the moment and is not a livable wage that myself at 22 years old, I had to drop out of nursing school because I simply just could not afford it, even with the assistance that is given. I ask you now to please help us achieve our dreams and help us get the affordable wages that we need. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us, Alexis. Next, we have number 99. And forgive me if I get this wrong, but is it Nicolika Sterling?
Nicolisa Sterling.
Lisa.
Yes.
Floor is yours.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nikki Sterling, and I have been working with Mosaic for 10 years, and I have been an assistant manager for 7 years. Over the course of the years, I have been seeing the importance of the funding of these individuals and the staff. Currently, I have worked in what many will call a behavioral home. Some of our individuals are not able to express their feelings and will have moments of aggression due to that. This is very frustrating for the individuals and can cause burnout for staff. Having the proper funding allows our individuals to have the necessary resources they need to lead the best lives they can. It also allows for more staffing in the house so that staff are not being overworked and burnt out. I can tell you from experience as an assistant manager how hard it is to find staffing, especially after assistant. It is tiring. Now imagine getting ready to walk out the front door to your car and you're hit with a door that thrown off its hinges that others weren't able to block from hitting you. This personally happened to me. This is why I am here today. I am asking for the betterment of my individuals, my staff, and all Mosaic programs that you increase funding so that we can raise the professionalism of the services we provide and pay our staff a salary that is reflective of the vital work they do. We are here to make a difference in the lives of the people we serve and protect them, but we cannot do it without the funding that is provided. We are 100% reliant on this funding, which could be more and should be more. Therefore, I urge you to do whatever you can to help us continue to provide our individuals with the belonging and connection they need and deserve. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Nicolisa. Next, we have number 100, Yonique Henderson.
Hi, good evening, distinguished members of the committee. Thank you so much for hearing my testimony tonight. My name is Yonique Hendricks. I am a housing coordinator who has been employed with the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, DEMAS, for the past 18 years. I currently work at Western Connecticut Mental Health Network, Danbury office. I'm here tonight to talk about the importance of funding and filling staff vacancies in DEMAS and increasing services like the housing options in shelter plus care and the residential services within DEMAS. Currently, within the shelter plus care program, we are drastically understaffed and do not have enough PSH vouchers, PSH meaning permanent supportive housing vouchers, to fulfill the need for housing homeless individuals who meet our criteria. Housing coordinators like myself are so short-staffed that we are administrative vouchers and providing case management service to the very vulnerable population that we serve. During COVID-19, we have continuously done our jobs and many other jobs, which include services like, but are not limited to, outreach in the community, meeting with landlords and tenants to do renewals, while also providing services to new referrals that we receive from the Coordinated Access Network, the CAN. We can barely keep our heads above water. During the pandemic, the need for services has skyrocketed. If DEMAS fails to address the present crisis in the housing PSH program, individuals will be placed on a waiting list for 2 or more years, and we don't need to get back to that. Our vouchers do not have a time limit, so there's no excuse to prohibit expansion of voucher access and increase staff simultaneously. On the residential side of housing, there is a critical backlog due to the limited resources in housing options. DEMAS should consider reinstating residential options that were recently closed due to budgetary constraints. For example, Young Adult Services, YAS, lost a 24-hour program and closed critical programs in our urban areas, which resulted in clients being sent to homeless shelters. In the Danbury area, we lost a 20-bed residential program, THP, that housed young adults and adults. DEMAS doesn't care that our clients are suffering as a result of the overwhelming demand and limited staffing and resources. DEMAS workers and people who receive services need your help. We need to allocate funding and expand the programs I have spoken about and also fill positions so we can meet the incredible need in our state and end the homelessness. Please have the courage to help workers like myself. And thank you so much this evening for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, Yonique.
You're welcome.
Before I get to the next person, just once again, for all of our new panelists, if you see my hand go up 3 times, that just means you have 15 seconds left. So wrap it up so I don't have to interrupt you while you're giving your testimony. Now is 101, Candace Carlson. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Good evening, Senator Olston, Representative Walker, and members of the committee. My name is Candace Carlson, and I have been employed by DDS as a caseworker in the IHS-IFS program for over 28 years. I am testifying and advocating today on behalf of our voiceless individuals statewide that do not have the ability and/or the means to advocate for themselves. I am also here to ask that you help support and fund the Department of Developmental Services by expanding services within DDS that are desperately needed to help provide essential services for individuals with IDD and mental health and their families. I'd also like to speak to the staffing crisis that DDS and DMIS is enduring. These agencies are consistently underfunded and understaffed in an effort to save money. The COVID pandemic has exposed and has exacerbated this systematic pattern of unsafe staffing levels statewide throughout all agencies. The combination of unsafe staffing and lack of quality resources during COVID has cost individuals and employees their lives. Our employees are individuals who have intellectual disabilities, physical disabilities, and mental illnesses, and their families deserve better. This insatiable cycle has to change, and each one of you can help. Each and every one of you can demand that our most vulnerable statewide are provided with the highest quality of care. Services are so much needed throughout the state to help provide essential services for individuals with IDD, with mental health, and their families. Once again, I respectfully ask this committee to help support and fund our Connecticut state agencies that are designed to help our most needy statewide, specifically expanding the services within DDS and DMIS and helping to fund our agencies to the levels that are needed to staff them adequately. In closing, I'd also like to ask this committee to ensure that Connecticut agencies are held accountable in a measurable way for true transparency. Thank you for all that you do, and thank you for your consideration.
And thank you for joining us tonight and giving us your testimony. Number 102, forgive me if I butcher your last name. Is it Jan Gerwin?
It's Gerwin. Everyone does it.
Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative, and the committee for your time tonight. My name is Dan Gerwin. I'm the Director of Human Resources at Perception Programs. I just want to recognize all the amazing stories everyone has told, and most of them sound like they could have come from our agency because we're all experiencing the same things. Like many others today, I'm here to ask that funding for community nonprofits be increased by at least 8%. I was originally planning to share my written testimony, some highlights. Instead, I just want to share some of the discouraging conversations I've had with staff recently who have told me I'm leaving for private practice. I love the agency, I love my supervisor, but the pay is too low and the caseloads are too high. I was okay the first 2 times that cases are added. The third time I realized this isn't going to change. This is my first time working in a nonprofit and probably my last. I can make the same money working retail for way less stress. Residential staff being single staffed are frozen in because we are unable to find qualified applicants. And one that really has stuck with me, a staff saying, helping a client look for subsidized housing while themselves looking for subsidized housing, and just the strange feeling that that gives them. And I also want to stress that the proper funding goes well beyond wages. It's health insurance and employee recognition. It's the person who writes all the grant proposals, submits reports and data to the state. It's front desk staff who schedule appointments, and all the other unfunded positions within all of our agencies. Nonprofits are in crisis and have been for many years, well before all of the current workforce crisis even started. And I hope that you'll support proper funding for our agencies, both in terms of wages and for operational expenses. I thank you all for listening. I hope you have a wonderful night, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gerwin, for joining us tonight. Next, we have 103, Catherine Loga. Catherine,
hi, how are you?
We're well. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, state officials, members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Catherine Loga. I am a social worker, previously a clinician, and just recently took over as a program director for Connecticut Renaissance McAuliffe Center, which is a residential co-occurring program for males above the age of 18. Back in 2015, my journey began at Connecticut Renaissance as a clinical intern with just, the desire to help people make necessary changes to get their life back on the right path. I quickly learned, though, that while working in the nonprofit, we were experiencing staff shortages. Clinical efficiency may not always be the same program to program. And with this meaning that our clients usually end up back on our door before we know it. Our program is just one of 2 of the state-funded programs in Connecticut that offer these kind of services. So it makes it tough when we have continuously people returning back over and over. On the macro level of service programs, our nonprofit programs suffer with regards to the income that is received in order to ensure that our clients and staff are adequately, funded for the services that they provide. The difference of what is deemed necessary to make a program successful is sometimes counterintuitive of what we actually receive to maintain our day-to-day functions of our program. A lot of times we'll ask our clients, what is the biggest thing that you wish could change in our program? And they'll say that the food is not too great, but realistically, we know it's so much more than that. In the past year, we've seen the highest recidivism rates of clients, which was definitely impacted by COVID-19 and statewide shutdowns. Although we have seen a substantial increase of drug overdoses, client deaths, as well as suicide attempts just across the board. During the pandemic, our program has negatively shifted with regards to staffing, but we have done our best to ensure that clinical services have never faltered. However, that means most oftentimes than not that our staff members are taking on way more than they're usually supposed to. Speaking for myself, I have had to work 2 full-time jobs, all while trying to maintain, day-to-day life, family relationships, and that sort. So to conclude, I just simply serve as a person here tonight to desire more for our nonprofit programs, our company, and the staff who deserve a lot more than we are making. And I hope that we can increase our living costs today. Thank you for considering my testimony.
Thank you for joining us tonight. Have a good night. Now is 104, Nancy Vito. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Representative and members of the committee. My name is Nancy Vito, and I am the Executive Director at Mosaic. Mosaic is a national nonprofit healthcare organization providing services to people with intellectual and developmental disabilities across 13 states. In Connecticut, we provide services to 200 people while employing nearly 500 staff. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for last year's increase toward DSP wages. And I'm also here this evening to ask you to honor the long-term plan to address underfunding of community nonprofits and increase funding by an additional $461 million over the next 5 years, or an increase of 8% for fiscal year 2023. The funding is needed now more than ever. The system as a whole has always confronted many challenges, but the ongoing COVID pandemic has presented us with a critical and overwhelming staffing shortage, the likes of which I have never seen in my 32 years at Mosaic. Mosaic currently has in excess of 90 open positions. We are in competition with other employers, such as Hartford Hospital that pays over $18, Walmart that pays up to $25 an hour, and FedEx that pays over $23 an hour. This shortage has caused a massive amount of stress on all of our staff, the people we support, and their loved ones. Our management team continuously works direct care shifts to ensure the health and safety of those we support. This in turn creates an unprecedented strain on the infrastructure of our entire agency. It is a vicious cycle. The increase in this year's budget is very much appreciated, yet that increase has been consumed by rising inflation of almost 6%. As we are all aware, the cost of food, gas, appliances, and home repairs have gone up drastically. As you can imagine, the operational expenses to manage our residential services has increased dramatically as well. In return, this is having a negative impact on Mosaic's budget to the extent that it is an approximate increase of up to $250,000. Nonprofit community providers funded by the Department of Developmental Disabilities are very grateful for the Appropriations Committee and Governor Lamont's efforts to address wages and funding issues related to the intellectual and developmental disability population. Last year's funding allowed us to raise the minimum wage for our direct care staff Our staff are essential, and this increase was well deserved. However, this increase also posed a challenge to Mosaic, as while our staff received their increase, the rest of our staff received only a 3% increase. This created a serious compression issue that is making it difficult to maintain our management staff. With the staffing crisis, it's been extremely difficult to hire for these open positions. This has added another layer of stress for the people we support, their families, our staff, and our leadership team. In closing, I ask the Appropriations Committee to address the severely underfunded agencies like Mosaic through increasing the funding by $461 million over 5 years, or an 8% increase for fiscal year 2023. The additional funding would help ensure the health and safety and well-being of those we serve, as well as our ability to continue to provide the quality service that the 200 people we support deserve. Thank you for your time and continued support.
Thank you for joining us this evening. Next, we have 105, John Crystal.
Yes, hi. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee, please accept my sincerest thanks for your longstanding and steadfast commitment to the needs of the people of Connecticut suffering with mental illness and substance use disorders. My name is John Crystal. As chair of the Yale Department of Psychiatry, it's my great honor and privilege to collaborate with Demas Commissioner Nancy Navarrete in overseeing the unique and enduring state university partnership known as the Connecticut Mental Health Center. My comments will be brief, as I primarily want to thank you for your continued support for CMHC funding within the Demas budget, and to highlight the critical programs and services made possible because of the state's ongoing support. Since 1966, when CMHC opened its doors, it has played a critical role as the lead public sector provider of treatment for individuals with chronic, disabling mental illnesses and addictions in the New Haven area. In collaboration with a local network of Demas-funded community providers, CMHC offers highly integrated, coordinated care for those most in need of state-funded services. Beyond its vital role serving New Haven and surrounding communities, CMHC is also a statewide resource. CMHC patients come from more than half of Connecticut cities and towns. CMHC houses unique programs that have a statewide impact. For example, the STEP program for young people with new psychosis symptoms, La Clínica Hispana for Spanish-speaking patients, and our forensic psychiatry programs that work at the interface of addiction, mental illness, and the legal system. Our clinical research unit is a tertiary care facility with those not helped by existing treatments are offered the latest breakthroughs in investigational treatments. Despite the enormous challenges posed by the pandemic, CMHC has maintained all of its services to the community, sometimes in modified ways, while carrying out its robust research and training functions. As always, together with the Commissioner, CMHC's leadership has continued to keep our colleagues in the legislature informed about the delivery of critical services to those most in need. CMHC intends to serve as a resource to the community and the legislature as the pandemic and the need for mental health services evolve in the state. CMHC plays a pivotal role in the Yale Department of Psychiatry by educating and training the next generation of Connecticut's psychiatrists, psychologists, psychiatric nurses, clinical social workers, and other healthcare professionals. We attract the best and brightest of those aspiring to enter our field from around the world. This year, we had over 1,200 applicants for our 16 residency positions. State support for this mission is further augmented by grants from the National Institute of Health and from research foundations. Yale continues to support CMHC's development of new treatments through ongoing investment in the infrastructure and physical plant of the Basic Science Research Facility and through its substantial annual support for faculty from endowment funds. The state's annual support for research at CMHC is vital for covering expenses that cannot be supported by federal grants. Thanks in large part to this support, we continue to be the top psychiatry department in the country in terms of extramural grant support. As a result, our grants returned over $1.2 million in overhead cost recoveries to the state general fund this year.
Crystal, you can summarize.
Okay. In conclusion, CMHC remains a critical community and state resource, a national model for clinical innovation, and an engine for the Connecticut economy. Thank you for recognizing its importance and for your continued support. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have 106, Andrea Riley.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Andrea Riley, and I work at Mosaic, a non-for-profit healthcare organization providing individualized community-based care to adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. As the associate director here in Connecticut, it is expected I attend meetings, review expenses, address health and safety issues, and regulatory concerns. All of this, quite frankly, is nothing unexpected or extraordinary. What may surprise you is that I am also the direct care staff in the homes where we serve people entrusted to our care. Over the past several months, I have covered third shifts, weekends. I provided transportation to and from work sites, as well as to family homes. We have never seen such a great amount of staff vacancies, nor have we ever encountered such a lack of applicants. I hosted a job fair and only 4 applicants attended over a 2-day event. Medical appointments are being looked at as optional versus necessary. Community engagement is at a standstill, and TV is becoming the main source of leisure activities. Conversations and personal interactions are becoming far and few in between, as running with bare minimum staffing allows only for essential care and does not allow the time or the resources for connection, communication, and compassion. Our staff have worked in close contact, providing personal care to those people we serve in good faith and without question, because that is what heroes do. They have signed labor contracts and continue to report to work when those they served were exposed to COVID, tested positive for COVID, and suffered the symptoms of COVID, with the understanding that it was realized they were essential workers. It is only fair that they would expect a wage that recognizes their tenure, hard work, and commitment, as well as benefit packages to allow them the same access to health care that they advocate their individuals receive. Everyone knows you will not get rich working for a nonprofit healthcare provider, but it should be safe to say that you can afford life's basic necessities and be healthy enough to enjoy the rewards of your lifetime of dedication to some of our state's most vulnerable people. Our staff provide personal care such as bathing, showering, assisting with tasks like eating a meal or having a drink. Our staff accompany individuals to doctor's appointments, family visits, and urgent care settings. Our staff assists with dressing, undressing, the use of adult undergarments, walkers, wheelchairs, shower chairs, mechanical lifts, hospital beds, catheters, colostomy bags, G-tubes, liquid feeding equipment, oxygen, and CPAP use. Our staff are responsible to identify, prepare, and administer medications multiple times a day. And they do all this for around the same pay as an employee at Aldi's, Amazon, or McDonald's. Thank you very much for hearing me today.
Thank you for joining us. I do not see 107, Christina Emery in the room, so I'm going to call on 108, Helen Bosch.
Good evening, Senator Austin and members of the committee. I'm Helen Bosch, and I'm the CEO of Vista Life Innovations, which is a nonprofit organization that supports adults with disabilities. Participants receive highly personalized services to work and live independently in the local communities. This is located in the South Central area of Connecticut, but we bring membership in from all over the state. So here's some facts. Vista serves about 200 individuals with disabilities annually. They all live in community integrated settings. Of those ready for employment, about 91% are in paid employment. And the average annual cost for services is about half of what it would be if someone was receiving services from a group home. So I'm here today to ask you to submit in the budget adjustment bill a rate increase from $34 an hour to $52 an hour for the DDS funded in-home support service rate. Vista spends about $52 an hour on each hour of service. The reimbursement is actually $34 an hour, an $18 an hour loss. Multiply that times the 50,000 hours of budgeted service that we have from DDS each year, and you could do the math. And we're not alone in Connecticut with this dilemma. IHS Services is a one-to-one service that allows individuals with disabilities to be independent. Services such as household management, cooking, grocery shopping, bill paying, learning how to access the community, learning how to be a good neighbor or a good roommate, all essential skills, all required to live with independence. DDS funded individuals have been with VISTA for an average of 17 years. We have a proven track record of success. There isn't anything broken about the system except the amount of the hourly rate that's provided to us by DDS. It's ironic, actually. The very service that is the most cost-effective and least restrictive is the one that is ignored. Mandatory wage increases, increased regulation and oversight, and expenses associated with properly administering the program have all led to increased costs, none of which are being addressed by DDS. DDS ignores the implications of devastating outcomes for some of our Connecticut's most vulnerable citizens. If organizations like ours can no longer afford to provide this service, without a rate increase, that will be the reality. Imagine you being told to upend your life because the supports were no longer available to you. We've reached out to DDS for some years now. Now we're reaching out to you. I'll make an offer to all of you. Come and visit us, see what we're doing, because what we're doing works. And please, for the sake of some very deserving individuals with disabilities throughout this state, include this rate increase in your budget adjustment bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen, for joining us. Next is 109, Suzanne Kulagowski.
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Suzanne Kulagowski, President and CEO of ARI of Connecticut, an intentionally small provider of services for people with developmental disabilities in Stamford. I thank you for your compassion and concern for the nonprofit community and your struggles in the days ahead, making very difficult decisions that will impact the lives of your constituents, including these awesome people right behind me. I would like to simply say ditto to all that has been and will be said tonight, but I have to highlight some very important points. The staffing crisis is more like a staffing catastrophe. I speak with my senior team and colleagues about how it might be beyond our careers, if not our lifetimes, before this is no longer an issue. It's really that bad. The wage compression issue is real, regardless of what anyone else might have said today. I have direct support staff who work so many hours that they go home with larger paychecks than I do, and I am the CEO. The majority of full-time direct support staff who pick up an extra shift or two take home more than our managers and directors. There is no incentive for anyone internally to want a promotion. In fact, we have managers who have requested to be demoted to direct support staff so they can make more money. The 3% increase for these managers didn't come close to what we need. We cannot serve new people because we don't have the staff to do it. Just today, it took me less than 10 minutes reading a referral packet for a very challenging young lady to simply say, no, sorry, there is no way for us to do it. We need to always be able to say yes to these individuals and their families who are desperate for services. But that won't happen until we have the funding to adequately pay for well-trained and dedicated staff and clinicians. We've not received an increase for administrative and general expenses in approaching 17 years. Yes, that is 17 years. We need at least the 8% COLA that has been proposed, and that is just the tip of the iceberg. We need the $25 million bond funding to be released. That is the lifeblood to so many nonprofits that can't afford to complete necessary repairs and upgrades to our facilities and to purchase new vehicles. We cut out any real nice to have expenses a long time ago. We've been cutting all of the good to have expenses, and we have moved on to cutting the must have, but figure out another way to make it work kind of expenses. There's nothing left to cut. We need additional COLA funding. This is not optional. This is essential. If a crisis for nonprofit providers was a snowstorm, the current situation is a blizzard of the century. I ask you to include an 8% COLA for DDS providers. That will not be enough to resolve all of these issues, but will certainly move us closer to digging out from this storm. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you, and you have a good evening as well. I do not see 110 in the room, but I do see 111. Melanie Wild Lane, floor is yours, ma'am.
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Melanie Wild Lane. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Association of School-Based Health Centers. I come before you today to discuss the governor's budget specific to the school-based health center line item. We very much appreciate the governor and legislators' continued support to the school-based health centers. I've submitted written testimony, but I'm going to tell you a more impactful story, better than my beggar's written testimony. Zach's a 13-year-old 8th grader who for multiple weeks visited the school nurse's office daily with the complaints of stomach ache and headache. I happened to be supporting the school nursing staff for a couple of weeks while we were working through the logistics of a new district policy. While Zach was resting in the back room, I introduced myself as Mel, and he introduced himself by saying, "My birth name is Emily, but my friends call me Zach." I struck up a conversation which led me to ask him to tell me his story. In 6th grade, Zach came out to his family and friends as bisexual. He told me that it was not received horribly, but his parents struggled with accepting it. They finally came around, stating that all of their expectations could still be met by quote unquote Emily, even if she was bisexual. Zach then said this year he told his family and friends that he was transgender. His family is not as accepting of this information, suggesting that it was just a phase that he's going through and a current trend. I asked Zach if this was causing him any stress or anxiety, and he stated it was causing him a lot of stress and anxiety. And he thinks that's why he's struggling with these headaches and stomach aches. I then asked Zach if he was seeing a therapist, and he said his family couldn't afford one. He had a high deductible plan and they couldn't pay the out-of-pocket costs, but that his family really wanted to see a therapist. I asked Zach if he was enrolled in the school-based health center, and he said yes. So I spoke to him about the mental health services we offered and that there was no out-of-pocket cost to his family. In essence, the services were free, but we billed his insurance. Zach was then offered an opportunity to meet the therapist for the school-based health center, and an introduction was made that day. He agreed to come down the next day to have services explained to him and to see if the therapist and him vibed. The next day, they met with his parents and his parents were called and treatment was agreed to. It's been 4 weeks since Zach has begun treatment. And in those 4 weeks, I've not seen Zach once in the school-based health center nurse's office. So the difficulty with this particular school-based health center and many others like it is that the need for mental health services outweighs the number of staff we have on, and it outweighs the need for mental health services in our schools. We're not able to open new sites, nor can we expand existing sites without more funding. So here's where I beg you, and you've heard this before, to increase our line item to reflect this enormously growing need. Thank you and have a great night.
Thank you, and you have a good night as well. I now see number 112, and forgive me if I get this wrong, Mugaga M. Abali.
Mr. Chairman, this is Ben Shaken again. I have a video of Mugaga. I will share my screen.
Absolutely.
Hello, my name is Mugaga Mbabali. I have worked at Horizons for 16 years. I'm a certified social worker and I am the Director of Supported Living. My typical duties include overseeing operations at 9 different locations for 33 individuals with intellectual disabilities and 72 staff who support them. But in the past year, I have been doing more direct support hours in all my homes than ever. I am here today with my friends, as you can see in the background, to help pass medication because I don't have any staff available who are med certified. Later, I'll be going grocery shopping with these guys because I'm short-staffed for second shift. And tomorrow, I'm taking one of the residents to an appointment because I simply don't have enough staff trained at this time. In the last 3 months, I have tried to take some time off with my wife and my small 3 little kids. but I was unable to because I kept getting called from my staff to help deal with shortages normally handled by house coordinators. We have lost 9 house leadership staff in the last 7 months due to low wages and the ever-rising expectations in that role. Those were folks that did not get the 11.8% increase that the entry-level staff got last year in July. We haven't gotten the cost of living increase in over 13 years. The cost of running the homes is not static. The most frustrating thing to me is the fact that even at this point in time, nobody seems to understand the challenges that I've shared above that are clearly straining all of us. As a private provider for DDS, we need at least an 8% increase in our overall operations. Thank you so much for this time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ben, for sharing that video with us. Now I see 113, Will Carpenter.
Thank you, Chairman, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished committee members. My name is Will Carpenter, and I'm testifying today to ask the Appropriations Committee to adopt the Reaching Home campaign agenda, particularly the frontline request. I'm a program manager for the Columbus House in Middletown, Connecticut, and I currently live in New Britain. As my colleagues have previously mentioned, we work to end homelessness in our communities here in Connecticut. My staff consists of frontline emergency shelter, supportive housing, and homeless outreach case managers in Middletown, Meriden, Wallingford, New Britain, and in Hartford. 75% of our homeless outreach team is funded directly by DMIS. As others have mentioned, we are incredibly grateful for the 4% COLAs nonprofits received last year. However, we've also seen inflation hit nearly 7% this year. During that time, I've had qualified and compassionate staff leave their positions due to rising costs in Connecticut and the stagnant, inadequate pay in our industry. They simply cannot afford to do the work that some of the most vulnerable people in our state desperately need them to do. The hiring and onboarding process, especially during this past year, can be a months-long process that takes time, energy, and resources that are stretched thin as is. While the job market becomes increasingly competitive, I see positions at my own agency as well as partnering agencies stay open for months on end. This affects not only the providers in the state, but more importantly, the homeless families and individuals that we work with. Our turnover rate for frontline workers at our agency has reached nearly 40%. This results in disruption of services for clients who, due to trauma resulting from their homelessness, may have a hard time trusting or opening up to new staff that are hired on. When I took over this role in 2019, the staff who worked at the Middletown and New Haven warming centers at our agency made about $12.65 an hour for arguably the most difficult positions we have at our agency. Many of those staff had at least one other job to make ends meet. Many were 1 or 2 paychecks away from becoming homeless themselves. Being able to pay our staff a living wage through the CARES Act funding has been instrumental in hiring talented, dedicated staff, and I've been lucky in retaining staff for our wintering programs from last year, mainly due to finally being able to pay them a living wage. However, this funding is set to expire at the end of the season. Our agency works tirelessly to keep the most vulnerable families and individuals in our region safe during these cold, harsh months of winter and throughout the year when they otherwise have nowhere else to go. The work is difficult, often thankless and stressful during a normal year, but during a pandemic and with the rising costs of living in Connecticut, everything is magnified. Despite our staff being underpaid and often underappreciated, and through these incredibly difficult few years, we continue to do the work. I ask that the committee take the extensive testimony tonight into consideration and adopt the Reaching Home legislative agenda proposal for increasing the DMIS housing supports in service line by $2.25 million in fiscal year 2023 to expand supportive services. Thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
And thank you for joining us. I will now call on 114 Yvonne Klein, but when we come back, I will hand it over to Representative Gilchrist of West Hartford.
Thank you. Good evening, distinguished chairs and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Yvonne Klein, and I'm the CEO for the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you this evening. We're fortunate in Connecticut to have developed one of the strongest and most successful homeless response systems in the nation, focusing on quickly housing our most vulnerable individuals and families. The close partnership with DMIS is the key to keeping our most vulnerable find safe, secure, affordable housing with the appropriate support services to ensure success in remaining in that home and community. A number of years ago, I received a note from an individual when I was Commissioner of Housing, and to this day, the words remain with me. I was in a dark place, and with the help of supportive housing programs, I was able to secure a home, see my children again, and pay my own bills because now I'm in a better place. I am proud to say to you that I am writing to you on my day off. To me, that note said it all. And what we know is that those individuals and families that are fortunate to be placed in permanent supportive housing have a success rate of staying housed of 87%. Permanent supportive housing, which combines housing subsidy with case management services, save communities up to 70% of the cost they will otherwise incur when chronic homelessness persists. As you are aware, our homeless response system is under-resourced. The increase in funding the front line remains CCH's and the Reaching Home campaign's #1 priority. Tonight, I'm asking you to support the 5.26 increase in the housing and support services line to fund the front line, support an increase in $2.25 million for 300 scattered site developments for highly vulnerable individuals and families, support the $23.4 million in the housing and housing support service line. These support dollars are vital resources for Connecticut's most vulnerable residents. As a state, we cannot continue to endorse homelessness for these vulnerable residents who cycle through expensive public systems without a home and without appropriate support services, but more importantly, without the opportunity to rebuild their lives. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Klein, for your testimony and your time tonight. Next, Lois Nitsch, are you with us? If not, then we'll move on to Patrice Thomas. Mr. Thomas, you're not muted, but we can't hear you. Want to try talking again? No. What's worked in the past, you might want to log out and log back in, and then we can, okay. Thank you. All right, we're going to go to the next, who's Giancarlo Casa. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Representative Gilchrist. Thank you. Senator Austin, members of the committee. I think you've heard a lot today from nonprofits. And first of all, I think you've heard of gratitude for the 4% increase you guys fought for last year. And I think you've heard that gratitude is not diminished by the fact that nonprofits are talking about the crisis that they're facing now in the year 2022. We're here asking for the second step in a 5-year plan that would provide $461 million or 28%, according to a schedule and statute over the next 5 years with an index. And we would hope that would provide for flexibility so that nonprofit leaders can address the problems that they have there on the ground in their place, including compression problems you've heard about tonight. And nonprofits are in a particularly bad place this year. I'd like to pull together what I think are kind of 4 things that if you add them together equal a crisis. And that was the many years of underfunding, plus 2 years of COVID and its unanticipated and unbudgeted costs, 6% inflation, which came around an 8 to 4% you got last year, and the workforce crisis that you've heard very much about. We've seen the statistics on the workforce crisis according to a survey that we've done. 91% of the responding nonprofits said it was difficult or very difficult to fill vacancies. Vacancy rate is 18%. So 1 out of 5 nonprofit per employees isn't there on average. And what they're dealing with is a 68% increase, or 68% of them said that demand was up over the past 2 years. What that added up to was 59% of them saying they've now have waiting lists, and you've heard about much of that today. I think the good news is the state revenue is strong. OPM put out its February letter a couple days ago. They estimated this year's budget surplus at $2.4 billion. The consensus revenue estimates in January estimated that next year it will be $1.96 billion. And we know the budget reserve fund has $3.1 billion in it. That's $7 billion more than the state is spending this year. Nonprofits took the hit during the very tough economic years and the tough budget years. I saw that firsthand. The combination of the things I just mentioned has been crushing them. We have heard concerns about sustainability in the future, but the crisis for nonprofits is happening now. And what happens to people now will go a long way to determine what Connecticut is like in the future. People paying the price right now are the women, the men, the children, and the families who depend on nonprofit services. We think they should have the same priority as the other budget and tax expenditure items to which the state has committed over the long term. Again, thank you for all that you've done. We know in many ways you are our allies, and we appreciate that. And thank you for the time tonight.
Great. Thank you so much for your testimony and your time.
Thank you.
Next, Georgia Davis. Are you with us, Ms. Davis?
I'm here. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Go right ahead.
Good evening, members of this committee. My name is Georgia Davis, and I'm a supervisor with the Department of Developmental Services. I'm here today to ask that you fund respite services within our department. For the past 30 years, I have witnessed families in stressful times and in normal times need services through respite. Respite has been a saving grace for individuals we serve. It allows them to grow in independence, make friends, and feel what it's like to experience time with a peer group when they actually usually may experience isolation from those that are in their peer group. It also allows their families to know that their family member is in a safe place with staff that are specifically trained to ensure a time of both fun and of learning. Families get to alleviate the stress of being caregivers 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. When their feet hit the ground, they are on duty caring for that child, for that individual. In some instances, this is very needed because families who are caring for those who have challenging behaviors and in turn in high demand for attention and care. This is so very important. I have seen respite at times give the family unit, the family foundation, that break that they need so they can carry on with healthy caregiving while maintaining a healthy family. Respite can be the difference between an individual being able to live at home or having to be placed at a professional facility due to caregiver exhaustion. Caregiver exhaustion. I'm sorry, everyone. Those are my pooches.
No worries. My dogs are now starting to bark too.
Oh, did they hear my dogs?
They did.
I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay.
Okay, I will continue. I am absolutely outside now. I am outside now. You're gonna have to give me a moment, sir, okay? Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. I won't be long. In some instances, this is very needed because families are caring for those who have challenging behaviors and in turn a high demand for attention and care. I have seen respite at times give family unit the break that they need so they can carry on with healthy caregiving while maintaining a healthy family. Respite can be the difference between an individual at home or having to be placed at a professional facility due to caregiver exhaustion, and that's real. When COVID-19 caused a lapse in many services, families by the dozens communicated their desperation for a break, and I was asked frequently when a relief would be in sight, and I didn't have an answer for them. I also got feedback from many. My brother is in the system. He's like, Tiny, when can I go? They call me Tiny. Tiny, when can I go? So they want to break free from us in order to spread their wings and fly with new friends and new experiences. In my opinion, expanding respite would help serve our Connecticut families that have loved ones with different abilities. In some cases, it would lessen the need for placements that are not only heartbreaking for our families and our individuals, but also very costly for our state.
Ms.
I
Davis,
believe morally, ethically, and financially. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
can you just summarize? Thank you.
Absolutely. Respite is an intricate part of our overall family care that benefits our individuals. Healthy families make healthy communities. Thank you so much. Please fund the expansion of respite. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for your time and your testimony.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Next, we'll hear from Nathan Wise. Nathan, are you with us? How about Kian Amadi? Or Jayan Pinto Samuda?
Yes.
All right, go right ahead, please.
Okay. I'd first like to, just because it's on my heart, pray for Ukraine. Okay, so good evening, Senator Ostin, Representative Walker, and members of the committee. My name is Jayan Pinto Samuda. I live in East Hartford, and I'm a mental health worker at Hartford Behavioral Health. I come before you today to ask you to allocate additional funding to deem as private mental health providers so workers like me can finally have pension and affordable health insurance. I was attracted to the field because I wanted to help people. I've seen the damage of not having your mental health in order and know what it can do to someone. When you're struggling with your mental health, it is so important to have a strong network of people supporting and encouraging you. And I'm privileged that I get to be a part of that journey for my individuals. This can be very challenging work. However, those challenges are amplified by short staffing. My coworkers and I frequently arrive to our shifts to find that they are understaffed. Then this leads to higher caseloads and staff being burnt out. So many people have to quit due to work conditions and lack of staff. Quite frankly, mental health professionals are overworked and underpaid. I have a master's degree and I'm an LCSW and I have 10 years of experience and I'm living paycheck to paycheck because of poverty wages we make. It is obvious that there is a need for mental health workers. It is also obvious that the government doesn't care about the pay we are getting. To make matters worse, the benefits we are offered are horrendous. We do not have any type of retirement benefits that we can plan our futures around. The health insurance afforded to us is insanely unaffordable and therefore unsustainable. The poor wages and lack of benefits compound and create a stressful and unsustainable life for mental health workers. We deserve better. The solution here is simple. The state and this legislative body must finish the work we began last session and allocate funding for DEMA's private mental health providers so that mental health workers can finally have a livable wage, a pension, and affordable health care. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time and your testimony tonight.
Thank you.
All right, next we'll hear from Karen Edwards. How about Dawn Frey?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
All right, go right ahead.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Dawn Fry, and I'm the Executive Director for Sunrise Northeast. Sunrise Northeast has provided residential and day supports for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities in the state of Connecticut for over 30 years. I've worked for 27 of those years in many capacities. In my 27 years, I've never experienced the unprecedented challenges in recruiting and retaining staff of all skill levels and salaries. This agency has lived through several natural disasters, the financial crisis in 2008, and the COVID pandemic that is still ongoing. The perseverance of our employees has never wavered
because we believe in our mission, which is to create valued lives for people with disabilities. Our ability to continue living this mission relies on you. I'm testifying today to ask that you honor the long-term plan to address underfunding the community nonprofits and approve the 8% COLA. The term staffing crisis has been used so much over the past year that I think the meaning of the word crisis has lost its impact. What I can share with you is the true impact that the staffing crisis has had on Sunrise Northeast and the folks we provide supports for. Our turnover rates for our direct support staff, RNs, and managers combined is at 27%. Our current full-time equivalence is at 68, which is about 20% of our workforce. Person served vacancies is at 10%. We had to close 2 of our homes, which eliminated 7 beds. On average, 16% of our weekly payroll is spent on overtime. But most importantly, it's the lost opportunities for persons served to live valued lives in their communities. The focus of supports revolves around hands-on care, ensuring that our folks' medical needs are met, and we've had to put their emotional and social needs to the bottom of the list. The group home settlement provided funding to increase the minimum wage for our direct support employees. However, it created a significant wage compression. This has directly impacted our ability to maintain and retain administrative staff. The lack of communication between legislatures, the agencies, and 1199 union representatives related to the pool of funds dedicated to health and retirement benefits directly attributed to our agency having to endure a 9-week labor strike. It is still unclear to agencies how the $35 million figure was calculated, and 8 months later, we still have not received information on how those funds will be dispersed. This has had a direct impact on our employee-employer relations. In closing, I ask that you do the right thing and approve the $461 million and show the community nonprofits that you support our mission and those that depend on our care day in and day out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time and your testimony, Ms. Fry. Next, George Reed Perry.
Good evening.
Good evening. Go right ahead.
Good evening, Senator Austin, members of the Appropriations Committee, and also to Representatives Abercrombie and Nolan. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you again. I say again because this is my 3rd year in a row of asking you for funding for our organizations. In my role, I'm with Sarah Inc., and I'm the Senior Director of Adult Services there. We're a nonprofit organization that serves more than 1,400 children and adults with differing abilities across 5 counties and 50 towns within the state. We're funded primarily by OEC and DDS, but tonight I'm going to speak specifically to our DDS funded services. So I want to thank you first and foremost for the 4% COLA increase that we did receive. Like you've heard from many other providers, that was certainly appreciated. However, with the cost of inflation being at 6%, many of our organizations realistically took a cut in this year's budget. In addition to those rising costs, we're facing an unprecedented challenges with recruiting and retention. We've experienced about 50% turnover across the board in our agency, with some programs experiencing 100%. We certainly understand that this is not a way that any business can operate, let alone one in our sector that's providing vital services every day with those who are more vulnerable. Last year's group home settlement certainly provided significant increases to the minimum wage of DDS agencies. However, what it did is created more inequity within our own staffing ranks. So while new staff who were coming into the field were receiving 11 and up to 14% increases this year, our existing staff with 5, 10, and 20 years of experience received 3% increases. In many ways, they were receiving less and new staff started higher than they were. Second, the funding pool that was dedicated for the enhanced benefits, we've yet to see that money to date. So I'm not sure how we're supposed to be addressing further inequities as far as health and mental health issues if we don't get benefits that were promised to us. As we've said multiple times, this is creating, increasing compression issues, and we're competing with the state in many ways to recruit staff. Within our organization, we've heard from multiple employees about their frustration about not receiving increases, and this has just been highlighted further by the lack of funding that we've received over the last few years. So during this legislative session, we ask that you please help Sarah and other essential nonprofits by doing simply 2 things: ensuring that adequate funding for the nonprofits is guaranteed, and addressing the increasing wage compression issues that we're seeing here within the state. We respectfully ask that you push for the 8% increase in our funding, and I want to thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Reed Perry, for your time and your testimony.
Thank you.
We're going to go back to Ms. Lois Nitsch.
Madam Chair, before we move forward, may we do a little bit of housekeeping?
Sure.
We have a phone number in the attendees list, 860-961-3673. If that person could please identify themselves so that we can rename you and make sure that you get to speak when your name is called.
Good evening. My name is Patrice Thomas. I was set to speak. You could see me, yet you couldn't hear me. Now you can hear me, yet you cannot see me. So thank you.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you, Patrice. We will be sure to call you soon. Again, thank you.
Thank you,
Madam Chair.
I appreciate it.
All right, wonderful. Go right ahead, Ms. Nitsch.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I was still muted. Thank you for having me on, folks. I really appreciate this. As you know, my son Andy was in a nonprofit for at least almost 30 years of his life, and I have testified many times about the funding for the nonprofits because of how it affects their day programs and their living facilities. And I fought very hard for him to be safe and taken care of. In 2017, Andy's group home was closed because of lack of funding. And I'm here to speak about this is what really, really happens when the funding is not there. He was in this particular beautiful home in Southbury, not in the training school, 18 years with 3 other men that he called his brothers. And the house was closed. I was called on a Thursday to tell me that the house was closing. And I was asked, would I want to stay with the agency? And I said, of course, I've worked for the agency. I was their ambassador and everything else that was going on. So I had to find a bed for Andy within Oak Hill. And I did. There was only one bed available and I took it. What else was I going to do? When he got that particular house, he went into a mourning period like somebody had died and he spiraled out of control. I mean, way out of control. The behavior went right back to what it had been 18 years earlier. So I had to find another home within Oak Hill, which I did again. And he hurt himself in that home. He ended up in the Institute of Living for 7 weeks. This is what happens when you close somebody's home. I saw it with my own eyes, and I've worked hard at the Capitol testifying. Like I said, I've been ambassador, I've been on TV, I've done all kinds of things to have everybody realize this money takes care of people. And without the funding, these homes cannot operate. And the staff can't work. He lost everybody. He lost the staff that knew him. He lost his home. He lost his day program. He was in the Torrington day program for 18 years. So consequently, Andy now is in a state facility. And it's only because I went to the commissioner and I begged him to help save my son's life, which he did. But if we can't fund these programs for people, what is wrong with us? And the staff need to be paid to take care of these people. These people are so precious. And the staff, with this whole COVID thing, I was just talking to staff. They worked, some of them would be stuck in a house because of the COVID, and they weren't compensated for this. This is ridiculous. I'm getting pretty old and pretty tired of talking about what the funding really means. This is what it really, really means. A house can be closed. A house of 18 years. And Andy has, since 2017, seen his roommates. I miss them, Mom. They were my buddies. I miss them. These were his family. So this is why I'm just going to come back on and kind of beat you all over the head. You need the money to run these programs. This is people's lives. And yes, he's doing better. Thank God he's doing better, but it was a lot of hard work on Andy's part to get his behavior back to being cooperative and not being afraid. In fact, for a long time, because of the day that he lost his house,
can you summarize?
You know, he went in a van, he never came home. So now if you want to get Andy to go in a van, He doesn't want to go into the inn anymore. He's scared to death. So that's why I'm testifying. And please listen, the money has got to be there to take care of this whole generation that's coming up. What's going to happen to them? And who's going to secure the places that we parents have put into place for our children when you think that you've got things working? But thank you for listening to me. I wrote some other things in the testimony. I know I did.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nitsch, for your testimony and your time tonight.
Thank you.
Now we'll go to Mr. Patrice Thomas.
Good evening. Thank you for indulging me through my technical difficulties. Hello, Representative Nolan. Thank you to the Appropriations Committee for allowing me to speak. I've been employed with the Southeast Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence since January of 2005. In that time, as an agency, we've worked tirelessly to provide quality care in the midst of an opiate epidemic and then COVID happening simultaneously. Oftentimes, we've robbed Peter to pay Paul, and in order to provide the crucial behavioral health services that our clients so desperately need and are requesting. In recent years, in speaking to the case managers and other frontline workers in our agencies, they've all basically had the same theme. They do not make enough money to support their families. They are, in effect, the working poor. These are individuals who are putting their lives on the line. Sadly, as an agency, we've dedicated at least one of our rooms that we use to serve our population to one of our workers, frontline workers, who sadly died of COVID-19. We do not want another room dedicated to another one of our frontline workers. We're asking, humbly asking, that you please hear our reply. We do not make enough money. There is not enough money to continue. I hope that, and I pray that there is going to be enough money in the budget to pay these frontline workers the money they desperately deserve and need to support their families, and allow us as an agency to function more properly through our entire operation. Thank you for your time. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas, for your time and your testimony. Next, we will go to George. No, I'm sorry, I already did that. Joe Baker, are you with us?
Hello.
All right, wonderful. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Representative Gilchrist. Thanks to the Appropriation Committee, to the co-chairs, Senator Ostin and Representative Walker, Vice Chairs Hartley, Dehan, and Nolan, ranking members Minor and France, and all respected members of the committee, especially Representative Baker, because I relate to him. For allowing me the time to speak, my name is Joe Baker. I'm a private citizen and resident of New Milford. I'm testifying in support of the $3.6 million included in the governor's budget bill for the Department of Public Health to fund gun violence prevention programs and support the establishment of an Office of Community Gun Violence Prevention here in Connecticut. I moved to the northwest of Connecticut in the 1980s, hoping to find a good place for my build a family in what I believed was an idyllic environment in many ways, but importantly, safe from gun violence. My naive Pollyanna feelings of safety were shattered on December 14th, 2012, when my niece, a cute little first grader at Sandy Hook Elementary, was in her classroom across the hall from where many of her fellow first graders were slaughtered by gun violence. It was a wake-up call to me, to say the least. I now know what many of you had already known, that gun violence is everywhere in Connecticut. We've all heard the statistics. 2/3 of gun deaths are related to suicide, with much of the remainder related to community gun violence. Gun violence happens every day in Connecticut. It's a complicated problem with many complex facets, and it needs solutions that go beyond individual pieces of legislation, as good as they are and greatly appreciated. It deserves continual attention to help move us towards significant reductions in this near pandemic in our communities. It deserves continual attention because lives are continually being lost to this scourge on our communities. It deserves continual attention, which would come from a permanent place at the highest levels of our state government. It deserves an Office of Community Gun Violence Prevention at the state capitol. Please support this important initiative to save lives in our communities, our lives. Thank you for your time and attention. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Baker, for your testimony and your time.
You're welcome.
Next, Elizabeth Dewitt.
Hi, good evening.
Good
Thank you for letting me share my voice. Thank you, Senator Woolston, Representative Walker, and the members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Elizabeth DeWitt. I'm a resident of Manchester, Connecticut. And thank you for the opportunity to provide the testimony to the proposed to the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, DMAS. I'm a person in recovery, and I will attest that having support and services in the community has saved my life. I currently volunteer at the Manchester Recovery Community Center. There's a healthy, judgment-free zone, which offers support in recovery, resources, friendship, and education. I went from a place of darkness and complete self-destruction in my life to finding hope, guidance, and purpose. I participate in their TRS calls, which is a telephone recovery support service. I get to make phone calls to individuals in recovery and offer support and resources for their chosen recovery pathway. I am a recipient of these calls as well, and I get weekly checkup calls, which allows me to connect with another person in recovery to share my concerns and celebrations. Peer support is huge and powerful. I am taking advantage of all the CCAR trainings. I am a recovery coach after completing the Recovery Coach Academy and just recently attended the Emergency Department Recovery Coach training. I met a woman in the class that went from being a patient in the ER to becoming an emergency department recovery coach. Truly inspiring. My local community support group has given me the opportunity to heal, to grow, and most importantly, to pay it forward and help others. I am living proof that recovery is possible. And I am available to answer any questions and look forward to working with the committee on this issue. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Dewitt, for your testimony and your time tonight.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Carmen Norma.
Buenas noches, estimado Comité de Salud y Servicios Humanos. Mi nombre es Carmen Lanche. Soy directora de la organización Comunidades Sin Fronteras en la ciudad de Norwalk. Norma, ¿está ahí?
Jillian, you might want to ask if her interpreter is on. There should be an interpreter for.
She's looking for Norma. Bear with me.
Thank you.
Aquí estoy. Sí, good evening.
Sí, buenas noches, estimado Comité de Salud y Servicios Humanos. Mi nombre es Carmen Lanches, soy directora de la organización Comunidades Sin Fronteras ubicada en la ciudad de Norwalk.
Good evening, committee. My name is Carmen Lanche, and I am the director of an organization called Comunidades Sin Fronteras, or Communities Without Borders, in Norwalk.
Estoy aquí representando a la comunidad inmigrante.
I am here representing the immigrant community.
La mayoría de nuestros clientes son inmigrantes que han venido en busca de ayuda para la salud mental de sus hijos.
A lot of people that come to our organization are immigrants, and they come to our organization looking for mental health services for their children.
Y cuando los referimos a alguna agencia, nunca se encuentran cupos disponibles para estos niños.
And when we refer them out to different agencies, there's always a long waiting list for these children.
Hay una larga lista de espera de hasta 2 años para que puedan ser atendidos.
At times I've seen long lists up to 2 years before they get any services.
Hemos tenido casos muy traumáticos donde hay niños que se han querido suicidar.
I've seen very, very traumatic cases where there's young children threatening to commit suicide.
Y yo les digo a ustedes esta noche, ¿acaso la salud mental de los niños no importa?
So I ask you tonight, is the mental health of children not important?
¿Acaso estos niños, porque no tienen seguro médico, nadie les hace caso?
Why is it that these children that don't have healthcare insurance, nobody listens to them?
¿Qué está pasando ahora?
What is
Sabemos
happening
que
here?
el hecho de no ocuparse de los trastornos de salud mental de los adolescentes tiene graves consecuencias.
I could tell you that not being able to give mental health services to young people has grave consequences
que se extienden a la edad adulta.
that extend from adolescence to adulthood.
Perjudican la salud física y mental de la persona.
It's both a mental but also a physical harm that it does for a person needing services.
Y restringen sus posibilidades de llevar una vida plena en el futuro.
And it really limits their ability to have a fruitful life in the future.
Esta noche les pido, como madre, como ciudadana, que paga sus impuestos por todas esas familias, para que aboguen por la salud mental de todos, sin importar el estado migratorio.
Tonight, I ask you as a mother, as a community member, as a citizen, as a person who pays taxes, that we should provide these kinds of services to everybody, regardless of immigration status.
Que amplíen los servicios, abran clínicas de salud mental para la población que necesita más que nunca en medio de esta pandemia.
I ask you to expand services, especially right now in the middle of this pandemic, as we've seen increased need.
Que hayan más especialistas bilingües para toda esta comunidad que tanto la necesita.
We need more bilingual clinicians for this community that needs it so much.
No se olviden que los jóvenes son el futuro de este país el día de mañana. Gracias.
Let's not forget that the young people are the future of this country and the future of tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Gracias, Ms. Lanche. Next, we'll hear from David Rich.
Thank you, Representative Gilchrist, and Senator Olston, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriation Committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony today on HB 5037. I'm here to endorse critical investments through the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services to finance efforts to end homelessness in Connecticut. My name is David Rich, and I'm a resident of Salisbury, Connecticut, and I'm president of the Housing Collective, a backbone organization that supports over 250 agencies working to end homelessness and provide vital services to our most vulnerable neighbors throughout Western Connecticut. I'm also a member of the statewide Reaching Home campaign to prevent and end homelessness and support the Reaching Home requests for additional services outlined in my letter and from my colleagues who are also testifying today. Instead of repeating these requests, I'd like to give a quick overview of the successes and challenges of providing shelter, services, and housing for the homeless here in Connecticut. And there are some notable successes. We are viewed throughout the nation as a model homeless system, and that's throughout the state of Connecticut. We ended veteran homelessness 6 years ago, and we are incredibly close to being the first state in the nation to end chronic homelessness. And we could be on the path to end family and youth homelessness in the next couple of years. And we've done an incredible job keeping our homeless safe and housed these past 2 years of the pandemic with very few hospitalizations and fewer deaths. And we are so fortunate to have an extremely supportive HUD field office in Hartford and a very agile, hardworking, committed, and resourceful Department of Housing guiding and supporting our work. But strong headwinds are upon us. After 2 years of this pandemic, our system is fraying, especially the front end of our system. Agencies are having high turnovers and frankly, lack the resources to pay livable wages to frontline staff. Federal COVID resources, homeless resources go away this September. And with the end of the eviction moratorium, and with us running out of Unite CT funds, there are going to be lots more homeless on the streets and in the parks and in our shelters this year. But our biggest problem, and this I'm speaking for myself, no one else, is one of perception. We have made great strides through our strong statewide collaboration and with strong support from the federal government. But frankly, the governor and the state legislature has not kept its part of the bargain. There's a real disconnect when the governor's office and others say we're providing substantial resources to the homeless and the homeless system. This simply is not true. There have been no new service dollars for the homeless in the DEMAS budget for the past 8 years. Of the $2.3 billion in ARPA resources that you were looking at last year, only $10 million was set aside for the shelters, less than 0.5% of the total allocation. And shelters will see little of these funds, as a lion's share has gone to pay for the housing of the homeless this winter during the coldest days and nights when the governor announced a cold weather protocol. Critically important, but yet again an unfunded mandate by the state for the past decade. If we are continue to be on the path to end all forms of homelessness in Connecticut and provide vital frontline services for our most vulnerable neighbors, we need you to be an equal and vital partner with us and the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rich, for your testimony and your time tonight.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Darling Gonzalez.
Hi, good evening. Sorry.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the committee. Again, my name is Darling Gonzalez. I joined the mental health field because there's a greater need for mental health care services in the Latinx community. This is a stigma of people who suffer from mental health problems, and I joined the field because I want to break that stigma as being Latinx and seeing it with my family members and in my community ever since I was young. And I've seen the need, and now in my field, it's even more need. I am one only in my team, in my agency, that speaks bilingual and serves the Latinx community. Not only that, but we are also short-staffed, and we have a high caseload that is difficult to manage. I am flexing my time, being as flexible as possible to serve serving everyone's needs and support them as best I can, to the point that I have to cancel people or not be able to support them when I wish I could be in all 30 places at the same time to provide the services that they need. It breaks my heart when I hear clients telling me, hey, I see it in you, are you okay? We understand you have a high caseload. Leave me for last, or we could reschedule. It's like, no, your need comes first. I am here. Oh, did you take a break? No, it's not about me, it's about you, because at the end of the day, it's about them. It is not about the individual. It's not about the worker, it's about them, because they're the ones that need our help. And close to that, that which is results to me sacrificing my time and doing my job, my other part of my task of documentation, and being my back against the wall to do my my task. But not only that, am I sacrificing my time, I'm also sacrificing my time with my family members, and as well, I actually sacrifice my time to pursuing my master's because of the need that is needed in the community, and I want to support the clients as best as I can. I want to continue following my master's, as well as I believe we need more training with more funds, not only more training for the workers right now, but also to bring in more people to help with breaking down that stigma, where people could see, hey, I could do it too, and not shy away from that, and just having that stigma against the community, against the community that has with mental health. And with these funds, we could build more community supports that is needed, and we could benefit from not only wages, because we are frontline workers, and a lot of people tend to forget that. We are out there, we are putting all online, but most of all, we are passionate with what we do, and we just want to save everyone and be supportive as best as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time and for the work you're doing, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you.
Next, Tamika Riley.
Good evening to all members of the committee.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on HB 5037. My name is Tamika Riley, and I am the Housing Assistance and Data Manager at Journey Home, which is a nonprofit located in Hartford, Connecticut. I am here today to speak in support of the important investments through the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services to support efforts to end homelessness in Connecticut. I respectfully request that the committee support the preservation of the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, housing supports, and services line from the governor's budget, as well as support the governor's proposed use of $2.8 million of ARPA for wraparound services for 150 units of supportive housing. I also support an additional $13.3 million in fiscal year 2023 to provide homeless and housing service organizations funding for adequate wages, benefits, and professional development for frontline workers, increase in rent and utility costs, and better access to technology. In my position, I work closely with frontline employees, and I am concerned for their health, safety, and ability to afford suitable housing. Large caseloads has led to mental, physical, and emotional exhaustion, as well as burnout among frontline employees. Inadequate wages also means that some have found themselves in need of the same housing and support services that they are providing for their clients. These sorts of conditions push frontline employees to leave the field for higher paying and less stressful positions, leaving the homeless response system stretched thin. To attract and retain qualified employees, we must show that we value their work by investing in agencies that provide housing and supportive services. Connecticut can make homelessness rare, brief, and one-time by investing in housing, supportive services, and most importantly, the people that support our most vulnerable residents. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony and your time, Ms. Riley. Next, we will hear from Robert Cantor. Are you with us? All right. How about Mark Perkins?
Yes, thank you.
Go right ahead.
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Mark Perkins, and I am the Chief Operating Officer of Journey Found. We are a nonprofit organization supporting adults with intellectual disabilities throughout Connecticut. Our primary services are residential, and we operate 30 locations. Our service model is based on teaching and supporting people with disabilities in every aspect of their lives, including daily living skills, vocational support, and community access. I want to thank you for the previous year's wage increase, as this will bring the direct support professionals' rates of pay from $14.75 to $17.25 per hour by this July. In addition, the funding also allowed a pool of dollars to enhance employee benefits. To date, the benefit funding has not been dispersed to providers. We understand it to total less than half of what providers had expressed they would need. In addition, these increases were on 80% of our budget and did not help to further line items such as program service delivery and operations. Besides staff wages, we have not received an increase to other contract lines in over 14 years, and it continues to leave our organization underfunded. The impact of staffing shortages has been long-lasting and profound. Over the past 2 years, we have seen vacancy rates grow from 8% to as high as 20%. This number equates to a shortage of 40 to 65 positions at any given time. Due to this shortage, we have been relying on our current staff to work 18-hour days, 5 to 6 days a week. In addition, we have looked to temporary staff agencies and administrative staff to fill in the gaps. We are required to maintain staffing levels, but when necessary, we have been forced to reduce staffing to minimum levels. This has limited the ability of the people we support to fully access their community and decreased quality of service. In addition, we have been unable to fill program vacancies due to not having the necessary staff to support new people in need of care. In the last 6 months, we've reviewed 32 referrals and have only been able to accept 3 people. This has caused a significant loss in revenue that we have not been able to recover. The increase in this year's budget, while appreciated, has been quickly absorbed by rising costs. As homeowners and tenants, we have seen significant increases, with rent increasing over 40%. Property owners have opted to sell their homes, forcing Journey Found to uproot people we support and move them to locations further away from their families and communities at a higher cost. Increases in food and gas have impacted our budget as well, both financially and how people are able to access their communities. This funding is needed now more than ever. Without it, we risk destabilizing our sector's service delivery system. In closing, I ask you to continue to support community nonprofits with an 8% increase in this year's budget. In addition, please support Governor Lamont's ARPA funding proposals for DDS. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. Perfectly timed. Thanks for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Tracy Wodak.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Okay, great, because I'm in the car. Thank you. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Tracy Wodak, President and CEO of the Connecticut Association for Healthcare at Home. I am also an RN with nearly 40 years experience. The Connecticut Association for Healthcare at Home is the united voice for our DPH licensed, Medicare certified home health and hospice agencies. I'm testifying before you this evening to thank the Department of Public Health for their incredible support to our providers during the pandemic and prior. However, they are as extended as our workforce is, always putting out fires, yet not able to focus on future initiatives and needs of the providers that they license. I'm not faulting DPH. They can only accomplish so many projects in the time and staff allotted. It's because of their thinned out staff, along with planned retirements by June of this year, that I urge this committee to find funding for dedicated staff to update our 40-plus-year-old regulations. Yes, I said 40-plus-year-old regulations, written in 1979. I will say that we have been at the table providing our proactive input and responsive feedback to DPH on both the home health and the hospice regulations for over 4 years now. It seems that most scheduled meetings get postponed or canceled due to other priorities. Granted, the COVID pandemic put a stall on everybody's work, but we are focused to comply with regulations that do not match current practice. They are not aligned with our Medicare conditions of participation, our federal regulations, and they often force our providers to have more supervisory staff and more administrative burdens than necessary, which comes at a very high price. In addition, we are in the worst workforce crisis ever. To require extra staff simply because it's mandated by old regulations is absurd and again, very costly when our funding doesn't begin to cover our costs. We're turning away cases daily because we can't even hire enough staff to see the patients, never mind add staff that we don't need per our federal regulations, but we do need per our state regulations. Lastly, there are scope of practice and state statutes that can also be limiting across the healthcare settings. I'm sure there are several examples, but lack of an RN licensure compact is one that truly impacts workforce. It would be helpful to have a small healthcare provider stakeholder group to meet with DPH to review and suggest changes. This request for extra funding for staff for DPH in no way undervalues the efforts and dedication that DPH has put forth to ensure compliant quality healthcare in Connecticut. We would respectfully request that this committee strongly consider the critical need of ensuring that an agency as important as DPH has the funding and the staff to ensure that these issues and others like it are alleviated. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Wodak. You too, right on time. Thanks so much. Next, we'll hear from Robert Rosenheck. Are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Thank you, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Robert Rosenheck, and I'm professor of psychiatry, public health, and at the Child Study Center at Yale Medical School. I'm speaking today as a volunteer with Columbus House to support the budget amendments requested by the Reaching Home campaign and HB 5037. I've been conducting research on housing homeless adults and families for 35 years and have published hundreds of research studies on related subjects. I've done research primarily with veterans through the VA, but also with Social Security Administration, other HHS agencies, and HUD. I wish to speak specifically today on behalf of the most stigmatized, of this highly stigmatized American population and their children who lack housing. Recent analyses suggest that 10% of currently homeless adults had been homeless before the age of 15, and that those who experience homelessness as children are 15 times more likely than others to again be homeless as an adults. Don't forget the children who have no home. It is now clear from research that supported housing, a combination of rent subsidies and professional support, is the most effective and cost-effective way of lifting people out of homelessness. But widespread skepticism remains about the value of helping some homeless adults. In particular, some people doubt whether people who have not yet conquered their addictions and who continue to use substances can benefit from such programs. Some say they will just get drunk and leave. Skepticism also remains about the value of providing housing to people who have been incarcerated. Some say they will just use the housing to commit more crimes and then disappear to avoid the law. These are also the subgroups most likely to have been homeless as children. Many of these are homeless children grown up. In fact, our research shows that they all benefit from subsidized supportive housing, and to an equal degree, all, including the most stigmatized, who attract the most skepticism. In one study conducted with HUD and HHS, we studied people entering supported housing who were using addictive substances for more than 15 of the previous 30 days, half the month. And we compared their housing outcomes to homeless people who were totally sober, with no days of substance abuse at all. The housing outcomes of these two groups were the same. Over 80% were no longer homeless at the end of 2 years. This is also true for those who've been incarcerated. The budget amendments of HB 5037 requested by the Reaching Home campaign will increase the chance that we can reach all people, adults and children, who find themselves without a place to stay. Thank you very much for your attention and your support.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenheck, for your testimony and your time tonight.
You're welcome.
Next, we have Richard Sebastian.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Rick Sebastian, President and CEO of the Kennedy Center, headquartered in Trumbull, and supporting people with disabilities in 110 communities throughout the state of Connecticut. Kennedy Center is proud to celebrate our 70th year of supporting people who have disabilities. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts with you on the state budget for this year. We're thankful that you advocated, fought for, and ensured additional funding in the budget for our workforce during the last session. We look forward to your continued commitments to ensuring adequate long-term funding and COLA commitments for our system. And I would echo the asks of our other colleagues that have spoken before and the 140 that will speak after me, that you continue to make your commitments known and provide additional supports, fiscal supports during this session. I'm especially thankful and want to recognize the tireless work of Senator Austin and Representative Walker, who wrote language into the budget bill which allows the not-for-profits to retain the PPP loan monies and not have them clawed back or cost settled by the state. Your commitments have helped us to remain viable despite the many negative and ongoing impacts on our operations, and for that we are extremely grateful. Equity, as you know, has taken on a principal role in our community dialogue throughout the United States in the past couple of years. As a nation, we grapple with fiscal, social, and public policy inequities and are now recognizing value in the vulnerable and historically marginalized populations. We need to ensure here in the state of Connecticut that funding equity becomes embedded into our public policy financing efforts for present and future growth and for sustainment, and not return at any time to where the answer would be, we just don't have the funding to support you. Equity is about advancement and access, and not about returning to past practices and biases. As a leader in the sector and tax-paying citizen, I'm dismayed and exasperated that our vulnerable people, their families, and their exhausted and underpaid direct support professionals have not been recognized in the governor's budget as needing additional funding supports. We're invisible to the administration and, quite frankly, to some in your respective chambers. What exactly will it take to eliminate this invisibility and have our people and the not-for-profit providers identified as critical resources for the state of Connecticut? How much more pain, suffering, inequity, and injustice needs to be levied on the exhausted provider network before transformational change is enacted? I'd like to highlight a few of the crises that several of my colleagues have spoken about and most certainly will speak about. You've already heard about the incredible workforce crisis that we're all experiencing. The Kennedy Center has approximately 125 vacancies. We've lost more than 175 positions since the beginning of the pandemic, and we turned over more than 200 jobs in 2021, with the majority of those turnovers being wage related. We were unable to support people that we supported on March 12th, 2020, and they are now on a waiting list.
Mr. Sebastian, can you summarize, please?
I sure will. Many of these people require one-to-one supports for medical and behavioral needs. It's an untenable situation and we need your support. The second area that I'd like to highlight is wage inequity, equal pay for equal work. The starting rate for an entry-level direct support professional working in a state-funded group home or a state-run group home is approximately $25 an hour, while at the Kennedy Center and our other organizations, the starting salary is $16.50 going to $17.25. Let's work together and establish wage equity for DSPs. In closing, doing the right thing is not easy, yet very much needed. Each of you, our colleagues, and each of us at the Kennedy Center share a common bond. We value our constituents and strive to do right by them with each decision that we make. I ask that you continue your commitments to our sector and work with us to ensure that the most vulnerable in each of our communities can flourish. Thank you for your work, your commitments, and your attention this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Sebastian, for your testimony and your time tonight. Next, we'll hear from Kimberly Beauregard, but before she goes, I'm going to turn it over to my good colleague, Representative Abercrombie.
Hi, Kim. So great to see you. Thank you, Jillian.
Kathy. Hello, everyone. Good evening to the esteemed senators, legislators, and colleagues who are here this evening. I am very much grateful for the opportunity to be able to speak to you tonight in response to House Bill 5037. My name is Kim Beauregard, and I'm the President and CEO of Intercommunity Healthcare. We are a community health center, and we are a local mental health authority, being in business for 45 years. We serve over 10,000 clients a year. We have 18 sites. We're school-based health centers, plus we do all kinds of residential programs. Since the pandemic, all of our residentials, over 100 beds, including women and children, and our withdrawal management unit, detox center, which is the largest in Connecticut, have all been open. I don't want to repeat what so many people have said here tonight. The turnover rate, not able to recruit and retain, the loss of nurses and licensed clinical social workers who provide such a great amount of care to our patients and clients is astronomical. I've been doing this for almost 40 years. I am grateful to community-based programs because I am a woman in long-term recovery, and I would not be here today doing all the things that I'm able to do if it wasn't for community health centers and behavioral health centers. They work, it matters. And I do know I'm preaching to the choir here. I wanted to ask though, aren't we tired? Many of us have been doing this for a long, long time. And between the pandemic, we know the information that's come out from the American Academy of Pediatrics that we're in a national state of emergency for children. We know the US Surgeon General has issued a public advisory regarding the significant. Can you hear me? Okay. Increase in mental health continues to just grow exponentially. We are on the front lines. We have been on the front lines of the opioid epidemic, of the COVID epidemic. The state of Connecticut reached out to us and said, please help us. We did thousands and thousands of testing and vaccinations. We had people who, one of our nurses who truly almost died of COVID. We've had many people, many of our staff and clients and patients lose family members. We've had a director who was doing direct care get COVID 3 times. These are the people on the front lines who have been doing this work, and we need to help them now. We need to follow up with the commitment that every year, all of us continue to say to them that we are going to take care of you. We are going to give you a living wage. We are going to give you fair health benefits. As people have talked about, you can go work for the state for much more money or private sectors, but now you can go work at McDonald's for much more money. You can go work at Amazon for more money.
Kim, we hear you. Can you summarize, please? Your 3 minutes are up.
So what I want to say is thank you to all of you, because I know that many of you here know exactly what I'm talking about and have been here. I know that most of you care deeply about this, all of this that we're speaking to this evening. But we need all of us to work together and to make it happen, to take action. We need at least the 8%. We need to have it, and we need to have it now to continue our services. Thank you very much for all of your work.
Thank you, Kim, and thank you for your service. We do appreciate it. Up next, 137, Tyann Allen.
Hello, good evening, representatives and member of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Twinette Allen. I'm from Bridgeport, Connecticut. I am the Vice President of Residential Services at Marrakesh and have been working there for the past 24 years. I actually was a student of the Marrakesh Academy for Human Services training 25 years ago and hired to an entry-level position upon my completion of the program. I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the state budget. I oversee 23 group homes that support people with intellectual developmental disabilities. I want to thank you for the 4% cost of living adjustment for community nonprofit that you fought to include in last year's budget. I am here tonight to ask you to honor the long-term plan to address underfunding of community nonprofits and increase funding this year by additional $461 million or 8% in total for fiscal year 23. This funding is needed now more than ever. Since COVID, we lost a lot of our workforce and we are operating with our largest position vacancy rate of 23%. Even with the increase in wages, there are less stressful jobs and less risky jobs that pay more. It is hard to grant time off for our hardworking employees just because of all of these vacancies. Human Services is now in competition with companies like Amazon and Walmart that require no specialized training, are paying more and offering more hiring incentives. Last year, increase in funding for our DDS program was used as directed by the group home settlement and providing significant funding to increase the minimum wage for direct support staff. The group home settlement also created significant challenges. First, the team of the settlement provided wage increase as much as 11.7% for entry-level staff, which next year will increase 14.5%. But the agreement only provided 3% increase to everyone else. Although 45% of our 700 employees have been working here 7 years or more, most of them are earning the same rate of pay as new hires due to this. The wage compression for our employees with seniority in our next level management positions is discouraging. The ICF homes that I manage were mandated to provide the same increase that the group home settlement demanded, yet our rate increase granted was 4.5%. This fiscal year lost due to the fact that DDS did not financially honor the minimum wages increase and put in our ICF programs in financial jeopardy. In my 24 years here, I have never been so worried about staffing our programs 24/7 coming out of COVID. We take pride in offering high quality service to individuals and families, and unfortunately, I am meeting referrals who are on the emergency list for our homes, and we are unable to take them immediately.
Can you summarize, please? Your 3 minutes are up.
Yes, because we cannot hire and train people fast enough to meet their individual needs in our programs. I feel bad for the individuals and their families. We have always been able to accept referrals in timely fashion, and unfortunately, we are able to do this at this time. Please show that Connecticut values people with disabilities and with similar service needs and value our essential employees, most of whom are Black and Brown. Please grant the 8% COLA for human service nonprofit organizations. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Before I call the next person, I'm really going to ask everybody to adhere to the 3 minutes. It's not for us as policymakers, but it's for the people that are number 200, 254, that aren't even going to be able to testify before midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning. So I'm going to cut you off at 3 minutes. I'm giving everybody a fair warning. So please, let's honor them also that are going to have to wait a long time to testify. So with that, I'll go on to Frank Calabro. Hi, Frank.
Hello, can you hear me? All right, 1 minute and 37 seconds. Here we go. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and the members of the committee. My name is Frank Calabro. I've worked for DDS for 22 years, and I love my job. I've come to understand some of the obstacles that our individuals with intellectual disabilities face. Only through years of paying attention diligently, trying to understand what they're trying to express and really what they're going through, can I or even we help them make little progress in their lives. The days we see that little progress are more rewarding than you can even imagine. My job requires that we provide a stable environment in an emergency placement setting. I'm in a unit right now called the Step Down Unit, a specially funded program right here with DDS, and I love my job. Most of our individuals come from emergency rooms, home living arrangements, private providers that can no longer handle their needs, or family members that are just aging out. We provide consistency, incidental teaching, and community involvement in their lives with one-to-one staffing to help them get back on track for a more successful placement in the future. I get really frustrated with the inconsistencies in the way our programs are run and staffed. In the last few years, staffing levels have declined tremendously. This is problematic because with better staffing levels, we would be sharper and come to work more prepared because we wouldn't be so exhausted. It would also take the burden off some of us who do most of the work, including paperwork, and gets some more people involved for a much more positive outcome. For our individuals, better staffing would mean that they would have a stable rotation of staff and more stability in their life day to day. Our individuals rely on staff and they count on us to be there for them. At any given time, we may pick on some little bit of information in their lives that can truly benefit them. Please fund and fill the empty positions in DDS, and please expand these services that are so desperately needed in the state, not just for me, but for the individuals we serve. I want to thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank, and thank you for staying under the 3 minutes. I do appreciate it. Thank you for your service. Have a great night.
Too.
Moving on to 139. I don't see her. Haiti, are you here? Nope. Then we're going to move on to 140. Beth Fisher. Hi, Beth.
Hi, Representative Abercrombie. Thank you. Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Beth Fisher. I'm the CEO for CUNE Employment Opportunities, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening. CUNE's a nonprofit community-based agency that serves over 400 individuals with disabilities through contracts with DDS and DEMIS. We are mission-driven and provide high-quality day and employment services that are delivered throughout Central Connecticut. First, I do want to thank you so much for the 4% cost of living adjustment that community nonprofits received in the last session. That was a great start, but tonight I'm here to ask that you honor the long-term plan to address underfunding of community nonprofits and increase funding this year by at least 8%. As you've heard my colleagues say, the funding is needed now more than ever. A few things about our agency. Currently, we have 25% of our staff positions vacant. This is well beyond what our agency has ever experienced. And despite raising our agency's minimum wage from $14.75 an hour to $16.50 an hour this past year, we can't fill those positions. Our seasoned staff are tired from working extra shifts and carrying the burden of staffing shortages. Every day is a staffing crisis. Today, for example, we had no choice but to cancel services for 5 of our program participants because without adequate staffing, we simply cannot serve them safely. And this transfers the burden to families who rely on our services. And sadly, today was not unique. It's our staff and the individuals we serve that are paying the price for over a decade of underfunding. This staffing crisis impacts our agency on all levels. Business operations suffer when managers and directors are unable to do their own jobs because they need to cover direct care. Recently, I conducted an interview with the direct support staff that was leaving CUNY after 15 years. When I asked why she was leaving, she told me she could no longer be a burden to her adult children. She was angry. She had worked her way up to over $15 an hour, and while her pay rate rose to $16.50 an hour based on the increases from the group home settlement, she was now training new staff earning the same as her. She said she was taking a job at a shipping and receiving facility, and she knew she was going to hate the work, but it was nearly double the pay. And she cried because she was going to miss the individuals she had supported for so many years. We need to be attracting people to human services and not pushing them away. The increase in this year's budget, while very much appreciated, has quickly been absorbed by rising costs. Motor vehicle insurance for CUNY's fleet of vans used to get program participants to and from work is up 10%. Replacement vehicles are sorely needed, but now cost $10,000 more for the same vehicle compared to last year. And basic program and office supplies cost more as well. I urge the Appropriations Committee to invest in nonprofit programs now by implementing the Alliance's plan for a $461 million increase.
Thank you, Beth.
Money. Thank you.
Thanks. Have a great night.
You too.
I'm going to go back to number 139, Haiti. Haiti, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm at my granddaughter's game. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the committee. My name is Hattie Bashinsky. I live in New London and work at the Ben Crandall Home Group, where I'm a substance abuse specialist. I come before you today to urge you to please properly fund group homes so workers like me can finally have a pension and affordable health insurance. At the Ben Crandall Group Home, we care for individuals with co-concurring psychiatric and substance abuse disabilities and help them to develop life skills and focus on learning how to live a substance abuse-free life. I got involved in this work. One, I've been in long-term recovery myself, and I wanted to give back and to help others. While I love the work I do, I struggle with the low wages and benefits we receive. I work 40 hours a week and still cannot make ends meet. I too ask my adult children for gas money here and there. I'm my sole provider and I don't have another job. When I work more than a couple days of overtime, my body hurts really bad and then I cannot walk or relax and I feel stuck in a vicious cycle. Our pay does not reflect what we do. I love everyone and I love this work because I love human beings. At the same time, I feel like the services I am providing are being undervalued. One of my clients works in a grocery store and makes more money than I do. That is not to say that grocery store employees don't deserve a livable wage. All workers deserve a livable wage. I just feel like the men and women who do the selfless work of caring for others should not be forced into a life of poverty due to low wages. That is why I come before you today to urge you to take action to uplift the caregivers in group homes across the state by giving us the funding we need for living wages and quality benefits. We don't expect to become millionaires, but we do want to live the rest of our lives in poverty. We do not want to live the rest of our lives in poverty. We need living wages, a pension that we can retire on, and affordable health insurance so that we can take care of ourselves as well as our individuals. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Hattie. Have a great night.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Number 141, Chris LeMay. Chris LeMay. Moving on, number 142, Kevin Mackey.
Hi, good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the committee. My name is Kevin Mackey, and I've worked in this field for the past
Somebody
33
messaged me,
years.
but I don't even know how to use it.
I love working with the wonderful, diverse group of individuals. It really puts your life into perspective when you get involved with these people that the rest of the world forgets about, and spend time learning from them as well as teaching them. This work is its own reward. I work with a very behavioral man who requires one-on-one care due to his unpredictable nature. 1 minute he's hugs and peace, and the next it is chaos. We spend the day trying to get him involved in activities, including art, culinary, games, community outings, and learning projects. Workers like me know our individuals. Without knowledge and trust, these situations can be hard to manage. What keeps me going is that without these services, our patients would stagnate and have no quality of life. They are entitled to the best care we can provide, and they are entitled to the same robust quality of life that we are all entitled to. They do not deserve to be hidden away as they were in the past. I'm here today to thank you for the investment that was made last year by the governor and the legislation in wages and benefits of workers like me. It has made an important difference in our lives. I'm back here again today because our industry has been so underfunded for decades that even your historic investment hasn't been enough. We need a bit more to complete the committee. To complete the commitment that you made last year. The hard fact is that this contingency is forgotten and is evident in the lack of funding available to them and the lack of funding, support, and resources available to people that care for them. We need hundreds of millions of dollars that we haven't gotten for years. The lack of compensation from the state over the years has led to repossessions of cars, forced bankruptcies, and times I've had to forego medical help due to the lack of proper insurance. I've had to put my own family needs to the side because I had to pick up extra hours to work to make ends meet. No one should have to pick up extra hours in a full-time position to get by. No one should be treated like the job that they do isn't worth a livable wage. There is something wrong when I am a healthcare worker, but I have no access to affordable healthcare. It is unacceptable because without these services, I don't want to think what would happen to our clients. I'm exhausted mentally and physically, and at the end of the day, I'm truly, truly exhausted. We are trained professionals. We are not glorified babysitters. We are essential healthcare workers. We are trained in CPR, PMT, and we need to complete med certifications classes to pass medications and keep those certifications current. There are a plethora of other qualifications we are responsible to complete and keep up to date. We are responsible for.
Kevin, can you summarize, please?
I've got like 5 more seconds. We are responsible for lives, not things. The individuals rely on us for every aspect of their lives. We are the backbone of every company involved in the care of these individuals with developmental disabilities. The additional money will help to raise benefits where they are needed. Workers like me need affordable health care, a living wage, and retirement benefits. Please continue.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for what you do. Have a great night.
You too.
Number 143, Debbie Carpenter.
Hi. Good evening, members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Debbie Carpenter. I work for Gilead Community Services at the Gateway Program in Chester, Connecticut. First of all, I was told to thank you for the 4% cost of living adjustment. But apparently, because I work for a DEMAS program, we haven't seen that. My coworkers and I have not received this. And if and when we receive this money, no way does it even come close to an actual cost of living adjustment. Community nonprofits have been underfunded for years, and those of us on the front line have seen the devastating effect of this lack of support from the state. Because of lack of funding and support from the state, there's a mass exodus of mental health workers from community nonprofits. Co-workers are leaving the nonprofits and getting jobs elsewhere where they can make a living wage. People are not applying for these low-wage jobs that require college degrees. Those of us who are left trying to provide support to the clients are tired. We're tired because we're mandated to work extra shifts because of staff shortages. We're tired because you have to pick up extra shifts to support ourselves and our family. I had a coworker who had enough time off to do his paternity leave. He did it for 2 weeks because he could not afford 40-hour-week pay because he was so used to picking up shifts. He had a wife with a newborn baby and a 3-year-old, and he couldn't take paternity leave, not because he didn't have the time to pay, he just could not afford to work 40 hours. We're tired because we have more clients because the exiting case managers are not being replaced. Clients are frustrated. They don't know who their case manager is or therapist or psychiatrist is week from week. Staff members are overworked and rushed. Clients aren't receiving the services they had in the past, and they know it. Someone with mental health issues that does not receive adequate services, things happen. Last spring, we had a client burn down a house which left 6 people homeless. I'm not sure about the turnout with these testimonies, but tonight, like I said, we're tired, and you could probably replace tired with angry. We're tired of thinking that any of you actually care about us and our clients. We're tired about hearing about the mental health crisis in the state and the country and everyone expecting us to take care of it without proper funding or staff. We're tired about hearing how great the state was in giving us 4%, which works out to be $26 a week before taxes. We're tired of waiting to see this in our paycheck, if we even notice. We're tired of explaining to our clients who their new case manager is because the one they had last week quit. We're tired of training new people who then leave for better pay. We're tired of picking up the workload of others after they quit. We're tired of being asked to explain to the Appropriations Committee why the state should fund nonprofits. I've been doing this for years.
Debbie, we hear you, ma'am. We hear you.
Yeah,
Thank you for your testimony.
It doesn't show up in our pay and our workload. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a great night. Number 144, Jeff Crandall.
Hi, thank you to the members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Jeff Crandall, and I'm the Director of Programs at CUNY Employment Opportunities. CUNY provides employment and day support services to nearly 400 individuals annually through programs funded by the Department of Developmental Services and the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. I would like to join others tonight in thanking you for the support last year and increasing the funding for community nonprofits that you fought to include in the budget, and also to ask you to honor the long-term plan to address underfunding by supporting additional increases of $461 million this year, or 8% total. I think you've heard many examples tonight of the staffing challenges that have been created by the chronic underfunding. In our own agency, we have staff working to locate independent community employment for the individuals we serve, who often are placing people in jobs that pay the same or better than what they themselves are receiving. This kind of obviously, makes it very obvious to them kind of where they're at. And really leaves them torn on whether to continue to work in this field when they could possibly take a job somewhere else where they may not be as happy with the work that they're doing, but they may not have to work a second job. They may not, they might be able to get out of debt, pay off their student loans, maybe, or just afford basic necessities of life for themselves and their families. We've also seen that the increases that came through last year have been affected by inflation like everybody. We have, in our DDS funded programs, we transport many individuals back and forth to the program site as well as to their community work sites. Obviously, the rising cost of gas have affected the cost of that service. And many of the vehicles that we're utilizing have over 200,000 miles on them, and we've been trying to update our fleet, but seeing that the prices, are rising drastically, and the inventory of vehicles are out there is much lower. It's been very difficult to do that. And we've seen, again, wage compression that other people have talked about also. Our staff, are grateful for the wage increases that they did receive, but they're aware now that they're making roughly the same amount as people who are starting fresh in the job tomorrow. Leaves staff feeling that the work that they do is not respected. So in closing, just would like you to please help us to show them that their work is respected by continuing to fight for funding the programs that we serve and implementing the planned increases of the $461 million. Thank you.
Perfect, Jeff. 3 minutes. Thank you, sir. And a great job at CUNY. You guys do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to 145, Donovan Powell.
Good evening, Senator Olson, Representative Walker, and members of the committee. My name is Donovan Powell. I'm a mental health worker living in Norwich. I come before you today to urge you to properly fund DMOS private sector providers so mental health workers like me can have a pension and affordable health insurance. I decided to work in mental health because I wanted to help people and make a difference in someone's life. I love the work that I do. However, it can be very difficult work, and we struggle with understaffing significantly. Understaffing has a lot of negative impacts on our staff and on our ability to provide the best care. I've seen staff working 3 shifts straight, 24 hours, and then they're expected to stay for the next shift they were originally scheduled for because a program is that understaffed. I've worked double shifts due to staff shortages. I've seen case managers with caseloads approaching double the recommended amounts who are being held accountable for expectations that are impossible to manage. And this is solely down to shortages in staffing. Chronic understaffing is fueled by the low wages and the poor benefits that we receive. I've seen so many coworkers come and go because there are more lucrative opportunities out there in the field or similar fields. I see people set up interviews who don't even bother following through with the process when they find out what the pay looks like. I have no health insurance for myself or my wife because it'll cost up to 1/3 of my paycheck, and that's just not feasible to survive here. Last session, the legislative body saw the need for additional funding to improve the pay and benefits for mental health providers in the private sector. That funding was a great step in the right direction. However, we need to finish what we started and match the same amount given last year in this year's budget. That would allow mental health workers like me to have the benefits we deserve, like a pension and health insurance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your work and thank you for testifying. We do appreciate it. Have a great night. Number 146, Victoria. Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Administrator. Good evening.
Hi there. So we have a couple of folks who are sitting in our attendees who I'm not sure if they're accepting our promotion to panelists. One is number 42, Jan Ponson, and the other is number 82, Jay Tulin. Jay's been here all evening long. I just want to alert both of them that in order to speak, they have to accept being a panelist. So if they want to just hang out in the waiting room and listen, they're welcome to do that. But if they want to speak, they need to accept the promotion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. If I see their number come up, I will call on them. Going back to our list, number 147, Jermaine Mercado. Jermaine.
Good evening, Madam Chair. This is Ben Shaken again. I'll be sharing my screen for this video.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Jermaine Mercado. I am a case manager with the Columbus House. I work in supportive housing. I'm here today with my client, Ruben Thompson, and we are here to ask the Appropriations Committee to adapt the Reaching Home campaign agenda, particularly the Fund the Frontline request. We are asking for this and we support this request because that would benefit folks like myself, so that way we can keep providing the services to folks like Ruben and people who need the case management connections and the services that come behind just having a case manager to be there for you and to connect you to places that you may not know about, or the average person may not know about because they don't have resources or may not hear about certain programs, and that's what they benefit from the case manager from. So I'm gonna turn it over to Ruben a little bit and let him share about how he started with the Columbus House, actually at the emergency shelter, worked his way through that program with working with the case manager and connecting and doing his footwork and getting connected to the resources that he needed and applying himself and pushing himself. He actually worked through the program, and now he's in supportive housing and been in his own unit for about 7 months now. And now me and Ruben, we work together on maintaining his apartment so he can keep his unit and not return back to homelessness. So Ruben, why don't you share a little bit about what your experience has been with the Columbus House?
Well, I also experienced from the streets there, different programs like the different shelters. We also did the food bank, different places that I go to. I recommend that to all the people at the shelter to go there as well and tell them that there's different public transportation could take you to these different places. But if they don't know anything about it, so I introduce it to them to help them out. So this is one of the things that happened at the Columbus House when I came aboard. And so I really appreciate that the Columbus House has stuck in there to help me out. Cause I had lots of different people that's always check in on me, make sure I was okay when I was along the streets. And I came into the shelter, then they came back to the shelter and check up on me. So that lets you know the program still goes on even though you're gone. And so even I'm off the streets there. So there's still, this is a program, a very good program to help each person that is desired to do something better for their self and try to do something better for their lifestyle. So I'm to Columbus House. That's all I can say.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ruben, for that. And we thank you for hearing us. And we hope that you do, in fact, adapt that request and fund the front line because it is crucial. Thank you so much and this is for supporting this essential work.
Jermaine, thank you. So, okay, well, if he's watching, thank you, Jermaine, and thank you to Ruben, and we wish Ruben much continued success. Thank you very much. Moving on to 148, Christopher. There he is. Hi, Christopher.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you so much. I'm sure you guys have had a very long day, and I know a long night to come, so thank you for sitting and listening to our testimony. My name is Chris Pruss. I'm the Director of Residential Treatment Programs for Connecticut Renaissance. I've been here for almost 6 years. We're a nonprofit that serves Connecticut's youth and adults with mental health disorders and substance use disorders. Connecticut Renaissance and other nonprofits like us have been the first line of treatment as well as the safety net that state and local communities have relied on for decades. Despite the obvious need and imperative function that nonprofits provide, we have long been underfunded. I'm sure you've heard this before, but many of our staff can go to work, another job which much less risk and responsibility for far more money. The private sector has been able to meet rising costs more readily while still being able to increase their employees' salaries to reasonable and livable levels. Nonprofits are not afforded this opportunity. Many entry-level staff are making minimum wage or just over. Many need to work 2 or 3 jobs just to make ends meet, yet they are still dedicated to work with our marginalized population despite this. The pandemic has further deepened this issue. Just this past year, many nonprofits were forced into quarantine periods due to COVID outbreaks. This led to massive losses in revenue as admissions needed to be paused for some programs for weeks at a time. In one of our programs alone this year, this meant a loss of over $25,000 in just a 19-day period, a deficit that is impossible to make up when you are barely breaking even to begin with, despite our best efforts. Last year's cost of living adjustment, which we are very thankful for, was the first, though, I believe in well over a decade, where costs and inflation have steadily increased. I want to be clear again that we are very appreciative and we have been heard thus far, and this does give me hope going forward. Another issue lies within the dwindling workforce. With less pay available, employees are leaving for other opportunities, leaving many programs understaffed, which leaves clients at risk for losing services. Even a small collapse of the nonprofit programs in the state would be catastrophic. Emergency rooms would be further overwhelmed, and it would remain constant. At this point, this is not an if, but a when. Nonprofits have taken the burden off the state for decades, but without an appropriate cost of living adjustment, the burden still falls back on the nonprofit sector, while the state currently basks in a surplus. Last year, the legislators stepped up and provided the cost of living adjustment for nonprofits, and again, we are very much appreciative, but it was less than the inflation that the nonprofits experienced this year, and we are still in crisis. The increase in this year's budget has quickly been absorbed by rising costs. Over the last year, inflation rose by over 6%, surpassing the cost of living, add in reduced income due to the pandemic, and we are sitting in a perfect storm. We are constituents, your constituents, and we're asking for your help to meet the additional inflation from this year and years to come. Thank you again for hearing my testimony tonight.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for taking the time to stay on. We do appreciate it. Have a great night.
You too.
Up next, 149, Jen Lawler. Jen. Moving on to number 150, Mary DiCarlo.
Hi, good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Mary Pat DiCarlo, and I am the Vice President of Adult Services at the Kennedy Center in Trumbull. The Kennedy Center provides services to many individuals with all types of needs. The Kennedy Center is a nonprofit human service business, and like many others in the state, we are on the verge of collapse. Not just crisis, but collapse. Due to the inability to hire and retain staff, as well as have reimbursement rates that cover our cost of doing business. For the last 6 months, we have had staff vacancy rate of 27%. For every one staff we have hired since September, we have lost one staff. With this staffing shortage, we have had to close one group home, move those individuals to other homes in our system, and we have a waiting list of 58 individuals who have not yet been able to come back to day programs since COVID began. The 58 does not include all of those individuals who have graduated from high school and who are looking for services since they've graduated. We haven't even started talking to them yet. The families that care for the individuals that live at home but come to our programs are calling weekly saying, why haven't you hired staff? Why can't you get staff? There must be something wrong. You can't get staff. I have individuals who come to me and say, why do my favorite staff always leave us? What are we doing wrong? I have to explain to them they're not doing anything wrong. Individuals want to know why they can't go out on weekends. Not enough staff to take everybody out safely. Why are strangers coming into my home? They're not used to some of these people that have to go in and do coverage. And they're strangers that are going in and having to give someone a shower or bathe them. Our direct support professionals are grateful for the wage increases received this year and the anticipated increase for next year. However, they still ask the question as to why their starting wage is that much less than their counterparts who work for the state and do the exact same job. Being a direct support professional is a profession that needs to be respected. We need to recognize the job requirements needed to be an effective DSP and compensate them accordingly. We cannot rely on staff to continue to work double shifts and for days on end out of the goodness of their heart. Not only do our businesses need funding for wages, we need to receive funding for the cost of the daily work that we do. We could also use the funding that used to come from the MPG grants in the past. I've been in this business for over 40 years, and I have testified to this committee for more years than I can remember. What I do remember is that our ask has not changed in all of these years. Why not make a major change now? Make a change that respects the profession,
Mary,
the direct support professional.
Mary, could you summarize, please?
Yep.
Your 3 minutes are up.
Yeah, by providing funding for equal pay and true livable wage. Thank you for your time and attention to this issue.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you for what you do. We appreciate it. Up next, 151, Carrie Dyer. Carrie.
Good evening, everyone. and thank you for letting me speak. We've been watching since 10 o'clock this morning, and we really appreciate your tenacity, not only to listening to everything we have to say and all of the questions, but in reading the submitted written testimony. I know we have a lot of people that spent a lot of time putting their thoughts on paper. And so the time you'll spend reading that is really important to us. So thank you for that. My name is Carrie Dyer, and I am the CEO of Reliance Health, a community mental health nonprofit organization that contracts with the Connecticut Departments of Developmental Services and Mental Health and Addiction Services. We serve over 1,500 people a year. We've proudly served Eastern Connecticut for over 45 years and have evolved to meet the changing needs of our community. And I'm speaking in support of correcting the historic underfunding of the nonprofit sector and establishing a plan to recognize and adjust for inflation in a clear and dedicated way. Our agency received no funding increase for the 10 years between 2007 and 2017, and then suffered a 5% budget cut in 2017. Last year in 2021, we received a 4% budget boost, which we did appreciate, but that still leaves us 1% below the 2007 funding, while facing expenses that align with a cumulative 31% rate of inflation. The graph is included in my written testimony. I'm visual, so this is clunky, but this is the gap. This bottom line is our contracted funding. It dips down, and then the top line is inflation. So within these confines, Reliance Health is expected to properly maintain 18 properties, absorb business and health insurance costs, implement updated and upgraded technologies, onboard and retain staff with a living wage, provide educational opportunities, meet heightened electronic documentation standards, and keep up with expenses for food, utilities, vehicles, gas, etc. Chronic and persistent underfunding in conjunction with the pandemic is breaking us. Our waiting lists are absurdly long, programs are understaffed, and the demand for services escalates. Inadequate fiscal support results in failing those who need us the most. Testifying to proper funding should not be an annual event. Every year we try a different tactic to shed light on the circumstances that the state of Connecticut imposes on the nonprofit sector. The onus is put on us to plead our case, tell our stories, advocate for proper recognition, and suggest solutions for a broken system. The process is degrading and backward. We have created fiscally responsible systems of care that are responsive to community needs, reflective of state projects and best practices, adaptive to the changing landscape, and designed to focus on the strengths of the people we serve. While the legislators' focus on new mental health and substance use initiative is highly commendable, they will ultimately suffer if the nonprofit foundation is not reinforced. Please match our unwavering dedication to the people of Connecticut. I know you know the right questions to ask. I know you know what we're saying, you're understanding our language, and I appreciate your time in listening to each of us testify. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie, and thank you for taking the opportunity to testify and also giving us written testimony. We do appreciate it. I'm going to go back to number 129, TJ Atkin. TJ?
Hello, good afternoon, Representative Walker, Senator Austin, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is TJ Aiken, and I am the Young Adult and Family Services, Young People and Family Services Manager at CCAR, the Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery, which involves providing recovery support services to young people and families who are impacted by addiction and recovery from addiction. More importantly, I am also a young person in long-term sustained recovery for almost 6 years. 12 years ago, I was regularly using heroin at the age of 16. My mother desperately did what she could to connect me to the little resources that were available to someone like me. It was a seemingly hopeless situation. At 19, I entered prison, and again at 20. I went in and out of prisons and institutions for several years, repeating this cycle of detoxes and treatment centers more times than I can count on both my hands. It wasn't until the age of 22 that I found the gift of recovery in a 12-step fellowship, and I've been sober ever since. Today, I have a family, and I'm heavily engaged father to a 6-month-old girl. The life I live today is solely because of my recovery from drugs and alcohol. My past struggles have afforded me the ability to help others who are just like me. As an emergency department recovery coach, I've seen thousands of people throughout multiple hospitals in the state in their darkest hours. Those with private insurance have a wide array of options available to them. Those with Medicaid or the young people who have yet to age into the system have bleak resources as it is, and have a little chance of finding recovery within the state. I was on the phone with a mother on Tuesday this week, and I couldn't help but directly relate that same exact feelings that my mother felt. She pleaded with me over the phone, asking me to help finding treatment for her young son who is in active opiate use, just like I was, and just like my mother did. My heart breaks for her as I tell her the only option is to send him to Rushford for his 4th time. I'm asking this committee to consider increasing the DEMIS funding to help support young people finding recovery. As the opiate epidemic rages, it has mercy for no one. Our young people are gravely affected and without necessary resources. Their chances are less than average. I can't help myself from thinking, what if this was my child? What if this was your child? It is a sad state of affairs as a parent to plead with strangers over the phone in an effort to save their child's life. I would walk to the ends of the earth for my child, as I know any parent would. We need to do better for all of our young people that are struggling with substance use and seeking help. Thank you for your time today, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, TJ. And I speak for all my colleagues when I say that we wish you continued success, and thank you for being here. We do appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to number 152, Kim Sandor.
Thank you, Representative Abercrombie, and good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Kimberly Sandor, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Nurses Association. And I do thank you again, just like everybody else this evening, for hanging in with all of us tonight. I have enjoyed hearing the voices from the passionate and caring professionals, families, and organizations that care alongside us nurses for everyone in Connecticut through a very difficult time. Nurses, as the largest component of the healthcare workforce, are the primary providers of hospital patient care, deliver most of the nation's long-term care, and practice across all specialties and practice settings, from hospitals to schools, health departments, and home care. Nurses, like others testifying tonight, have showed up and led throughout the pandemic to care for our fellow citizens. They bring a unique perspective. They understand what was needed, what holes were there, what were the challenges, and what are the continued and persistent challenges. They have a unique view on how to rebuild the public health infrastructure, plan and care for Connecticut moving forward. So tonight I'd like to speak specifically on 5 items. First, the local public health infrastructure, the state emergency preparedness and storage of PPE, the effort and need to stabilize and retain the current nursing healthcare workforce, the promotion and retention of nurses in primary care, and the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services mobile crisis vans. Let's see if I can get it in on time. Okay, local public health infrastructure. I really encourage you to read the testimony that the Connecticut Association of Public Health Nurses has submitted. They were the ones who answered the call while all of us were saying, contact your local public health department. They were the ones who answered the phone. They quelled the nerves of families and anxious elderly. They helped businesses get back online and implement measures so that they could open up and serve everyone. They whipped up, vaccination clinics when it was needed. And they have a unique perspective on what's needed to rebuild our public health infrastructure. This needs to be funded. We need nurses in every single health department and health district. We need the DPH liaison to the local health departments and districts returned. That position went away, and they played a critical connection to collaborate and share services. The health districts need infrastructure so that they have some IT support. That was a huge issue during the pandemic, especially as different systems came online. And as a previous citizens shared earlier, translation services. If we're going to meet the needs of our communities, we need to really beef up those services. We applaud the investment in emergency preparedness and storage of PPE, but we urge you and plead with you to not let this go unfunded ever again. We need to make sure that if anything like this happens again, we don't have expired PPE and that we have plenty of it. So we appreciate the work on this, and we really hope it stays something that's pinned and is always addressed. Our nursing, Yep.
Kim, please summarize, please. You did
Okay.
a great job, but your 3 minutes is up.
Thank you. So thank you for everything. Please reach out to the nurses. We have some great ideas, and we are very supportive of all the work you're doing with the mobile health crisis vans, and appreciate this difficult decisions you're making and anything you can do to strengthen the workforce.
Thank you very much, Kim. Have a great night.
You too.
Appreciate it. I'm going to go back to number 122, Karen Edwards. Karen?
Hi, thank you, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished committee members. My name is Karen Edwards. I live in Stamford. I'm a professor of public health and a retired pediatrician public health professional. I'm testifying in support of the $3.6 million included in the governor's budget adjustment bill for the Department of Public Health to fund gun violence prevention programs. As a pediatrician, a public health professional, and a parent, I strongly support this budget amendment because it'll provide a foundation to address gun violence, which is a true public health crisis, through prevention. Gun violence is a leading cause of preventable death and injury and disproportionately affects people from minority, racial, and ethnic backgrounds. Last year in Connecticut, gun homicides were the highest they've been in 25 years and are almost at double the number that occurred in 2018. You know, the impact of gun violence is very broad. In addition to those it kills and injures, it affects those who witness it, especially children, and those who live with fear of gun violence in their communities. This negative impact on individuals living in communities with high levels of gun violence urgently requires a preventive solution. Now, as with any successful public health intervention, strategies to prevent gun violence must involve community stakeholders working in partnership with dedicated staff who are experts in data collection and analysis. With a coordinated plan and assessment of the preventive interventions that are put into place, the collected evaluative data can be used in program improvement and to secure ongoing funding. I thank the governor for proposing $3.6 million to fund community gun violence prevention programs, and I strongly urge the legislature to do more by creating an Office of Gun Violence Prevention in the Department of Public Health and committing to more substantial levels of funding. We can't afford to delay implementing these strategies to prevent gun violence. Children and teens are dying. They're being injured and being otherwise negatively impacted for life. We have to take action so that all Connecticut children have the best chance to survive and thrive into adulthood. So I support the establishment of an Office of Gun Violence Prevention as the most effective path to accomplishing this, and urge the legislature to commit to more substantial levels of funding. Thanks to the committee for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you for your testimony. We do appreciate it. I'm going to
Madam
call on the
Chair?
next person, which is, oh, I'm sorry, Madam
Again.
Administrator.
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
So we have had a person bouncing in and out of the waiting room. It's Renee Joseph, and Renee Joseph keeps raising their hand. And the interesting thing is Renee Joseph is not on our list. So if I may have your indulgence, we'd like to ask Renee who Renee is and why Renee seems to think that they're on our list. Renee? Unmute yourself, Renee. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Victoria. So sorry, I guess I logged into like my mother's on here by accident. I'm sorry, because it just like when I clicked the link, it just like sent me to whatever Zoom was on here. And
Victoria, what is your name? Are
Victoria
you
Santier. Yeah, I'm on the list. I was like pretty confused why it jumped me onto my mother's Zoom. This is very embarrassing.
She's 146.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Taylor. Thank you, Victoria, and we'll get this straightened out, and we'll get to you as soon as we can.
Madam
Okay.
Administrator, do you want me to let Victoria go now, or what, how would you like to proceed?
Well, you had people that had in the queue, so let's
Well, I
do
didn't
that.
call on anybody yet.
Okay, if you don't mind, then let's, Victoria's been in and out, so thank you, Madam Chair, that would be really helpful.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. So I'm going to call on number 146, Victoria, and then I'm going to turn it over to Senator McCrory, who will start with number 154, Olivia. So welcome, Victoria.
Hi, I apologize for this. I apologize.
No problem.
So good evening, Representative Walker and esteemed members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Victoria Santier. I'm a graduate student at UConn at the program Social Work and Public Policy programs. And I'm here to ask you to allocate funding towards the healthcare service providers and rental assistance and eviction prevention. As an intern at New Reach, I have come to the understanding of how important funding is for the essential work that healthcare service providers do for our most vulnerable within our communities. Although this budget addressed affordable housing, which I do support, it did not address the underfunding of community nonprofits, including homeless and housing service organizations, and it also did not include funding for rental assistance or eviction prevention. As we all know, housing is a human right and everyone deserves safe and stable housing. And for this to happen, the nonprofits and health service organizations need funding, and it should not be the responsibility of nonprofits to raise the money for this funding, but the job of the government to care and service our community. This work, as I've been watching my internship, is not easy. The service providers are not only giving up their times with their families, but they're also putting their health at risk with this current pandemic. As I said earlier, the budget didn't include the necessary investments for expanding rental assistance and eviction prevention. And having affordable and equitable housing is closely linked with mental health. Studies have shown that people with unstable housing or that are homeless have a higher risk of mental health issues and it could also lead to mental illness. And according to the HUD 2020 survey, around 21% of individuals who are homeless or in housing assistance had a mental illness, and around 17% of those individuals who are homeless in housing assistance also had substance abuse disorders. And we also know that the homeless and housing insecurity also affects lower class and the BIPOC communities the most. And eviction prevention and rental assistance programs would provide protection to those people. So tonight I'm asking you to adequately fund healthcare, the health services providers, rental assistance and eviction prevention programs, because it is critical to addressing the mental and physical health of our community. And I don't believe that you can only fund those programs, but also you should be funding the people and organizations who run and implement those programs. They deserve to get paid for their time, expertise, and passion. Thank you again for taking this time to listen to my testimony, and I apologize for the issue beforehand.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. I think we have up next is 154, Olivia Bisanti. Olivia, followed by Peter Bradford.
I'm here.
Okay, Olivia, you're up.
Sorry about that. My name is Olivia Basanti, and I am a resident of West Haven, as well as an employee at Columbus House. I work in our Middletown office as a case manager, specifically for PATH. I am here to support the Reaching Home agenda, including our request to fund the front lines as a part of our amendments to House Bill 5037. As a PATH case manager, clients in my program must be at risk of or presently homeless with a severe mental illness or co-occurring disorders. I work every day to hopefully just get one more person stably housed, but I wear many hats in this position. I am trained in trauma-informed care, de-escalation, and I also administer mental health screenings. I often help motivate my clients towards treatment and recovery while engaging them with providers. Despite the essential services that I provide, I am underpaid. You heard a lot today about turnover in the industry and a staffing crisis. Consequently, I would like to talk about something a little different, but it's trust. The homeless response system relies on the trust of our clients. Every single time a service provider leaves this field for a job that suits their financial needs, their clients must start from scratch with someone new. It delays the housing process, but most importantly, it puts a burden on our clients to redisclose intensely personal information to a new face. Now, couple this cycle with severe and often untreated mental health issues. We're talking symptoms of anxiety, paranoia, depression, and psychosis, to name a few. Why and how can we expect our clients to feel comfortable enough to engage with us and eventually get housed when they have built up relationships with sometimes multiple providers only to have them leave shortly after? In order for the system to work and for us to one day end homelessness, we need the trust of our clients and a really strong workforce of employees who are fairly compensated for the services that we provide. For myself, I need to trust that making a career in the field that I'm very passionate about will not leave me just a few paychecks away from being unable to pay my rent. As someone whose heart lies with helping people and who believes housing is a human right, I want to remain in this field. But as a college graduate with student loans and a resident where the cost of living is high and only getting higher, I struggle with how financially sustainable it is for me. So please show your support for the homeless response system by voting to fund our frontline workers. And again, thank you for this time. I know it's been a long night, so thank you.
Thank you, Olivia, and thank you for your service. 155, we have Peter Bradford, followed by Julio Reyes, followed by Jamie Jarzynski. Peter Bradford, going once, going twice. Peter has left the building. Julio Reyes, followed by Jamie Zarzynski, and followed by Dr. Thomas Fuqua.
Sorry, I was muted there. Hi, good evening. My name is Julio Reyes. I've been working for the last over 20 years now in the mental health services field. And I work currently for the Department of Mental Health for the Young Adult Services Program. And, I have to, I guess echo a lot of things that you've heard here today. We went, we've been in crisis, I feel like. And then we went into a pandemic. So you can imagine what two crises coupled on top of each other can mean. And so I work with young adults who have, oftentimes they don't have family, they've come out of DCF care, they don't have basic living skills, and they come to us and they receive a lot of services that are very, very helpful to them. They get vocational services and recreational services and help with housing. And that, all that being said, there are so many young adults who go without services. In a lot of ways, it's an invisible population. These are people who a lot of times, they're on the verge of homelessness and they're couch surfing and they're staying with friends, and people don't see the need that's there, and they're really suffering. And a lot of times they're being traumatized. And there's so much need that's out there. And like I said, we've been through a pandemic. We came into the pandemic in crisis mode. When you talk about, the economic situation that's out there for people, you see homeless people on the off ramps. We all see them when we get off the highway, and we have to make a decision that people are not, there's no such thing as a throwaway person, that people deserve the care that they need, and they deserve to be heard, they deserve to be seen. And, you know, our economy can't afford not to help the least of us. So there have been some closures within the young adult services. There was a Hilltop program in Hartford. There's a 24-hour program in Waterbury, another program in Bridgeport. Again, these programs are vital to help young adults to really stay off of that verge of homelessness. You know, there's so many more that need help. There's no reason why we should be closing facilities. We should be staffing everything up to, you know, our maximum capacity. So I hope that we do whatever is in our power to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. I believe up next we have Jamie Jarzinski, followed by Dr. Fuqua and Sharon Gardner.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Senator, this is Ben Shaken. I'm going to play a video of Jamie. Share my screen again.
Absolutely.
Hi, my name is Jamie Jarzinski. I attend the Kennedy Center since 2015. I attend both Transition to Employment program as well as the Project Advanced Day program. The Kennedy Center is helping me reach my potential to get a job. I like coming into work with my staff on my goals. I would like my staff to get paid more money because my favorite staff always end up leaving. I feel as if they leave because they don't get paid enough money and they have to find a job that pays more money. I feel like working in this field, they should be getting paid more money and recognized more. I also feel that Transportation Department does not get recognized enough. They are the unsung heroes that bring us to and from program daily in rain, snow, and all weather, in the morning and afternoon. I believe that the funding should be more to allow this service to continue. Thank you for taking your time to listen to me speak, and please keep in mind places like the Kennedy Center when making the budget. Thank you, Jamie Jarzinski.
Thank you, and thank you for that positive, inspiring message. Up next, we have Dr. Fuqua.
Hi, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Minor, Representative France, Senator McCrory, and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Thomas Farquhar. I'm the Vice President and Legislative Chair of the Radiological Society of Connecticut, which is our state chapter for the American College of Radiology, and I'm a practicing radiologist in Hartford. On behalf of our society, I wanted to make some brief comments on the Department of Health portion of the budget as it relates to the Department of Social Services. The proposed budget for DSS continues the drastic payment reductions that were made in 2015 to the provider component of Medicaid payments for imaging procedures. This includes MRI and CT scans, but also things like ultrasound, x-rays, and even mammograms. So this cut was over 42%, and it would continue for another year in House Bill 5037. So we're asking you that you reconsider this item because it continues to have a negative effect on access for Medicaid patients to these critical medical services. So to be clear, these cuts targeted only independent radiologists, not hospitals or hospital employed physicians. Radiology private practices are small businesses employing hundreds of employees with good paying jobs in communities across the state. Now, as part of the breast health and breast screening working group, chaired by Representative Gilchrist, thank you, was established by Section 14 of Public Act 2135. And as part of that work group, we reviewed Medicaid reimbursement rates for breast imaging exams in the Northeast. And so publicly available data showed that the current Connecticut provider reimbursement rates are less than 2/3 of the reimbursement rates for interpreting the same exams in New York or Massachusetts. And this is while each year Connecticut has one of the highest rates of breast cancer in the entire nation. And so the eventual outcome of these continuing cuts is clear, and that is that Medicaid patients will have fewer, if any, non-hospital facilities that accept their insurance, even for routine outpatient and screening exams, which creates another barrier to those seeking care. So we need to take steps to close these disparities in healthcare that are created by socioeconomic factors, because the state of Connecticut can certainly do better. So thank you all for your time and attention on what's a very long day turning into a very long night. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, and thank you for your testimony.
My pleasure.
Up next, we have Sharon Gardner, followed by Michael Tweedy, followed by Mary Bernstein. Sharon Gardner. Sharon going once. Sharon going twice. No more Sharon. So we have Michael Tweedy, followed by Mary Bernstein, followed by Amanda Bishop.
All right, thank you. Good evening. My name is Michael Tweedy, and thanks for this opportunity. I've worked in the intellectual and developmental disabilities field for about 10 years now, working my way up from a direct support professional to now a behavior support supervisor. I provide administrative oversight for 5 group homes and behavioral support for our entire agency. As you heard earlier from Nancy Vito and Andrea Riley, members of our leadership team at Mosaic are working an unprecedented amount of direct care while trying to complete our leadership responsibilities. I'm joining you today from a group home at the tail end of my third 16-hour day this week, where I'm working direct care due to our current staffing crisis. Fortunately, I was able to take a break, being number 160. It's the end of the day. Last year, we were under threat of strike as our union contract negotiations were being delayed due to a lack of funding. As a member of the management team, I was fully prepared to spend days, weeks, months in our group homes, providing for the safety of the most vulnerable amongst us. When I heard that we averted the strike, I was relieved. I was actually elated for my team, who was finally getting the raise they so rightly deserve.
Yes, thank you.
And thankful when I heard about the 4% cost of living adjustment. What I didn't know then was that within months, I'd be prepared again to spend days, weeks, and months in the group homes, not because of a strike, but because we didn't have enough staff, and the staff we did have were getting quickly burnt out. The number of elected officials I meet who have no idea what DDS providers do is alarming, and it explains our decades of being neglected by the budget. So let me explain a little. We're in the business of taking care of vulnerable people. It requires that we are specialized and that we go through training in a variety of things, from behavioral management, physical restraints, G-tubes, colostomy care, medication administration, to life-saving seizure interventions. A great deal of the workforce finds the allure of less stressful jobs at big box stores to be more powerful, with significantly less training and responsibility. Which means I'm so grateful for the staff that we have. Their compassion, their grit, their resilience keeps the individuals we support alive, healthy, and thriving. My role also requires that I look at the bottom line. We're not receiving the funding that we need to fulfill our obligation to support and protect the individuals in our care. Please do everything you can to increase the funding for DDS providers so that we can continue to do the work that we do, allow us to professionalize our field, raise the quality and quantity of our services. I welcome anyone to reach out with questions, although I think James Gardner, the young man from earlier, would probably be able to answer them better than I could, but thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I believe we have a couple of people who came back who missed their opportunity. So I'm going to go with, I think it's 151, and that is, let me see here, the name 151, Carrie Dyer. Carrie, are you there?
She testified already.
Okay, so we have 75 also, right? Who's number 75, Sue?
I know you have 119 that's on now that he hasn't testified. He just popped in.
Okay, and that person's name is?
Nathan Wise.
Nathan Wise, you're up next, and then we're gonna continue the order.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Dear members, my name is Nathan Wise, and I'm a residential support worker at Gilead Community Service Incorporated, a private nonprofit healthcare agency, and currently the Middlesex Chamber of Commerce Nonprofit of the Year. As you can imagine, the current pandemic has had a negative impact across the nonprofit human services spectrum, all across the great state of Connecticut, causing staff shortages, staff overwork, staff injury, and staff illness. Direct care staff has resigned due to the increase in mandated shifts, which have disrupted their lives, and this has resulted in higher than normal unfilled vacancies for which replacements are difficult to recruit with the low pay scale that nonprofits can provide, typically $13 to $16 an hour. Staff remaining tend to work longer hours to compensate for those vacancies, leading to insufficient rest that can lead to lower immunity, increased illness, and potential injuries. Meanwhile, the legislature has at its disposal hundreds of millions in American Rescue Plan money due to the pandemic. I'm not talking about infrastructure money here, nor restaurant relief, nor craft brewery relief. There's plenty of other money on its way for that. Today, we're addressing healthcare and the nonprofit workers who are expected to work harder, work longer hours, and get less sleep because the world has been hit by an unforeseen disaster. The federal government has sent you, ladies and gentlemen, money to help alleviate their strain. And I'm going to tell you the best way to do it. Back in 1974, a long forgotten judgment came down in the case of Clark versus Thorne, in which the judge ordered the deinstitutionalization of thousands of state clients who lived in institutions all over Connecticut. Part of the intent of that judgment, which would be transferring that care to private nonprofits who could offer better services to our most vulnerable citizens, was that the legislature begin funding those nonprofits so that hourly wages could approach parity with state employees doing the same work. That grand judicial recommendation produced no financial results at all. Private nonprofits still pay a fraction of what the state pays its employees for the same work. Studies have shown that the private sector delivers higher quality service than the state and trains its staff better than the state does. I know because I've worked for both, and I can tell you it's true. At a recent legislative event hosted by private nonprofits, attended by over 100 legislators and service providers, Mr. Winkler stated that a living wage in Connecticut is in the upper 20s to lower 30s. This is a direct quote. I think Mr. Winkler is here today. He further stated, and I quote again, that the legislature will not fund anything unless we know what it's being used for. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here today for the purpose of telling you what it will be used for. It will be used to pay nonprofit healthcare workers a wage of $20 an hour and not $28 to $32 that your own Mr. Winkler suggested was a living wage in the state of Connecticut, but the wage that our own District 1199 union president defined as a living wage for Connecticut healthcare workers. And what will it be used for, Mr. Winkler? It will be used to provide quality healthcare to Connecticut's most vulnerable, your brothers and sisters, your parents, your children, and your neighbors. It's finally time to act on that judge's wisdom back in the 70s, that all healthcare workers earn a living wage, because now we have the means to do so. Due to the deadly pandemic that has had lethal consequences to our citizens, federal recognition that the pandemic has caused a strain to our healthcare system has provided the money we need. Please do not make us wait any longer. Now you have
can you please summarize at this point? Thank you, Nathan.
Now you have the power to prevent more needless suffering. Let's look at some of the figures. With a population of 3 million, including one of the most affluent counties in the nation, Connecticut is the wealthiest state per capita in the union. We only have to plow the snow on our highways a few days a year. We have a state surplus in excess of $2 billion and a rainy day fund in excess of $3 billion. You, our legislators, representing the interests of the people, will finance enormous legal settlements every year, but not one funding increase to nonprofit healthcare agencies. Most residential healthcare, in fact, will be done by private nonprofits going forward and not the state, which hasn't built a group home in many years and won't build any more in the future. Connecticut
Nathan, please wrap up.
One more minute. Connecticut has received an enormous amount from the federal government for pandemic relief, yet you steadfastly refuse to distribute any of it to pay an adequate living wage of $20 an hour to the staff who are taking care of your loved ones. I'm a union delegate in Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King's favorite union, District 1199 healthcare workers, what would he say if he were here today? Would he support my plea or advise you to continue to deny fair wage to healthcare workers? Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Mary Bernstein, followed by Amanda Bishop and Jessica Chadwick.
Good evening, Senator McCrory, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, ranking members Minor and France, and distinguished members of the Appropriation Committees. My name is Mary Bernstein. I am from West Hartford. I'm a board member of Connecticut Against Gun Violence and a professor. I study gun violence prevention efforts. I'm testifying in support of the $3.6 million included in the governor's budget adjustment bill for the Department of Public Health to fund gun violence prevention programs. I quote from the Kerner Commission on Violence in Urban Areas, published in 1968, which embraced 3 principles, and I quote, to mount programs on a scale equal to the dimension of the problems, to aim these programs for high impact in the immediate future in order to close the gap between promise and performance, to undertake new initiatives and experiments that can change the system of failure and frustration that now dominates racially oppressed communities that experience high levels of gun violence and weakens our society. These programs neither probe deeper nor demand more than the problems which called them forth. There can be no higher priority for action and no higher claim on the nation's conscience, end quote. I believe that racial justice cannot be achieved if Black people experience gun violence at far higher rates than white people. Connecticut victims of gun homicide are disproportionately people of color. Approximately 56% of the state's gun homicide victims are Black. However, only 10% of the state's population is Black. Young Black men in Connecticut are almost 39 times more likely to be murdered with a gun than similarly aged white men. And this does not take into account the large number of people who survived their gun injuries, but whose lives are forever plagued by ongoing physical disabilities and mental health trauma that result. The Kerner Commission report was published 54 years ago, and there have been few to no ongoing coordinated efforts to reduce gun violence and improve conditions in impoverished, segregated neighborhoods. When gun violence is part of the daily lives of people in certain communities, we need to ask why we allow that to continue. Noted crime researcher Thomas Abt at the Harvard Kennedy School of Government, who worked in the Department of Justice, said, I felt like everything we needed to know was out there, but no one had put it together. He was right. The problem is that government has either engaged in inaction, failing to address the underlying causes of gun violence, or the government has engaged in punitive action, which has devastated Black and Brown communities by contributing to mass incarceration while failing to reduce gun violence. Punitive action exacerbates the conditions that foster gun violence in the first place. Community-based organizations that have a proven track record at reducing gun violence have to scramble for every dollar that they receive, which hurts their ability to do their work, which we know reduces gun violence. And this makes it harder for groups to work together in a coordinated way to reduce gun violence. So the only way to move forward in a comprehensive way is to establish an Office of Gun Violence Prevention to finally address the issues that are devastating Black and Brown communities. If we can stop the violence, we will reduce the ongoing trauma that these communities suffer and spark economic investment.
Mary, can you please summarize at this point? Thank you.
Yep, this will be a first step in creating a more just and equal society. It's been over 50 years since the Kerner report was published, and it's time to really follow through on those recommendations, and let's establish the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mary, and thank you for your very informative advocacy. Up next, we have Amanda Bishop, followed by Jessica Chubbuck, and followed by William King.
Good evening, Senator McCrory, Senator Osteen, Representative Walker, and members of the committee. My name is Amanda Bishop, and I'm a group home worker living in Gales Ferry. I come before you today to urge you to allocate $47.5 million for group home services so caretakers like me can have a pension and affordable health insurance. I worked for Care and Community for 6 years and in total 20 years in the healthcare field, and I love the work I do. On a typical shift, I do a number of tasks to care for my individuals. I monitor them during the night to make sure they are safe. When they wake up, I give them their medications, make them breakfast, and assist with bathing, toileting. Some of the consumers go to day programs and work in the community. I make sure they are dressed and look their best before leaving the house. I help them build their independence by guiding and teaching them life skills. I listen to them when they are sad, happy, scared, excited, and they know that they are safe and loved. I care for them when they are sick and when they are hurt. I advocate for them and make sure they are having everything they need to live a great life. I love caring for others and helping them live the best life they can. Most of the individuals I care for don't have family around, so part of the work I do is making them feel important, safe, and loved. It frustrates me that this field is not paid what we are worth. It makes me feel like we are not appreciated by the ones who make those decisions. Due to the low wages and lack of quality benefits, we deal with understaffing. Many staff get burned out from being overworked. From call-outs to not enough staff to cover shifts in general, this puts a lot of stress on staff. We all get tired and need a break. Some houses have consumers who have behavioral issues. More staff means a safer environment for all. When houses are fully staffed, the consumers would be able to go out on all scheduled outings. They would have more time to build life skills with staff. The environment is safer for consumers because all levels of need can be met. With additional funding for group home services, we can attract more caregivers by offering livable wages and benefits such as a pension and affordable health insurance. A pension for all workers would help bring in and keep good employees. That's a huge incentive to come to work, knowing we can continue to do the job that we love and have the comfort of knowing when it's our time to leave the field and retire, we have that cushion to pay our bills and care for our families. We have been overlooked and underpaid for years doing a job that many say they couldn't do. We deserve a pension for all the hard work we do. Affordable health care for all our families would mean that we could pay that bill we've been putting off because we just didn't have enough to cover it. The cost of health care for our families is a huge chunk of our paycheck each month, and this is not okay. Many of the staff have second jobs just to offset that cost. And more time could be spent with our families if we could stop working that second job. When people feel valued and appreciated, it reflects in everything they do. Staff will be willing to work that extra shift because someone called out. They will come into work fresh, not tired because they worked their other job and didn't get the proper amount of sleep. The consumers would have happy, energetic staff coming in the door, which will keep the same energy in that house. This is why we need more funding for group home services in Connecticut. Group home workers like me deserve to earn wages we can support a family on, a pension we can retire on, and health insurance that doesn't bankrupt us. Please do the right thing and properly fund group homes in the state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you and your time. You must have practiced that because that was exactly 3 minutes, Amanda. Appreciate your testimony. Next
Thank
up,
you very much.
Jessica Chubbuck, followed by William King, followed by Stephen Segalaba. And I know I buried your name, Stephen.
No problem.
Jessica?
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for letting me speak. My name is Jessica Chubbuck, and I'm employed with CUNE Employment Opportunities in Meriden. I'm a program specialist. CUNE provides day and employment opportunities for DDS individuals. I've been with CUNE for about 5 years. I've been in the field for about 10 years. I'm a single mom. I have one son who attends public school Monday through Friday. I work a minimum of 35 hours a week, and I make $18 hourly. I'm responsible for a caseload of 39 individuals who have a range of developmental disabilities. A regular day for me excuse me. A regular day for me is filled with incoming phone calls, emails, text messages from group home managers, family members, case managers, and my clients before I even start my day. Because of the recent staffing issues, program specialists from our company are asked to fill in with, just program needs across the board. So I'm sorry, my son is doing something over there. When I leave for the day, my job is not done. I take phone calls, I respond to emails outside of my regular work hours. You just don't know if you're going to have time to connect with people the next day. I truly love this field. I love being able to see our individuals grow to be the best people they can be. Unfortunately, the $18 an hour isn't cutting it anymore. There have been weeks where I've had to choose between paying my electric bill or getting groceries to put food on the table. There have been weeks where I've had to borrow money from friends to put gas in my car to get to work. I can't work a second shift job because I do have my son full time and I don't have family in this state. Other companies are paying well over $18 an hour for much less responsibility. Participants in our programs require our full attention at all times. All of our direct care staff are required to memorize protocols and guidelines for all of our clients that we serve at CUNE. Each staff person is required to be up to date on all of their trainings and to also hold a public service license to drive. Some of our participants have very strict dining guidelines. Some require toileting, medications that we pass at the program. Ensuring that our staff are fully trained is one thing, but staff being able to build and form trusting relationships with our clients is the most important part of working in this field. We are family to our participants. We see them every single day, sometimes more than they see their own families. It becomes very stressful for our participants when staff is coming and going. I've debated many times applying for other positions, other jobs where I would make more money, but truthfully, I do love this field. I love working at CUNY. Direct support staff are making $16.50 right now. A gallon of milk is $4. So it's just not, no one wants to work for $16 an hour, $16.50. The rate of pay for nonprofit state-funded agencies like CUNY needs to change.
Jessica, can you please summarize?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Jessica, for your testimony. Up next, we have William King, followed by Stephen, followed by Charles Griggs. William, you're up. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, William.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, members. And God bless, and thank you for taking the time to hear us this evening. I know your work is not easy. At this time, I'm representing Sound Community as a recovery coach and specialist. I also work for another agency. I am that man that works almost 100 hours a week due to the underpayment in this field. I have worked for a lot of these companies that have been up here tonight giving you their stories, and also understand what it takes to make ends meet. But also know the quality of living for the people that we serve is very important. It could be here, it could be in another company. We're so short-staffed due to salaries. People look at the salaries, they come in the door, they get interviewed, and if Amazon is paying the same thing or more, or McDonald's is paying something or more, they're not coming back. They're not walking through the door. And especially now we're talking about retirements. Retirements don't fit the field anymore. People can't invest more into their 401k for one, because they're not making enough to invest in their own retirement. If you can only put 40 bucks and somebody's only matching 3%, you've been at a company for 3 years, you're only looking at 10 to 20 grand to retire. So now you have retirees coming out for jobs that they still can't do, but they're forced to work in the field that's underpaid. All I'm asking for is to take a deep look at what's going on in the field, look at the income, look at the people that are working and trying their best to stay in the field, but also look at the turnover rate. The turnover rate now is higher than it was a year ago. We can't even get them to come in the door. But I want to thank you for giving me this time, this opportunity, for talking to you this evening, and God bless.
Thank you, William, and thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Stephen.
Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Minor, Representative France, members of the committee. My name is Stephen Siegelau. I live in Orange. I grew up in Connecticut. I attended college, and I work and raised a family here. I have a daughter, Tracy, who is now 34 years old, and she was born with significant neurological impairments, which deprive her of the ability to take care of her basic needs without assistance. When Tracy aged out of the public special education program at 18 years old, my wife and I searched for a program that would allow her to live outside our home with the necessary support and achieve a dignified life to the extent of her capabilities. We were introduced to Vista Life Innovations, a nonprofit organization based in Madison that provides support services for over 250 adults with disabilities. Earlier today, you heard from the CEO, Helen Bosch of Vista, and also from another Vista parent, Roger Steichleather. Tracy has been a successful member of the Vista program for 15 years. She lives alone in a one-bedroom apartment in Westbrook. The Connecticut DDS finances, through the Medicaid waiver, the two key elements of Tracy's support structure through Vista, a day program and what is referred to as IHS, in-home supports. The in-home support services, which occur in Tracy's apartment and in the community, are critical for her ability to live in a less restrictive setting than a DDS-supported group home. The IHS services are provided by VISTA hourly wage staff called life skills instructors. These instructors help Tracy shop for and prepare food, schedule and attend medical and dental appointments, shop for necessities such as clothing and hygiene supplies, participate in recreation, and otherwise obtain and attend to all the necessities of life, as Tracy is not capable of doing any of these tasks independently. The IHS services provided by VISTA have allowed Tracy to live a dignified life. She has many friends within the VISTA program and is proud of her participation in many activities of the community. These IHS services also assure that Tracy will have a stable support structure independent of her aging parents. Unfortunately, the continuation of these DDS-funded IHS services provided by VISTA to Tracy and approximately 60 other special needs adults in the VISTA program are under grave threat. The problem is simple. The DDS only pays a reimbursement rate to VISTA of $34 per hour for IHS services, but it costs VISTA approximately $52 per hour to provide these services. The reimbursement rate has increased very little for many years and has not tracked inflation and state mandated wage increases. As a result, VISTA has been providing these services at a substantial loss for years. I have been a member of VISTA's board of directors for the past 8 years, so I'm very familiar with the loss of money that continuing to provide IHS services to DDS members has cost VISTA. The situation has reached a crisis where VISTA will not remain financially viable.
Stephen, can you please summarize?
Sure. It's difficult for me to remain unemotional about this because if DDS doesn't fund at the appropriate rate these IHS support services for these 60 VISTA members, many of whom have been members for 10 or 20 years, their lives are going to be torn apart and their families will be torn apart because this is really the only life they've had for many, many years. And VISTA just can't continue to afford to subsidize this huge deficit because of the inadequate reimbursement rate.
Thank you.
The alternative is to put these individuals in group homes, which would cost the state twice as much money. So why would the state want to spend more money for less appropriate services, which also goes against the goal of having the least restrictive environment for the members of the special needs community? So I'm urging you to support a wage hike to $52 per hour for DDS funded IHS services beginning the fiscal year July 1, 2022. Only that rate hike will allow VISTA to continue. Thank you for your consideration.
Next up, we have Charles Griggs, followed by Heather Victoria, followed by John Swartz. Charles. Calling Charles twice. Calling Charles once again. Heather, you're up. Heather.
Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Heather Victoria, and I am the Intensive Services Division Director with United Services. United Services is the local mental health authority for 21 towns in northeastern Connecticut. We are a nonprofit organization providing more than 30 programs to our community, including outpatient mental health, substance abuse treatment, family programs, and crisis services. I oversee the domestic violence program, which includes 2 emergency shelters, the Young Adult Services Program, and the Milner House Rehab Option Group Home. I want to thank you for the 4% cost of living adjustment for community nonprofits that you fought to include in last year's budget. I'm here tonight to ask you to honor the long-term plan to address underfunding of community nonprofits and fund services by $461 million over 5 years, including 8% in this budget year. The demand for United Services programs has never been higher. Our staff have now been working for 2 years with the community in crisis, and the impacts of the pandemic on mental health cannot be overstated. Compounding these stressors are the low salaries our underfunded state contracts have forced our agency to provide. As an agency, we are currently operating at about a 25% vacancy rate, and low wages are the major cause. Vacancies lead to high caseloads for our remaining staff, and it's taking a toll. This, of course, directly impacts clients who deserve only the best care. I currently have staff who are frozen in on a weekly basis to cover for the vacancies we have been unable to hire for due to such low wages. I also have staff who work 2, sometimes 3 jobs in order to make ends meet. All of these staff are sacrificing their own time that they could be spending with their families. This adds stress to an already stressful job. The governor's proposed budget for the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services does not provide support to existing services and programs that are struggling to keep up with the demand. We urge the Appropriations Committee to fight for funding for these programs by implementing the 8% funding increase. Support our staff and the amazing work they do, and support healthy communities. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have who does it? Charles Heather, John Schwartz. John.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is John Schwartz. I am an East Haddam resident, a registered voter, and a man in long-term recovery from substance use disorder. I've learned through experience that the opposite of addiction truly is connection. And I'm here tonight to express my support for the continued and expanded funding for recovery support services through the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. Recovery community centers and recovery support services speak to the heart of community-oriented systems of care and provide a vital bridge between pathways to and pathways of recovery. In my role as Recovery Center Manager at the Wyndham Recovery Community Center for the Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery in the romantic Willimantic, I might add, I see the impact that connection to a community of care and to a judgment-free environment can have on a person's ability to believe in their own capacity to recover. In my own life, it wasn't until I could begin to believe that I was worth saving that I could truly recover. The last 2 years have been a true test of our ability to connect with people in new ways, and the lessons we have learned will serve us well in the future. The isolation and anxiety we've all experienced have exacerbated an already horrific opioid problem and put more Connecticut residents at risk for developing a substance use disorder than ever before. I believe that recovery support and connection to community are more vital than ever before. And with the support of our amazing volunteers, recovery community centers will continue to provide havens of hope and healing. They are places of safety and of valuable information. As a man in recovery who has the privilege of witnessing the transformation, the connection to that the recovery community can bring on a daily basis, I ask the committee to continue and to expand DEMA's funding for recovery support services. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Kali Hillman, followed by Catherine DeSees, and followed by Ruth Kanavi. Kali going once, twice. Go Kali. Catherine.
Kathleen?
Yeah, Kathleen, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Hi. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Appropriation Committee for inviting us to this meeting tonight, which I think is turning into a slumber party. At some point, will we all change into our pajamas? Is that how this works? I'm thinking, right? I'm sure this has been a very, very long day for you, and you've heard a lot of us say the same thing, so I'm going to try not to be repetitive, but I'm the CEO for Connecticut Renaissance. We are a human service organization that serves about 3,000 people annually. We employ about 200 staff members, and our programs are throughout Fairfield County and New Haven County. I want to thank you for the 4% cost of living increase this past year. And like everyone else, want to ask you to advocate for the 8% increase for fiscal year 23. I've been in the field, I'm a social worker by training, and I've been in the field for about 35 years. Working in human service is all I've ever done. In New York, I worked from Battery Park up to Harlem on the streets, in shelters and SRO hotels. I experienced the height of the crack epidemic, the height of the AIDS epidemic, and never thought I would see what we're seeing now with the COVID pandemic and the opioid epidemic. I never thought it could get worse than what I experienced in the late 80s and the early 90s. So this has been an extremely difficult period to work in, and also financially breaking the backs of the nonprofit community. We're a frugal people that work in nonprofit. So we're used to fixing a boiler with a stick of gum and a paper clip and stretching that dollar as far as it can go. But I have never experienced what we're experiencing now. It really is the breaking point. It's more than just a crisis for the sector. This is really catastrophic. And I'll just echo what my colleagues have said on the calls tonight, that we're paying people very, very meager wages. Our starting salary in residential programs is $13.75. And we're working with people that have severe mental illness and substance use issues, many who are dealing with heroin addiction. And our staff never know what they're going to walk into. They don't know what's going to be on the other side of the door, whether it's somebody who's psychotic and delusional, aggressive, suicidal, or overdosing from heroin. All of our staff at $13.75 an hour are trained to administer Narcan, to revive people, to bring people back to life. Most times it works, but with the synthetic opioids, fentanyl, carfentanil, there are times where we lose people. People die in our programs. So it's an incredible responsibility for the same amount of money that they could pour coffee at Starbucks or stock shelves at Home Depot. What they're taking on in these roles are, life-saving responsibilities. So I really implore you. I know that you have been supportive for us, and I know that I'm preaching to the choir, but we are in a desperate situation. This is beyond crisis. This is really a catastrophic event for the nonprofit sector. So I want to thank you for your support and request that you continue to support us. So thank you. And please at some point change into your pajamas.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. You are right on time. We have up next Ruth. Ruth, you're up, followed by Linda, Komel, and Pleshin Bing. Ruth?
Great, yeah, hi. Good evening, distinguished chairpersons and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Ruth Kanovi. I am the Director of Advocacy for the American Lung Association in Connecticut. The Lung Association works to save lives by improving lung health and preventing lung disease through research, education, and advocacy. And I really want to thank you for the opportunity to comment on House Bill 5037. We strongly urge the committee to dedicate adequate and sustainable funds towards the state tobacco control program for this year and all future budgets until tobacco use is a public health problem of the past. However, when it comes to tobacco, the evidence is clear that we need to make an investment in our future. Tobacco use remains a leading cause of preventable death and disease in the state, with 4,900 Connecticut residents dying every year from tobacco-related illness. Tobacco use also costs Connecticut more than $2 billion in annual healthcare costs. And despite cigarette smoking rates being near all-time lows, overall tobacco product use among adults increased in 2019. And also in that same year, which is the most recent data that we have, in Connecticut, 27.8% of high school students use tobacco products. It's also important just to highlight that tobacco use and secondhand smoke exposure cause disproportionate harm to many communities, including communities of color, the LGBTQ plus community, people who earn low incomes, and persons with behavioral health conditions. The CDC recommends that Connecticut spend $32 million every year on its tobacco control program, yet the state has not spent that cumulatively in more than 2 decades. When we consider the fact that we have the second highest cigarette tax in the country and still get more than $120 million from the 1998 tobacco master settlement agreement. Our funding status is especially egregious. Connecticut was the only state in the country that provided $0 in state funding for its tobacco control program in 2021. While we are encouraged that this budget this year includes a $1 million of dedicated funding to tobacco prevention, it is, as far as we can tell, a one-time allocation. The leading cause of preventable death and disease in our state deserves more. Our kids, our families, our friends and neighbors certainly deserve more. The investment in tobacco prevention and cessation programs not only saves lives, but it actually can save money. A study conducted by the University of North Carolina concluded that when Connecticut did fund these programs, the state fund saved $2.48 for every dollar invested in current programs. So we strongly encourage you to invest at least $12 million of the $473 million in tax revenue and master settlement agreement funds that Connecticut receives every year, just to help those addicted to nicotine quit and to help offset the millions of dollars that the tobacco industry is spending on hooking this new generation. I do want to acknowledge and send thanks to those of you who are supporting this issue through standalone bills, and look forward to continuing this conversation, but couldn't miss this opportunity. And I really do want to thank you, because these are long hearings, and I know it's not the only one that you've had. And so really appreciate your time and attention to this. It's so important to hear public's input. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ruth, and thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Linda, followed by Flushman Bing, followed by Rodney Mason. Linda? Linda? No, Linda. Okay. Bing? Flushman Bing?
Hi, it's Plashawn Bing. Good evening, and thank you. Thank you all for hearing my testimony on HB 5037 AAC, the state budget for the biennium ending June 30th, 2023. I'm here to discuss the important investments through the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services to support efforts to end homelessness in Connecticut. My name is Plashawn Bing, and I'm a resident of Stamford, Connecticut. Professionally, I serve as the Northwestern CT Coordinated Access Network. My role is to facilitate a process to streamline and standardize the process for individuals and families to access the assistance we provide. I work for the CAN's backbone entity, the Housing Collective, an organization that aligns communities and resources around the collaborative regional responses to homeless and housing affordability. I come before you this evening to point out the ongoing crisis that too many CT households are facing. Household instability due to the extended duration of the pandemic and its resulting homelessness due to the current economic downturn, along with the high cost of housing and the lack of affordable housing inventory across our state. The impact of COVID-19 on the homeless response system has been profound, with countless households who have not previously touched the social service system of support now requiring our assistance. The need for additional resources directed toward addressing homelessness and housing instability is great. As evidenced by calls to CT's 211 system, the top service call area for the past 18 months has been for the housing category, surpassing the next two priority services of healthcare and mental health by 50%. Ending homelessness takes an army of dedicated professionals and volunteers, all of who come together on a shared mission to meet the needs of a very complex and diverse population. So how can you help? Your support with supporting our system-wide efforts by addressing the sizable funding gaps that currently exist, expected to grow once the CARES Act stimulus funds sunset later this year. Specifically, we ask that you support the homeless and housing sector through the following strategies. Support the preservation of DEMA's housing supports and services at $23.4 million. Support the CT Community Nonprofit Alliance long-term plan to restore at least $461 million to provide a livable wage for the direct service staff employed at the housing and homeless service organizations funded by DEMA's. Support an additional 13.34 million in fiscal year 23, including 5.26 million increase in DEMA's housing supports and service lines, and 808 million at DOH to provide homeless and housing services organizations funding for adequate wages, benefits, and professional development for the frontline workers, and increasing rent and utility costs and better access to technology. Support Governor Sapol's use of 2.8 ARPA 1.1 million fiscal year 23 and 1.1 million fiscal year 24 and 562,000 of fiscal year 25 for wraparound services for 150 supportive housing.
Ms. Bean, can you please summarize?
Yes, this is all critical. These are critical investments and crucial and urgent to continue the progress CT has made in efforts to support the most vulnerable residents of our state. I thank you so much for your time and have a great evening.
Thank you. And I think we have next up is Rodney Mason, followed by Amber LaHer. And you'll be hearing a new voice after this. Rodney? Amber?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Ben Shaken. Again, I'm going to share my screen for Amber's video.
No problem. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amber and I work for Perception Programs as an employment specialist. I help clients find successful employment to sustain a livable income. They bring back their paychecks so I can help them budget their money, and I'm finding that they're making more money hourly than I am. It's a struggle. I support myself and 2 children, and I'm kind of pinching pennies right now, trying to sustain a livable income. So I am respectfully asking that you increase nonprofit funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amber. That was wonderful. I'm taking over for Senator McCrory, who did a wonderful job in the last hour. Next, we have number 176, Marlene Pratt.
She's muted. She's muted.
Okay, I was going to say I see her on. Marlene, I don't know if you can unmute yourself. Okay. We'd love to hear from you.
All right, you can hear me now, right?
We can hear you. Thank you, Marlene.
Okay, and I'll
Please
start my
carry on.
time. Okay, my name is
Thank
Marlene
you.
Pratt, and I thank the Appropriation Committee and the senators and representatives for hearing me today and allow me to give my testimony. Well, to start off, I want to just let you know that I live my testimony every day. Wait a minute, I turned on my mic and turned off my camera. But I live my testimony every day. I lost my 20-year-old son to gun violence in New Haven in 1998. I still continue to feel that stabbing in my heart to this day. So the void of that pain is never ending. I never sought counseling. I never sought therapy. My healing has been that I made a vow to become a warrior to fight gun violence. And making that vow to fight the gun violence, what I actually did was I went in throughout New Haven and looked for a space to erect a botanical garden. I am the founder of the New Haven Botanical Garden of Healing in New Haven, Connecticut, dedicated to victims of gun violence. It is the first garden of its kind in the nation. When you go up in the garden, one of the things that we're trying to bring about in that garden is awareness piece. So there's 4 phases to this garden, actually 5 phases to the garden. So the first thing is the garden, and placed in the garden, we have a magnitude walkway which houses approximately 700 bricks. Those bricks have the names and years of victims who have lost their lives here in New Haven to gun violence. just New Haven. The youngest brick is 7 months old, the oldest one being, I think it was 68. So that lets you know that a bullet has no name and it doesn't have no respect to character. And it is a problem here in this city, in this state, and in the nation. So my goal is to continue to fight gun violence here in New Haven, in Connecticut, and if God's will, in the nation. Okay, also in the garden, what we just did was 2 weeks ago, we hosted an event for those who lost their lives to gun violence in the month of November and December. So we invited families of 8 families to come out and lay the bricks of their loved ones. And that ceremony that we had 2 weeks ago in the month of February to lay those bricks down, we gave away over 100 t-shirts, which means that from those 8 families, we had over 100 people coming out to remember their loved ones. Why a garden? The garden is because on May 20th, 1998, when I had to put on my black and go to a cemetery to lower a casket into the ground, it was detrimental to me. Going back to that cemetery, and every time I go to that cemetery, it reminds me of that tragic day. So the garden represents healing, but most of all, awareness. So anybody that walks down that walkway, and I invite you all to go there and see it, because if you walk down that walkway, you realize that there is a problem. And a lot of people think that, well, I'm not involved in gun violence. I never experienced, so it's not my problem, but it's a national problem. It just hasn't knocked on your door. So it is a problem when you look at the fact that's what's going on. In that garden, we also have an outdoor classroom, which has had people come in and teach lessons right there in the garden in the outdoor classroom. What we're seeking funding for is we're trying to do a mental balance, a bridge of hope that will cross over the garden over into the pathway that leads up to West Rock. Not only is it going to cross over that garden, it's crossing over West River, which is also going to provide a type of serene atmosphere. So those who just want to hang out on the bridge and see the life. The second phase of the garden is to bring in a mentorship program. And we have a group of males from Eastern Connecticut State University, males achieving leadership, excellence, and success, who have come forward and say, we are going to mentor these young men, not only at the schools, but we want to pick them up on the weekends and enrich their lives with activities. Let them know that there's stuff outside of New Haven, outside of Connecticut, that you can set goals and try to reach those goals, to achieve those goals for these young men so that they're not approached with the street life.
Thank you, Marlene. If you can summarize for us, I'm sorry to cut you off.
Wow, okay.
I really appreciate your story, and I will definitely.
Okay.
Can you summarize
real quick,
the committee for a minute for us?
In a minute, okay. So that other phase, I'm trying to do a curriculum too that I'm trying to get into the schools. But the very important phase is that people need to know, in order to attack gun violence, we have the city, we have people in the community raising our children. A lot of teenage moms have put their lives on hold to go to not to take care of their families, so they're unable to go to college. Some of those teenage moms are now mothers working 2 jobs, so they're unable to be home with their children. We need programs in the community for those mothers to supply CNA, healthcare, and other things right there. To tackle this problem and to keep parents from suffering from and I'm summarizing now, to keep parents from suffering from PTSD and other mental illnesses, is that we got to get those babies when they're young. I'm an educator. I see the kids all the time. We have to get them there. And I invite you to support these programs so that we can implement them here in New Haven. Last, we have no deaths, January and February. We've had shootings, but no bricks to be laid in that garden. I don't know if the garden is making a difference, but it's bringing awareness to the city. I thank you for letting me talk. Come visit the garden.
Thank you so much for your advocacy, and thank you for bringing light to this garden. I'm looking forward to coming to visit myself. Hopefully I'll be able to be there in the coming months. It really It's very meaningful what you spoke about in all of your advocacy. It's so important. Thank you so much for bringing it to our attention.
And thank you. Let me know when you
yeah.
go. I'll meet you there.
I will definitely meet you. If you want to reach out to my office, we can meet together. I'd love to meet you in person.
Okay.
My name is Lucy Dathan. I represent Norwalk and New Canaan. Thank you so much, Marlene.
All right. Thank you.
Next, we have number 177, Jeremy Stein.
And Marlene will meet you there, by the way.
I can't wait to meet Marlene in person. Thank you, Jeremy.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jeremy Stein, the Executive Director of Connecticut Against Gun Violence. I'm testifying in support of the $3.5 million included in HB 5037 and the governor's bill that would allocate additional funding for the Department of Public Health to fund gun violence reduction strategies. While we are grateful for this commitment to reducing gun violence, we also believe more can and should be done. Last summer in Hartford, 3-year-old Randall Jones was shot and killed while sitting in a car with his siblings. Later that afternoon, just a mile away, 16-year-old Jamari Preston was shot dead. Janet Rice, our own outreach coordinator, knows this pain because her own son, Shane, was murdered at age 20, also in Hartford. Her godson, Eddie Garcia, would be murdered later that week, also in Hartford. Since last year, things have gotten worse. This past year, gun homicides were the highest in 25 years, with 118 homicides in Connecticut. The Hartford Courant declared 2021 was the deadliest year in Hartford since 2003, with 35 homicides. If we want to achieve racial justice, we must make people safe in the communities where they live, whether it's Hartford, Bridgeport, New Haven, or elsewhere. We need a long-term strategy that will look at the problem, consult with experts, community advisory team, conduct research, provide technical assistance, and administer grant programs that are based on metrics. That is why Connecticut Against Gun Violence and over 50 partners are proposing that Connecticut create an Office of Gun Violence Prevention focused on addressing the root causes of community gun violence that plague Hartford, New Haven, Bridgeport, especially in both Black and Brown communities. To treat gun violence the way you would treat any other public health crisis. Gun violence in Connecticut, the cost of police, hospitals, etc., cost anywhere from $90 million to $1.2 billion annually, with the direct cost to taxpayers being around $60 million. But if we invest in prevention, intervention, and aftercare strategies, we can not only reduce the cost to taxpayers, we can also save lives. But let's look at a state like Massachusetts. We spend almost the same amount of money per capita in Connecticut as Massachusetts does. They have the second lowest gun death rate in the country. And in addition to strong gun laws, they have invested close to $25 million to gun violence prevention strategies. In 2020, they increased their commitment by $13 million. Massachusetts saw a dramatic reduction of gun violence by 25 and 30%. And in some areas, non-fatal shootings were decreased by 60%. And it's not just Massachusetts, other states are making similar investments. California, Maryland, New Jersey, Colorado, and now states like Wisconsin are investing in community gun violence and creating offices of violence prevention to help get funding to boots on the ground organizations. President Biden specifically mentions gun violence intervention strategies as being one of the intentions of ARPA funding from its inception. Investing in prevention works. The proposed $3.5 million over 2 years is not nearly enough. There are 3.5 million people in Connecticut. That is an investment of $1 per person, or 50 cents per year. Surely our lives and the lives of our families are worth more than $1, but it's a start. So we thank you for your time. I appreciate everyone that has been on hours of this call, doing God's work, and we really appreciate all the support that you've given us over the years. We know you have a lot of hard decisions to make ahead, but this is one that needs to be done to save the lives of those people in all of these communities. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Jeremy, for your testimony. We appreciate all your advocacy. Next, number 178, Karen Havelock.
Thank you, Representative Dathan. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Minor, Representative France, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Karen Levac, Vice Chair of the Council on Developmental Services, and I am providing this testimony on behalf of the Council. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the state budget. The council has taken the time to review the governor's proposed budget and recommends an increase to the amount allocated to the Department of Developmental Services to stabilize and recover from the ongoing pandemic. The council is particularly concerned about the need to recruit and retain staff to ensure the continuation of services utilized by individuals and families served by the department. Over the past 2 years, staff have been referred to as heroes, often risking their lives to maintain continuity of services while ensuring the health and safety of the individuals supported by the DDS. We as a council could not agree more. While the council is grateful for the support provided in the last biennium budget, we are concerned about the ongoing staffing crisis among direct support professionals due to low wages and pandemic burnout. Unfortunately, the financial support provided in the last budget has eroded due to inflation. The industry is also facing a fierce competitive job market with employers offering higher salaries for jobs that require less skills and responsibility. The council urges you to address the situation by ensuring fair and equitable wages. In addition, the council is concerned about the ongoing nursing shortage facing both the public and private sectors. Nurses who are critical to the health and safety needs of the individuals supported by DDS have been lost to aggressive recruitment by area hospitals and other healthcare facilities. The council suggests that resources be allocated for DDS to develop a career development pipeline as a step to address the shortage. Finally, we understand that the state is facing a mental health crisis as individuals recover and adapt from the pandemic. We urge the legislature to include individuals with intellectual disabilities as part of this important discussion when determining how best to utilize state and federal funding resources. Not only will staffing and nursing be a critical component to addressing the mental health needs, but the allocation of additional funds via the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 will be essential to innovate and invigorate services. In conclusion, we respectfully request that the Appropriations Committee allocate additional funds above the governor's proposed budget to overcome these obstacles. The council thanks you in advance for your consideration and for your ongoing support. Thank you so much, and thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Karen, for your heartfelt testimony. It's really wonderful to hear from you. Next, we have number 179, Poe Murray. I don't see her on. Okay, we'll move to Felipe Reyes. Is he on? I don't see him on either. Number 181, Heather Latora from Marrakesh. I don't see her on. Oh, yes, I see her. Heather.
Second time's a charm.
Encore une fois. Here we go again. Nice to see you again this evening. Thank you again.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Heather Latora, and I'm the President and CEO at Marrakesh. Marrakesh is a multi-service organization, and we've been contracting and partnering with both DDS and DEMAS for decades. We run group homes, supported living, employment, services, meaningful day programs. We have a collaborative homeless drop-in center right in New Haven that remained open during COVID, and fiduciary and other services. This committee's leaders and members know the issues. I see who you are. You've been here for many years, and I appreciate the voices that you hear and bring to the rest of the legislators and the governor. Thank you so much. I also want to thank you for the 4% COLA for community nonprofits that you fought to include in last year's budget. And I'm here to ask you to honor the long-term plan to address underfunding of community nonprofits and increase funding this year by an additional $461 million or 8% for fiscal year 23. Marrakesh always took pride in being able to support people shortly after they're referred without maintaining a waiting list. And I'm really sad to say we now have a waiting list due to our unprecedented staffing shortages. There are individuals and families that are right now without essential services that they require, and they should be provided. For the past 2 days, I've heard testimony about equity, wage compression, quality person-centered services, dedicated hero essential workers, fair wages, staffing shortages, inflation, inadequate rates, the need for annual COLAs, and I agree and I support everything that we've heard. I'll tell you a story about someone that couldn't be here tonight. Her name's Verdia, and she's been working at Marrakesh for 13 years. She submitted her testimony, but she, of course, is unable to attend because she's working. And one day she asked me, Heather, why are we keep changing our medical insurance benefit companies that we provide to our employees? And she's been working at Marrakesh for so long, and due to no COLAs year after year, we're regularly compelled to switch insurance companies to get the best insurance for the best price for our employees. And I remember when she asked me, we were just about to switch over to a new try of, Cigna self-insured. And I had to break it to her. Yes, we are changing again. This is what we're doing. And this change, I never thought of this before, but how much it impacts her. She has diabetes. She worries about new insurance, coverage, physicians, and health. And nonprofits have had to learn to make ends meet. But so many people are impacted in these strategies, and we're unable to make ends meet anymore. In my 36 years here, I've never been so worried about our financial footing and our ability to take on more coming out of COVID. We have people waiting for services, and we can't hire and train people fast enough. Our employees are our greatest resources, and we're tired. They're tired and wearing thin. And I think I gave you the facts yesterday of about 170,000 nonprofit employees. We have enjoyed productive partnerships with DEMAS and DDS.
You can summarize.
Oh, great.
So sorry, but you've come to your 3 minutes. If you can just summarize for the group, I'd appreciate it.
That's fine. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Heather. It's always good to hear from you and all the wonderful work that you all do. We appreciate it. Number 182, Emily McAvoy.
Hi there.
There she is. Hi, Emily.
How are
Please
you?
go ahead.
Great. It's my first time giving testimony, so be patient with me. Thank you.
You're doing great. Thank you for sticking into this evening. I know it's a long day.
Of course, thank you. And I apologize. My carbon monoxide detector is going off, so if you hear a chirping noise, that's what that is. All right. Hello, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Emily McAvoy. I'm 21 years old, and I live in Middletown. I'm a community organizer, student, and social researcher. Today, I'm going to be talking about what happens during a time of acute mental health crisis in the state of Connecticut, which is something that myself and many other young people that I do organizing both with and on behalf of have experienced. So if you've never been through it yourself, you probably don't know what happens when you either choose to go or get sent against your will to an emergency room for a mental health concern. If you say to a professional or a mandatory reporter that you are suicidal or having suicidal thoughts, the ER is the place where you will land. If you've ever experienced suicidal thinking, and I apologize, these topics are heavy. I know that you guys have probably heard a lot about these heavy topics during the course of the day, but if you've ever experienced suicidal thinking, you might know that a lot of young, well-intentioned people will try to make sure that you get to the ER, sometimes because they think it'll help, sometimes because they don't want the liability on themselves if they are not able to help. And that's if you're lucky enough to get to an emergency room without the police getting involved first, or worse, your mental health crisis getting arrested. When I first went to the psychiatric ward of a hospital, it was in the summer of 2019, which was shortly after I turned 18 years old. I was barely a legal adult. But I still would not want people of any age to have to go to the ward that I did, because I strongly feel that it was a violation of my rights because of the lack of resources there for both me and the staff and the other patients. So the Southington police came to my door for a wellness check at the time I was there, that someone had called into 911 after I had reported being suicidal to this person. I was taken in an ambulance without knowing where I was going. I ended up at the Hospital of Central Connecticut in New Britain in the ER and was taken into the psychiatric unit on a stretcher. The place I was given a bed had no walls, and people of all ages were there in acute crisis like me. A lot were high on drugs and had gotten taken there by the police. Beds were all over the place with no dividers because there were so many people. I waited in this environment for 6 hours until a doctor came over, talked to me for 5 minutes to make sure I was not going to act on my suicidal thoughts. I wanted to leave as soon as possible, so I had to say things that would get me discharged, even though my experiences in the unit made me feel very worse. I had no real insurance policy at this time. I had asked the police that were at my door if it would cost anything. They said that the state would pay for it. This was not true. For the ambulance and the 6 hours in the psych unit when I did not see anyone, I got a $3,000 bill sent to my home for both of those things. Again, I was newly 18. At the time, I was a server at Chili's trying to save money so that I would avoid debt for my college tuition, and this was an enormous amount of money. The good thing that came out of this was when I got this bill, I decided it was time to apply to Connecticut Husky. Lo and behold, I qualified, and my mom and I probably both would have qualified for my whole life, which would have given me a very different conception of doctors and mental health professionals if I had access to this growing up. I was raised by a single mom on disability. She had Medicare from the federal government, but we had never really had state Medicaid promoted to us as an option. So I was used to limiting how much I talked about my health needs, including my mental health needs, and rarely asking to go to the doctor. Now, after my 3 years of having it, I'm very grateful for the Husky program. All of my physical and mental health expenses have been covered. However, in one of the wealthiest states in the country, there is no excuse and no reason for the fact that you have to live in poverty in order to get good health care through the government. I'm going to be losing access to this soon if I am to get a higher paying job that I need to live. And I'm very worried about the savings that I'll need to have for my therapy and my primary care. It's not easy to be a young adult, period, but not having health insurance from your parents makes it a lot harder. We need the Husky program expanded so other people like me that are constantly living at risk of a mental health emergency can feel like they don't have to worry about going into debt if they get the police called on them. It's inhumane, and the low quality of care is enough of a problem. This is an issue that faces a lot of young people, and frankly, I think that we deserve better collectively. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Have a good night.
Emily, thank
Emily,
you so much for. Oh, sorry, Senator Austin.
I'm
Go
sorry, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Emily, you said that your carbon monoxide detector is going off. Have you had somebody check it? Because
yes,
don't let you go if you've had nobody check your carbon monoxide detector.
Thank you.
Are you okay with that?
Yes, no, I'm very okay. It's happened before, and it's been like this today. I'm not tall enough to reach it, so I'm just gonna need to find somebody taller to change the battery. But it happens occasionally. Thank you so much.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I'm sorry about that, Madam Chair.
No, it's okay.
No, wonderful.
You have a good night.
This is a good public health announcement. When you have an alarm going off like that, it's important to keep checking it and not just ignore it. So, Emily, please do get it checked out. And we really appreciate you taking the time and giving your heartfelt testimony. I know it was probably a difficult thing for you to do, and the committee really appreciates it. So thank you for taking the time.
Thank you. No, I actually did this the other night, so it wasn't as emotional. Thank you. You have a good night.
We appreciate it. Number 183, Kevin Merritt. I don't see him on the Zoom. So I'm going to move on to 184, Kevin Pederis. Jennifer Pederis, is she available?
Hello, yes. Good evening, everybody. It's wonderful to see you tonight. Thank you all, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony today on HB 5037. A very special hello and good evening to our representative, Representative Kennedy. Thank you for all your work here tonight. I'm here to discuss the important investments through the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services to support the efforts to end homelessness in Connecticut. My name is Jennifer Paradis. I work in Milford, and I am a resident of Middletown, Connecticut. I serve as the executive director of the Bethel Center. Last year, we served 500 people in our emergency shelter program and over 35,000 meals in our soup kitchen. We are proud members of the Reaching Home campaign to end and prevent homelessness in Connecticut. During our Department of Housing hearings last week, I spoke to the percentage of individuals we serve in our emergency shelter programs that identified with a disability as their primary factor contributing to homelessness. I'm here to clarify more on who that population is. First, they are community members. They are our neighbors. They are our dads. They are moms. They are daughters. They are sons. They are our employees. They are loved ones. Homelessness is not a finite number. They are not a group of people to manage and resolve. In fact, it is more a reflection of societal failures than the shortcomings of people experiencing homelessness. Ending homelessness is an investment that will benefit all, but it requires more action on the part of the state, on you, and in partnership with homeless service providers than it does with those we serve. However, for clarity, I want to share that 40% of the individuals that we served at the center last year identified with having a mental health problem, and that being their primary factor contributing to homelessness. 32% said a chronic health condition, and 19% said substance use disorder was their primary factor contributing to their homeless episode at that moment of shelter admission. These are households. These are individuals and families who are living with their disabilities and experiencing homelessness at the same time, because those two issues are inextricably linked in Connecticut. You cannot support individuals living with disabilities without addressing the housing crisis that thousands of people in Connecticut are experiencing. I also find the need, and perhaps in defense of those we serve, that 65% of the guests that entered our shelter program last year had income. But they said that their income was not enough to maintain housing alone, and they were right. With those details known, I ask you again to fight to fund the right that preserves all others, the safe and stable and affordable housing for all. With that, I respectfully request that you support the Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance long-term plan to restore at least $461 million to community nonprofits, which includes housing and homeless service organizations funded by DMIS. I also support, and we support, an additional $13.34 million to fiscal year 23 to provide homeless and housing service organizations funding for adequate wages, benefits, and professional development of frontline workers, increasing rent and utility costs, and access to better technology. I've said this many times here, but we have individuals who are employed with us that have fallen into homelessness and have on the same day worked a shift and accessed our services. I addressed a call with one of our staff members last week. She's my mentee, and she was late to work one shift. And the reason why she was late to work, it was a third shift. The reason why she was late to work was because she had to wait until midnight for her paycheck to hit her account in order to afford the Uber to get to work. So these are dire circumstances.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also ask, and I feel like I don't have to, but we need to ask that we preserve the resources that you have already earmarked and allocated to our sector. We cannot afford to lose just one penny more. We know that homelessness is insolvable, but it really takes all of us to do that job together. So thank you so much for your commitment tonight. Thank you for your continued support.
Thank you for your testimony, Jennifer. It's really important for all your advocacy. Thank you for sharing those stories. Next, we have 185, Lucy Nolan. I see her.
Hi, I'm here. Thank you. I just want you to know that my phone just sang happy good night to me. It's my bedtime, so perfect timing. Thank you. My name's Lucy Nolan. I am the Director of Policy and Public Relations at the Connecticut Alliance to End Sexual Violence. And I'm here to speak specifically in support of the Rape Crisis Intervention and Prevention Services line in the DPH budget. The Alliance is the state's coalition of 9 community-based sexual assault crisis service centers who provide 24-hour crisis interventions, including hotline services, counseling, support groups, accompaniments in hospitals, police, and court settings, advocacy while navigating complex criminal justice system processes. And each year, the Alliance provides comprehensive victim-centered and trauma-informed services to nearly 8,000 child, adolescent, and adult survivors of sexual violence in our state. The need is real. According to the CDC, 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 13 boys will experience sexual abuse at some point during their childhood, with 91% of the abuse being perpetrated by someone known to the child or the child's family. And 1 in 6 girls and women and 1 in 33 boys and men are victims of rape or attempted rape during their lifetime. Our member centers are the only programs in Connecticut that specialize in both counseling and advocacy needs of sexual assault survivors, excuse me, and their supporters. Certified sexual assault counselors work to address the unique and emerging needs of victims of child sexual abuse, campus sexual assault, prison sexual assault, ethnic and racially diverse communities, and LGBT communities. Our English and Spanish hotlines are available 365, 24/7 for any need. And we just began operating our text to chat option, providing access for those who may not be able to speak out loud due to their circumstance, are nervous about initial contact, or just don't like talking on the phone. Community educators educate students in grades pre-K through 5, focusing on the prevention of sexual violence through bodily autonomy, concepts of consent, appropriate and inappropriate touches and behaviors, developing self-esteem, characteristics of healthy and unhealthy relationships, and identifying trusted adults to go to for help. Many schools ask for us to return to cover healthy relationships with peers, discussing bullying, bystander intervention, and building a healthy school community. Ending sexual violence demands a holistic approach. Our member centers facilitate programming for students in middle school, high school, and our campus advocates are present and housed at local colleges and universities. Child advocates work with child victims of sexual abuse and their families, assuring children are treated in a trauma-informed manner. Each member center partners and collaborates with community-based organizations. We urge you to your continued support so we can continue our work preventing sexual violence in the state and to be available when needed most by those who do need our support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucy, for your testimony. It's really valuable for us. I appreciate
Thank you.
it. Next, we have 186. I don't see Maya Jenkins on. Okay, we'll move to 187. Tiffany Tarani.
Madam Chair, this is Ben Shaking again. I have another video to share.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ben.
Action. Hi, my name is Tiffany Tarani. I am 25 years old. I live in Milford, Connecticut. I have been in the Kennedy Center for 2 years. I am in my second year of the 2-2-week program, where in 3 years I hope to get a job. I have been working to improve my listening skills and build my work experience. I have worked at the Milford YMCA summer camp, where I was able to interact with others and have fun with the kids. I volunteered at Milford Bethel Center, where I serve food to people to set up the tables for the next group of people. I have been to internships interacting with kids at Stepping Stone Museum for
My apologies, this video cuts off.
Please tell Tiffany she did a wonderful job. And I love Stepping Stones. It's one of my favorite places in Norwalk. And I'm so delighted that we have such a wonderful support in Tiffany at Stepping Stones. So please give her my best. Thank you, Ben, for sharing the video. Next, we have, after Tiffany, we have 188, Jackie Santiago 0. I see you on.
Thank you. Yes, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Thank you,
Yes.
Jackie. Take it away.
Thank you, Appropriations Committee. I'm Jacqueline Santiago Nazario, CEO at Compass Youth Collaborative. Compass works with high-risk youth wherever they are. We engage them in relationships to provide supports and opportunities they need to become ready, willing, and able to succeed in education, employment, and in life. We were going to have additional team members testify today, but unfortunately they can't be here. They're responding to the aftermath of a gun death last week and providing support and preventing retaliation for a double homicide that happened this week. Their presence in the community is the difference between life and death. I want to share a story with you. I want to tell you about Sean. At 13, Sean was shot while walking to the market to get his mother some groceries. While he recovered from his physical wounds of the shooting, the emotional wounds did not go away. Sean suffered from trauma being fear that won't shut off. Ongoing traumatic experiences are stored in the body and keep it in a constant state of fight or flight. Living in that state of fight kept Sean's brain from growing and making healthy connections. It kept him from making appropriate decisions. Sean made poor choices that caused him to become involved in the juvenile justice system. That's when our Compass Peace Builders intervened. It wasn't a straight line for Sean, but our team was relentless. They helped Sean understand his trauma and gave him the tools he needed to succeed. Unfortunately, Sean's story is not a unique one. What is unique, however, is that Sean's story changed. He had a different change in trajectory. Sean had a caring adult that intervened at a critical time. Sean would have ended up in prison. Instead, he is reconnecting to education. He is working and supporting his family, and he can envision a productive future. Violence is a public health issue, and it's as contagious as COVID. The only difference is that violence disproportionately affects men of color, with Black men being murdered at alarming rates. There is no vaccine for violence, but we can hire more peace builders. Peace builders are young men and women who have transformed their lives and are now helping youth navigate life's obstacles and move towards more peaceful and productive lives. Peace builders are on the streets. They canvass Hartford neighborhoods in times of peace to make those meaningful connections. And they are present during times of violence, working to de-escalate the violence and heal the community. The price of saving youth like Sean in our program is $10,000 a year, compared to the incarceration cost of $62,000 a year. So my question to you is the investment worth it? Is Sean worth $10,000 a year? By funding violence prevention programs like Compass Youth Collaborative, we can make a difference in our communities. And today we are asking that the Connecticut State Legislature understand that gun violence is a public health crisis and it needs to be approached as such. Please, please fund violence prevention programs and help us build a community where our youth feel safe, where they can live peacefully and have the opportunity to reach their fullest potential. It's time to treat gun violence as a public health crisis and stop the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie, for your advocacy and your work at Compass. It's very important. We appreciate hearing from you.
Thank you.
Next, we have 189 Katie Banzop from 18 Star. I don't see her on the line. So I'm going to move to 190, Mark Grenier.
Madam Chair, it's Ben Shaken again with another video.
Oh, thank you, Ben.
Hey guys, my name is Mark Greener. I just wanted to take a minute today to introduce who I am, what I do, and what you can do to help me throughout my experience. So I work at Perception House, which is in Willimantic. It's a residency for women who have dual diagnosed mental health and addiction issues. It's something I really haven't been doing all that long. Prior to COVID, I worked in sales. I was a sales manager for Barnes & Noble, and I didn't really find much purpose in my life. I was making good money, but it was something that I really wasn't enjoying doing. I didn't really like waking up in the morning. So when COVID came, I really didn't view it as something negative when I lost my job. I viewed it as like positive. I just wanted to spend time to go find something that I was really passionate about. And that's what led me here, Perception House. And what I do throughout the day is something that gives a lot of meaning to my life. I get to work with people who are, trying to become better today than they were yesterday. people who are setting goals and, really trying to improve their lives and start a new chapter for themselves. And it's something that, I gain, a lot of pride from doing. Unfortunately though, with nonprofits, there's always going to be the issue of money, especially when it comes to the staff. Right now I wouldn't really say making a competitive wage, especially compared to what I was doing before this. Even though what I'm doing now, in my opinion, has more weight and it provides way more to society. Something, that I struggle with personally, is the idea of staying at a job that pays me less than something that, I easily could just go get, entry level anywhere else, And I think going forward, that's something that, the state and our funders should definitely keep in consideration, because the better that we are, the better we'll be able to staff our residencies, and the better we'll be able to give our residents more holistic treatment, right? And the better that they become, the better our communities will become too. So going forward, we think this is something you guys should definitely consider. Keep in mind that nonprofits and the people that work for them, definitely need to be making a living wage, and that, if you help us out, it'll help them out, and as a community, we'll all, do better, which is what it's really all about.
Thank you so much. And Ben, please thank Mark for that video. It was very moving to hear his story and his moving into this space, especially in the middle of a pandemic. That takes a lot of courage. So thank you for sharing that. Next, we have Kathy Flaherty.
Thank you, Representative Dathan and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Kathy Flaherty. I'm the Executive Director of Connecticut Legal Rights Project. You have my written testimony, so I just actually want to respond to things I've heard my colleagues say tonight. The first thing whenever a budget comes out is I flip to the pages for the DEMIS budget, and I do look at the DEMIS Legal Services line. So I very much appreciate that it's been level funded, and we got the 4% increase that I was able to raise the salary of our very valuable staff who have worked remotely during the pandemic. But what I want you to think about is all these community providers who have wait lists for their services. The people who are waiting for those include the clients who are at the state hospitals. So that the fact that the governor put money in the budget for additional placements, if the placements can't be had because these places have waiting lists, you are keeping people segregated, institutionalized, in violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act. And there is a case pending against the state of Connecticut for that, that's been pending since 2018. We need to do a better job of our systems. And I know the plan I have is testifying to finance, revenue, and bonding, and I hope my friends are too, because we know that you can't allocate money that you are not given to allocate. And if the state has failed to keep its promise to reinvest savings from the closure of institutions into the community-based system of care, that is something that has been happening for decades, and we need to fix it. And we need to build a system that meets people where they live, at home, in the communities. And we need to provide people a real alternative. You've heard people talk about peer-run respites. You've heard the traumatic experience that Emily related just a short while ago. That is something that I experienced 30 years ago, and it still sticks with me today, which is why I do the work that I do. We need peer-run respites that don't depend on force and coercion, and they enable people to maintain control over their own recovery, because recovery is real. It does happen, but it does not happen in jails. It does not happen in prisons. It does not happen in state psychiatric hospitals. It happens in the community, and it happens at home. The people of Connecticut deserve a better system, and we need to figure out collectively how to do it, because what we're doing now just isn't working for too many people. And I thank you for your time. I know you've got tons of other people to hear from. You know how to reach me if you want to.
Kathy, we really thank you, Kathy, for your time and all your advocacy. It's really important that we hear from you. So thank you for taking the time and sticking with us this evening. Have a good evening. We have 192 next, George Roberts. I don't see him on the call. So I'm going to move on for 193, Jordan Goldberg, who I also don't see ready to go. 194, Jay Moore. I do see Jay, if you'd like to start.
Yes, hi, everyone.
Oh, there you
First of all, like everyone else, thank you to the committee for hearing me, listening to my concerns and suggestions for improvement. I've been working with the community, the DDS community, for about 6 years. I work for Network Human Services, and we are contracted through DDS. So I want to talk to you all just for a little bit about some concerns I have. And the first I'll get into is staff safety. We work with a population of adult men between the ages of 33 and 45 who, with their cognitive disabilities, have a long history of violent behavior. And speaking just for myself for a moment, I've been personally attacked 4 times. I've had my eye sliced open. I've had house bricks thrown at my face from a few feet away. And other members of my staff have had fire extinguishers thrown at them while vehicles are in motion. We've had other objects slammed against people's heads, requiring stitches. And so with all these things going on, we go to work every day, and 80% of the time, everything's calm, fine. We have good days. But we're always on guard. We just don't know what's going to happen. And I'm really here just to lobby for hazard pay. We go into this job every day, short-staffed, because very few people want to work at our house. Oftentimes we're working double shifts, and it's hard to maintain focus. And so I really feel like we're just being shortchanged for the actual job that we do. And I don't feel like we have true management support. We have, about a year ago, I submitted a letter through our union, 1199, asking for an improvement in working conditions. And we had about 6 months worth of meetings. And the solutions that were arrived at to improve staff safety on the job were just utterly ridiculous. In one instance, in a resident's bedroom door, they installed a reverse peephole, which was, the idea was to give us a preview if there was a fit or violent behavior happening in an individual's bedroom. We would get an idea of when it was safe to enter through the door. But at the same time, this makes us feel uncomfortable because this is a clear violation of his privacy. It just sets up the fact that we can just look in on his world at any time we want. So that, along with, I asked for safety improvements in vehicle transport. And the solutions that were arrived at were 2 very thin plastic shields installed behind our driver's seat and passenger seats that can easily be torn off or broken through with little effort from our staff or by our residents. So it really, it just feels to me like, there's one resident in particular that just does not belong in employment anymore. He's way too violent. The incidents that have happened over the years, he's been to court. He's had medical or psychological evaluations done, and he keeps getting sent back to us. And quite honestly, in my experience,
can you summarize, maybe give like a 30-second summary of what your findings are from your experiences?
What my findings are is that, there's a shortage of pay for us, and we have instances where a resident does not even belong in this program. He's too dangerous. And I feel like we're getting very little, a sort of ignored management stance on the situation, because honestly, it feels like as long as the funding is there, then the staff is disposable. So those are my main concerns in what I've come to address with you all here. And that's just speaking from our point of view and what we deal with.
Thank you so much, Jay, for sharing what you deal with on a day-to-day basis. We really appreciate hearing your stories and what's going on the ground. It's important to us. So thank you for taking the time and sticking with us this evening during this long...
If I could just wrap up really quick.
Sure, please do.
Yeah, I mean, I care about my job very much, as all of us do, particularly in my group home. And these individuals that we work with they're people just like anybody else, but we don't feel comfortable.
Yeah.
We enjoy the time we have and the good times we have with them, in the activities that we share together, in the skills that we're able to kind of improve on with them. But to me, it's a completely unsafe environment.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You have a good evening. Number 195, Geraldina Cardona. I don't see Geraldina on the phone, so I'm going to move to 196, Amy Vitale.
Hello, thank
Hi,
you.
Amy.
Before I get started, I just wanted to comment that, I've been really moved and impressed by a lot of the testimony tonight, and I hope that you all have as well, particularly from clients and members of our community who we serve and work with. So with that, good evening, senators, representatives, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Amy Vitale. I live in East Haven, and I work for Connecticut Renaissance. I wanted to thank you for the opportunity this evening to relay my concerns about the very real condition of one of the most valuable services that our state offers. Mental health and substance use treatment has never been more essential as it is today. We have been very grateful for the 4% COLA increase in last year's budget. I've been trying to reconcile the continued deficits in our current workforce and ability to adequately compensate them, knowing the current Connecticut Reserve Fund. The Reserve Fund is bursting at the seams, and so are the needs of our communities and the nonprofit sector. If we cannot support the essential workforce, our treatment sector is in real danger. Residents of Connecticut are in real danger. At Connecticut Renaissance, the vacancies are such that we are burning out our remaining resources and competing with companies who present a very attractive salary with much less responsibility and training requirements. Many of our staff are running on fumes, are exhausted, and are trying to maintain their commitment to our clients because this work means something to them and holds value. Many of them don't want to leave, but are forced to in order to support their families. Finding candidates to provide services from milieu to clinical has proven to be almost impossible with the salaries and competition of other companies. The people who ultimately suffer are our clients, who have increased thoughts of suicide, increased substance use, and destabilized mental health. I come to work every day because I will not give up on the clients we serve. Working to provide adequate access to high-quality mental health and substance use treatment is not taken lightly and is a matter of life and death for many of our clients. I keep the motto, everyone knows someone, close to my heart. Everyone on this call tonight and who has been here throughout the evening knows someone struggling today to keep their head above water, to face each day fighting, to provide for their families while trying to manage depression, anxiety, or their early recovery. Please do not turn your backs on them and do not turn your backs on us. Please provide the necessary funding increases to our programs and honor the long-term plan to address the underfunding of community nonprofits and fund services by $461 million over 5 years, or an additional 8% in fiscal year 2023. Everyone in our state deserves easy access to quality treatment, and if we don't receive the additional funding we need, the state of Connecticut will fail each and every resident. Thank you again for your time, and I hope the rest of the night goes quickly for all of you.
Thank you, Amy, for your testimony this evening. We appreciate all your work that you're doing for Connecticut. Number 197, Brian Williams.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, members of the committee.
and your stamina is impressive at this late hour. My name is Brian Williams, and I'm a certified addictions counselor currently working at Connecticut Valley Hospital in Middletown. I am here to respectfully request that you allocate $17.8 million to hire 296 new staff, to clear wait lists and expand capacity in the Addiction Services Division in Connecticut Valley Hospital and also Blue Hills Hospital. The coronavirus pandemic has unleashed a mental health crisis across Connecticut. According to the Department of Public Health, in 2015, the state recorded 728 drug overdose deaths. And in 2021, that number has more than doubled to 1,447. That is 1,447 lives. We have reached a record-setting high, and in most cities, like New Haven, we have surpassed the national level. Before this pandemic that currently preoccupies us, we had an epidemic. It has not stopped. It is getting worse. Within the addictions division at CVH in Blue Hills, before the pandemic, we were operating at 152 beds in both our Middletown and Hartford campuses. We had a waiting list then. Currently, we are operating at about 55 beds. In the midst of one of the worst addiction crises, the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services attempted to close admissions to addictions treatment, despite the fact that the pandemic has increased demand for these vital services in Connecticut exponentially. For example, 211 calls seeking substance abuse and addiction treatment have increased by 33% in the last 2 years. Because state facilities and programs like ours, when open, do not turn away patients due to lack of insurance, co-occurring conditions, levels of acuity, multiple substance dependencies, because we do not turn people away for any reason, because we are considered to be the provider of last resort, we provide life-saving healthcare to the most vulnerable residents in Connecticut, disproportionately Black and Brown. We need these services now more than ever. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brian, for your testimony this evening. We really appreciate it. I am going to turn over the chairmanship here to Representative Nolan, the other vice chair of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you so much for taking over. And I don't see 198 here, but there is 199, Kellyanne Day.
Thank you, Representative Dathan. Before 199 goes, I have to make a little announcement. I'm getting a lot of texts from people that are waiting, and also from the chief chair. Everybody has 3 minutes. Please stick to the 3 minutes so that we can get those that have been waiting for a while in. And as that being said, we'll go to 199, Kellyanne Day.
Good evening, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony tonight. My name is Kellyanne Day, and I'm the CEO of New Reach, a New Haven and Fairfield County housing and homeless provider. When providing care for those experiencing homelessness, it's essential to create a non-threatening and supportive atmosphere to address basic needs like food and shelter and to provide accessible mental health care. I respectfully request that the committee support the proposals listed in the Reaching Home campaign's agenda to increase funding for the front line and the Connecticut Nonprofit Alliance agenda to increase contracts by 8%. You may be wondering why New Reach campaign is advocating for additional dollars for funding the front line. Over the past 20 years, housing and homeless provider costs have increased and the funding has not, plain and simple. You have heard hours of testimony tonight from my colleagues about these issues. Our ask to this committee tonight is to include $5.26 million from the DEMAS budget for shelter and housing providers. I believe that there are some serious misconceptions about the work that emergency shelters, diversion, and supportive housing programs provide. The first misconception is that we are fully funded by the state to meet the needs of everyone who comes through our door. We do not receive reimbursement for our services. We are often criticized for not being able to shelter all the families and women who are in need of it. We as organizations are subjected to criticism sometimes if we're not providing enough services, enough food, basic needs, diapers for what people need. We're not funded for all of those necessities that we would like to provide. To put this in context, New Reach operates 2 emergency shelters for women and children, and we've served over 1,000 in the past 3 years, and DEMAS only funds 5% of our budget. Our residents' mental health needs continue to increase, and our DEMAS funding has not increased in 22 years. And for the record, DOH only funds 58% of our budget. The second misconception is that we're doing all of the same thing and that we're duplicating services. And this is absolutely not true. We're working together day and night to provide emergency services required to meet the needs of families and individuals who are homeless. Our caseworkers talk daily to help clients. Our leadership teams coordinate trainings together and provide support to each other and share best practices. How can we possibly be duplicating services when the need for our services outpaces the services, shelter, and housing that we provide? The final misconception is most insulting, and that is that our staff are not professionals. I'm here to tell you that our staff are trained, supported, educated, and in many cases have lived experience. Jacinia, one of our staff who spoke earlier, is an excellent example of this. The majority of our staff are women and people of color. And it's disrespectful and insulting to the staff of housing and homeless agencies that they're not valued as important professionals in the community. They're not afforded the same level of compensation, benefits, healthcare, tuition reimbursement, and retirement, just to name a few. You heard tonight the crisis that nonprofit organizations are experiencing, and I'm not going to repeat all their points, but I support them. I'll end where I began, which is to tell you that housing and homeless providers have not been funded for the services for over 20 years. And best practice tells us that when providing care for those experiencing homelessness, it's essential to create a non-threatening and supportive atmosphere, to address basic needs, and to provide accessible mental health care. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to present this testimony and for your hard work this evening.
Thank you very much for staying up and expressing your testimony. We appreciate it. Next is number 200. It will be Margaret Middleton.
Thank you so much, Representative Nolan. And thank you so much to the members of the committee. I've been here with you all night, and I appreciate your stamina. My name is Margaret Middleton. I'm the CEO of Columbus House. We help just under 3,000 people a year who are on their journey to stable housing across New Haven, Middlesex, New London, and Hartford counties. Tonight's hearing has been kind of a doozy. So I'm going to share with you 3 pieces of excellent news. Good news, exciting news. Number 1, thanks to the legislature and the $5 million added into emergency shelters last year, hundreds of people across the state are inside right now who would not otherwise be inside. We have 230 people in a hotel in New Haven. Thank you. The bad news is that $5 million isn't doing anything to address the chronic underfunding of shelter that my friend and colleague Kellyanne just mentioned. So thank you for the $5 million, but understand that it went to fund an unfunded mandate that we were already meeting, which was getting people inside in the winter who otherwise don't go inside. The second piece of good news, if you support the Alliance's $641 million ask, and you support the Reaching Home campaign's request for an additional $13.4 million, you will be taking a meaningful action against one of the most pernicious manifestations of racism in our community, which is the gross overrepresentation of Black people in the population of people who experience homelessness. Black people make up something like 13% of the population of our country and something like 40% of individuals who experience homelessness. It is clear as day that that is a massive contributing cause of homelessness, and supporting this sector will help address that. The third piece of good news is that we absolutely can do this. This state was an essential partner in helping this sector end veteran homelessness a few years ago. I had a front row seat to that, working at the Connecticut Veterans Legal Center and serving on the board of Columbus House. And what I saw was that the service providers and the state and the federal government were all aligned. They were coordinated as heck. They were sharing data. Everybody was on the same page. The feds put in a ton of money, but you guys also put in a ton of money. And you really had your heart and soul behind that effort, and it freaking worked. And we got veterans into housing, and now when a veteran becomes homelessness, at least in my community last year, it made the news. That was news. When I was a kid, if a veteran was homeless, that was like what homelessness was. So this is absolutely a solvable problem. We've seen it. We know how to do it. You have done it. And when we do it again, when we end homelessness for chronically homeless folks, when we end homelessness for families and individual families, when we end homelessness for everybody, we're going to be celebrating together. That is going to be your accomplishment, because we are not going to do this as a sector by ourselves. Only government sources can provide the kind of funding that's necessary to accomplish this. That's it, Representative Nolan. I am done.
Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate your time. Thanks so much.
All right. Next is 201. I'm going to say Aslian Green. Mrs. Green. Going once, twice. All right, we're going to go to 202, Tabitha Nibbs.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. This is Ben Shaken again. I have another video that I will put up right now.
All right.
You're told my audio is low, so I'm trying to fix it. Hopefully this works.
Hello, my name is Tabitha Nibbs. I have worked at Horizons for 7 years, currently in a role as a program manager for supported employment. But I'm also a single mother with 2 children pursuing a bachelor's degree. I'd like to make Horizons my career, but I have to be able to support my family. I manage a caseload of 15 individuals over 8 work sites, and I'm part of a team that oversees 24 staff. Our job is to help people with intellectual disabilities get paying jobs in the community and to be successful and maintain that employment. As a manager, when one of my staff cannot come in, I have to make sure that the individual they support can still get to work. This often means providing the supports myself. With the incredible staff crisis we are in, finding and retaining good staff has become a huge challenge. My experienced staff have been severely compromised as they did not receive the same 11.8% increase, and neither did I. I'm in a role of great demand and responsibility, and I have to use subsidized programs such as food stamps to help support my family. Please support at least an 8% increase in the DDS budget.
Please share our thanks, Ben, and we'll go to Thomas Burr next, number 203.
Yes,
Thomas?
good evening. Yes, good evening, Representative
Hi.
Nolan and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Thomas Byrne. I'm the Community and Affiliate Relations Manager of the Connecticut chapter of the National Alliance on Mental Illness, otherwise known as NAMI Connecticut. You should also know that I've been testifying before your committee annually for the past 15 years. Your committee leadership should have already received dozens of emails from our members this week, reinforcing what I'm about to say. Number one, we gratefully acknowledge the governor's proposed budget as outlined in HB 5037, which includes approximately $160 million in mental health related items. In the interest of time, you have my written testimony, which includes additional details and links on some of the following items, which we feel should also be included. So please refer to it as I briefly list the following requests, which should also be funded. Funding for the rollout of NAMI's Ending the Silence educational program into Connecticut's middle and high schools to help both students and teachers and staff to recognize mental health struggles and how to seek help. Funding for peer-run respite, as described earlier this evening by Jordan Fairchild from the Keep the Promise Coalition. Support for the Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance's long-term plan to restore at least $461 million to community nonprofits, including housing and homeless service organizations, which have been underfunded for far too long, as described earlier by Jean-Carl Casa. On a personal note, as so many others, I also work a second job, which in doing so allows me to afford me to be able to do the important advocacy work that I do for NAMI Connecticut. Fully fund the recommended rollout plan of the Connecticut's 988 Planning Coalition to improve and strengthen the state's mental health crisis response system. Fully fund the housing related items as described earlier by Chelsea Ross from the Reaching Home campaign. Funding these items that I just mentioned will go a long way in creating a more robust and seamless mental health care network for all of Connecticut's citizens. Again, please refer to my written testimony, which includes additional details and links on all these items. One last thing. The COVID pandemic has taken a mental health system that was stretched to its breaking point here in Connecticut and broke it. It is important to recognize we arrived at this point because Connecticut lacks a vision and long-term comprehensive plan for the mental health of our residents. We have multiple state agencies providing services to different subpopulations, yet insufficient coordination among them. There is no statewide investment in mental health promotion and awareness or in primary prevention. There are radical differences in what individuals in the public and private sectors can access. It is time for a statewide, multi-sector planning effort to create a long-term mental health plan with input from all stakeholder groups and particularly from the individuals and families most affected. As part of the urgent attempt to address the crisis we are in, please consider funding for a comprehensive planning effort, if not this year, then next. So thank you for your time and attention and for staying up so late to hear me speak. I appreciate it. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Thomas. Next, we're going to 204, Lynn Arazzini. Lynn Arazzini.
Yes, I'm right here. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's your turn. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank you, the Appropriations Committee, for allowing me to testify in HB 5037. My son Carl and I are no strangers to the LOB. Many of you have heard Carl sing about his dream to live in his own apartment. Because DDS funded Carl for residential and day services, many of Carl's dreams have come true. Carl is living successfully in his own apartment in New Haven and working in the community supported by Chapel Haven and Marrakesh. He takes a taxi to East Street Arts, where he works as an artisan, caning chairs and creating beautiful artwork. Carl attends community line dance class and is a choir member and a cellist at Bethesda Lutheran Church. He swam with the Connecticut Special Olympics swim team at the National Games in Seattle, Washington. Carl's success was featured in a Connecticut public TV special, Building a Great Life. This documentary shows how far Carl has come from being a nonverbal 3-year-old with autism to living in his own apartment. Because of DDS supports, we have been able to help Carl build a great life in New Haven. The pandemic hit disabled people like Carl hard. His ordered life with consistent staffing came to a screeching halt. His autistic behaviors increased, and DDS was there to provide funding for a behavioralist to work with Carl and his staff. The working shortage has been a huge problem for people like Carl. Nonprofit agencies need more funding to make working with the disabled population a career, not just a low-paying temporary job. I am grateful that the legislators increased wages for workers to $17.25 per hour, which is a good start, but not enough to retain quality staff. I am also grateful that no cuts have been made to DDS. However, past administrations made massive cuts to DDS over many years, so increases to the DDS budget are imperative. There is now a budget surplus and the rainy day fund is at its maximum level. The state will also be receiving substantial federal funding from ARPA. Please use the increased state and federal monies to repair the damage that past underfunding of DDS created. Without DDS's support, none of Carl's amazing success would have been possible. So I thank our state for what they've given Carl. I urge you to all give DDS the funding they need to address the high employee turnover and the workforce crisis. DDS needs increased funding to provide day, residential, and behavioral services to people like Carl in our state. For just a few seconds, I will close with my son, who speaks his testimony through the language of music, since his words are limited.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate that. And thank you for staying up with us.
Oh, thank you so much. Nice to see Representative Dillon, Senator Abercrombie, so many people that I've seen over the years working with Connecticut DDS Families First. And we all love you and appreciate all that you're doing, and keep helping us, please. Thank you so much.
Number 205 will be Irene Scribello.
Yeah, next one.
Irene? No, Irene? All right, number 206, Will Brady. How you doing, Will? Unmute yourself.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Nolan, and I thank the members of the Appropriation Committee for hearing us tonight. I'm Will Brady. I work as a case manager in a warming center in Middletown. I speak as a private citizen and has worked for decades with homeless people and individuals with psychiatric disabilities. I support the Reaching Home campaign's agenda before you as components of HB 5037, restoring $460 million to community nonprofits, including all those that serve the homeless, providing money for homeless and housing services, for technology to remove the ability to provide assistance more swiftly, and for livable wages for frontline workers, paid wage rates that have stayed unreasonably low for decades. To add funding for Department of House's homeless services and funding for coordinated access networks and 211 cans to improve and begin to provide more timely access for the homeless to get into shelters. Increasing DMIS and DOH housing to create additional housing units, and to create an eviction prevention initiative to protect vulnerable renters. I support all these to better address very real and difficult challenges faced by those without safe housing who don't always have a chance to speak directly. The homeless include people of all ages, live-in care providers as well, whose employers have died and find themselves now homeless themselves, include mostly brown people, black people, and some white folk. The homeless encompasses those who struggled all their lives, as well as those who were once well off. Many unsheltered people are unemployed. Reasons vary: housing fires, medical costs, rent increases, fleeing from domestic violence, and other uncertainties. Homeless people are compelled to sleep in places not meant for human habitation, with no respite in sight. Those forced to live rough are at greater risk of untreated medical problems, which can cause greater reliance and costs on
Are you all set, Will?
I think he froze.
We'll try and start back up again, and we'll give you another 30 seconds when you get back, maybe. The next person will be, I think 207 is not here, Ruth Grove.
Hello. Thank you so much for taking my testimony this late at night. My name is Ruth Groby, and I live in Farmington, and I serve as the secretary of the Citizens Coalition for Equal Access, which is a small grassroots disability advocacy organization. And as an abled person, I'm testifying on the governor's proposed budget because it does not allocate enough funding to address the crisis that I see unfolding among my many friends with disabilities, including an acute shortage of caregivers and also some inequities in healthcare that you haven't heard about tonight. To start with the caregivers, though, you've been hearing all afternoon and evening from Connecticut's direct support providers about the problems caused by the low wages that their caregivers receive. And the same problem applies to the state's contracted personal care attendants. And many of my friends with physical disabilities are struggling to find caregivers, and they're ending up spending a lot of time in bed because they can't get out of bed, and that can result in pressure sores and other problems that endanger their health and also engender expensive treatment costs. And now more than ever, we need to ensure that critically necessary funding is included in this year's budget to raise the wages of caregivers. And now my second issue is something that you haven't heard about all afternoon and evening, and it stems from the fact that the COVID crisis has laid bare a number of health inequities experienced by people with physical disabilities, including the physical inaccessibility of many Connecticut medical facilities, and particularly the medical diagnostic equipment that they house, including scales, examining tables, Hoyer lifts, imaging devices such as mammography machines. For lack of something as simple as accessible scales at many doctors' offices, a substantial number of my friends with physical disabilities have not been weighed when they go to see the doctor, even though tracking weight is a very important piece of health maintenance. Studies have shown that the great majority of physicians and other healthcare providers nationwide do not use accessible diagnostic equipment for routine care of patients with significant mobility limitations. The National Council on Disability has issued a health care equity framework for people with disabilities. And it includes as one of the 4 components that—
Please start summarizing.
Yep, accessible medical diagnostic equipment. The budget for the Department of Public Health should be amended to include grant funding to address this important issue. And there is a bill before the Public Health Committee that would do just that, as well as mandate that hospital facilities comply with the current standards for accessible equipment. So thank you very much for considering these 2 critical issues.
Thank you, Ruth. Appreciate you hanging out with us. The next, let's see, Scott and Megan, I was told, are not here. So we're going to go to 211, and that's going to be Ashlyn Hayes from SCAD. Ashlyn? Ashlyn
Hello?
Hayes?
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ashlyn, go right ahead.
All right, thank you very much. I want to thank you and all the other members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for allowing me a moment to speak tonight. As you mentioned, my name is Ashlyn Hayes, and I'm the nurse manager for SCAD at Lebanon Pines. I joined this amazing team back in October after I was recruited by a former colleague who joined previously of that same year. And while I must admit that I was hesitant to leave my position at my previous employer, I can stand here before all of you tonight and say that with absolute certainty, I made the right decision. Working here at SCAD feels different than any other organization that I've ever worked for before. I've worked in the field of behavioral health for my entire adult life, going on 23 years. It is the love of my life. Please don't tell my wife that. And I could not see myself doing anything else. Here at SCAD, the work that we do here is truly honorable, but please make no mistake that the work we do is at times emotionally, mentally, and physically exhausting. There's a fine line between doing something you love and making enough money to support yourself and your family. This is the challenge that I've seen in my short tenure, and that has been reported to me as a historical issue with the organization. Nonprofit organizations like SCAD cannot compete with the wages that are being offered in private sector. And yet the need for the care that we provide is growing exponentially. Mental health is the great pandemic of this world. And we are all past the point of being able to ignore it. Would all essential organizations like that of SCAD be able to do without the sufficient staff and resources that is vital to tackle the effects that this pandemic has had on our state As the nurse manager, it's incredibly hard to recruit and retain nurses that can easily make higher wages elsewhere. Of the nurses that I currently employ, every single one of them have secondary jobs just to be able to provide for themselves and for their families. I want to take a moment to thank you for the funds that have already been allocated to such organizations like SCAD, but the reality is this is simply not enough for SCAD and so many other nonprofit organizations across the state. I implore you to provide the necessary funds needed in order for the nonprofit organizations to continue to do the work that must be done, and to be able to recruit those individuals who don't have to choose between money and doing the work that is truly rewarding. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy your night.
Thank you, Aspen, for sticking around. And I'm going to reverse. Will, I see your hand up. You got 30 seconds left.
Okay. I'm sorry, I lost the internet. Many people, I particularly wanted to talk about the difficulties people who are homeless have in accessing CAN. CAN is a vital program and that people dial in to do it. People have had to wait 2 hours because CAN is perhaps overworked and understaffed. And so I really think that we need to make sure that CAN gets the funds to be able to provide more staff, so the homeless people who are homeless aren't waiting for hours just to be able to talk to somebody to get a bed. There are other things that I presented in written testimony. So thank you for at least letting me bring that point. And my apologies for losing the internet for a minute.
No, we all do. We all lose the internet from time to time. Yeah. So thank you for coming back. And we're going to go to, I think, 210 bounced in. Megan? Megan?
Hi, Megan.
How you doing? Go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
All right. I work for Sound Community Services. I've been in the field for in human services now, working with mentally ill with drug and alcohol addictions now for about 6 years. I started out in this field because I am dual diagnosis myself. I am a disabled veteran that got hooked on pain medication. And when I got sober, I decided that, I spent so long, causing harm to others through my drinking and drugging, that when I got sober, I wanted to try and help people make it to the other side, just like I did. And so I started working in this field. And the whole time I've been in this field, I have had nothing but gotten worn down to the point where a year and a half ago, I ended up having a nervous breakdown and ended up in a PHP for 6 months because I almost took my life because I had been overworked and I just couldn't handle the stress and the burnout that comes with this field. I have to work a certain number of hours to be able to make ends meet. And I ended up getting custody of my daughter back 2 years ago. And with working the 135 plus hours every 2 weeks to make a paycheck so I can pay my bills, it took a toll on me with knowing that I had custody of my daughter back, but I don't get to see her. I get to see my daughter for maybe about an hour a day if I'm lucky. And I get to see my husband for, well, he's sleeping when I get to see him when I get up and get ready for work. That's it. I talk to him for a whole 15 minutes every day. That's all I get. And if I'm lucky, I get 1 day a week to spend with him. And, I left the company I was at because Sound Community Services offered more, the better pay, still not great, not even that much more, but better. And the promise that it wouldn't be those crazy hours. I wouldn't need to clock those crazy hours anymore, and and walking in, I'm clocking the same crazy hours to make the paychecks that I need to make to pay my bills. My daughter graduates high school in a year and a few months. And in having her for the last 2 years, I can't even tell you how often I've spent mommy daughter time, and I can't afford to take her to the doctor because of the medical benefits. And, you know,
please summarize.
Yeah, it's disheartening to see people who spend their whole lives, spend their adult lives trying to help others, getting the least amount of help possible. And I really feel like, you know, it's time that we start taking care of ourselves and standing up for ourselves.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you very much. And our next speaker is 212, Linda Alderman.
Good evening, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Linda Alderman, and I've lived in West Hartford for over 30 years. I'm the Connecticut State Lead Ambassador for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, and I'm testifying in support of increased funding in the governor's budget in the amount of $12 million for tobacco control programs. I thank you for the opportunity and for your hard work this evening. In fiscal year 2022, states will collect $27 billion from the 1998 tobacco settlement, but nationwide, only an average of 2.7% of those funds will be spent on tobacco cessation and prevention programs. Although the CDC recommends that Connecticut spend $32 million on tobacco cessation and prevention programs each year, Connecticut has spent $0 on those programs since 2016. Connecticut is tied for second in the United States for cigarette taxation, but its lack of spending on tobacco control puts Connecticut in the unfortunate ranking position of dead last in the country. And this should be a tremendous embarrassment to our state. But more than an embarrassment, this egregious lack of funding is having a significant impact on Connecticut residents. And most importantly, is detrimentally impacting Connecticut's children. Childhood smoking is up. 20% of high school students now use e-cigarettes, and over $2 billion is spent on healthcare costs in Connecticut that are directly attributable to smoking. All of this is happening without Connecticut using $1 of its tobacco settlement funds for tobacco prevention and cessation programs. And while the tobacco industry spends $55.5 million annually in our state on advertising. We need to do better, and I hope that you will make funding of tobacco control a priority in the budget. Connecticut's children need your protection right now, and this can't get put off for another year. My family was directly and detrimentally impacted by my father's inability to quit smoking. My father, who enlisted in the U.S. Army Air Force in 1942 at the age of 17 to defend our country in World War II, quickly became addicted to cigarettes because the tobacco industry targeted the military to create a generation of cigarette smokers. Although he desperately tried, my father was never able to break his addiction to nicotine, and he eventually died of lung cancer after years of suffering. He often told me that his addiction at such a young age led to his inability to quit smoking. I'm here today testifying because my father can't be. Please take the important step this year to allocate $12 million that our state receives from the 1998 tobacco settlement towards its intended purpose, the funding of tobacco education and cessation programs. Thank you so much for hearing me this evening.
Thank you, Linda. Appreciate
Thank you.
Your testimony on that important matter. And I don't believe Lynette is here. So we're going to go to Amanda Skinner, 214.
Thank you, Representative Nolan. Senator Ostin, Representative Walker, and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee, my name is Amanda Skinner, and I'm President and Chief Executive Officer of Planned Parenthood of Southern New England, testifying regarding the Department of Public Health budget of HB number 5037, an act adjusting the state budget for the biennium ending June 30th, 2023. As the state's largest provider of family planning and sexual and reproductive health care to 63,000 patients at 14 health centers across the state, Planned Parenthood believes that all people should have access to quality, affordable health care, regardless of who you are, where you live, your income, or if you have health insurance. We thank this committee for prioritizing funding for family planning services, and we deeply appreciate the Appropriations Committee for including additional funding of $2.1 million in both FY22 and FY23 to PPS&E to restore lost Title X grant support. This critical funding ensures continued access to preventive reproductive health care, including affordable contraception and life-saving cancer screenings for the people of Connecticut who already struggle to get the care they need and deserve. Despite the loss of federal funding since 2019, we have continued to provide these services at no or low cost to our qualified patients. Planned Parenthood plays an indispensable role in providing family planning care in Connecticut. In 2018, PPS&E served 41,096 Title X patients at 11 health centers in Connecticut, accounting for 88% of those served by Title X in the state. However, in August 2019, we were forced out of the federal Title X family planning program after having served as the Connecticut grantee since the program's inception nearly 50 years ago. PPS&E had received $2.1 million a year in federal Title X before ceasing participation. In the past, PPS&E also provided Title X funding for 2 delegate agencies, Cornell Scott Hill Health Center and the Fairhaven Community Health Center. The state funding helps support the cost of care for our self-pay patients on a sliding fee scale based on their income and family size. Our sliding fee scale ensures those individuals who lack access to private or public insurance can access the preventive health care they need. We do not turn patients away for inability to pay. Healthcare is a human right, and we will fight to ensure every person has access to the high-quality healthcare services they deserve, including the over 41,000 people who were covered by the Title X program in the past and continue to seek care at PPS&E today. Providing healthcare is meaningless if people can't access it. Planned Parenthood will continue to fight for policies that protect the rights of all people to ensure our patients and our communities have what they need to live healthy and self-determined lives. We are committed to continuing to work with the administration and the General Assembly to protect access to essential sexual and reproductive health care. Again, we thank the Appropriations Committee for this important additional investment of $2.1 million in the DPH budget for family planning services and essential preventive health care for those most in need in our state. This critical increase this year has made an impact for the patients we serve across Connecticut. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Amanda. That was right on time. Appreciate you staying around. I believe we're going to number 217 now because I don't see the others. Mr. Rodriguez, are you here?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You got 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Nolan, distinguished members of the Appropriation Committee, thank you very much. I truly appreciate your commitment to the community and affording folks time. My name is Refugio Rodriguez. I'm actually connecting with you from California. While I'm here as an individual, I've worked in the violence prevention field for the last 25 years and currently serve as the Chief Equity and Program Officer for the Hope and Heal Fund based here in California. We're a race equity fund focused on decreasing all forms of gun violence in California. And we firmly believe that all lives are sacred and that every gun death is preventable, not inevitable. Moreover, we firmly believe that we should attend to the reduction of gun deaths in an equitable way, as reflected in the way that we attend to and support this issue. Specifically, we urge communities to consider that often systems unwillingly employ a false hierarchy of human value, where darker lives are valued less, especially when we compare budgetary allocations across ethnicity to reduce the loss of life. I'm also here because I'm currently working with Connecticut's Against Gun Violence in their efforts to reduce gun violence in your state. I'm testifying in support of $3.6 million included in the governor's budget adjustment bill for the Department of Public Health to fund gun violence prevention programs. I've worked across communities in California and in other states, and I can share that what I see in systems and municipalities across this country in terms of gun violence is the fact that gun violence is primarily addressed as an episodic condition, when in fact it's a chronic condition of communities. And secondly, that it is often a chronic condition that disproportionately impacts communities of color. So while we address issues like homelessness as chronic and develop long-term strategies that address these conditions, the conditions that contribute to increased homelessness, gun violence is ascribed solutions that are short-term and dictated by episodic events. While this is seemingly minor, it has significant implications in the development of institutional strategies that can lead to sustainable reductions in gun deaths. Without the absence of the institutionalization of a larger blueprint or plan, I think structures and strategies are often dictated by recurring events, politics, and funding opportunities. The final most critical factor that we see missing in communities across the country is that because gun violence reduction planning is treated episodically, too often there is an organizational model lacking which can support sustainable reduction in gun violence. At Hope and Heal, we utilize a model that divides gun violence reduction efforts into prevention, intervention, and aftercare. And we also urge communities to also consider the cost of gun violence to communities and the importance of tracking guns utilized in homicides. These factors—
Please summarize, sir.
Okay. So while I commend the governor's proposal proposing $3.6 million to fund community gun violence prevention programs, also urge the legislature to do more. It should create an Office of Gun Violence Prevention in the Department of Public Health and commit more substantial levels of funding to consider the disproportionate impact of violence is having on communities of color in your state. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you testifying before us today. And I believe 215 came in. Chaz, are you on?
Yes.
You have 3 minutes, Chaz.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chaz Carmen. I am the president of Ice the Beef in New Haven, Waterbury, and currently starting new chapters in the Central Connecticut area. Thank you for committee staying up this late to talk about these issues. So, you know, I'm the president of Ice the Beef in New Haven, and we need to firstly make gun violence a health crisis. It's time for the state to acknowledge that we have a major problem in our cities. How many more lives? How many more moms and dads? How many more babies? I stand in support for the funds to go to gun violence prevention. I'm 44 years old, and as a kid, I buried many friends. And I currently watch around our state as people lose their lives to gun violence. It is time to create a department to fight against this. It just makes sense. It just makes sense to create a state department that leads the fight to save our families in our state. You know, and those who are a part of this department, those individuals should be from places that are prone to such violence. Help gun violence groups like Ice the Beef work every day to figure out ways to save our cities. When we take these funds and we really become proactive, this will save lives. It will bring more revenue to our state, because when crime is low and gun deaths are no more, people will move here, build here, and create here. So I just want to close and say, no more babies dying, no more broken hearts, no more lives lost, no more gunshots in your neighborhood. It's time to do what CT does best, is come together, create, be the first, be innovative, and save lives. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you testifying before us this evening. And I believe we're up to number 218. Plashawn Bing, are you on? No? Karen Healy, no? Bryce?
Hello?
Is this
It's
Karen?
Karen Healy. Can you see me?
Yeah, you're shadowed in, but we can hear you.
Okay, good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and the members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Karen Healy. I'm a person in recovery and a consumer. I live and I vote in Hartford, and I'm involved with the Keep the Promise Coalition and Disability Rights of Connecticut. I'm here to share my personal testimony regarding the governor's budget. I spent most of my life institutionalized in Poughkeepsie, New York, and Connecticut Valley Hospital for self-injurious behavior, starting in 1989 when I was 16. Fortunately, I was able to be discharged from CVH December of 2014. But now this is not the case of many people. When I was discharged, I only had two choices for supportive housing, and people expect me to be back at CVH in 1 week. People should not be judged for their mental health, and everyone deserves a chance to get back into the community. I know from my experience that the system is making people's lives even worse than they were before they were admitted to CVH. More funding has to be put into getting people out of CVH and getting them better care in their community. I want to thank Governor for investing money to discharge more people from CVH, but I believe there needs to be even more funding to discharge people that we need more funding the community nonprofits to support people in their communities. It's been over 7 years since I was discharged from CVH. My current level of support from Goodwill Incorporated as residential support program allows me to live in the community, which is less costly than a state psychiatric hospital bed. Living in the community has allowed me to spend time with my family, work, volunteer, and live a life I want to live. I can contribute to my own living expenses, which I couldn't do if in a state hospital. The DEMAS budget should put more funding into community solutions and supportive housing, such as my program as Goodwill. I would also like to thank Governor for increasing funding for supportive housing and wraparound services, but I think this budget should be furthered to make sure there's much more funding for these services. And I'm concerned about how much the funding in this budget is temporary. We need to make sure these services do not just disappear after a few years. If some of these programs or funding go away, I'm worried it could affect my program and I could be back at CVH. If that ever happens to me, I would be devastated, and after being through so much and come such long way. I also support full funding DEMAS legal services because the Connecticut Legal Rights Project, I was able to get some legal help needed when I wasn't getting help from CVH, clinical at CVH. Everyone deserves a chance to be treated with respect and have a good life as possible. Even though I have mental health issues and I deal with my issues in a different way than other people, I'm just as human as everyone else. I'd like to say thank you for your legislators who listened to my testimony. I hope you have seen the importance in increasing the budget this year and providing more funding for the community and mental health services. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Karen. Appreciate you staying in with us. Next will be number 220, Bright Johnson. Britt Johnson.
Hi, I'm Bright Johnson, Connecticut Government Relations Director for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. Tobacco-related diseases are the single most preventable cause of death in our society. Yet, according to DPH statistics, tobacco use continues to kill more people in Connecticut each year than alcohol, AIDS, car crashes, illegal drugs, accidents, murders, and suicides combined. Tragically, 4,900 adults will die in Connecticut from tobacco use this year, 13 per day. Connecticut spends $2.03 billion in healthcare costs related to tobacco use every year, including $520 million in Medicaid expenses. Connecticut is tied for first in tobacco taxes, but we are last in tobacco control and prevention funding. In fact, we are the only state that does not allocate state funds to help people quit and help prevent kids from ever starting to use these products. With that reality at the forefront, we are asking that the committee restore $12 million in funding in the budget for statewide tobacco control programs that follow proven CDC best practices to help alleviate and reduce the staggering annual toll tobacco use costs Connecticut. I would also like to point out, beyond the budget revision, there are a number of bills that have been raised in this committee this year relating to tobacco control funding that all told have over 50 co-sponsors from both sides of the aisle. Over the years, just over 1% of the cumulative total that has been deposited into the Tobacco and Health Trust Fund was actually spent in support of tobacco control programs and services. Since its inception, the fund has been raided, swept, or had funds redirected over 80 times. And in 2017, the fund was eliminated entirely. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recommend Connecticut invest $32 million annually in the state tobacco control program, yet the state has not spent that cumulatively in more than 2 decades. As the governor said in a 2019 press conference when asked about the diversion of funds for tobacco programs, that's got to stop. Many tobacco users fail quit attempts because, in part, of a lack of access to successful cessation programs. Funding tobacco use prevention and cessation programs that alleviate this burden on our citizens and economy, as well as preventing future tobacco users from ever starting, is not only consistent with our shared goal of ensuring public health, it's also the only fiscally responsible approach we can take. And I thank you for your stamina.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Appreciate your testimony. Next, we are going to, Kim Ackerman, 223.
Yes, I'm here.
Good evening, Senator Olstein, Representative Walker, and members of the committee. My name is Kim Ackerman, and I live in Canton, Connecticut. I am a direct support staff member at Whole Life, and I have worked in healthcare for over 25 years. I come before you today to thank you for your support you gave to us in the budget last year. The increased funding in our group home industry has allowed workers like me to believe that we will eventually get to a place where we will not have to work multiple jobs to make ends meet, and that we can have affordable health insurance and retirement benefits. But I am also here today to ask for a little bit more funding to get us over the line. I have been working at the Mullen Hill Whole Life location for 3 years, but I have worked in the group homes for the last 8 years. In my role as a direct support staff member, I work very closely with highly behavioral autistic individuals. Some of these individuals don't have any families, so we, the staff, become their families. Being able to build these relationships with our individuals is one of the most fulfilling parts of my job. One major issue when it comes to recruiting additional staff are the benefits we earn. This is an incredibly difficult job, and it is not easy to find someone who is willing to do it for low wages and no benefits. We do not make enough money to live off of, which forces me to work 3 jobs to make ends meet. And we do not have affordable health insurance or retirement benefits. I come into work every day at 6 a.m. to pass meds for the 3rd shift because we don't have anybody on 3rd shift that is certified to do so. I then work my own shift from 8 to 4 before heading off to my 2nd job. Most weeks I work every day of the week. This leaves me exhausted and stressed out. My life consists of work, sleep, work, sleep, work, sleep. I have no time for anything else. I am burnt out, and so are my coworkers. Unfortunately, this is the reality for workers like me who have no health insurance and can't retire. We have to continue to work to make sure we can afford to live. Group home workers desperately need more funding for benefits. The support you gave us last year was the first step in fixing this historical underfunding in this industry. With additional funding, group homes could afford to give workers like me affordable benefits, which would drastically enhance our lives. They would also attract more workers, so we could not only hire more staff, but they could pay that staff a wage that allows us to work less and give more of ourselves to the individuals that rely on us. Please continue to do the right thing and increase funding for our group homes in Connecticut. Thank you very much for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, Kim. And the next person is Joseph Barbetta.
All right. Thank you, Representative Nolan and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. I certainly commend you all for your stamina as well, and thank you for this and for everything that you do for our state. So I live in Norwalk, and I represent Fairfield County for the Cancer Action Network, and I'm here today on behalf of the Cancer Action Network to request $12 million in funding for the tobacco control programs in an effort to protect Connecticut's children from the danger of tobacco and derivative products like e-cigarettes. In fiscal year 2022, states received $273 million from the tobacco settlement and tobacco taxes. Nationwide, only 2.7% of these monies went towards the programs for tobacco control. Connecticut ranked last at 0, and that's unacceptable when you consider that nearly a third of all cancer deaths are attributable to tobacco use. We can and must do better to prevent these needless deaths. I've been a volunteer with the American Cancer Society and the Cancer Action Network for 20 years. I'm the son of a 30-year volunteer. Our family's passion for this mission began in 1977 when my paternal grandfather died of lung cancer, what the doctor described as a classic smoker's tumor. My maternal grandfather did not die from lung cancer, but my earliest memories of him as a child was him being up early in the morning, sitting at the kitchen table and violently coughing while smoking cigarettes for hours nonstop. It's amazing to think that there was a time when people didn't know that rolling tobacco, lighting it, and inhaling it, it's the smoke into your lungs, was hazardous to your health. And thanks to the early efforts of the American Cancer Society, the link between tobacco use and cancer was discovered, and much understanding and progress has been made since then. And now is not the time to be moving backwards. Unfortunately, backwards is the direction in which we're moving, especially with the epidemic of e-cigarette use by teens in Connecticut. We must do more to fight tobacco use in our state, and we respectfully ask for your support for $12 million in funding for tobacco control programs. Once again, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight, and thank you for all you do for the state of Connecticut.
Thank you, Joseph. Our next speaker is, I'm going to say Mia Samso.
Yes.
And after Mia, I believe Representative Candelera is taking over. Am I correct? All right. Mia, you have 3 minutes. Thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yep.
Great. Thank you, Senator Ostin, representatives and members of the Appropriations Committee for providing me this opportunity to speak. My name is Mia Samsel, and I am from Guilford, Connecticut. I am the mother of James Samsel, who is a 22-year-old profoundly autistic man. This means that he needs one-on-one care. He needs help toileting, cleaning himself, help with food preparation, and taking his medications. I'm here speaking on his behalf because he is not able to speak due to his disability. He is currently placed in a group residence in New York because of the extreme staffing shortage in Connecticut. We are waiting for an opening in a group home and day program, but due to the staffing shortage in Connecticut, we have been on waiting lists for a year. There have simply been no openings for programs that can accommodate my son in his high level of need. I was told that unfortunately openings occur only in some agencies when clients pass away. How dreadful and sad for all parties involved. So for approximately 1 year, I've been driving to New York every week to see my son. That's 8 hours back and forth and bring him home on the weekends, 8 hours round trip every week. Where is the staff for my son and individuals like him? The answer is that they are at better paying jobs. Typically, direct care staff make $15 to $16 an hour with meager benefits. This is not enough for a staff to live comfortably. This staff is skilled and needs to be compensated commensurately. They have a very important job that is physically and mentally taxing. In summary, Connecticut is a state with a staffing crisis, and I'm asking to please support increased funding for agencies to recruit and keep staff for people like my son, James. Please fund the proposed 8% increase for nonprofits and release bond funds and increase funding for DDS. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mia. Representative Candelera is going to take over.
Thank you, Representative Nolan.
Thank you, sir.
I just pulling up the list now on my end. You have the next person.
228 is next.
228, sir.
28. Jessica French, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Ben Shaken again. I'm going to share another video.
Please proceed.
Hello, my name is Jessica French, and I am the Executive Administrative Assistant here at SCAD.
Thank you for taking the time and being here today to listen. Due to my work schedule, I was unable to accommodate the in-person testimony. Thus, the reason why I have pre-recorded my thoughts for you. I'm a single mother who is currently in school for business administration and working towards my master's. I'm a full-time employee with SCAD and have worked for this agency for almost 7 years, growing throughout my career, beginning my journey in detox and now working for our CEO. My experience here at SCAD has been nothing short of educational and leading me on a career path that has an exciting, bright journey for me within the agency. I am SCAD's future. SCAD's mission is to help those striving for recovery. We are the smile that greets your loved ones at all our facility doors, hoping to release some of the shame and fear that addiction causes. With the cost of living on the rise, I have thought many times if SCAD is a place I can continue to work for, if I should get a second job on top of being a full-time mom, employee, and a part-time student, or look elsewhere altogether. I'm here to ask the Appropriations Committee to increase funding for existing programs with additional cost of living adjustments. Working closely with leadership in the Human Resource Department, SCAD has not been able to compete with the for-profit sectors, hindering us from being able to hire qualified staff because our wages and benefits cannot match. At SCAD, we preach self-care to our employees. But during the height of the pandemic, our staff showed up every day and continued providing your communities with addiction services. Staff working upwards of 120 hours bi-weekly to make sure folks seeking recovery had a place to go. There was no recognition. There was no nonprofits are heroes too. As always, SCAD was a part of the forgotten, being expected to get the job done. I am here to tell you we got the job done, but not without a cost. Our turnover rate in 2020 was 59.6%, and in 2021 it was 51.8%. SCAD can no longer just get the job done. With many vital roles vacant in our agency and no relief in sight, the future of the agency lies in your hands. Ask yourself this: if SCAD or other nonprofits do not receive the funding they need to compete and services begin to close, what will happen to the communities? Will crime and overdose deaths rise? SCAD is already in the heart of a public health advisory. Who, if anyone, will help your community and give second chances the way SCAD believes everyone deserves? It is only with your help SCAD can continue to provide the existing services communities need. Funding for nonprofit agencies is essential and begins with you. Thank you again for your time, and I look forward to the great opportunities you can provide for nonprofits.
Thank you. The next, 229, Michelle Voigt. No. 230, Sherry Kovalik.
231 is next.
Stephanie Delgado.
Hello, good evening, Representative Candelaria and members of the Appropriations Committee. I appreciate your time and opportunity to speak with you all. My name is Stephanie. I'm a registered voter, a single mother born and raised in Norwich, Connecticut. I am the State Opioid Response Employment Specialist at SCAD, located at New London. I work one-on-one with individuals, and while they are establishing a financial independence by helping to obtain employment. SCAD has been providing quality treatment services throughout stages of recovery to men and women since 1966. Our agency is multifaceted and offers substantial first steps in recovery and in life. All of us are currently battling the opioid epidemic amidst the pandemic. This during inflation and cost of living, such as groceries, rent, utilities, gas, all going up astronomically, was greatly impactful, whether this is a personal cost or that of the agency. We are requesting the planned funding increase of, excuse me, at least 8% to expand the opportunities and services offered by our agency and to provide a secure financial well-being for current staff. These funds will be used to offer competitive wage with neighboring job listings and to invest in our agency facilities and services provided. Nonprofit agencies are consistently working with a skeleton staff, many of whom have to work multiple jobs for a livable income. Stress from everyday tasks is compacted with the constant need to outsource for supply services that we can't budget. Carrying all this weight on our backs is manageable when we are driven by compassion and a yearning to serve our community, but over time it is wearing to constantly be short-staffed and underpaid for the level of work. If we are wearing down our staff, it is impossible to provide clientele the optimal experience during a crucial and pivotal time in their lives. This work is essential, yet has been reinforced as if it is optional. Working retail or taking a fast food order is paying more handsomely than being on the front line of COVID, providing life-changing services to the very people of our community. Looking at the job market, we're unable to compete with job positions of a more leisurely workload, let alone positions of a similar field with acceptable wages offered. We want to have the jobs filled and need livable compensation to fill the shoes. Having more people in the workforce would have reciprocal benefits, including more tax-paying citizens, better economy, and steps of closing the gap. Now is the time to invest on a more foundational level and truly build up our community. Excuse me. We've been working to make ends meet and investing time, energy, ideas, and money into providing a fraction of the services that we know our community deserves. There is a significant demand, and consistently our staff must wear multiple hats to fill the vacant positions and meet the needs that have been expressed by our community. We continue to strive for the better, yet are capped financially and have our hands tied on what we're capable of offering for growth and improvement, which will potentially halt. The funding will be increased inevitably, but if you listen to the dialogue opened up here and digest the pleas we're making, it is clear that the need is present and the time to take action is now. Make an investment in those that have been investing in others, the community, and therefore friends, family, us. I look forward to seeing how this feedback is received and the outcome. Thank you again for your time, consideration, and action.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is, I have 236, Geraldine Lott.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Okay. My name is Geraldine Lott, and I live in Glastonbury. And for the record, I'm not a paid lobbyist, and I'm not a paid activist for any nonprofit or healthcare organization. I am a volunteer board member for Amplify, the Region 4 Regional Behavioral Health Action Organization. I'm a member of Match, and I am a former member of the Tobacco and Health Trust Fund Board. That is when the Tobacco Health Trust Board had money to spend on tobacco-related activities. I'm a prevention professional and a tobacco treatment specialist. My first job doing tobacco cessation counseling was in the mid-'80s with a program called SmokeWise, and I've done it intermittently over the years, helping hundreds of people, I'd like to think, quit smoking. If I didn't help them quit smoking, I helped extend their life and the quality of their life. For every adult or parent that I helped quit smoking, I'd like to think I prevented their children from starting, since we know most smokers were children of smokers. I'd also like to think that I helped prevent substance abuse in general, because if I prevented someone from putting nicotine in their body, they were much less likely to be receptive to other dopamine-inducing chemicals. It's the reason why so many people in recovery can't give up quitting cigarettes, because it was their first drug of choice, probably the most addictive drug they've ever used. And regretfully, it's the one that kills most substance abusers in the long run. My colleagues from the Lung Association, the Cancer Society have cited lots of statistics. I'm not going to do that, but we do need to spend more of the tobacco settlement money in the way it was intended. I actually wrote to Senator Blumenthal asking him to come to remind you of why we have the tobacco settlement. All the vulnerable populations that have been talked about today are people that are impacted by tobacco use. People with mental illness die 25 years younger. I have seen homeless people in Meriden reach for a cigarette butt or spend their last $2 for a couple of Lucy's. I have gone to shelters. I have gone to halfway houses to help people in recovery quit smoking. It's time to stop stealing from Paul to pay Peter. We need to use the tobacco settlement money for tobacco prevention and cessation. Thanks for your time and good luck with the deliberations. There's lots of good causes on the table tonight.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you for being here with us. Next is 239, Daniel Matthew.
Good evening, esteemed members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Daniel Matthew. I live in Wolcott, and I am an area director at Key Human Services based in Wethersfield. Key is a statewide organization providing services and supports to individuals with disabilities, and we provide a combination of community-based individual and residential supports in 40 towns all across Connecticut. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about the state budget and its impact on the work that we do. I also want to thank you for your support to provide a living wage to our staff and to invest in the future of nonprofits. Despite your efforts, the crisis continues. So I ask you to continue your commitment to our work with the additional funding this year. It's been a year filled with unexpected challenges across the board, ranging from physical shortfalls to pandemic surges to a lot of staff shortages. The likes of it's late. The likes of which we have not previously encountered. The beginning of the fiscal year brought a significant wage increase for our DSPs. However, this was not inclusive to all our staff. The funding is so specific that some staff receive 10% raises, while staff that have been committed to individuals for 20 years only receive 3%. Unfortunately, last year's funding was not in the form of a COLA and did not allow us to address long unfunded issues in the agency. Please consider a COLA for DDS providers with the wage funding this year. As we have heard all night, staff shortages are affecting everyone. But due to the intensity of our staff shortages, this crisis has reached a devastating level for the people we support. Our agency has had a 25% vacancy rate for months and months. What service providers are experiencing threatens the health and safety of the individuals we support as well as our staff. Every day is a struggle to meet staffing needs. Every day people work 16 or more hours for too many days in a row. Every day staff get frozen in. Managers or people that are unfamiliar with the program are called in, and we are constantly scrambling to cover shifts. Individuals are home during the day due to day and vocational program closures or quarantines or due to their own exposures or illnesses. And this time is unfunded and is an additional draw on an already depleted staffing pool. Over the last year, inflation rose by almost 6%, surpassing the COLA in the current year's budget. Costs have increased exponentially, especially for food, supplies, fuel, repairs, etc. If this doesn't provide enough challenges and stress, surges of COVID swept through our agency with 20 to 30 staff out per week, creating even more intense staff shortages, increasing costs with overtime and incentive pay. Please take action to support the nonprofits that are underfunded, overwhelmed, and hanging on by a thread. Increase funding by the additional 8% for fiscal year 2023. Please support Governor Lamont's proposals for the American Rescue Plan Act for DDS. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Thank you for your testimony.
Mr. Chair, before we go forward, we have a little housekeeping issue.
Sure.
Someone has entered the waiting room with a phone number. The phone number is 860-3836-232. If you could please unmute yourself using *6 and let us know who you are so that we can allow you to participate.
Hi, this is Stephanie Delgado. I just spoke and it kicked me out, so I called in via phone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right, we'll proceed. 240, Heather Gates.
Hi there. Good evening, everybody, and thanks for staying up so late. I'm the CEO of Community Health Resources. We're one of Connecticut's large and most comprehensive providers of behavioral health, housing, foster care, and primary care. We employ over 900 individuals throughout the state of Connecticut. CHR is a local mental health authority and a CCBHC. Under contract with DEMAS, we provide a system of services to support and treat adults with serious mental illness and substance use disorders. We carry immense responsibility and have a deep and abiding commitment to those with the most challenging conditions living in the community. This commitment has not wavered for the past 2 years. In fact, has deepened further as we have seen the impact of the pandemic on those whom we serve. Our staff have also been impacted by the pandemic in all aspects of their lives. We thank you for the 4%, but we're not done yet. We are in desperate need of funding. So we are asking that you continue your focus on what we need and appropriate an additional 8% for next year to help us keep up with both the cost of inflation and make up for 10 years of lack of funding for the services that we provide. We have distributed raises to our staff. We've also done hazard pay and paid for additional time off during the pandemic, and we've not received funding for that. I cannot overstate that the mental health and substance abuse system in Connecticut is in a crisis and is in desperate need of help. We have a really dedicated workforce, but when others, both providers and other industries, can offer higher salaries, it's a tough choice for the people that we employ who are so dedicated to our work. 10 years of underfunding has left us really vulnerable and unable to meet the demand for higher salaries. We're in full support of many of the initiatives in the DEMAS budget, but please pay attention to the core service system before you start to fund new initiatives. We deeply appreciate what you've done for us. We've been here every step of the way over the last 2 years and hope that you will continue to be for us as we do our best to meet the needs of people who come to us for help. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Heather, for your testimony. Next is 241, Lena Esposito.
Yes, that's me, finally. Good evening, everybody.
Good
yes,
evening.
Yes. Then thank you so much for the commitment to the members of the committee, to have me here. My name is Lena Esposito. I live in New Haven. I'm part of CPAC and a part leader. Then also I'm a member, I'm a mother of an autistic girl. What I want to talk is about what I've been what the things that I've been passing through and the things that almost all the children with autistic children that they are aggressive, they are being passing through. Then this is the thing, every time that my daughter gets aggressive, I had to call 211. Then 211 is short stack. Then of course they had to call, they transferred me immediately to 911. 911 comes here. They transferred my daughter to emergency room. Then she stays over there in ER for 5 or 6 days. After that, they get transferred to the, when she was little, she was transferred to the children's unit, psychiatric unit. Now she's transferred to the adolescent unit. Then since she entered to the emergency room, then the hospital count 15 days. Then at the 15 day, they told you, okay, that's it. That's only 15 days. That's the limit for the hospital. Then the problem that I have is that a lot of times, we are changing medications. Then it's not enough time. Then the children come back home and they are not regulated. Then a week later, then again, we are in the same routine over and over and over. Then, I've been doing that for years. My daughter is very aggressive. She sent me to the hospital. I've been in ER. She hurt me. She hurt herself. Well, whatever. A lot of things. Then I've been trying to ask DDS about the group home. Then the DDS case manager, she told me, say, Mrs. Esposito, in order for your daughter to get in a group home, you had to give your parental rights. And then she's my only child. You know, it's terrible that we had to go into this situation. And let me tell you something. In order for you, even if your child is disabled or anything, and if you qualify for DDS, still you had to fill out the form and wait in the waiting list to get all the service from DDS. Just start from there. You had to be on the waiting list. Then when you go to the waiting list is when everything starts. Now I start asking for a group home, and then the group home, they say no, until of course I get more sick and everything like that. And then I was, finally they say yes. But I wanted to tell you and all the members, what is the prospect from the mother, the parent? This is terrible. This is devastated. Because if you don't have the support of the DDS, you're by yourself. You're alone, totally alone. I know many people have a lot of family around, but the majority, no. The majority, when you have a special child, people, they don't want you around because your child is screaming, you have child this one, that one, they don't want you around. Then it's hard. Then I know that I heard all these agencies and everything talking about the money and everything, they did a wonderful job, but I just wanted to tell you as a parent, this is devastated when you have a child with special needs and is aggressive. Then that's all. And of course, I want to say that please, continue the funding, for the group homes, DDS services, 211. All of that is very important. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay.
We'll move it on to 242. Maya Friedman.
Yes. Good evening, distinguished members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Maya Friedman. I'm a resident of Stamford for 20 years and a member of Connecticut Against Gun Violence. I urge you to support the $3.6 million included in the Governor's Budget Adjustment Bill for the Department of Public Health to fund gun violence prevention programs. In 2014, my niece in Baltimore attended Carver Center, an arts high school that had a troubled student who was apprehended. Upon questioning, the youth admitted he had the family gun, had already brought it to school, and wanted to kill a lot of people, including his parents. Thanks to an astute witness and a knowledgeable policeman on a Sunday, many lives were saved on a Monday. In 2015, my cousin, who teaches at Delta State University, was on lockdown with her students for some scary hours while police searched for a gunman who murdered 2 people and killed himself. On October 27th, 2018, 11 people were murdered by a gun-wielding, hate-filled fanatic at Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, my hometown. My parents and I are to this day members of Congregation Dor Hadash, the target of the shooter. My father was late for services that day and was not among the victims. The experience engendered a visceral sense of fear and trauma that persists. When will our luck run out? When will any of our families suffer the grievous loss of a loved one because we refuse to act to prevent gun violence? When will any of you experience that surreal feeling that my cousin felt on lockdown, that I felt during the Tree of Life shooting, that many children and adults in our Connecticut cities feel every day? Who will help us end gun violence if we refuse to help ourselves? Today, you have an opportunity to fund gun violence prevention programs with $3.6 million over 2 years. I support this and urge you to do so too. I also urge you to do more. The legislature can create an Office of Gun Violence Prevention in the Department of Public Health and commit the needed levels of funding. There will be 2 more fatal shootings in Connecticut this week. It's a slow mass shooting, costing our state taxpayers $60 to $90 million per year. Connecticut needs an Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up is number 246, Kevin Zingler.
Good morning, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Minor, Representative France, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Kevin Zingler. I'm the president and CEO of Mark Inc. of Manchester. We're a nonprofit organization that supports people with intellectual disabilities. We provide day, residential, respite, personal support, supported employment, and transportation services to individuals supported by the Department of Developmental Services. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the state budget. As a partner with the Department of Developmental Services for over 70 years, I am here to respectfully request that the legislature appropriate additional funds to the DDS budget to stabilize and recover from the ongoing pandemic. The staffing crisis as a result of the pandemic has made it hard to recruit and retain direct support professionals due to the low starting wages and pandemic burnout. I urge the Appropriations Committee to support an increase in funding to provide fair and adequate wages to ensure the continuity of services. Unfortunately, any incremental wage increase provided in the last budget has been nullified due to inflation. We are grateful for your efforts. Additionally, we are facing a competitive job market where individuals can start at higher wages with less responsibility. Because of these factors, it's not uncommon for individuals to not show up for interviews or to complete our orientation or onboarding process, as other opportunities with higher starting wages and benefits become available. This process is very costly for us as a nonprofit, ties up very valuable resources, something that we cannot simply afford. Our staff deserve higher wages to match the responsibilities and skills required to work in our field. There's a huge difference between working at a big box retail store for $16 an hour and our agency for the same amount. There needs to be a difference between the minimum wage and the wages offered as a direct support professional. The health and safety of the individual's support require it. Our families depend upon it. In addition, funds are needed to address wage compression issues that occur when adjusting wages, starting wages at any organization. Finally, I know the pandemic has taken a toll on the mental health of everyone over the past 2 years. I hope that the legislature and this committee in particular will include people with intellectual and developmental disabilities as part of the statewide discussion on how to best address this issue. I am hopeful that the funds received by the American Rescue and Recovery Act, along with other state funding, will provide the resources needed to address these items covered in my testimony. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Kevin. Next up is number 248, Jim Williams.
Yes, good evening. I'm Jim Williams. I'm the Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association. And thank you to the leadership and members of this important committee for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I know it's late, so I'm going to completely summarize as you have a copy of my written testimony. And this testimony pertains to House Bill 5037, the governor's recommendations for the budget moving forward. And specifically about something that was not in there that has to do with tobacco control. Tobacco control basically is education, prevention, and cessation funding, for which the state of Connecticut really hasn't funded in any meaningful way since 2015. The good news is, though, that there is an existing and sustainable and appropriate funding stream that is already before us. We receive over $100 million every single year from the Tobacco Master Settlement, as well as more than $400 million every year in tobacco revenue. So the CDC recommends that Connecticut spend $32 million annually on tobacco control. The American Heart Association, along with the American Lung Association and Cancer Society, are asking that we reinstate this funding at $12 million. And I know that there are at least a couple of bills before you currently that do address this. There's House Bill 5078, which is largely a Democrat bill. And there's also House Bill 5079, which right now is a Republican bill. And again, those bills will address this. This is important funding because it saves lives. It will also save the state money in the long run. And we look forward to partnering with you throughout the legislative session to hopefully get this done. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions now or at any other time that you have them.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you so much for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Next is number 251, Stacy Lawton.
Good evening, distinguished members of the Appropriation Committee. Thank you for hanging in there this late into the evening. I too have been here since 10 a.m. this morning and can appreciate how tired everyone must be. My name is Stacy Lawton, and I am the Chief Executive Officer at the Southeastern Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence, more commonly known as SCAD. We are a nonprofit agency that provides mental health and substance abuse treatment to individuals who may not be able to afford treatment otherwise. Altogether, we have a continuum of treatment services that includes 176 beds, outpatient services. We provide community outreach and community education. Today, you have heard many hours of testimony from my colleagues and from several SCAD employees about how decades of chronic underfunding have affected our ability to provide services to the citizens of Connecticut, especially during the past 2 years when we've all been struggling with COVID. I would like to focus my testimony this evening on our employees. Our employees choose to do the work that is meaningful to them. They could work in a department store or a restaurant and make more money, but they choose the nonprofit sector because it makes a difference in people's lives. What they do not choose for themselves is a poverty level wage that requires them to work 2 and sometimes 3 jobs. They do not choose their inability to afford copays, deductibles, winter fuel expenses, and the cost of childcare. Our employees work 50 and 60 hours a week only to find that they can't afford the basic costs of living in this state, never mind things that we take for granted, like pizza on Friday night or going out for a special occasion dinner. During this session, you will spend a great deal of time and consideration determining the pay and benefits associated with state employee contracts. I would like to request that you give the same time and consideration and afford the same level of importance to funding the nonprofit sector who are doing the same critical work. I also want to take a moment to address the discussion this morning with the Demas Commissioner about the Substance Use Disorder Waiver, SUD waiver. I want to offer a provider perspective and tell you that we do not view the rate increases that will be realized under the SUD waiver as a substitute for what has been decades of underfunding. Under the SUD waiver, our agency will be required to increase staffing by 55 to 60%. Under the waiver, we will be required to provide more physician time, more prescribers, and licensed prepared clinicians. These are not only additional positions, they are expensive positions. In closing, I want to thank you for the 4% cost of living adjustment that was part of last year's budget and request that you please honor the long-term plan to address underfunding by $461 million over 5 years, or at least an additional 8% in fiscal 2023. Thank you for your consideration and for your continued partnership. Good night.
Good night. Thank you so much for your testimony, Stacy. Next up is 254, Susan Sarmiento.
Thank you, Representative Candelaria. My name is Susan Sarmiento, and it's a pleasure to be here. I am a parent of 2 children and a program coordinator with the Governor's Prevention Partnership, and I live in Hartford as a proud neighbor from behind the rocks. I am here today in support of prevention funding, which supports organizations like mine and the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. Today, I come to you representing the many parents and families that struggle every day with the results of drugs and alcohol use in our city and testify on the impact that the Governor's Prevention Partnership trainings has had in many communities. In my work at Evergreen Oriented Family Tree in New Haven, the experience of talking about prevention with parents and young people about the importance of having conversations with their children or loved ones was very important for the group. They came to reflect on the tragedy of their parents' addictions and how they may not have lost custody of their children if they had known about the prevention services that we provide. We also reflect on the great effort they make daily to reconnect with their community, with their families, also to find and keep a job and not to be judged or marginalized in their community. Over the past couple months, I led prevention conversations after 2 overdose incidents that shook the community. It's created so much anxiety for parents. They're asking, what is going on in our communities? What can I do to prevent this situation with my children? We emphasize the great importance of talking about substances with their children. And one day a mother told me, I don't feel ready to have this conversation with my young daughter, but I know it's necessary. These situations underscore the need for our organization to create bilingual resources and materials, and also lead conversations and use different platforms to reach multiple groups. I know that the prevention programs that we offer make a tremendous difference in the life of our community because it brings hope and, more importantly, education to the communities that need it most. As parents, we have a unique responsibility to expose to do so much at a young age. I want to thank you tonight for your commitment to supporting and funding prevention organizations such as the Governor's Prevention Partnership for the future of our state. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Susan, for your testimony tonight. Next up is 256, Jim Pettinelli.
Good morning, Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. Thank you for your attention and dedication through the hearings, for all of your past support, and for your work endeavoring to balance the many needs of the state. COVID-19 aimed a laser-focused spotlight on our housing and homelessness system, shining a light on the impactful and meaningful work that we were able to accomplish and on the amazing, talented staff that we have on the front lines. It also highlighted how our system over many years has been seriously underfunded and under-resourced for far too long. Our system requires additional funding for our essential staff so that we can pay a living wage, better yet, a housing wage with full, comprehensive, affordable health care and retirement plans. We need to start making true progress in developing new affordable housing opportunities and increase service capacity to best meet the needs of those we serve. Through tonight's hearing, you have heard profound examples from other agencies, from staff members related to our success, their talent, and related to the limitations. I believe that great next steps along these lines are outlined in the Reaching Home campaign and Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance legislative agendas. I also feel very strongly that the governor and the legislature must find a path that starts reimbursing nonprofits for the true value and actual costs of the services that we deliver and have been delivering for many, many years. I realize none of this is easy. As we enter the 3rd year of this pandemic, we continue to see remarkable collaboration and innovative approaches. Now is the time to keep that amazing work moving forward. Community providers remain on the front lines with our competent, dedicated professional staff, with the needed resources in place, we can help make sure Connecticut's residents are healthy and have a home. Again, my name is Jim Pettinelli. I'm the Executive Director at Liberty Community Services in New Haven. We do housing and homelessness work. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony tonight. Next up is number 257, Daniel Osborne.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Daniel Osborne. I'm the CEO of Gilead Community Services in Middletown. We offer a full continuum of high quality mental health and addiction services in Middlesex County and now in Hartford County as well. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 5037. And thank you, as others have said, for listening to the compelling testimony throughout the day for the last several hours and now into the morning. And thank you for providing a 4% cost of living adjustment that you prioritized to include in last year's budget. Today, I'm here to advocate on behalf of the 300 plus dedicated and trained staff members and our 2,000 plus amazing program participants. I'm here to insist that you honor our long-term plan to appropriate $461 million over 5 years based on the data that has been outlined by the Connecticut Nonprofit Alliance. In order to continue the work that we accomplished together last session, we would need to receive an additional 8% increase in 2023, which you've already heard from many others today. We need you to end the cycle of underpayment for high quality and compassionate care, which is what we offer. Our current contracts have destabilized us. Gilead currently has 70 vacancies out of our 250 positions. This is an unprecedented vacancy rate over 25% and very similar rates across the nonprofit sector. And the remarkable and devoted staff that have stayed with us through this staffing crisis continue to feel underpaid and overworked. They're beginning to explore other options, which devastates me. Without consistent cost of living adjustments to our contracts, we simply can't offer pay rates that are being offered by school districts, telehealth companies, for-profit organizations, and the state. Our communities need us. They need us to be there when a family member needs mental health care or a friend and neighbor struggles with addiction and they don't know where to turn. Nonprofits in Connecticut are consistently there to answer the call when our towns, our cities, our counties, and the state calls on us. We don't need to look any further than the COVID-19 pandemic to see evidence of this. Gilead provided basic needs support and isolation quarantine resources to hundreds of people in our community during the pandemic. We distributed PPE, facilitated testing sites, provided education, and partnered with other community agencies to make sure that our community members had the support they needed. And we're not alone. Many nonprofits did the exact same thing and continue throughout the pandemic. There are a lot of behavioral health services and initiatives within the governor's budget that I support. However, it does not provide support to existing programs that are struggling to meet the demand for services. I am urging you to fight for these programs. Fight for the plan that the Alliance has outlined for a $461 million increase. And please index future increases to inflation to ensure that future funding keeps pace with increased costs. I'd like to end my testimony this year the same way I ended it last year. I come before you some years, and I've been at Gilead for 21 years, so I've done this a few times now. And honestly, in past years, I'm not always sure if the state can actually do the things that I'm asking to be done. But I advocate for them anyway, because I know that they need to be done, and I'm hopeful that we'll eventually get there. But this year, like last year, is different. These steps are achievable. We all know that they are, but it requires that all of you believe that the services that nonprofits provide to our communities is of great value and needs to be preserved for future generations. Thank you for your advocacy.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Thank you for your testimony tonight. Next up is 258, Michael Van Valderen.
That was excellent.
That was?
Very good. Good morning, Night Owls. Thank you, Appropriations Committee, my senator, Senator Austin, My name is Mike Van Vlanderen. I am a lifelong resident of Norwich, Connecticut, here in the Southeast. I work for Reliance Health, Inc., where I've worked for the past 30 years of its 45-year existence. It is primarily located in Norwich, Connecticut, but it serves all of Eastern Connecticut. We have over 250 staff, and we serve about 1,500 folks a year as a nonprofit provider in the community with primary funding from Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services and Department of Developmental Services. I want to thank you, first of all, for last year's commitment to a 4% increase, cost of living increase. And my ask is the ask that you've heard many times over the last 10 or 12 hours, which is to put back into the governor's budget, which didn't allow for any increases in any COLAs for the nonprofit sector, to write that and to follow the outline that the Alliance has put forth over the next four years of the 5-year plan, including 8% this year. I want to tell a quick story about what happens when we start monkeying with the system and cutting services and not providing appropriate funding for nonprofit services. In 2010, we had a young man that we served. I'll call him Blake. He was referred to our agency right before the closing of Cedar Crest Hospital, where he was taking up a very expensive inpatient bed. He had severe and prolonged mental health issues, substance abuse issues, trauma history, and he was very vulnerable. Ultimately, Reliance Health served him for 7 years in the community. Prior to 2017, when we were asked to give back 5% of our overall budget by DEMAS, through that budget cut, we lost we're no longer serving Blake, and he ended up being served by an assertive community treatment team, or an ACT team, which is a very expensive model. 6 months later, he was remanded to CVH, where he's been up until about 2 months ago, at which point he was referred back to our agency. These are the things that happen when the nonprofit sector is destabilized. My time is coming to a close. I want to leave you with one final thought. It's been a long day for all of us. A lot of us started this at 10 o'clock this morning. But if you're a direct care worker for a nonprofit, this is just another day of work for you. Working 2 shifts or getting frozen in because of COVID over the last 2 years, or because of short staffing in agencies. So when you go to bed at some point at 2 o'clock tonight, just think about that. Let that be the last thought in your head. Thank you for your time. I know it has been a long day for all of you.
Thank you for your testimony, Michael. Next up is 262, Jennifer Keatley.
Sorry about that. I'm here.
No problem.
Let me just start my video. Thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you for hearing me. My name is Jennifer Keatley. I'm the Executive Director of United Cerebral Palsy of Eastern Connecticut. Our agency provides services to 145 individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, mainly in Eastern Connecticut. We provide day services, employment and residential supports, and we employ 65 direct support professionals. By comparison to some of the other agencies, we're fairly small, but our services are extremely impactful to those we support. You've heard from others throughout the morning, the afternoon, and the evening tonight about the staffing crisis, and we too have a vacancy rate of about 25% and turnover of about 40% annually. You've heard repeatedly this evening that our system is near a breaking point. And for our agency, that is true as well. We are at a crossroad for the first time in our 70-year history. We have to decide which services we're going to be able to continue and which ones will cease operating. Maybe you can help me decide. It's really a horrible decision to have to make. But will we close our employment program? Should we cut a program whose goal it is to obtain and maintain competitive employment? Helps people earn money, get out of poverty, use less Medicaid services, and have meaningful ways to spend their day? Or is it going to be our in-home support program, a program that supports people to live independently with dignity in their own homes instead of a more restrictive and, quite frankly, more expensive group home setting? This year, we have to close one of those two programs because we can no longer afford to provide those services. We have limited personnel and limited financial resources. If we close our in-home support program, what will happen to the individuals? Who will look out for their best interest? Who will support their health, safety, and security? For many of these folks, our staff are the only family they have and the only ones looking out for them. One of the individuals we support in our in-home support program, IHS, recently told our direct support staff that they were like a cockroach. And I mean, she means this in a good way. She says, no matter what she says to us, no matter how much she tries to get rid of us, we never go away. We're always there. She can't get rid of us. And I will tell you that she frequently has suicidal ideations. And I believe that if not for our staff members, she would not be with us today. There are dire consequences for many of the individuals we support. If we can no longer be their safety net, they are not going to be supported in the way they need to. They're vulnerable. Some of them are very vulnerable. And sadly, our population are often easy prey for predators. There will be decreased health, increased homelessness, exploitation, abuse, and neglect. We know this every day because we keep these wolves at bay, and we need your help. We need to keep our staff, and we need to have adequate funding to ensure the health and safety of these individuals. For the past 15 years, I have been coming before the legislature asking for adequate funding. I'm at my wit's end. I'm exasperated. My staff are tired. They're exasperated. We're asking for the 8% increase in funding to keep us stable. Today, I had an unfortunate conversation with one of my direct support staff. She told us that she has breast cancer. She's a 15-year employee, a mother of 6, and she's 40 years old. As you can imagine, she's concerned about her health and her ability to pay the health insurance deductible. She can't afford to take time off without pay during her treatment and recovery. And while our agency struggles to provide adequate pay and benefits, there's a pool of funding dedicated to employee benefits sitting there that has not been dispersed. We desperately need that funding. In addition to that funding, again, I respectfully request that you approve the $461 million that we're asking for increased funding. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Jennifer. Next up is 263, Michael Abandandolo.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Ben Shakin with my final video. Before I press play and share my screen, just wanted to thank Madam Chairs for their accommodation, and especially Madam Administrator, who's been so accommodating over the years and has continued that accommodation into the Zoom era. So thank you very much for helping this evening make this possible. And I will now play the last video.
Hello, and thank you Appropriations Committee for this hearing today. My name is Michael Abandando, and I live in Brantford and work at Columbus House here in New Haven as an outreach specialist where I meet with clients in the community. I'm advocating today in support of HB 5037 and for an additional $13.4 million in funding to support frontline workers, including funding for the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, DMIS, to provide the necessary funding to adequately support clients engaging with mental health and substance treatment. I experienced homelessness myself. The memories of despair and uncertainty from that time remain. During this difficult period, I received assistance and, even more importantly, a sense of hope from the dedicated homeless service providers in New Haven. The help and guidance I received would not have been possible without the state's support of frontline workers. In my current role working with the Columbus House, I see the need in fully supporting the front lines. As a frontline worker, I meet daily with clients in the community where they're experiencing homelessness. This work is made possible through the state's funding of frontline workers. Clients rely on outreach workers to help connect them to social services, as well as someone they can trust to share their experiences. During my experience with homelessness, I was able to meet with the same outreach worker, which provided me with the hope and resources I needed to end my homelessness and ensure my experience was a brief, rare, and one-time occurrence. If I was unable to meet with the same caseworker due to staff turnover, I could have had a different outcome. When I meet with clients in the field, I see the detrimental impact staff turnover has on clients. I have worked with clients that have had multiple case managers leave their agency. Clients have told me they feel isolated when they are no longer able to meet with their case manager. When I start working with these clients, it can be difficult to build rapport as a client is reluctant to share their story, as they fear I will eventually leave the agency, causing them to need a new case manager. The average turnover rate for homeless service providers in 2021 was 18%. Staff may leave for higher paying jobs. The state can reduce staff turnover by providing $13.4 million in funding to homeless service providers. This will allow organizations to adequately fund wages and provide benefits to frontline staff. In turn, this will benefit clients as they will be able to meet consistently with the same staff and build rapport where they feel comfortable sharing their story. Connecticut's homeless response system has decreased homelessness by 42% since 2011. HB 5037 and an additional $13.4 million in funding to support frontline workers will contribute towards continuing to reduce homelessness in Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you for playing the video for us. Next up is 265, Erin Gasparini.
Good morning. My name is Erin Gasparini, and I'm the Chief Program Officer at CUNE Employment Opportunities. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the state budget. I have worked for CUNE for more than 16 years, and in that time, I've witnessed our dedicated staff assist individuals with disabilities to reach goals that many people felt were unachievable. Our mission is to support individuals by providing day and employment services to those with mental illness and intellectual disabilities. We've been in business since 1962, and in that time, we've seen so many participants reach their goals to obtain employment in the community, work as part of a group-supported employment program, which cleans many state facilities in Connecticut, or improve their daily living and social skills, allowing them to be more independent in their lives. The level of responsibility for our staff is significant. We are asking them all to do more and more each day. I know many of our staff are faced with a decision to make more money to support their families and are considering a move to other industries and leaving behind the field and the people that they are so passionate about helping. This past year, we have been faced with an unprecedented staffing shortage. Over 85% of interviews that are scheduled fail to show up. This staffing shortage forces us to cancel services for individuals who are the most in need. Just today, 5 out of 7 temporary staff failed to come in. This, coupled with our other staffing vacancies, meant we needed to cancel services for 5 people. This causes strain on residential providers and families. Every day, as we look at our schedules and find ourselves short-staffed, we have to make changes so that the coverage is in place. CUNE staff, including coordinators, managers, and directors, are being pulled from their responsibilities to make sure coverage needs are addressed. This means that vans can't be serviced, new work opportunities can't be developed, reports and communications are delayed, professional development and training is deferred, and all staff are feeling overwhelmed. However, the ones who are suffering most by this change is our participants. These changes can cause significant behaviors in participants, many of whom have faced trauma in their lives. It causes them to feel abandoned and brings up significant emotions. Our participants should be in stable, safe, and secure environments. I receive at least one new referral nearly every day, families who are looking for placements for their son or daughter as they look to graduate out of high school. While I would love to open our doors to each and every one of them, our limited resources prevent me from doing that. The lack of adequate funding for over a decade from the state of Connecticut to providers has a direct negative impact on the lives of people who we are charged with protecting. In 2021, we were given an increase in funding to raise the pay rates for direct care staff. While this was a good start, the pay rate in other industries also continue to increase. On my way to work today, I saw that McDonald's is starting employees at $15 an hour, while other businesses far exceed the $16.50 that we pay. Other agency costs continue to rise for things such as gas, vehicles, and general program supplies. Nonprofits cannot pass along these increased costs to our customers as retail and restaurant establishments are doing. The state of Connecticut must step up and invest in nonprofits. Failure to do so should be considered neglect, as it harms the most vulnerable population. Please honor our long-term plan to address underfunding of the community nonprofits and increase funding this year by 8%. Thank you all so much for your time and attention. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much, Erin, for your testimony. Next up is number 272, Michael McLeafley.
Thank you so much, Representative and members of the Appropriations Committee. I applaud your endurance during this hearing, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Mike McLively. I'm the Policy Director of the Community Violence Initiative at Giffords. We're a national gun violence prevention organization named for former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, who herself was shot in 2011 while hosting an event for constituents in Tucson, Arizona. At Giffords, we work with legislators and advocates around the country, including here in Connecticut, to promote common sense solutions to gun violence. And with our community violence work, we recognize that day-to-day shootings on our city streets that occur disproportionately in communities of color are one of the main drivers of America's gun violence epidemic. This is true in Connecticut as well, where more than half of the state's gun homicide victims are Black, and where young Black men are nearly 40 times more likely to be murdered with a gun than young white men. Across the nation over the past 2 years, we've seen dramatic spikes in homicides and shootings with the onset of the COVID pandemic, including in Connecticut, where gun-related homicides nearly doubled from 2018 levels. Last year, Hartford suffered its highest number of homicides in 20 years, and New Haven the most since 2011. This is an epidemic that is not just taking lives, but also costing Connecticut taxpayers tens of millions of dollars annually. There's a clear and urgent need to respond to community violence with every available resource, not just law enforcement approaches, but also community and public health-based solutions, which is why Gifford strongly supports the $3.6 million included in the governor's budget adjustment bill for the Department of Public Health to fund community violence prevention programs. In states like Massachusetts, which has one of the lowest gun homicide rates in the nation, large investments in similar strategies are saving lives and taxpayer dollars, generating more than $5 in savings for each dollar invested because of significant reductions in violence and crime recidivism rates. And while the $3.6 million over 2 years to fund community violence prevention programs included in HB 5037 is a step in the right direction, we encourage you to go above and beyond this amount. For context, Massachusetts is investing $10 million annually in the programs I just described, which represents a per homicide investment of $54,000. In order to match this, Connecticut would need to invest at least $8.3 million annually. Given the urgency of this issue and the promising fiscal outlook in Connecticut, now is the time for an effort to truly meet this moment. Other states around the country are taking significant action on this issue, including Illinois, California, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey, among others. We urge you to build upon Governor Lamont's proposal and strengthen it by allocating more resources to community-based solutions to violence and ensuring there is dedicated staff at the Department of Health's Office of Injury Prevention to support this effort, and ideally funding robustly an Office of Violence Prevention that's dedicated to addressing this issue across the state. We work with state administrators across the country who implement state-level community violence reduction programs, and we are available to assist you in any way, including sharing best practices and lessons learned from other states in the nation. Given the crisis of community violence and the unique fiscal opportunity in Connecticut, now is the time to act. And thank you so much for your consideration, and I hope you have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mike, for your testimony. And up next is 273, David Porteous.
Thank you very much, and thank you for staying awake and for from my perspective, it's the first time I've ever competed with late night TV. I'm not trying to do quite as good a job, but those guys have actually just gone home. I just looked at the clock. I think they've already left. Anyway, good morning, I guess. My name is David Porteous. Speaking as an individual, but by way of background, I have an autistic son who's 37, who's received services from 8 different nonprofit groups, DDS funded groups, over the last 16 years. And I'm on the board of 2 unrelated groups, not related to my son, Oak Hill and Gilead Community Services. They provide services to total about 40,000 people in Connecticut. Funding from DDS, DEMIS, and DCF. First, I do want to thank you for the 4% increase last year. It actually meant a lot, especially to the management of the organizations I've dealt with, to the staff who received it. I know one of our employees early on said she hadn't gotten her 4% yet because we haven't received the funds yet. When that comes in from DEMIS, we will pass it out as quickly as we can, but it was appreciated. Like many others before me, I've listened much of the day myself. I'm asking that you continue that trend, fund an additional 8% for 2023, and also that you support the mental health initiatives of the government. The governor has recommended expanding mobile crisis services, community placements from CVH and lighting, and peer support specialists in Connecticut hospitals. In addition to that, there's a need to recognize there will be some downstream costs from those programs, and that needs to be funded as well. There's only 2 other things I want to say. One is, we've heard an awful lot tonight about staffing. It's a problem. It is potentially an existential threat for many of these agencies. Fortunately, the ones I'm with are fairly secure, but it's really a problem, and it's not a problem that you can say it's caused by COVID, but COVID is also a catalyst that has basically taken all the underlying long-term underfunding that this industry has gone through and has taken it really to a breaking point. And my concern is that there's a sense that, well, when we get past COVID, it'll be easier, we'll be able to hire more people. I think that ship has sailed. I think that that we're in a situation where we've had a systemic change, and without fixing the long-term funding issues, we're going to have a problem in staffing in the future. And the staff is critical, and they're great. They're just wonderful people across the board. One other point related to that, and it's going to sound like it's counter to it, but it's not just a staffing issue. There's a big focus on getting union contracts and everyone gets a raise and this and that. All the other expenses are going up just as well. Overall costs have gone up. They are not funded as much. Things like heating oil, rent, utilities, transportation, maintenance, staff in HR and finance will get increases for certain employees, but not for all of them. It has to be looked at holistically for the agencies. So there are a couple of things I'd like you to consider, and then I'll let you all go home. I'd like to keep in mind that future COLA increases really need to cover all the costs of providing contracted services, not just the ones that come up so obvious as the staffing. Also, make sure that the private agencies have a chance to make their own decisions on how to spend the funds. They need to have discretion to take those increased funds and spend them as they need to for their own operations. And make sure that where we can, the funds are dispersed as quickly and as efficiently and in a timely manner as can happen. July 1st increase that no one has received in February really doesn't make anybody feel good about their job or their future or their prospects. So in conclusion, which you've been waiting to hear all day, we all want to provide superior services to our clients, pay our employees appropriately, and maintain healthy organizations for the future. But healthy organizations is critical. And we can't do that in a time with 6% inflation without some significant help from you guys. And that's across the board for the agencies I've dealt with and the others that have come out here for their causes. So I greatly appreciate your time today, the chance to speak. And in general, your service to the state, which you're demonstrating by staying up half the night to listen to people all saying pretty much the same thing. You've got a great sense of consistency across the messages, which is unusual. We're not talking about masking. We have 2 different sides fighting each other. This is it's kind of nice to have consistency. but it's a serious issue that really I welcome your help, assistance, time, and your effort to support this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, David. Thank you for your testimony. And I believe David Colleagues is our last speaker of the night.
If he is or not, we have to, there's one stuck in the attendee. So we're waiting for Madam Administrator. So last call, Mr. Scully, we've got Josh Scully, number 261 in the attendees room. So last call, Josh. Last call to be promoted. Okay, Madam Chair. Okay, Madam Administrator, if you could tell us what we're doing tomorrow. You mean like in a couple hours? Yes, what we're doing today. Well, what we're doing today is what in God's name is going on in my house? Sorry. At 8 a.m., those of you who are members of the collective bargaining subcommittee, OFA staff will be briefing the subcommittee on the arbitration award that the committee is going to be considering at 1 o'clock. It's the Judicial Professionals Arbitration Award. And then at 1 o'clock, we will have a public hearing on that arbitration award. And then immediately following the public hearing, we will be voting on the arbitration award resolutions, House Resolution 3, Senate Resolution 3, and we will also be voting on various actions to propose bills and raising concepts. Thank you very much. Thank you, Representative Candelaria and all the other representatives and senators who helped us get through this very long day. And by and large, I think that this is probably the best way over the last 2 weeks that we've done these very long hearings is working together. I think it's good to have a team together. And I'm not going to talk anymore at all because in about 3 minutes, I'm going to sleep. And I hope you all are doing the same thing. Good night, everybody.
Good night.